After the conclusion of the three major examinations, Jiang Fan awakened the infinite Beast Master system. Isn't 13 Beast Seals considered a supreme talent? What then does my infinite Beast Seals signify? This enchanting lady. I can see your remarkable bones, structure, and graceful figure. Please, do not strike me. I am an evolution master, and your spirit beast possesses a unique evolutionary path. Stop right there. I will only accept monetary compensation. Chapter 1. The three major examinations. In the tranquil town of Tianqing, after school, Jiang Fan returned home, intending to diligently review his lessons. Tomorrow marks the day of the three major examinations, and he would not need to attend Tianqing No. 1 high school for the next few days. He planned to study thoroughly at home, preparing for the cultural subject examinations that would follow the three major tests. The so-called three major examinations consist of the martial examination, the spiritual examination, and the Beast Master examination. The martial examination assesses one's vitality, the spiritual examination evaluates mental strength, and the Beast Master examination determines the ability to awaken a beast. Seal. Each examination is exceedingly challenging. Even the martial examination, which is often regarded as the pathway for ordinary individuals to achieve extraordinary feats. Before the exam, one must enhance their physique with substantial amounts of beast blood or spirit stones to elevate their vitality to 0.5 horsepower to pass. The spiritual examination is even more arduous, requiring mental strength to reach 0.5 horsepower. Items capable of augmenting mental strength are extremely rare, typically accessible only to the affluent. However, the most anticipated of all is the Beast Master examination. Those who successfully awaken a Beast Seal through this assessment can become 1 in a million Beast Masters. Their status far surpasses that of martial artists and spiritual masters, placing them among the elite. Alas, the probability is minuscule on average. Only 1 out of every 10,000 students possesses the talent for a Beast Seal. Such opportunities are indeed elusive. Historically, the town of Tianqing has seen only a handful of Beast Masters emerge. This year, if 5 students from Tianqing manage to pass the Beast Master examination, it would already surpass last year's record. Once one becomes a Beast Master, they ascend to a realm beyond the ordinary. Jiang Fan had already resigned himself to the notion that he would not succeed in the three major examinations. His physique and mental strength were merely at the level of an ordinary person. The prospect of possessing Beast Mastery talent was beyond his contemplation. Moreover, the examination fees were exorbitant, amounting to 10,000 yuan. It seemed unnecessary to squander such money. He could only wait until after the three major examinations to participate in the cultural examinations, striving to perform well and secure admission to a reputable university. Though this path felt like an exasperating choice. Upon arriving home, his parents had prepared a sumptuous feast, beaming with smiles as they looked at him. Before Jiang Fan could voice his thoughts, his father, a martial artist, heartily exclaimed, "Xiao Fan, do not feel pressure tomorrow regardless of the outcome. What matters is participation." "But I'm not even taking the exam," Jiang Fan replied, perplexed. "Why not? We've already paid the fees. Not taking the exam would be a waste of money." His father's expression grew stern. "We paid? I distinctly mentioned I wouldn't be participating." Jiang Fan was taken aback, his tone rising. "Father, it's hopeless for me. Our family isn't well off. That 10,000 yuan could sustain us for a year, and ill need funds for university as well." His father waved a hand, interrupting him. "Xiao Fan, while we may face difficulties, we can certainly manage this amount. Even Zhang's son is participating. I hardly believe he'll pass the martial examination. You needn't feel burdened. It's merely a chance to participate. What child skips the three major examinations and heads straight to the cultural exam? But enough, both of you. Go wash your hands and eat." His mother encouraged him, assuring him not to worry about the money, mentioning that his father had received a small bonus, and they had enough to get by. Jiang Fan could only sigh that bonus was earned through his father's toil and sacrifice. Recently, small-scale beast disasters had emerged around Tianqing, and his father, as a martial artist, had to fight in defense. However, since the decision was made, he would have to take the exam tomorrow. Truth be told, he was quite eager to participate in the three major examinations, as it was something every high school student eagerly anticipated. The following morning, Jiang Fan arrived at school early, only to realize he was among the later arrivals. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Upon spotting Jiang Fan, Chen Paozi greeted him. "Aren't you not taking the exam? What brings you here?" "My dad signed me up. I thought I might as well give it a try, just in case." Jiang Fan smiled. Chen Paozi had been his desk mate in elementary school, and their bond was strong. Chunpaozi's family was relatively well off. His father had procured some beast blood and spirit stones for him, claiming his vitality had already reached 0.5 horsepower. Once seated, the teacher quickly entered, briefly outlining the key points regarding the three major examinations. After distributing the examination numbers, the students were led to gather on the playground, where they were divided into groups according to their examination numbers and areas. The three major examinations progressed swiftly. The martial examination measured vitality, the spiritual examination assessed mental strength, and the beast master examination tested for the awakening of beast seals. Each participant proceeded to face three examination components in succession. As the examinations drew to a close, around 20 students had passed the spiritual examination. The school leaders were pleased. It was a commendable result. More than half had successfully passed the martial examination, with a few exceptional individuals achieving vitality levels of 1 horsepower or even beyond. In the adjacent class, Zhang Hua, brimming with pride, boasted a vitality level of 1.5 horsepower, ranking first in the martial examination and qualifying for a prestigious martial arts academy. Even those who passed the spiritual examination approached him to offer their congratulations, given Zhang Hua's immense potential. Zhang Hua flashed a smug smile, then turned his gaze to the most captivating girl in the crowd, Su Qingqing. Dressed in a delicate shade of blue, her exquisite features made her stand out as the epitome of beauty among the throngs. Zhang Hua approached her, his demeanor bright and sunny. "Qingqing, will you be my girlfriend?" Gasps erupted from the crowd. Was Zhang Hua really confessing to the school beauty, Su Qingqing, at this moment of glory? Would she accept? Surely, she wouldn't refuse, given Zhang Hua's top-tier martial talent and promising future. The girls around her were enviously astonished, yet they understood that, apart from Su Qingqing, no other girl could capture Zhang Hua's interest. Su Qingqing glanced at Zhang Hua, her expression remaining unperturbed as she prepared for her examination. Without a moment's hesitation, she bypassed the martial and spiritual examination stations, heading straight to the Beast Master examination platform. She placed her delicate hand upon the awakening stone and closed her eyes. Jiang Fan, somewhat dazed, realized that perhaps no one knew he and Su Qingqing were neighbors. 2 years prior, Su Qingqing had unexpectedly moved across from his home. The very next day, she transferred to his class, swiftly becoming the belle of Tianqing No. One high school. They often crossed paths on their way to and from school, yet they had never exchanged a single word. Sometimes, when they met face to face, they feigned ignorance of each other. Jiang Fan lacked the courage to initiate a conversation with the school beauty, while Su Qingqing, perhaps she simply deemed him unworthy of her words. Her moving next door had been mere coincidence. Being his classmate was also a chance occurrence. Jiang Fan, having grown up in modest circumstances, harbored no unrealistic aspirations. Suddenly, the awakening stone emitted a brilliant light, indicating a response to the soul seal. The crowd held their breath in anticipation. The first successful candidate of the Beast Master examination had emerged. A cascade of lights illuminated the area, each beam representing a beast seal awakened by Su Qingqing. The greater the number of lights, the more beast seals she possessed, and the higher her talent. 13 beams of light, 13 beast seals. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Su Qingqing had awakened 13 beast seals. What was the historical record for Tianqing Town? It seemed to be 7 seals. Su Qingqing had shattered the record of Tianqing Town. This signifies that Su Qingqing possesses the extraordinary talent to command a maximum of 13 spirit beasts, a gift. That is truly exceptional. Chapter 2. Stealthily becoming a beast master. At this moment, the chief examiner called out Jiang Fan's name. As he stepped forward, he brushed past Su Qingqing, who cast a cold smirk in his direction, leaving Jiang Fan perplexed. When had he offended this campus beauty? "Go for it, Xiao Fan," Chimpanzee shouted loudly. Jiang Fan raised his fist in acknowledgement of the encouragement. However, his vitality test yielded a disappointing result of 0.1 beast units, followed by another failure in the mental strength assessment, also 0.1 units. Although Jiang Fan had anticipated this outcome, he still felt a pang of disappointment. He chuckled to himself, realizing that his father's money had indeed been wasted. "What are you dawdling for, waste?" This result is hardly surprising, Zhang Hua mocked. Despite having no prior enmity with him, Jiang Fan was seething with anger. How could Su Qingqing, who usually looked down on everyone, actually stop to watch his examination? Why was that? Jiang Fan disregarded Zhang Hua's taunts and approached the Beastmaster examination platform, gazing at the awakening stone, having already abandoned any hope. He placed his hand upon it merely to fulfill the formalities of the 3 essential tests. The awakening stone remained silent, as anticipated by the onlookers. Zhang Hua, arms crossed, wore a smug smile, declaring him a waste. Unbeknownst to many, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Su Qingqing's pretty face, just as she was about to turn away. The awakening stone on the soul examination platform suddenly trembled vigorously, emitting a resounding noise. Su Qingqing swiftly turned back, astonished by the spectacle. The crowd was equally shocked. A jet of black light shot skyward. It was exceptionally dramatic. Although it was singular, its magnitude surpassed any of Su Qingqing's previous displays. Su Qingqing stood aghast. What was this black light? Chimpanzee's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Did this mean he had successfully awakened? The school leaders were momentarily stunned. The entire school was taken aback. What was happening? The second individual from Tianqing No. 1 High School to pass the Beastmaster examination? Who? Jiang Fan. This inconspicuous figure? The school leaders soon erupted with joy. This year, Tianqing No. 1 High School had produced 2 successful candidates for the Beastmaster examination. The beam of light indicated that Jiang Fan had awakened a beast imprint, albeit of the lowest tier of Beastmaster talent. Yet he was still a Beastmaster. That's wonderful. Xiao Fan, you did it. Chimpanzee rushed forward, embracing Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, more astonished than anyone else, was not surprised by the awakening of his Beastmaster talent, but rather by the sudden appearance of a user interface before him. Name, Jiang Fan. Age, 15. Occupation, none. Beast imprint, infinite. The host can control an unlimited number of spirit beasts, with 100 mastery over them. Spirit beasts, none. Vitality, 0, 1 beast units. Mental strength, 0, 1 units. Wealth value, 0, 5. What is this? A game? Infinite beast imprint? 100 mastery over spirit beasts? What was going on? He glanced at the soaring black light emanating from the awakening stone. This was not merely black light. It was a confluence of myriad colors, which combined to create the appearance of black. Su Qingqing had shattered the Tianqing town record with her 13 beast imprints. What about his infinite beast imprint? A shiver ran down Jiang Fan's spine. His fortune had arrived. As he descended with chimpanzee, he once more crossed paths with Su Qingqing. She smiled lightly. Ah, lucky you. Jiang Fan remained silent, feeling utterly baffled. Chimpanzee, however, was green with envy. Xiao Fan, you're on cloud 9 now. The campus beauty is flirting with you, and you seem oblivious. As they passed Zhang Hua, he remained in a daze, incredulously staring at Jiang Fan. This was impossible. Jiang Fan smirked. What did you just say? Waste. Zhang Hua was momentarily speechless, as the gazes of the entire school converged upon him. After all, everyone had heard Zhang Hua's mockery of Jiang Fan. At this moment, Zhang Hua's face burned with humiliation. Zhang Hua, you just mocked him. Why the silence now? Aren't you the top of the martial examination? What does being the top of the martial exam matter? It pales in comparison to being a beastmaster. Those who had previously fawned over Zhang Hua instantly turned to criticize him. Why? Simply because Jiang Fan was a beastmaster, a rare genius. His future was limitless. They sought to leave a good impression on Jiang Fan, hoping that when he rose to prominence, he might lend them a hand and change their fates. Zhang Hua's face flushed crimson, and he could not utter a single word. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from being the celebrated genius to being scorned as trash. This was the influence of a beastmaster. Yes, I'm sorry, I should not have mocked you. Please forgive me. Zhang Hua trembled as he lowered his head in contrition. What? I didn't hear that. Jiang Fan chuckled. I was wrong. Please have mercy on me. Forgive me. Zhang Hua implored loudly. He had no choice but to concede. There were scarcely a few beastmaster geniuses in the entire Tianqing town, and he could not afford to offend one. Hey, from now on, when you see Xiao Fan, you better steer clear, understood? Chimpanzee seized the opportunity to add. Zhang Hua, humiliated, nodded in agreement. The faculty and students were equally intrigued. The once arrogant Zhang Hua had experienced such a disgraceful moment. Henceforth, it seemed Zhang Hua would have to tread carefully around Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan shrugged, feeling little inclination to dwell on it. The pressing matter was to comprehend the nature of that interface. As for the teacher's mention of admissions representatives from the Beastmaster Academy coming to recruit, that could wait. Upon returning home, he found his parents were still at work, leaving him unable to share his good news. With a thought, he opened the system interface. Ding. The new player gift pack has been credited. Please check. Jiang Fan clicked to open it. Ding. Granting the host a free evolution opportunity, with the evolution path being any evolution. Ding. Granting the host a spiritual beast encyclopedia, which reveals the evolution paths of spirit beasts. Ding. Claiming the gift pack triggers the task. Stealthily become a beastmaster and astonish everyone. The host must utilize the new player gift pack within 10 minutes, or it will be forfeited. 10 minutes. Jiang Fan felt an immediate urgency. Where could he find a spirit beast for evolution in such a brief span? Typically, those who awaken a beast imprint would procure a spirit beast egg or a spirit beast cub to complete their first summoning. But spirit beast eggs were exorbitantly priced. Even the most inferior F-grade spirit beast egg cost 50,000. Hatching fees were additional. Not to mention, even if his family could produce such funds, could they complete the task in 10 minutes? Fool. Utter fool. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's gaze fell upon the bald parrot his father had adopted. This parrot had been rescued from a rainy day, seemingly having escaped from a fire, and had never grown feathers on its head. It was as unsightly as could be. And Jiang Fan had always despised it. Currently, it was the only living creature in the house aside from himself. What to do? Could an ordinary creature be treated as a spirit beast for evolution? Watching the countdown of the task dwindle away, Jiang Fan gritted his teeth. He would gamble on this. System. I will use the new player gift pack on this creature. The system responded, determining the creature's status. Determination successful. A new system interface appeared before Jiang Fan. Bald parrot. Level, grade 0. Talent, mediocre 5100. For every 100 growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race, avian. Growth points, 1100. Stamina, 10. Strength, 15. Speed, 40. Combat power, 5. Special skill, taunt. Capable of attracting 100 of the enemy's hatred towards oneself when facing foes with a mental strength of 0.5 or below. As Jiang Fan read through the lines, his expression grew increasingly grim. Mediocre talent and abysmal combat power. The crux of the matter was the special skill. What on earth was that? Attracting hatred? Am I out of my mind? Damn it. Ding. Initiating the first free evolution of the bald parrot. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Jiang Fan suddenly recalled that he still had one free evolution opportunity. Ding. Evolution successful. The results are as follows. Bald parrot. Rank, first class. Talent, mediocre 10100. For every 100 growth points, the talent value increases by 10. Race, avian. Growth points, 11,000. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 80. Combat power, 10. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. Special skill, taunt. Capable of attracting 100 of the enemy's hatred towards oneself when facing foes with a mental strength of 1 or below. Hiss. Jiang Fan's head throbbed. This is it. Fool. Super fool. Super fool. The bald parrot squawked with even greater enthusiasm. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched. It truly did attract hatred. Chapter 3. Evolution Master? Jiang Fan's lips quivered slightly. Were it not for the fact that this was his only spirit beast, he would have truly wanted to crush this wretched creature. Jiang Fan shifted his gaze to the lower section of the system panel, where a button for allocating points was displayed. He clicked it, and several lines of text immediately appeared. The host may exchange wealth for growth points at a ratio of 10:1. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. $10 for a single growth point. For 1,000 growth points, he'd need to spend 10,000. Where would he find such money? He barely had 50 cents left on his WeChat. His father had already spent 10,000 to allow him to participate in the 3 major assessments. How could he dare to ask for that amount again? Lost in thought, he stepped outside to dispose of the trash. Just then, he happened to encounter Su Qingcheng, who had just returned. Jiang Fan froze. What's wrong? Su Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Beside her, an attribute panel appeared. Character, Su Qingcheng. Age, 15. Profession, Beast Tamer. Beast Seal, 16. Top-tier talent. Spirit Beasts, 3. Other traits, stunning beauty, perfect figure, 38D, golden ratio. Following this, 3 additional attribute panels emerged. Crimson Flame Fox. Spirit Beast level, first class. Talent. A. Ordinary evolution route, 33 paths. Dragon Mastiff Pup. Spirit Beast level, second class. Talent. S. Ordinary evolution route, 7 paths. Special evolution route, 1 path. The special evolution route allows for a more personalized evolution, extremely concealed, and can only be discovered at the master evolution level. Thunderwolf. Spirit Beast level, first class. Talent. S. Ordinary evolution route, 17 paths. Jiang Fan rubbed his eyes. Had he just seen incorrectly? 38D? Is that true? It certainly didn't look it. Ahem. Jiang Fan felt his face flush with embarrassment. This must be the ability of the system to provide him with a spirit beast's compendium. And he should indeed focus on more pressing matters. The golden ratio figure. Ahem. 3 spirit beasts. Everyone had witnessed Su Qingcheng's talent, but who knew she already possessed 3 spirit beasts? Moreover, with a second-class spirit beast, it meant Su Qingcheng was indeed a second-class beast tamer. She was a genius with 16 beast seals. Her figure. Su Qingcheng frowned slightly, a hint of crimson blooming on her cheeks. Where was this guy's gaze directed? Disgraceful. Su Qingcheng turned her body and passed by Jiang Fan, her hand shielding her chest, denying him a glance. The existence of a special evolution route was impressive, yet it was a pity it had been misrouted. What? Su Qingqing was taken aback. Special evolution. This term made her particularly sensitive. Every beast tamer yearns for their spirit beast to embark on that incredibly elusive special evolution path. Yet, aside from evolution masters, it was impossible for an average person to uncover the special evolution routes with their limited knowledge. Cough, it's nothing. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity to sneak another glance, and then hurried downstairs, his heart resolutely confirming one answer. There must be something concealed. Su Qingqing gazed meaningfully at Jiang Fan's retreating figure. Did he just discover my spirit beasts? What did he mean by not finding the special evolution route? Her dragon mastiff pup indeed had a master evolutionist suggest it possessed the potential for a special evolution. Originally, that evolution master was supposed to assist in devising a special evolution plan, but later it was heard that he had perished during an expedition in the wilderness. She had attempted to seek out the special evolution route for the dragon mastiff pup, perusing countless tomes related to it. She had thought she was on the right track. Yet Jiang Fan claimed it was incorrect. After disposing of the trash, Jiang Fan returned to find Su Qingqing waiting at his door. What's the matter? Why did you ask me that? What did you mean earlier? Do you know how to find the special evolution route? Jiang Fan pondered. $10,000. 10,000. If not, 5,000 would suffice. Or perhaps 2,000. Jiang Fan felt he was being rather audacious. Though she was a genius, she was still of the same age as him and likely still relied on her family's finances. How could she possibly produce such a sum? Su Qingqing regarded Jiang Fan with skepticism. $10,000? She suspected he was jesting. A master evolutionist would charge at least several $100,000 for a special evolution plan, with the price escalating for higher tiers. 10,000 is acceptable, but what if the evolution fails? I'll refund your money, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Su Qingqing's expression stiffened slightly. This wasn't merely about a refund. If the evolution route was incorrect, it would significantly affect the spirit beast's future potential. Never mind. I won't pressure you. Whether you seek my assistance or not is entirely your choice. Jiang Fan concluded with a faint smile and returned home, shutting the door behind him. Left standing before the iron door, Su Qingqing was left in stunned silence. Leaning against the door for some time, Jiang Fan couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. When would he ever change his ostentatious nature? That was a sum of 10,000. That night, his parents had yet to return, likely due to the recent beast calamity. Jiang Fan had grown accustomed to this. His father was a martial artist serving as a squad leader in the Tianqing Town Guard. While his mother worked in logistics for the guard, he often went 10 days or more without seeing his parents. Before dawn, Jiang Fan was jolted awake by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find Su Qingqing standing there. What brings you here? Jiang Fan yawned, rubbing his eyes. I need you to help me devise a special evolution plan, Su Qingqing stated. Right now? Yes, right now? Jiang Fan yawned again, beckoning her inside. Come in. Su Qingqing hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. A sense of unease washed over her as it was her first time visiting a boy's home. And more so, being alone with him. Together. The cockatoo suddenly squawked. Both felt a twinge of embarrassment, and Jiang Fan shot a reproachful glance at the cockatoo. Why not squawk a bit more? Where did that energy of calling me a big fool go? Su Qingqing was somewhat speechless, wondering why this ugly parrot was making such a racket. What a beautiful moment. A spring night. The bridal chamber is worth a fortune. The cockatoo continued to screech with delight. Su Qingqing's face flushed. Indeed, a lewd person would surely own a lewd parrot. Jiang Fan suddenly regarded Su Qingqing with a serious expression, stepping back cautiously. What now? She inquired. In this dark night, with just a man and a woman. You wouldn't harbor any improper thoughts about me, would you? Su Qingqing's face turned pale. What on earth was wrong with this boy? She had never encountered someone so self-absorbed. I advise you not to entertain any crooked thoughts. Now, let us see it. Jiang Fan indicated toward an empty space in the living room. Nodding, Su Qingqing revealed a golden beast seal that shimmered in her palm. Moments later, a magnificent spirit dog, adorned in resplendent gold, strode confidently from the spatial rift. Its every hair glistened as if crafted from pure gold. Stunning, Jiang Fan exclaimed. It was of a quality surpassing any mastiff he had ever seen. This was a top-tier dragon mastiff pup, rumored to exist solely in the terrifying Shisha wilderness. Su Qingqing, a tad prideful, nodded. Indeed, this dragon mastiff pup was of considerable worth. Her family had paid a hefty price to capture it. Chapter 4. Capturing a major client. Jiang Fan gazed at the dragon mastiff, noting that with his own eyes, the attribute panel was significantly more detailed. Dragon mastiff pup. Spirit beast level, grade 2. Talent, S. Species, canine. Growth value, 155, 810, 000. Stamina, 355. Strength, 499. Speed, 160. Combat power, 768. Regular evolution routes, 7. Special evolution routes, 1. Truly deserving of its S-grade talent. Although it's merely 1 grade higher than the cockatoo, its prowess is overwhelmingly superior. Jiang Fan opened the special evolution route of the Dragon Mastiff, revealing a lengthy list of material names and their required quantities. He read them aloud. 10 dragon tendons, 100 liters of emerald feather water, 5 storm ghost fangs, 1 Buddha's handflower. As Jiang Fan recited the materials, Su Qingcheng was astonished. So soon? Just a glance? This was nearly impossible. Even an evolution master would need to observe a spirit beast for several days and consult a plethora of related data before finalizing a few proposals, scrutinizing each one rigorously. In contrast, Jiang Fan seemed rather hasty. However, as she recorded the information, she sensed that there was indeed some coherence. Certain material combinations could indeed facilitate synergistic evolution. Such knowledge was far beyond the reach of an average student, and even she had limited understanding. Su Qingcheng cast a deep glance at Jiang Fan, pondering when he had acquired such knowledge. After he had mentioned nearly a dozen materials, Jiang Fan finally paused. Truth be told, he was unaware of how much these materials would cost. Nonetheless, the system's proposal should be accurate, sparing Su Qingcheng from unnecessary expenditure. Is that all? Yes. Jiang Fan nodded. All right, I'll follow this plan for evolution. Su Qingcheng promptly prepared to depart. Ahem. Jiang Fan cleared his throat. Su Qingcheng froze, observing the hesitance on his face. Instantly understanding, she chuckled. Add me on WeChat, and send me your card number. I'll transfer the funds. Okay. He also added the school beauty's WeChat. Quite a stroke of luck. In Tianqing High School, Su Qingcheng's contact information was incredibly sought after. After adding her, Su Qingcheng was about to leave again when Jiang Fan suddenly inquired, "You don't seem like someone in need of money. Why do you live in this old, dilapidated place?" Su Qingcheng halted, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she mumbled something before departing. Jiang Fan was left dumbfounded. What had he just said? Something about child betrothals? Child betrothal? With whom? Jiang Fan's expression shifted. Such a gifted girl lived right across from him. Could it be with that scrawny boy from Uncle Wang's upstairs? In this crumbling building, he was the only worthless peer. A university graduate who couldn't find a job and was living off his family. How utterly absurd. As Su Qingcheng exited the hallway of the community, she heard his anguished cry. Her delicate face showed hints of irritation. Is it so difficult to accept that I have a child betrothal with him? Just as dawn broke. Ding. A notification of a transfer from Su Qingcheng chimed in, increasing his wealth value by 10,000. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Fan's mind. He promptly sprang from his bed, discarding the tissue in his hand. I can now exchange for growth value. His spirit beast seemed to differ from Su Qingcheng's, lacking any evolution routes to choose from. Was it because this feature hadn't been activated yet, or was the system simply providing him with the optimal evolution plan? He was still uncertain, feeling that the system's functions required further exploration. Jiang Fan decided to be generous, exchanging all 10,000 wealth points for growth value, completely filling the growth value of the cockatoo. Instantly, the cockatoo radiated a ghostly green luminescence. Each feather began to shimmer, illuminating half the room. The cockatoo's size increased significantly, easily bursting the wire cage it had occupied. It had grown to an impressive height of 1 foot. Its deep emerald eyes were filled with a wildness, and its dagger-like claws shattered the floor tiles effortlessly. The destructive power was astounding, yet it still lacked feathers on its head. Jiang Fan examined the cockatoo's attribute panel. Cockatoo. Spirit Beast Level, Grade 2. Talent. F101000 for every 100 growth points. Talent increases by 10. Species, Aerial. Growth Value, 110,000. Stamina, 216. Strength, 199. Speed, 308. Combat Power, 288. Special Skill, Taunt. Can attract 100 of enemy hatred towards itself from foes with a spirit power of 3 or below. Alas. Indeed, a worthless beast is just that. Compared to Su Qingcheng's Golden Mastiff pup, apart from speed, all other attributes were significantly inferior. However, the talent had transformed from mediocre to F grade. Additionally, the taunt skill was becoming increasingly potent. Thank you very much. Why would I attract the hatred of such formidable enemies? Am I seeking death? Yet, Jiang Fan was not entirely disheartened. He had already become a Grade 2 Beastmaster. In this Tianqing town, a Grade 2 Beastmaster was undoubtedly a figure of prominence. Moreover, he had only been a Beastmaster for less than a day. Such a rate of growth was unparalleled. The only issue was that the next stage of growth value required 100,000 wealth points. After painstakingly acquiring 10,000 from Su Qingcheng, how on earth would he amass 100,000? Jiang Fan pondered for a moment and resolved to visit the Evolution Material Trading Center for Beast Tamers. Such centers exist in nearly every city, established by official organizations to facilitate the procurement of materials necessary for evolving spiritual beasts. Thus, it was at the trading center where he was most likely to encounter beast tamers in need of evolution services. Squatting at the entrance of the center from morning until noon, he found himself alone, which was hardly surprising given the scant number of beast tamers in Tianqing Town. It appeared that aside from a single beast tamer from the Wenbing Corps, there were none left. Was it truly impossible for him to earn a living by offering evolution plans? Initially, he had hoped to make some money and treat himself to a proper spiritual beast egg. Starting with a spiritual beast directly would provide a high starting point and excellent potential. Spiritual beast eggs were relatively inexpensive, but the price of juvenile spiritual beasts soared tenfold, or even several dozen times. The risks associated with hatching spiritual beast eggs, such as failure or the emergence of low-quality beasts, resembled a gamble, much like stone betting. In larger cities, the egg gambling industry thrived, but Tianqing Town's remoteness meant such enterprises were non-existent. If they existed, he would certainly have considered trying his luck. It was said that evolutionists were adept at betting on eggs, and perhaps he could be too. After squatting for most of the day, hunger struck Jiang Fan. Suddenly, he noticed a striking woman with long legs approaching, clad in a vibrant red outfit that exuded grace and vigor. She was undeniably beautiful. Though perhaps not on par with Su Qingcheng, she possessed a certain gallantry. She bore an aura reminiscent of the military, and Jiang Fan could discern this with relative ease. As she walked, she drew many admiring glances, both for her beauty and for the massive wolf that trailed behind her. The creature stood an impressive 3 to 4 meters tall, its red fur quivering as if it were flames in motion. Before Jiang Fan's eyes, several lines of data materialized. Yi Qinghua, age, 22. Occupation, 3rd rank, beast tamer. Beast seal, 5, medium talent. Spiritual beasts, 3. Other characteristics, 34C, legs measuring 1.2 meters. With ample elasticity. Chapter 5. Stop, I'm still just a kid. Blazing Demon Wolf. Spiritual beast level, 3rd rank. Talent, B, A. Species, canine. Growth value, 32, 540, 95, 009, 100, 000. Stamina, 1, 012. Strength, 1, 588. Speed, 530. Combat power, 1, 969. Ordinary evolution routes, 11. Special status, injured, evolution route misstep leading to failure. A 3rd rank beast tamer. Jiang Fan was astounded that such a remote locale could host a 3rd rank beast tamer. It was simply unbelievable. Through the spiritual beast lexicon, he gleaned a wealth of information. Her legs were an astonishing 1.2 meters long. My goodness, that was quite the sight. Coughing, he noted that the blazing demon wolf's evolution failure had led to its injury, resulting in a drop in growth value from what should have been 95,009 to just 32,540. Jiang Fan's wide-eyed astonishment failed to capture the woman's attention. After all, there were many lecherous men who eyed her long legs. As she passed by Jiang Fan, he quietly remarked, "Miss, your blazing demon wolf's condition seems rather dire." Yi Qinghua abruptly halted, glancing down at Jiang Fan with a slight frown. How do you know? Her blazing demon wolf had just experienced an evolution failure, leaving it gravely injured. Yet, an ordinary person should not have been able to discern that. As this thought crossed her mind, her expression hardened, a chilling aura enveloping her. Who are you? Which family spy are you? Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at Yi Qinghua, who was only a few years his senior. What kind of life and death battles must she have endured to cultivate such a lethal presence? He hurriedly replied, No, I'm not a spy. I'm an evolutionist and noticed that your blazing demon wolf seems to have just experienced an evolution failure, resulting in backlash. Just as Jiang Fan was about to elaborate, Yi Qinghua's pupils dilated. Instantly, she surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, no one was paying attention. If word got out about her blazing demon wolf's injury, Tianqing Town would be in peril. Grabbing Jiang Fan's hand, she swiftly entered the trading center. Inside the trading center, there were rooms reserved exclusively for VIP clients, indicating that Yi Qinghua's status was far from ordinary. Jiang Fan found himself pressed onto a bed as Yi Qinghua scrutinized him with suspicion. You better not try anything funny. I'm a respectable person. Jiang Fan quickly grasped the edge of his trousers, a resolute expression on his face, vowing not to yield. Yi Qinghua paused, realizing her posture was somewhat unseemly, a hint of shyness momentarily flickering across her features. Regaining her composure, she inquired, Who exactly are you? I am an evolutionist. Jiang Fan replied, feeling weary. Impossible. There can't be a young evolutionist like you. No, even if there were, they wouldn't appear in such a small place as Tianqing Town. I am a native of Tianqing Town, If I don't appear here, where else would I go? Yi Qinghua was increasingly perplexed. Was there truly such a person in Tianqing town? She had heard none of this before her arrival. According to the leader of the town's guard corps, there was only one second-rank beast tamer and no evolutionists at all. You claim my blazing demon wolf's evolution failed. How did you deduce that? Jiang Fan regarded Yi Qinghua with an odd expression, wondering if she was already forgetting things at such a young age. Yi Qinghua soon realized her mistake. Right. You say you are an evolutionist, but how can you prove it? How do I know you didn't acquire this information through other means, such as intelligence? I can provide you with an evolution plan for your spiritual beast, Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Yi Qinghua froze, her gaze scrutinizing Jiang Fan anew. A young evolutionist capable of discerning the evolution route of a third-rank spiritual beast could only be a master evolutionist. Very well, manifest your spiritual beast, she commanded. Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. To manifest a spiritual beast does not entail presenting the entire creature. Rather, it appears as a palm-sized orb of light, essentially materializing the beast seal. Yi Qinghua hesitated. Manifesting the beast seal in front of others was a significant taboo for beast tamers. It could easily expose the weaknesses of their spiritual beasts to those knowledgeable in the field. Yi Qinghua scrutinized Jiang Fan once more, a fierce expression crossing her beautiful face as she coldly proclaimed, "If you dare deceive me, I assure you, you shall never again set foot in Tianqing town." Jiang Fan remained noncommittal. After all, he was not a fraud. He merely intended to earn some money to evolve his own bald parrot. Yi Qinghua opened her palm, and a fiery red light ignited in her hand. Within seconds, the flames coalesced into a miniature blazing demon wolf. Truly marvelous. Jiang Fan observed for a moment before shaking his head in dismay. What a pity. This creature, originally on the verge of evolving to the 4th rank, was now not only further from that goal, but had also seen its talent plummet from A to B rank, a true loss. Talent, B, A. Growth value, 32, 540, 95, 009, 100, 000. These two values spoke volumes. The numbers in parentheses reflected the original values, now significantly diminished. Especially the talent, dropping from A to B, was more painful than a loss of over 60,000 in growth value. Yi Qinghua lowered her head in self-reproach, her previous bravado and dominance fading away. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she fought to restrain her emotions. It's all my fault. I listened to other slander and harmed the blazing demon wolf. Yi Qinghua's eyes blazed with fury as she began to comprehend the situation. Perhaps from the very beginning, she had unwittingly fallen into a trap orchestrated by others. The so-called evolution master who had just arrived and the notion of simply making a friend were all fabrications, a deceit. It was highly likely that someone had learned of her intention to support Tianqing town, seizing upon her eagerness to evolve the blazing wolf, and thus devised a ruse that led to her beloved beast being grievously injured. As for the motive, could it be that someone wished to see Tianqing town fall into ruin? While Yi Qinghua's thoughts spiraled in turmoil, Jiang Fan had already compiled a specialized evolution scheme for the blazing wolf as provided by the system, perhaps due to the severe injuries sustained by the creature. The list of materials required was particularly extensive, over 100 items. Even Yi Qinghua, who had seen much in her time, was taken aback. How much would all this cost? Observing her stunned expression, Jiang Fan, concealing his prowess, smiled softly and extended his hand. What? Yi Qinghua's mind was still reeling. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan thrust a lengthy list into her embrace, eyeing her warily. Did she intend to enjoy a free meal? Ah, you mean compensation? Yi Qinghua smacked her forehead, realizing the oversight. After all, how could there be a free service from an evolution master? Casting another glance at the densely packed list, she hesitantly inquired. May I ask how much it will cost? Jiang Fan raised a single finger. Hiss. Yi Qinghua bit her silver teeth, taking a deep breath. 10 million. This was indeed the price of an evolution master. The evolution of a third-tier spirit beast, particularly through a special route, warranted such a sum. Yet, she had just been swindled out of 10 million, depleting her savings accumulated over several years. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Qinghua stammered. I currently find myself in a rather tight financial situation. Might you consider? Her cheeks flushed crimson, as such words were difficult for her to utter, given her character. However, she felt she had no alternative. What? You can't even produce 100,000? Jiang Fan's expression fell, utterly diverging from his expectations. Perhaps the disparity was too great. Were beast tamers truly this impoverished? Wasn't this profession supposed to be rare and elite among elites? To be unable to muster a mere 100,000? How dismal. Might he as well consider a career change? The reason he sought 100,000 was merely an attempt, as he had charged 1,000 for a special evolution plan for a second-tier spirit beast. Surely, the price for a third tier should be higher. Yet it appeared that 100,000 might be excessive. 100,000? This time, It was Yi Qinghua who was astonished. Her piercing gaze fixed intently upon Jiang Fan. Was he a fraud? Was he in collusion with the previous con artist? Her eyes burned with intensity, as if they might ignite him. Jiang Fan instinctively tightened his collar, his face resolute. I warn you, apart from monetary compensation, I shall accept no other form of payment. And I am but a child. Chapter 6, another 10,000 earned. Yi Qinghua seethed with indignation, her pretty face stiffening. What on earth was this fellow thinking? She scrutinized Jiang Fan for a prolonged moment, concluding that he was likely not a swindler. A con artist would not employ such rudimentary tactics. Moreover, she could enlist the assistance of those at the local trading center to review the plan. While the trading center might not rival an evolution center in expertise, Tianqing Town, being a remote locale, had no evolution center established. Typically, such centers were at least city level. Thus, she could only settle for a secondary option. Although the staff at the trading center lacked deep knowledge of spirit beast evolution, they frequently dealt with evolution materials and possessed a fair amount of experience. Much like a pharmacist, who, though not a physician, can deduce certain conditions from various medications. 100,000 was not an exorbitant amount. It could barely procure 1/10 of the listed materials. Shall I pay in cash or via transfer? Transfer, Jiang Fan exclaimed, elated at having earned another 100,000. He could evolve again. However, he needed to contemplate whether to continue evolving the bald parrot or to purchase a spirit beast egg. An F-grade spirit beast egg cost 50,000, while an E-grade spirit beast egg was priced at 500,000. With each ascending grade, the price escalated tenfold, with special evolution routes incurring additional costs. Some might wonder how one could ascertain the existence of a special evolution route before the spirit beast even hatched. Such inquiries fell to the evolution master. Yet even they could not guarantee success. It was akin to gambling, much like betting on stones. A discerning evolution master might achieve a 50 to 60% accuracy. Generally, few sought the assistance of an evolution master regarding spirit beast eggs, primarily because lower-tier eggs were not worth the investment. And the evolution masters themselves were also taking a gamble. Regardless of the outcome, they would receive their due compensation. Ding! A transfer notification from Yi Qinghua appeared, and Jiang Fan's wealth increased by 100,000. Perfect. Never before had Jiang Fan encountered such a sum. If his parents knew how much he was earning, they would surely be overwhelmed with emotion. Well, here's to a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Fan waved cheerfully as he bid farewell to Yi Qinghua. This expression of joy only deepened Yi Qinghua's suspicions. A distinguished evolution master would not be so easily swayed by a trifling sum. The evolution masters she knew were impervious to emotional fluctuations, even when faced with millions. Nevertheless, she had secured a plan at a reasonable cost and could later seek help to review it. She needed to hurry and assist the guard brigade. Instead of leaving the trading center, Jiang Fan made his way to the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall. Despite Tianqing Town's remoteness, the trading center had been constructed to a commendable scale. The Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall was particularly resplendent, with each egg meticulously arranged in display cases, akin to precious jewels, even surpassing their splendor. Many visitors flocked to the Spirit Beast Trading Hall. Most simply came to broaden their horizons. Some students, accompanied by their teachers, visited for social practice, observing the genuine Spirit Beast eggs. However, actual purchases of Spirit Beast eggs were rare. Jiang Fan entered the trading hall, unnoticed by others. Many high school students like him frequented the area under the pretense of seeking good fortune. Rumor had it that frequent exposure to Spirit Beast eggs could enhance one's chances of awakening the beast imprint. Whether this was true remained uncertain. Yet many high schoolers spent considerable time in the trading hall, content to gaze through the specialized glass enclosures. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? A melodious voice called out. Jiang Fan turned to see a young woman dressed in professional attire, her early 20s radiating vibrance and charm. Huanjia, I'm just here for a stroll. Jiang Fan replied with a smile. You've already taken your exams, haven't you? I invited you before, but you didn't come. Now you show up to seek luck? Isn't that a bit late? Lu Huan placed her hands on her hips, her expression playful yet reproachful. Then, with her delicate fingers, she pinched Jiang Fan's cheek. He squirmed slightly, only to be embraced by Lu Huan, her hands ruffling his hair. Though this had occurred countless times before, Jiang Fan couldn't help but think how soft and fragrant she was. Many onlookers turned their attention to the scene. While Lu Huan may not have been a breathtaking beauty, she certainly possessed the allure of outstanding looks and figure. Young and lively, with a delightful personality, she was undoubtedly the object of many people's affections. It was no surprise she had secured a position at the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall, known for its relaxed work environment and generous salary. Everyone couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Jiang Fan, especially given his expression of feigned grievance. Some gentlemen sneered, "What are you pretending for? We are all men here. Who doesn't understand whom?" If that's the case, why don't you step aside and let us bear this grievance for you? I heard that 2 Beast Masters from Tianqing number 1 High School have awakened this year. Is that what has rattled you? A young man clad in a tailored suit approached, his face adorned with a smile, yet the biting sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. Before Jiang Fan could utter a word, he was shielded protectively by Lu Huan. Calm down, Chao Gang. This has nothing to do with you, does it? Lu Huan replied coldly. Don't get me wrong, I'm merely reflecting. In my year, during the 3 major examinations, not a single Beast Master emerged. In response to Lu Huan's reprimand, Chao Gang offered a gentlemanly smile before turning his gaze back to Jiang Fan. Now that the 3 major examinations have concluded, I suppose you must prepare for the cultural examination? No worries. Even if you manage to get into an ordinary university, you'll still end up with a menial job for the rest of your life. Once again, Jiang Fan was unable to speak, as Lu Huan shielded him once more. Chao Gang. Lu Huan's voice sharpened. You are crossing the line. Many onlookers turned their attention towards them, with colleagues nearby gesturing for them to lower their voices. Lu Huan lowered her voice, icy tones cutting through the air. Chao Gang. You are not well acquainted with Xiao Fan, so don't presume to be chummy. Chummy with him? Huh, does he even deserve that? Lu Huan was about to continue her argument when Jiang Fan managed to wriggle free from her embrace, sighing in relief. Although not as ample as Su Qingqing's 36D, it was nearly suffocating. Sister Huan, ignore him. I actually came here to buy a spirit beast egg. Jiang Fan revealed his intention. You want to buy a spirit beast egg? Lu Huan exclaimed, astonished. Ha! Do you really think that frequent contact with spirit beast eggs increases the chance of awakening a beast seal? Such naive delusions. A commoner remains a commoner, utterly ignorant. Chao Gang looked at Jiang Fan with disdain. Lu Huan shot a glare at Chao Gang, disregarding him, and earnestly advised Jiang Fan, Xiao Fan. I am aware of your family situation. There's no need to spend this money. Every year, numerous parents of examinees come to buy spirit beast eggs, but they are mostly futile. Lu Huan and Jiang Fan had grown up in the same neighborhood, though her family had moved away from the old community 2 years prior. Their bond remained strong, and in Jiang Fan's heart, Lu Huan had always been the loyal older sister. In reality, their ages were not vastly different. Chapter 7. The Egg. I won the bet. Jiang Fan was poised to declare that he was already a beast master when suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. From my observations, this spirit beast egg has multiple evolutionary paths, superior to others, an elderly man with a white beard, pale complexion, and beads of sweat declared. Jiang Fan felt a flicker of curiosity. An evolutionist? Beside the elder stood a few individuals who appeared to be a family, looking rather conflicted. Chao Gang immediately lost interest in mocking Jiang Fan and approached the family with a smile, saying, Elder Jiang is undoubtedly the foremost evolutionist in Tianqing Town. You can't go wrong following his recommendation. This E-grade spirit beast egg radiates exceptional brilliance. It's clearly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the elder could only smile ruefully and shake his head. I am no evolutionist. I'm merely barely qualified as a 3rd-tier soul master in my youth, with a slightly stronger mental capacity, allowing me to glimpse the shell of the spirit beast egg. My recommendation should only be taken as a reference. Chao Gang chuckled. Elder Jiang is being modest. The last spirit beast egg you recommended to our Chao family, though merely F-grade, revealed 17 evolutionary paths. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. 17 paths. For an F-grade spirit beast, that was already quite remarkable. Typically, one would have to pay a premium to acquire such exceptional F-grade spirit beast offspring, and hatching an egg of that quality would certainly be a windfall. Once this was said, the family's expressions ignited with fervor, their eyes fixated on the spirit beast egg recommended by Elder Jiang. It's all a matter of coincidence. Please don't overly praise me, Mr. Chao. Elder Jiang took a moment to catch his breath, as though his mental energy had only just begun to recover. However, I do find the egg over there rather appealing. Everyone was taken aback and turned to see Jiang Fan, who was standing on his tiptoes at the back of the crowd. Lu Huan gasped and quickly tugged at Jiang Fan's clothing, signaling him to remain silent. The middle-aged man expressed confusion, but that spirit beast egg was the first one Elder Jiang dismissed, claiming it had the poorest quality. Is that so? Jiang Fan murmured. In his mind, he had already accessed the data on the several spirit beast eggs displayed at the counter. Among them, the data for the egg recommended by Elder Jiang was as follows: Fire Spirit Mouse, Egg, Grade, E, Evolutionary Paths, 3, Aptitude, Low Grade. In contrast, the data for the egg he recommended read: Lightning Snake, Egg, Grade, E, Evolutionary Paths, 35, Aptitude, High Grade. Under the scrutiny of his Spirit Beast Codex, the mere shell posed no barrier to his insight. It was all too clear. Elder Jiang appeared somewhat irked. Who is this impudent young lad? This lightning snake egg looks so plain and unassuming, devoid of any radiance. How can it surpass the fire spirit mouse egg? Chao Gang sneered. Elder Jiang. Don't get upset. He.S. just a student from Tianqing No. 1 High School, a waste who failed all 3 major examinations. He.S. merely indulging in idle talk. Upon hearing that he was merely a student, the crowd frowned, and even the middle-aged man grew incensed. What nonsense is this student spouting? E-grade spirit beast eggs cost 500,000 each. If you choose poorly, can you bear the consequence? A girl of similar age to Jiang Fan, standing beside the middle-aged man, cast a scornful glance at him, sneering. So, 2 beast masters emerged from Tianqing No. 1 High School? Do you really think you're one of them? Wait until you become a beast master before you speak. Clearly, this girl had just undergone the 3 major examinations and awakened her beast seal. Thus, she carried an air of superiority over someone like Jiang Fan, who had failed. Her gaze towards him was rife with disdain. Jiang Fan smiled, shrugging. I merely expressed my opinion. The choice of which egg to purchase ultimately lies with you. There's no need for such ridicule. You think you are in a position to share opinions? Who do you think you are? Chao Gang mocked. The crowd, following Chao Gang's lead, began to scold Jiang Fan. Such a young age, and yet so loquacious. If they make a wrong choice, can you take responsibility for them? A child with no experience is bound to waste time. Seeing the situation escalate, Lu Huan realized that Chao Gang was deliberately making Jiang Fan the target of everyone's scorn. She quickly stepped in to apologize on Jiang Fan's behalf. I'm sorry, everyone. My brother is unaware of the circumstances. Please forgive him. Chao Gang, noticing Lu Huan's eagerness to defend Jiang Fan, felt a surge of jealousy and escalated his attacks. Lu Huan, don't let him come to the Spirit Beast Egg Trading Hall again, if he offends a customer. Can you bear the consequences? Faced with Chao Gang's harsh reprimand, Lu Huan grew anxious. If Jiang Fan continued to act recklessly, losing her job would be the least of her worries. If Jiang Fan offended the trading center, it would spell trouble. The trading center in Tianqing Town was affluent and a federal entity, guarded by several martial artists. Moreover, most importantly, Chao Gang had powerful connections within the trading center. If Jiang Fan offended him, it would be to his detriment. Xiao Fan, please listen, just head back. Jiang Fan understood that Sister Huan was trying to protect him, but he genuinely came to buy a spirit beast egg. Smiling at Chao Gang, he suggested, how about we place a bet to see which spirit beast egg is superior? Chao Gang chuckled, amused by Jiang Fan's audacity. Sure, let us bet. What's the wager? If I win, you give me that spirit beast egg. If I lose, I'll purchase that spirit beast egg, and you can count it towards your sales. Lu Huan's delicate face instantly paled. Could Xiao Fan have lost his mind? This was not an F-rank spirit beast egg, but rather an E-rank spirit beast egg valued at 500,000. How could Xiao Fan possibly afford such an amount? Just as Lu Huan was about to intervene, Jiang Fan grasped her cool, delicate hand, signaling her with a smile that everything was fine. Ha! The audacity of youth is unafraid of tigers. Very well, I shall wager with you. If you win, I will personally gift you this spirit beast egg from my own purse. Chao Gang was certainly willing to gamble. Not only did even Elder Jiang not hold high hopes for this spirit beast egg, but based on his experience, such a dull and lusterless egg typically possessed the worst potential, often exhibiting feeble vitality. Thus, Jiang Fan was destined to reap what he sowed. Lu Huan turned pale. Her first thought was about how much money she had in her account. Would it be enough to cover for Jiang Fan? If he couldn't produce the funds, he would be in grave trouble. Fearing that Jiang Fan might reconsider, Chao Gang immediately summoned the hatching master. He was determined to make Jiang Fan pay a steep price today. Even if it led to ruin, it would be a consequence of Jiang Fan's own folly, demonstrating to Lu Huan that, after all, commoners remained commoners. The hatching master approached with 2 temperature-regulated incubators, and both spirit beast eggs began to hatch simultaneously. The hatching fees were exorbitant. However, for clients purchasing E-rank spirit beast eggs, those fees were waived. Approximately an hour later, the 2 eggs began to tremble slightly, and almost simultaneously, cracks appeared in their shells. One exuded a faint flicker of fiery essence, while the other erupted with blinding bolts of lightning. Both Elder Jiang and Chao Gang's expressions shifted dramatically. How could this be? As the 2 frail hatchlings emerged from their shells, it was evident to all that the lightning snake's potential far surpassed that of the flame mouse. Even Lu Huan couldn't help but cover her mouth in disbelief as she glanced at Jiang Fan. Yet, Jiang Fan remained unfazed, as though everything were well within his control. The crowd stared in astonishment at the young Jiang Fan, while the family turned ashen. The lightning snake boasted superior potential, while the flame mouse chosen by Elder Jiang could hardly be considered average. It was, to put it bluntly, subpar. Even blind selection would likely yield better results. Jiang Fan chuckled, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Brother Chao, for your generosity. I shall take the lightning snake with me. Chao Gang was instantly flustered. 500,000 was no trifling sum. He had only recently begun working and had spent lavishly. This money would surely provoke his family's ire. If they learned of this, he would not be spared. Lu Huan looked at Jiang Fan with curiosity. Xiao Fan, how did you acquire such a talent? Luck, Jiang Fan replied with an innocent smile. I don't know why, but I just felt this one was special. The crowd broke into cold sweat. So it was merely luck. What extraordinary fortune he possessed. Meanwhile, Chao Gang's expression darkened further. This lad dared to stake such a significant wager based solely on luck. The key was that he had won. This was utterly outrageous. At that moment, someone stepped forward, offering 600,000 to purchase the lightning snake hatchling. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Could it truly be this way? 600,000? Are you serious? A spirit beast offspring of such exceptional quality is worth at least 800,000. Little brother, I'll buy it for 800,000. A burly man boomed. Jiang Fan glanced at him. The man radiated a fierce aura, exuding the air of one who had seen countless battles. A warrior. Jiang Fan deduced that this man was likely a hunter, frequently venturing into the wilderness to capture wild spirit beast hatchlings or eggs for resale, an occupation that gambled with life itself. Upon the man's bidding, the crowd fell silent. Not only was 800,000 no small amount, but even those inclined to bid against him had to consider whether they wanted to incur the wrath of such a desperate individual. To obstruct one's financial pathway is akin to murdering their kin. If pushed too far, the repercussions would be dire. Jiang Fan pondered. Initially, he had intended to keep the lightning snake for himself, but 800,000 was far too enticing. In truth, upon reviewing the lightning snake's fundamental data, its attributes were rather average, distinguished only by its diverse evolutionary routes. While it might be advantageous to others, it held little significance for him. The system would automatically arrange the optimal evolutionary path for him. What he truly sought were high baseline stats. Yet, conversely, should the baseline stats be elevated, it would no longer be an E rank. With this 800,000, he could evolve several common beasts akin to the headless parrot. Surely that would be more rewarding. All right. Since the lightning snake has a bond with you, I shall transfer it to you. The burly hunter promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Fan, then lifted the lightning snake. Informing Jiang Fan before departing, my name is Wang Meng. Feel free to seek my assistance if needed. Wang Meng. Elder Jiang gasped. A third-tier warrior renowned among hunters near Tianqing town. A third-tier warrior. A formidable force. Although many pursued the martial way, it did not imply that warriors were insignificant. A third-tier warrior could take on 100 foes, making him one of the strongest. The individual who had been pressured by Wang Meng felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not truly offended Wang Meng. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble. In Tianqing town, a third-tier warrior was a figure of considerable influence. Chao Gang frowned. How could such a person be supporting Jiang Fan, even purchasing the lightning snake from him? Jiang Fan was indeed clever. Had he not sold the lightning snake to Wang Meng, he would surely have been unable to leave with it today. Now, this loss was one that Chao Gang would have to bear. Damn it, Sister Huan, let us go. I'll treat you to a grand feast. Jiang Fan grinned. He was now a man of wealth, having accumulated a total of 900,000, including the funds given by Yi Qinghua. With 900,000, one could easily purchase a spacious two-bedroom apartment in Tianqing town. If not for evolving spirit beasts, he could even relocate his parents from their dilapidated home. I still have work. I'll come find you after my shift, Lu Huan replied with a smile. Jiang Fan did not head home directly. Instead, he strolled through the flower and bird market, intending to acquire some common beasts for evolution into spirit beasts. While others prioritize quality, he would triumph through quantity. Was that not delightful? After all, he possessed infinite beast seals, rendering it inconsequential. The flower and bird market offered a variety of common pets, even hybrids with spirit beasts yielding mutant pets, such as red-haired Tibetan mastiffs, green-haired lizards, and spiders the size of human heads. However, these mutants typically only exhibited changes in appearance. Fundamentally, they remained common beasts. After inquiring about prices, mutant pets were exorbitantly priced, often at 10 times the cost. There was no need for that. In fact, the cheaper, the better. After all, he already owned the headless parrot. Could there be anything uglier? Indeed, there was. He spotted a bald-headed husky. Its head was completely devoid of fur, smooth and shiny, with a fierce gaze that seemed to challenge anyone who crossed its path. Hanging from its neck was a crooked sign, Mutant Husky. Special price, only 200. 200, and it was a mutant. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up as he examined the intriguing data on this husky. Mutant era. Level, grade 0. Talent, mediocre 5100. Species, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 10. Combat power, 5. Though it was equally a weakling, the final data point captured Jiang Fan's attention. Special bloodline, A-grade Firehound 1. With a mere 1% bloodline of the Flame Hound, and an A-grade aptitude at that, he pondered whether he could activate the Flame Hound's lineage through the system's evolution. A-grade spirit beasts were the epitome of luxury. They were virtually non-existent in Tianqing Town, where even C-grade creatures were absent, and the highest grade available was merely D. It was said that A-grade spirit beasts could only be found in major metropolitan areas, commanding astronomical prices that could reach several hundred million, often with no market to speak of. If he could indeed awaken the bloodline, it would be a monumental windfall. The stall owner, noticing Jiang Fan gazing dreamily at the neglected bald-headed husky, was taken aback. In this day and age, one encounters all sorts of peculiarities. He quickly exclaimed, "Little brother, if you like it, take it. This is a variant husky, and its lineage is reportedly extraordinary." Jiang Fan lifted his head and replied expressionlessly, "Make it cheaper. A variant pet for just 200? You won't find a price like this anywhere else. It's too ugly." Weren't you just enamored by its appearance? The stall owner was perplexed. "What do you mean? Are you implying my taste is poor?" The stall owner fell silent, recalling how Jiang Fan's eyes had sparkled moments ago. Did he blame him for that? The husky, oblivious to the exchange, cast a cold sideways glance at Jiang Fan. After some deliberation, the stall owner relented. "All right. 100 yuan, and I'll throw in a large bag of dog food. No haggling. Also, all sales are final." Jiang Fan nodded, finding this more acceptable. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The stall owner had handed him an enormous bag of dog food. The label indicated a weight of 50 kilograms. 50 kilograms. Although he had never purchased dog food before, he surmised that this hefty bag must cost at least 100 yuan. Casting a deep glance at the stall owner, he wondered if this was a trap. After paying, Jiang Fan, with his feeble physique, struggled to haul the dog food and the bald-headed husky home. Thanks to the husky, he garnered quite a bit of attention on his way back, with a few young ladies even approaching him for pictures. Was this unattractive dog somehow a charm for attracting women? Could mastering this canine lead to a swift end to his single status? After exerting considerable effort to drag the dog food upstairs, he discovered Su Qingqing waiting at his door. Clad in a light yellow dress, her long, fair legs were striking. From his vantage point below, he noted she was even wearing safety shorts. Chapter 9. Two Exceptional Beings. Ever since Su Qingqing stopped wearing her school uniform, she had appeared in a new outfit each time they met. She truly was a wealthy young lady. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why she had become engaged to that fellow from the Wang family upstairs. Su Qingqing paid no heed to Jiang Fan's gaze. She was accustomed to his frivolous demeanor. Noticing the dog food bag and the haughty bald-headed husky, she inquired, "Did you go buy a dog?" "Yes." Jiang Fan, unable to elaborate, was determined to drag the dog food up the final step. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he and the husky were yanked down the staircase by the dog food. "Oh no," Jiang Fan lamented, fearing that tumbling down with a 100-pound load would surely result in a serious injury. In an instant, his body was lifted into the air, and the next moment, something soft pressed against his back. Based on the experience relayed by Sister Huan, this could only mean, "Are you all right?" Su Qingqing's voice reached his ears, alarmingly close, allowing him to sense her warm breath. Jiang Fan froze, caught in a rather embarrassing position. He was being held up by Su Qingqing, who effortlessly grasped him with one arm while securing the dog food with the other. What extraordinary strength! Was Su Qingqing's physical prowess also formidable? Chen Fatty had a strength of 0.5, just barely passing the martial arts examination. Yet, there was no way Chen Fatty was as strong as Su Qingqing. Though she appeared delicate, she possessed the strength of a bull. She could easily lift over 100 pounds with one hand. Unbeknownst to Su Qingqing, Jiang Fan had just likened her to a powerful beast. The bald-headed husky climbed up from the stairwell, looking bewildered, and let out a mournful howl. "Oh whoa, oh whoa. Why wasn't I saved? Why did I roll down?" Jiang Fan ignored the husky's grievances, and, once released by Su Qingqing, fell into deep thought. "May I ask you a question?" Jiang Fan's expression turned serious. "What is it? Given that you have something to be proud of, why do you conceal it?" "Conceal it?" Su Qingqing asked, puzzled. Following Jiang Fan's gaze, she glanced down at herself. Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she hastily covered up, preventing Jiang Fan from peeking. "Vulgar." A sharp slap echoed through the corridor. Did the evolution succeed? In the living room, Jiang Fan, sporting a swollen face, mumbled a question. "How did you know?" Su Qingqing's eyes widened. "Isn't it obvious? I saw the data panel above your head at a glance. You're now a third-tier beastmaster." Jiang Fan smiled enigmatically and replied, "What do you think?" Su Qingqing exhibited a hint of confusion, appearing as if she understood, yet also did not. "I came to thank you," Su Qingqing stated. "All right. I've received it." Jiang Fan nodded. Just before departing, Su Qingqing suddenly asked, "Was your reaction the other day in objection to the engagement?" Jiang Fan was taken aback, envisioning the smug expression of that fellow from the Wang family as he linked arms with Su Qingqing, and a surge of jealousy bubbled within him. Of course, times are changing. Nowadays, we advocate for love and marriage by choice. What is an engagement? It's a classic example of arranged marriages imposed by parents, forcing their will upon their children. As a representative of the new generation, we should embody a spirit of resistance, rather than blindly conforming. Happiness must be earned through one's own efforts. Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Jiang Fan. Truthfully, she had never anticipated his vehement rejection of their engagement. No wonder this guy never spoke to her. Sometimes, when she deliberately slowed her pace after school to wait for him, he would briskly walk past without sparing her a glance. This was Jiang Fan's manifestation of defiance against the engagement. However, many still believed in marrying before love. Su Qingqing scoffed, recognizing that in Yuehua City, familial and political alliances were exceedingly common. Marrying before love? It seems you've been reading too many novels and watching too many dramas. How can two people without a foundation of affection come together? That's simply a fantasy. Observing Jiang Fan's unwavering conviction, Su Qingqing felt her eyes welling up, struggling to suppress her sense of injustice. Fine, I understand. With that, Su Qingqing stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Jiang Fan suddenly realized he might have spoken too much. After all, this concerned the engagement of the Wang family boy upstairs, which was not his affair. And he had a decent relationship with him. Was his intervention somewhat unethical? Regardless, he decided to focus on collecting the bald-headed husky first. System. I wish to make the bald-headed husky my spirit beast. Suddenly, a faint red glow emanated from the bald-headed husky. This glow was reminiscent of the light produced when imprinting a spirit beast, albeit much weaker, given that the husky was a mundane creature. Ding. The bald-headed husky became the host's spirit beast, with the following attributes. Bald-headed husky. Level, 0. Talent, mediocre 5100. Race, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 10. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline, A-class Flamehound 1. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. The bald-headed husky once again radiated a brilliant light. Its physique seemed to have become more robust, and its gaze appeared even more formidable, as if it had attained an invincible stance. Moments later, a chime echoed. The bald-headed husky successfully evolved, wealth value minus 10,000. And the evolution results were as follows. Bald-headed husky. Level, 1st grade. Talent, mediocre 15100. Race, canine. Growth value, 15100. Stamina, 40. Strength, 60. Speed, 20. Combat power, 20. Special bloodline, A-class Flamehound 1. Special skill, intimidation, capable of instilling fear in enemies with a mental power of 0. 5 or below. The evolution to the 1st grade was similar to that of the bald-headed parrot. The data had merely doubled from the 0 grade. Indeed, 1st grade spirit beasts were rather feeble. The critical question remained. What on earth was this special skill? Intimidation? Merely frightening the opponent? Would the adversary truly feel fear upon witnessing the bald-headed husky's disdainful gaze? Ridiculous. The data was utterly disheartening. His two spirit beasts, one attracted hatred, and the other intimidated foes. Foolish dog. Great foolish dog. The bald-headed parrot flitted about the room, taunting the bald-headed husky with fervor. The husky's frosty gaze immediately fixed upon the parrot. Jiang Fan felt a surge of anticipation. He was curious to witness the combat dynamics of his two spirit beasts. A low, unsettling growl emanated from the bald-headed husky. The air seemed to thicken. Even Jiang Fan felt its weight. His mental fortitude was feeble, only registering a measly 0. 1. His heart raced as he pondered whether a confrontation was imminent. Foolish dog. Great foolish dog. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air thickening with anticipation. Bald-headed dog, truly ugly. Come on, foolish dog, great foolish dog, come chase me. The bald-headed parrot continued its aerial antics, incessantly drawing the bald-headed husky's ire. 5 minutes passed in this manner. Jiang Fan seethed with fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Two useless creatures. What was this nonsense about attracting hatred and intimidating foes? In essence, one was a simpleton and the other a coward. If they were to engage an enemy, not only would they be defeated, but they would also be humiliated. Chapter 10. One person can stand against 1,000. System. Continue evolving the bald-headed husky. There was no choice. Having already spent the wealth, he had to proceed with the evolution of the bald-headed husky. Cowardice aside, if he could bolster its strength to bully weaker foes, it should pose no issue. Once again, the bald-headed husky radiated light. Minutes later, a chime sounded. The bald-headed husky successfully evolved, wealth value minus 100,000, and the evolution results were as follows. Bald-headed husky. Spirit beast level, 2nd grade. Talent, F151000, for every 100 in growth value. Talent increases by 10. Race, canine. Growth value, 151,0000. Stamina, 366. Strength, 255. Speed, 80. Combat power, 398. Special bloodline, A-class Flamehound 2. Evolution method, comprehensive evolution. Jiang Fan sighed. Though both were second grade, his bald-headed husky paled in comparison to Su Qingqing's dragon mastiff pup. This was a disparity in potential. The dragon mastiff pup boasted an S-class pedigree, capable of overwhelming most spirit beasts of the same level. Moreover, as it matured, the gap in strength would only widen. It was no wonder that high-potential spirit beasts commanded exorbitant prices. An S-class spirit beast was not merely a costly item, but could be deemed a treasure. He wondered how Su Qingqing had acquired such a beast. However, Jiang Fan's attention was suddenly drawn to the special bloodline data of the bald-headed husky. Had the purity of its special bloodline reached 2? Wasn't it initially 1? What could this mean? He understood that for every 100 growth points, the talent could increase by 1. Did this imply that for spirit beasts with special bloodlines, growth value could directly enhance bloodline purity, thus evolving them into A-class flamehounds? What was the ratio? Having expended 10,000 wealth points, Jiang Fan had granted the bald-headed husky 1,000 growth points. Did that mean for every 10,000 wealth points spent, the special bloodline increased by 1? A million would yield an A-class flamehound. Jiang Fan's heart raced. Was this truly worth it? In a metropolis, a single A-class spirit beast pup could be valued in the hundreds of millions, yet he could acquire it for merely 1% of that cost. The critical factor was that it would simultaneously enhance the spirit beast's capabilities. This revelation was astonishing. It meant he could purchase some variant pets without spending exorbitant sums, ultimately evolving them into high-potential spirit beasts. He needed to temper this thought, as he currently lacked sufficient funds. The immediate priority was to evolve both the bald-headed parrot and the bald-headed husky to the 3rd grade. System, continue evolution. 50 kilometers outside Tianqing town, a fierce battle was unfolding. A battalion of approximately 1,000 soldiers was fiercely engaged in combat against a surging horde of beasts, numbering over 200 ferocious creatures. Warriors, charge with me. The rest, provide cover with explosive shells, commanded a middle-aged general clad in gray armor, a uniform reserved for only those who had earned formal commendations. He surged to the forefront, wielding a silver-headed spear, effortlessly impaling a wolf-like beast towering 3 to 4 meters high. The troops were invigorated. Indeed, he was a 3rd-grade warrior, exhibiting such formidable prowess. Humanity shall prevail. Charge. Over 100 warriors, shielded by a barrage of explosive shells, surged forward to disrupt the beast horde. They had to break the momentum of the charge, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Old Jiang was among the ranks of warriors. Although he was not a formally recognized warrior, there were many like him in the battalion. A formal warrior was one who had passed the 3 major assessments and had studied at a martial academy. Old Jiang had honed his skills through relentless practice, earning his status as a 1st-grade warrior through sheer determination and sacrifice. Old Jiang, don't overexert yourself. There's a 2nd-grade beast ahead, came the voice of Old Jiang from behind. Old Jiang's expression turned grave. He was acutely aware of the situation. Just ahead, he sensed the overwhelming presence of a formidable 2nd-grade beast. Yet, there was no choice. Someone had to charge through this direction. If the beast horde broke through, it would spell disaster for Tianqing town. Old Jiang summoned every ounce of strength, slashing down a 1st-grade beast before facing the 2nd-grade creature head-on. In that moment, Old Jiang felt an icy chill envelop him. After many years in the guard regiment, it was the first time Old Jiang felt such an overwhelming aura of death. His throat was parched, and he swallowed hard. He thought of his son, who was likely studying diligently for his cultural examination in Tianqing town. It's fine. Living as an ordinary person is quite acceptable. A little hardship is bearable, as long as there is peace. The next moment, his expression hardened, revealing a resolve that disregarded all peril. Kill. Brandishing his large blade, he charged toward the fearsome 2nd-rank beast. Old Jiang was nearly driven to madness, exerting every ounce of strength to slay the assailant before him. Yet it was no simple feat for a 1st-rank warrior to vanquish a 1st-rank beast. The captain was engaged in battle with a 3rd-rank beast. Unable to come to his aid, Old Jiang was doomed. The 2nd-rank tiger-shaped beast regarded the approaching Old Jiang with a hint of disdain gleaming in its golden eyes. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a colossal paw toward Old Jiang. Everyone's hearts raced. Even the captain's eyes turned red. It seemed as if they would forever remember this moment of Old Jiang's plight. Old Jiang's face drained of color. Suppressing his terror, he raised his blade, determined that even if he were to be crushed, he would take a claw from the ferocious tiger to create an opportunity for his comrades to strike. Suddenly, a flame surged forth. Bang! It struck the 2nd-rank beast instantly, a powerful force creating a large hole in its body. A larger wolf-shaped beast stood before old Jiang. With an enraged roar, the wolf frightened away dozens of beasts, shattering the charge of the monstrous horde. Old Jiang was momentarily stunned, the searing heat evaporating the cold sweat from his body. Step back. This area is now under my command. Yi Qinghua's voice was soft yet resonant. Old Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Master Beast Tamer, you have finally arrived. The captain was equally overjoyed. Reinforcements from Moonlight City had finally come. A third-rank beast tamer. Wait, is it truly third rank? Why does this third-rank spirit beast appear remarkably large and exude such formidable energy? Has it perhaps evolved into a fourth rank? A fourth-rank beast tamer. Upon reaching this level, one could be deemed a high-ranking beast tamer, and even in a grand metropolis like Moonlight City, such individuals were scarce. The fourth-rank flame demon wolf let out another furious roar, spewing forth blazing flames that instantly scorched the earth. The rose-colored flames left a trail of wails in their wake. It was an overwhelming assault. The pack of 200 to 300 beasts was utterly routed by the flame demon wolf. Humanity had triumphed. Tianqing Town was defended. The crowd wept tears of joy, having feared the worst, only to discover that with the arrival of this esteemed beast tamer, they achieved a resounding victory. Such is the revered beast tamer. One beast tamer can rival an entire regiment of 1,000 soldiers. Chapter 11. The Master of Tianqing Town. Grateful for the life-saving grace of the esteemed beast tamer, old Jiang was profoundly thankful. For a fleeting moment, he had genuinely believed he was doomed. Thinking he would leave behind his wife and son, Yi Qinghua cast a fleeting glance at old Jiang, saying nothing. May I inquire, are you Yi Qinghua? The captain approached, politely asking. Although both were of the third rank, a third-rank warrior and a third-rank beast tamer were not of the same ilk. The other party might even be a fourth rank, so the captain had to tread carefully. Yi Qinghua nodded. Everyone expected this formidable beast tamer would first reorganize the guard regiment, or perhaps even assume command from the captain. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Qinghua's first words were, "There is an evolution master in Tianqing Town. Why was I not informed?" The captain was taken aback. What are you saying? How could there possibly be an evolution master in Tianqing Town? He had lived in this frontier town for decades and had never heard of an evolution master visiting. Is that so? It seems you truly are unaware. Yi Qinghua frowned. Although this individual held the esteemed title of Evolution Master, he appeared strikingly youthful, resembling a 17 or 18-year-old student, dressed plainly, yet possessing a certain handsomeness. Have you not seen this person? The crowd stared blankly. What is this esteemed figure talking about? They could not comprehend. How could such a rare individual as an Evolution Master be so young? Tianqing Town did have an elder known as the Evolution Master, old Jiang, who was a figure of authority in the town. Yet he was not a mere 17 or 18-year-old student. The term Evolution Master actually refers to a profession of soul masters. One must possess extraordinary mental fortitude and profound knowledge to potentially become an Evolution Master. It can be said that every Evolution Master is a living repository of spirit beast knowledge. If you have not seen him, then so be it. Yi Qinghua did not press further. Indeed, if someone in Tianqing Town truly knew of that Evolution Master's existence, Moonlight City would have long been informed. Perhaps she would need to search for him. Observing this esteemed figure's profound concern for the Evolution Master, old Jiang couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. 17 or 18 years of age. Wasn't that the same as his son Xiao Fan's age? Though they were of the same age, their achievements were worlds apart. If he had a son who was an Evolution Master, he would probably awaken from dreams with a smile. Ding! The bald parrot and the bald dog have successfully evolved. Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled. The bald parrot now stood half a man's height. Its feathers were an exceptionally vivid green, and its body was adorned with fine scales that rendered it remarkably sturdy, impervious to ordinary weaponry. Most striking were its claws, glinting ominously. Had Jiang Fan not instructed the bald parrot to hover cautiously, the floor would have been torn asunder. Even so, the gust from the bald parrot's wings turned his home into a chaotic mess. As for the bald dog, it had already been stored in Jiang Fan's system. It seemed on the verge of breaching the 2-meter force ceiling. Glancing at the data, bald dog. Spirit Beast Rank, 3rd. Talent, E15100000 for every 100 growth points. Talent increases by 10. Species, Canine. Growth points, 15, 100, 000. Stamina, 1050. Strength, 523. Speed, 130. Combat Power, 1, 180. Special Bloodline, A-Class Fire Dog 12. Bald Parrot. Spirit Beast Rank, 3rd. Talent, E10100000 for every 100 growth points. Talent increases by 10. Species, Aerial. Growth points, 1, 100, 000. Stamina, 780. Strength, 330. Speed, 811. Combat power, 516. Special skill, provocation, which can attract 100 of enemy hatred from foes with mental strength below 10. Significant enhancements had been made. Yet they still paled in comparison to Yi Qinghua's Flame Demon Wolf and Su Qingqing's Dragon Mastiff Pup. The disparity lay in their innate qualities. However, Jiang Fan was curious as to why, despite evolving to the third rank, they still bore the bald appellation. Was baldness truly an intractable affliction? The next wave of evolution would cost 1 million. He currently had 780,000 left. Perhaps he would need to seek out a few more clients? However, there are too few Beastmasters in Tianqing Town, with only Yi Qinghua around. The next one is unknown when they will appear. That evening, Sister Huan called, requesting to dine together. She mentioned she was already waiting downstairs at his residence. Jiang Fan readily agreed. After all, being invited to a meal is a delightful occurrence. He hurried downstairs and spotted Sister Huan's car parked at the entrance of the corridor. Lu Huan, adorned with fashionable sunglasses, waved at him. Has Sister Huan bought a car? Jiang Fan was astonished. Well, it's not an extravagant vehicle, merely a means of transportation. Still, it must have cost a fortune, right? Lu Huan smiled proudly and raised two slender, fair fingers. 23,000. Wow, Sister Huan, you must be raking in the big bucks. Jiang Fan, feeling quite at ease, opened the car door and plopped down inside. Not as impressive as you. You've earned 800,000 in one go. What shall we treat Sister Huan to? Whatever Sister Huan desires, Jiang Fan declared generously. Since you've put it that way, I shall not hold back. Lu Huan's driving skills exceeded Jiang Fan's expectations, stalling only 3 times during the start. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance of a rather dilapidated little eatery. Sister Huan, I already said I'd treat you to something nice. Why come here? Jiang Fan was very familiar with this establishment. Having been brought here by Lu Huan before she entered university, it had been 7 or 8 years, and he frequented the place often. The food was mediocre, but it was remarkably affordable. In an era where a bowl of noodles exceeds 15 yuan, this restaurant consistently charged 5. The portions were generous, and one could even add a tea egg. The owner, an elderly man in his 50s or 60s surnamed Gua, was someone Jiang Fan habitually referred to as Old Gua. He appeared rather unrefined and often shared risque jokes to tease Lu Huan. Initially, Jiang Fan found him rather irritating, but he soon realized that Old Gua had a good heart, and they became quite familiar over time. To me, this is delightful food. It's been ages since I've savored this flavor, Lu Huan remarked as she parked the car, and the two entered the establishment. Old Gua was dozing off at the counter. Business is slow, and you're napping, Jiang Fan called out boisterously. Old Gua's eyelids lifted, and upon recognizing the duo, he broke into a cheerful smile. Oh, isn't this little Huan? You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Jiang Fan was speechless. Wasn't it he who initiated the greeting? This lecherous old man. Lu Huan chuckled. Uncle Gua, your business seems to remain the same. Hardly any customers. Old Gua sighed. Nowadays, young people prefer trendy restaurants and refuse to come to my humble place. Speaking of which, how is it that your establishment hasn't collapsed yet? Jiang Fan playfully retaliated against Old Gui's disregard. With a loyal customer like you who dines here 2 or 3 times a week, my place will never face ruin. Old Gua laughed. All right, Old Gua, serve us something good. Today I'm treating Sister Huan. Coming right up. After they were seated, Lu Huan immediately said, Xiao Fan, have you heard? The Guard Corps achieved a great victory, annihilating 200 ferocious beasts outside the city. Really? That is impressive. Jiang Fan was genuinely unaware. Uncle should be back soon. I heard this time they had high-ranking Beastmasters providing support. Lu Huan mysteriously added. I've heard that this high-ranking Beastmaster received guidance from a great figure in Tianqing Town, which enabled their promotion from a 3rd-tier to a 4th-tier Beastmaster. Is that so? Absolutely. It seems they received the sage's guidance at the trading center. Most people wouldn't know, but I work at the trading center, so I've heard some things. Just then, Old Guo approached with 2 bowls of noodles and curiously asked, Is there truly such a great figure in Tianqing Town? Jiang Fan's expression grew peculiar. Could it be? What a coincidence. Is it the one with legs that are a meter long? Is it that Yi Qinghua who possesses the blazing demon wolf? Chapter 12. Don't scold me. I'm already a 3rd tier. Lu Huan supported her chin with both hands, gazing at Jiang Fan with a smile. Jiang Fan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly sought a new topic. Sister Huan, the benefits at the trading center must be quite good, right? Not bad. I'm just an ordinary staff member now, and after taxes, it's less than 30,000. Wow, that is quite a generous salary. In 2 months, one could purchase a spirit beast egg. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan, you're so adorable. I'm not a beastmaster. What use would a spirit beast egg be to me? Lu Huan affectionately teased as she playfully flicked Jiang Fan's nose. Jiang Fan felt awkward. Sister Huan, I recall your scores in the 3 major examinations were quite commendable. Why did you ultimately attend a regular university? It's all because of my father. Although I scored poorly in the spirit examination, I met the standards in the martial examination. However, my father didn't want me, a girl, to become a martial artist, claiming it was too dangerous and arduous, so he wouldn't let me go. Lu Huan seemed to harbor a touch of regret. After all, had she attended a martial arts academy back then, her life could have unfolded quite differently. But it's hard to say. Even if I had gone to a martial arts academy, it wouldn't necessarily be better than now. This job at the trading hall is genuinely quite good. Enough about me. Xiao Fan, I must admonish you. Why did you offend Chao Gang? Chao Gang is from the Chao family, the very famous one in Tianqing town. If you offend him, he surely won't let it slide. I'm not afraid of him, Jiang Fan muttered. You, Lu Huan sighed. You haven't entered society yet, so you genuinely don't understand its dangers. Chao Gang is far more sinister than you imagine. So what? If Chao Gang comes, I'm not afraid. As for the Chao family, in this society governed by law, can they truly dominate Tianqing town? Jiang Fan asked, filled with righteous indignation. Lu Huan was left speechless. Not to say they dominate the entire sky, but they can certainly cover half of it. Lu Huan continued, the Chao family has deep ties in the trading center. One could say half of Tianqing town's trading center is under their control, and old Chao and old Jiang are close friends, having significant economic interactions. You just made Chao Gang and old Jiang lose face. Do you think they will let you off easily? You're merely an ordinary person. How can you compete with them? At that moment, old Gua interjected, Huan, I'm not criticizing you, but why have you become so timid? The Chao family is merely a bit influential in Tianqing town. Outside of Tianqing, who recognizes even half of them? Old Gua, why are you siding with her? You usually don't concern yourself with worldly affairs, so you wouldn't understand. Lu Huan retorted angrily. How could I not understand? If it comes to it, I'll have Xiao Fan follow me. Old man, I know some martial arts secrets. I can pass them on to Xiao Fan. Old Gua proclaimed proudly. Jiang Fan was aware of this matter. Old Gua had previously asked him if he wished to apprentice under him. However, Jiang Fan had rejected the idea without a second thought, for Old Gua fancied himself quite powerful but still sold noodles. Lu Huan asked earnestly, if you truly took Xiao Fan as your disciple and were willing to protect him, that would be one thing, but can you manage it? Old Gua fell silent, as if realizing he might indeed be overwhelmed. Noticing Jiang Fan's peculiar gaze, Old Gua chuckled, my little shop does keep me busy. Xiao Fan, you do well to heed your sister Huan's advice. Don't easily engage in disputes with others unless one day you truly possess the strength to defeat them. I refuse to believe they would dare lay a hand on a beastmaster. Jiang Fan remained defiant. Lu Huan felt exhausted. Even if one was a beastmaster. The Chao family in Tianqing town, you say you're a beastmaster? Lu Huan's eyes widened in astonishment, and even old Gu's gaze was equally incredulous. Indeed, there were 2 individuals from Tianqing No. 1 high school who had passed the beastmaster examination, one of whom was me. The 2 were momentarily speechless, gazing at Jiang Fan in disbelief. What's the matter? Is it so hard to believe? Lu Huan pondered. There are 2 students with awakened beast seals at Tianqing No. 1 high school. One is Su Qingcheng with 13 beast seals, and the other is you with just 1? Yes, Jiang Fan nodded. However, both pieces of information were erroneous. Su Qingcheng did not possess 13, but rather 16 beast seals. Before the 3 major assessments, she had already tamed 3 beasts and was now a 3rd-tier beast master. As for himself, while he appeared to emanate a black light soaring into the sky, it was actually an infinite beast seal. Nevertheless, there was no need to divulge such details. Sister Huan and old Gu likely had little interest in learning more. Xiao Fan, you truly surprise me. Lu Huan could not help but exclaim. After all, she had practically watched Jiang Fan grow up. This little fellow, with his character and integrity, was commendable. Yet in other respects, he seemed rather ordinary. To be honest, I am equally astonished. Jiang Fan chuckled sheepishly. Do you have a spirit beast now? Lu Huan suddenly recalled. You shouldn't have sold that exceptional lightning snake to that hunter. It's fine. I already have a spirit beast. Jiang Fan's palm glimmered subtly, and the bald parrot flew out. It circled around old Gu's small shop before perching on the table, its shrill voice declaring, Black shop, a filthy, dilapidated black shop, where no one comes. Soon to be out of business. Instantly, old Gu's expression darkened, a surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. His hand involuntarily tightened around the cleaver, but the next moment, he released it. Confused, he wondered why he had been so irritable just now. With an unusual expression, he asked Jiang Fan, are you certain this is your spirit beast? Yes, but it looks like an ordinary beast to me. Old Gu frowned. This bald parrot is indeed quite large, but it simply does not possess the aura of a spirit beast. It's just an ordinary beast. We once had a parrot at home. Nonsense. Old Gu and Lu Huan exclaimed in unison. You possess only one beast seal. Do you understand that once a beast seal is occupied, unless the spirit beast perishes, forcibly separating it will injure the seal? Old Gu's demeanor shifted, becoming stern, even appearing as though he were filled with frustration. Is that so? Jiang Fan genuinely did not know, nor had he taken the time to investigate. After all, he did not need to. It was an infinite beast seal. You. Old Gu found himself at a loss for words in his anger. Lu Huan sighed. You are too reckless. At least you should have asked someone first. I think it's fine because I've noticed that this bald parrot, although merely an ordinary beast, is evolving at an astonishing rate. It's already a third tier. Jiang Fan observed that if he didn't reveal a bit of his capabilities, he might be scolded into silence by the two. What? The two were momentarily stunned. Third tier? Old Gu's expression was one of utter disbelief, as though he had heard a fantastical tale. Yes, it's third tier. Old Gu and Lu Huan exchanged glances. Could it be that the evolution of ordinary beasts is somewhat easier? It's possible. Ordinary beasts have a shallower foundation, and the boost in ability with each step of evolution is not significant. Therefore, it is naturally easier for them to evolve compared to spirit beasts. However, such occurrences are quite rare, as almost no beast masters would use precious beast seals to control ordinary beasts. How powerful? Old Gu inquired. Jiang Fan smiled at the bald parrot and instructed, show them. The bald parrot understood immediately, opening its beak wide. Old Gu and Lu Huan promptly took defensive stances. If Jiang Fan spoke the truth, the destructive power of a third-tier spirit beast was indeed formidable. Airport. No one is marrying. No one is marrying. No one is marrying. Lu Huan instinctively glanced down at herself, then fixed a wide-eyed stare at Jiang Fan. Is it very flat? Jiang Fan felt a bit awkward. I didn't say that. I think it's adequate. At the very least, the child won't go hungry in the future, Jiang Fan assessed objectively. He could perceive some of Lu Huan's data. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, her anger surging. It is indeed barely sufficient, Old Gu added. Black shop. It will inevitably go out of business. All alone, without support. Old Lecher. Old Gu's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a sullen expression. Jiang Fan forced a smile. Now he had offended both of them. This can't be. He had asked the bald parrot to showcase its strength, not to reveal any special skills. Anger surged within Old Gu and Lu Huan, their gazes icy as they fixed their stares on the bald parrot. Even Jiang Fan felt an unusual aura, as if the air had thickened. You too. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, Old Gu and Lu Huan snapped back to reality, their confusion deepening. Why were they quarreling with a parrot? It was utterly baffling. Xiao Fan, does your parrot have any abilities aside from cursing? Lu Huan inquired. Well, let us see about the separation next time. It's too wasteful of your beast seal. Lu Huan felt weary. Jiang Fan chuckled and offered no further explanations. After finishing their meal, Jiang Fan took his leave. Lu Huan mentioned that she would linger for a while longer. It wasn't until he reached the street corner that Jiang Fan turned back, a hint of suspicion on his face. What was going on? The two had seemed to exude an impressive aura after being provoked by the bald parrot. It felt as if their vitality was quite potent. As for Sister Huan, she had passed the martial examination during the 3 major assessments. And perhaps she had encountered other fortuitous events in college. But what about Old Gu? He seemed to possess even greater vitality than Lu Huan. Was it an illusion? It must be an illusion. If Old Gu truly had such prowess, how could he merely be running a noodle shop? Old Gu had been operating this shop for a long time, at least since Jiang Fan was a child, over a decade ago. Surely, he couldn't be some high-ranking individual living incognito in Tianqing Town, experiencing the life of an ordinary person. Such tales were the stuff of dramas and novels. There couldn't be so many high-ranking individuals willingly embracing a life of obscurity. High-ranking individuals must endure trials and tribulations far harsher than those of ordinary people. If not for fame and fortune, who could persist? After Jiang Fan departed, Lu Huan and Old Gu observed him through the window. Who would have thought that the lad had awakened a beast seal? Old Gu mused. Yet, he is squandering his talent. An ordinary beast remains just that. Even at 3rd tier, it's still insufficient. Lu Huan lamented, continuing. This year, Tianqing Town has produced a total of 7 beast masters. 2 from Tianqing No. 1 High School, 1 from Huiwen Girls' School, 2 nurtured by the Trading Center, and 1 from each of the 2 major families. Old Gu nodded. The evil sect's objective might very well be these 7. Does the Trading Center have a countermeasure? They expressed that the Trading Center in Tianqing Town possesses average strength, with only a 3rd-tier warrior stationed there. It is anticipated that a 4th-tier warrior may soon arrive from Yuehua City to escort their prodigies, and if circumstances allow, offer protection to several other beast tamers of exceptional talent. Old Gu pondered, noting the significant investment the Trading Center was making. A fourth-tier warrior is indeed a pillar of strength in Yuehua City. It is said that the two beast tamers they are nurturing have recently awakened 7 and 5 beast seals respectively, showcasing remarkable talent. I see. Old Gua nodded. A beast tamer with 7 beast seals is indeed among the elite in Yuehua City. It is no wonder they would dispatch a fourth-tier warrior to fetch them. What shall we do now? The number of individuals awakening beast seals is beyond our expectations. I fear this could play into the hands of the evil sect. Lu Huan expressed his concerns. Old Gua shook his head, dismissing the worry. It is of no consequence. Tianqing Town is a remote settlement, and the evil sect would not invest excessive resources here. Even if there are experts, they will likely be limited to fourth-tier warriors. However, it remains to be seen whether they are martial artists or spirit masters. If they are martial artists, that is manageable. If they are spirit masters, that poses a significant problem, as they can kill without leaving a trace. We cannot overlook the influence of Su Qingqing, who awakened 13 beast seals. This is truly astonishing. Old Gua nodded in agreement. This is indeed a valid point. Speaking of which, I held that little girl from the Su family when she was just born. Who could have imagined she would possess such talent in beast taming, akin to her mother? Her mother? A legendary beast master, exceptionally gifted, who awakened 15 beast seals, once causing a stir in Yuehua City and even the Xingyue Federation. Unfortunately, she went missing while exploring the Xisha Wilderness, and there has been no word of her since. The Xisha Wilderness. Lu Huan's expression grew serious. The Xisha Wilderness is the largest expanse of wasteland within the Xingyue Federation, teeming with countless ferocious beasts and treacherous terrains. Crucially, there exists a dragon's nest within the Xisha Wilderness. Legends speak of numerous true dragon kin residing therein. Immensely powerful, essentially a super bomb that could upheave the Xingyue Federation at any moment. Yet, it also harbors endless opportunities. Some have found immeasurable true dragon eggs there, while others have achieved legendary status by slaying dragons. However, many more have perished amidst the swirling sands. Lu Huan stood in solemn respect. For the sake of such a heroic offspring, we must ensure her safety. Old Gua felt gratified. Huan, you have matured and grown considerably since your early days in the Dark Guard. Back then, you were quite unruly. Lu Huan shot him a glance. That was a long time ago. Is it necessary to bring it up again? By the way, why is Su Qingqing not staying in Yuehua City, but coming to this desolate Tianqing Town? I am not quite sure. I have heard it is related to resolving a grievance from the previous generation, Old Gua replied, shaking his head. A grievance from the previous generation? Lu Huan's curiosity piqued. Revenge? That seems unlikely. The Su family has many experts and would not require Su Qingqing to handle matters personally. Surely it cannot be that she is bound in a betrothal arrangement? Uft. Old Gua laughed heartily. That is improbable. I know her father, and he is not the type to be so antiquated. Moreover, as a doting father, how could he allow Su Qingqing to be betrothed, let alone seek a son-in-law in this godforsaken Tianqing town? Chapter 14, A Stranger's Arrival. Jiang Fan took another stroll through the flower and bird market and returned with a cat, specifically, a hairless cat. He was bemused, wondering why all the creatures he favored seemed to be hairless. This bald blue cat was the culmination of his comparisons among numerous stalls, ultimately chosen as a unique pet. Its stats were decent, but fell short compared to the hairless husky. Hairless blue cat. Spirit beast rank, grade 0. Talent, mediocre 101,0000 for every 100 growth points. Talent value increases by 10. Species, feline. Growth points, 5100. Stamina, 15. Strength, 20. Speed, 20. Combat power, 5. Special skill, cat claw, with deep lacerations and slight toxicity. Unique bloodline, 1 B-grade Night Demon Cat bloodline. Though it possessed only a B-grade Spirit Beast bloodline, the hairless blue cat had a special skill. This skill, while merely a claw, was far superior to those of the hairless parrot and husky, as it could be utilized in combat. He was cradling the hairless blue cat, and on his way home, when he encountered a stranger at the corridor entrance. The man lifted his gaze. Fixated on the second-floor window, Su Qingqing's window, Jiang Fan had never seen this man before in the building. He appeared to be in his 30s, unremarkable in appearance, and would be easily overlooked in a crowd. Who are you looking for? Jiang Fan inquired. Upon hearing Jiang Fan's voice, the man slowly turned to face him. His expression was somewhat vacant, or rather, he seemed dazed upon seeing the hairless blue cat. Never before have I seen such an ugly cat. So hideous it makes my scalp tingle. The man seemingly had no intention of engaging with Jiang Fan and turned to leave. After walking a few meters, he suddenly looked back, a hint of surprise in his expression. I feel like I've seen you before. Aren't you a student from Tianqing No. 1 High School? Photo. Also, this may have been a reflexive statement from the man, yet its implications were significant. There were only 2 students in this building attending Tianqing No. 1 High School. One was him, and the other was Su Qingqing. The man had just been staring at Su Qingqing's window and added the word also. Was he searching for Su Qingqing? Could he be her father? No, he seemed a bit too young for that. Perhaps a brother? That too seemed unlikely. They bore little resemblance, and the man appeared to be from a humble background, entirely different from Su Qingqing's aura. Who are you? Jiang Fan asked warily. His apprehension was palpable. The man sneered disdainfully. Students are just students, timid as shrimp. Dealing with someone like you isn't worth my time. Unexpectedly encountering another target here was a pleasant surprise. He merely needed to eliminate Jiang Fan while resolving matters with Su Qingqing. It appeared this task assigned by the Holy Clan could be accomplished with ease. If necessary, he could even massacre the entire building. Of course, the time to strike had not yet arrived. Su Qingqing was the big catch, a top-tier talent with 13 awakened beast seals. She must either submit to the Holy Clan or perish. Otherwise, she would inevitably become a thorn in their side. However, the Holy Clan held little hope for Su Qingqing, as the Su family in Yuehua City was among the typical resistors against them. Su Qingqing's mother had also been pursued and went missing in the Shisha wilderness due to offending the Holy Clan. She had likely long since been reduced to dust. In that fleeting moment, both individuals had contemplated much. Yet, the man remained oblivious to the fact that he was already under Jiang Fan's scrutiny. At this moment, data appeared before Jiang Fan regarding the man. Character name, Chao Shuanglong. Age, 33. Occupation, third-tier warrior. Other traits, mediocre appearance, despicable nature, cunning and treacherous, a prolific killer. A third-tier warrior? In Tianqing Town, a third-tier warrior is indeed a figure of significance. The captain of the town's external defense guard is merely a third-tier warrior. And even the head of the internal law enforcement agency is likely of the same rank. In the town of Tianqing, achieving the rank of a third-tier warrior is considered the pinnacle of accomplishment. Suddenly, a third-tier warrior appeared at his doorstep, with the objective of targeting Su Qingqing. This was indeed peculiar. How formidable is a third-tier warrior? According to the teachings of textbooks, warriors are classified by their vital energy. A threshold of 0.5 is required to qualify as a warrior, granting one the privilege to enroll in a martial academy. The true dividing line for a first-tier warrior is 1.0. To put it simply, 1.0 represents a strength approximately tenfold that of an ordinary person, enabling one to take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. However, theory diverges from practice. The threshold for a second-tier warrior stands at 10.0, allowing one to contend with 100 foes. Following this logic, a third-tier warrior possesses vital energy reaching 100.0, making them capable of battling 1,000 opponents. Such a realm is undeniably terrifying. Should such individuals unleash their might upon ordinary folk, rivers of blood would flow, rendering them akin to deities in the eyes of the common man. How dreadful indeed. Were it not for Jiang Fan's possession of 2 third-tier spirit beasts, he might have felt a twinge of fear. Uncle, I am a student from Tianqing No. 1 High School, and I recently participated in the 3 major assessments. Jiang Fan remarked with an innocuous smile. Oh, the 3 major assessments? Did you achieve commendable results? Chao Shuanglong inquired with a friendly smile. Not too bad, though I am not entirely satisfied. Despite his words, Jiang Fan's expression betrayed a hint of pride. Chao Shuanglong internally scoffed, perceiving Jiang Fan as merely a student, too naive and transparent in his emotions. This is precisely why the members of the Holy Clan sought tasks like these, despite their genius. Their lack of worldly experience rendered them vulnerable to exposure. There was no need for caution. It was all too easy to eliminate them. He pondered whether to find a suitable location to carry out his grim task. A beast tamer possessing a single beast insignia would hardly pique the interest of the Holy Clan, and it was unlikely they would take the risk to recruit him. If he could kill him, it would be a bonus. However, if someone else intervened and snatched his opportunity, his efforts would be in vain. But how could he lure this student away from here? Lost in thought, Jiang Fan suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. Actually, I am a beast tamer and awakened a beast insignia during the 3 major assessments. Chao Shuanglong displayed no reaction, already aware of this fact, thinking to himself, so what? You will soon meet your demise anyway. Little did he know, Jiang Fan's reaction confirmed his suspicion that this man had investigated him. An ordinary person would surely be astonished to learn he was a beast tamer, just like Lu Huan and Old Gua. Yet, the man before him appeared to possess prior knowledge. Do you not believe me? Jiang Fan frowned. I did not imply disbelief, Chao Shuanglong replied with a gentle smile. Do you not find it astonishing? Astonishing? Chao Shuanglong suddenly paused, realizing he should feign surprise. His calm demeanor was uncharacteristic of an ordinary person. Just as Chao Shuanglong frantically considered how to cover up his slip, Jiang Fan seemed unwilling to relent, insisting, it appears you truly do not believe me. Allow me to demonstrate my beast insignia. Jiang Fan raised his palm, as if about to manifest his insignia. Chao Shuanglong held his breath, preparing to strike at the precise moment Jiang Fan revealed his insignia, to ensure he met his end in a moment of pride. How does one manifest it? Jiang Fan seemed to seek guidance from Chao Shuanglong. You simply manifest it by focusing your thoughts, Chao Shuanglong replied, his patience waning. Ah, you know this too, uncle? You must be quite extraordinary, Jiang Fan remarked with curiosity. Indeed, Chao Shuanglong replied, no longer concealing his disdain. 13 beast tamers have fallen to my hands. You will be the 14th. Uncle, you have killed before? Jiang Fan asked, feigning terror. Indeed, they all bore that same expression of horror and despair before meeting their demise. Chao Shuanglong's manic laughter filled the air, his lips curling into a menacing grin as his vital energy surged forth. His previously slender physique suddenly bulged with explosive muscle. You are a warrior, Jiang Fan stammered, trembling uncontrollably. One must admit, you are the most cowardly beast tamer I have ever encountered, Chao Shuanglong taunted. Why do you wish to kill me? Jiang Fan quivered. Any talent that cannot serve the Holy Clan must be eliminated. Holy Clan? What is this clan? To which branch or department do they belong? Chao Shuanglong fell silent, then erupted in rage. The Holy Clan is part of humanity, and indeed, the elite among us. They represent the greatest hope for humankind. But why has my teacher never mentioned them? Students of your limited understanding would naturally be unaware. And perhaps even your teacher has not heard of the Holy Clan's name. Tianxing Town is but a remote place, too insignificant. I cannot believe I am targeted by the Holy Clan. Somewhere along the line, Jiang Fan ceased trembling, instead feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. Though he knew little of what the Holy Clan entailed, the way it was described sounded formidable. To be considered a thorn in the side of such an entity? Indeed, one must not be excessively talented. As the old saying goes, a tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. Seeing Jiang Fan suddenly lost in contemplation, Chao Shuanglong's lips twitched with irritation. This year, Tianxing Town has seen the awakening of 7 beast tamers, and you are the weakest among them. What is there to be proud of? Had it not been for Su Qingxing, do you think I would have sought you out first? The reward for killing you is minimal. My true target is Su Qingxing, and you are merely an afterthought. An afterthought? Jiang Fan's gaze turned icy. Men are all vain creatures, he thought, especially since Su Qingxing only possessed 1 third-tier spirit beast, while he had 2. I shan't waste any more time with you. It is best you perish at once. In a sudden burst of speed, Chao Shuanglong lunged at Jiang Fan, delivering a fierce punch aimed squarely at his head. Jiang Fan, however, was equally swift, a fissure appearing before him in an instant. The hulking figure of the bald-headed husky, towering at 3 to 4 meters, had yet to fully emerge. But its colossal paw struck forth first. Evidently, this massive claw was beyond the expectations of Chao Shuanglong. With a resounding crash, the claw collided with his fist, producing a violent sound. Chao Shuanglong was sent flying backward, but being a third-tier martial artist, he possessed exceptional agility, executing a mid-air somersault and landing gracefully. However, upon inspecting his bloodied and mangled fist, he felt a pang of dread. The bald-headed husky stepped through the chasm, its gaze still brimming with arrogance as it cast a disdainful glance at Chao Shuanglong. A third-tier spirit beast. Chao Shuanglong nearly shrieked. It wasn't that he was particularly terrified of third-tier spirit beasts, but rather that he had personally witnessed Jiang Fan summon this very beast. How could this be possible? Hadn't Jiang Fan just awakened his beast imprint a couple of days prior? How could he already command a third-tier spirit beast? Moreover, this creature instilled in him an unsettling sense of trepidation. What was the reason for this? Especially those fiercely domineering eyes, which made him hesitate to meet its gaze. Could it be a peak third-tier spirit beast on the verge of advancing to the 4th tier? That seemed plausible, otherwise. A typical third-tier spirit beast wouldn't evoke such a reaction from a mid-tier, third-level martial artist like him. The bald-headed husky stood unwavering, its deep-set and seemingly dull eyes casting a fleeting glance at Chao Shuanglong, creating a tense standoff. Yet, Jiang Fan was the one most aware of the husky's condition. The creature was currently employing its intimidation skill. Moreover, after the earlier clash with Chao Shuanglong, the husky's paw had sustained an injury, which had startled it. Now, it was merely relying on sheer willpower to avoid retreating. Jiang Fan felt a weight in his heart. This adversary was formidable. While the bald-headed husky might not rank among the strongest of third-tier spirit beasts, or could even be considered weak, the fact that it faltered after a single exchange indicated that its opponent was indeed a strong third-tier martial artist. He had underestimated his enemy. Casting a glance at the bald-headed blue cat in his arms, he internally declared, "System, I wish to evolve the bald-headed blue cat." The system confirmed the successful identification of the creature's affiliation and proceeded with the evolution process. The bald-headed blue cat suddenly widened its eyes. glancing at Jiang Fan with a hint of confusion as a soft glow enveloped it for a brief moment. Ding. Evolution successful. Wealth value -1000. Evolution results as follows. Bald-headed blue cat. Spirit beast level, first tier. Talent. Mediocre 20100. Talent value increases by 10 for every 100 growth points accumulated. Race, feline. Growth points, 51,000. Stamina, 30. Strength, 40. Speed, 40. Combat power, 10. Special skill, cat claw, with deep scratches and slight toxicity. Special bloodline, 1B class Night Demon Cat bloodline. Chao Shuanglong's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he was not a beast tamer, he was a third-tier martial artist and possessed some understanding of beast tamers. This was evidently a beast tamer evolving their spirit beast. But how could Jiang Fan, who had only awakened a beast imprint, control a second spirit beast? That was not the most important aspect. The most crucial question was how Jiang Fan could achieve this evolution in such a fleeting moment. What kind of method was this? Was this how third-tier spirit beasts evolved? How could this be possible? This marked the second time Chao Shuanglong had questioned himself. Chapter 16, directly advancing to third tier. Jiang Fan's perspective had been utterly transformed. It was true that beast tamers were exceptional beings, yet they were also a profession heavily reliant on resources. Most beast tamers had to align themselves with powerful factions, serving them in exchange for expensive evolution materials and plans. However, for Jiang Fan, evolution seemed to be an effortless endeavor. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Chao Shuanglong's eyes. His opportunity had arrived. If he could capture Jiang Fan and present him to the higher echelons of the sacred clan, uncovering the secrets behind Jiang Fan's ease in evolving spirit beasts, he would be rewarded with unimaginable wealth and glory. Jiang Fan, if you simply come with me, I assure you a life free from worry. And under the resources of the sacred clan, you will become a legendary beast tamer, perhaps even a master beast tamer. Chao Shuanglong advanced menacingly, while the bald-headed husky emitted a deep, resonant growl. Ineffective. Though a third-tier spirit beast, it is a weak one, unable to contend with me. Chao Shuanglong sneered. Rather than having your limbs broken, I suggest you follow me willingly. Jiang Fan ignored Chao Shuanglong, commanding the system, continue the evolution. A more intense glow enveloped the bald-headed blue cat once again. Chao Shuanglong paused, his expression turning rigid. No way, another evolution? It has just finished evolving. Ding. Evolution successful. Wealth value -10,000. Evolution results as follows. Bald-headed blue cat. Spirit beast level, second tier. Talent. F201000. Talent value increases by 10 for every 100 growth points accumulated. Race, feline. Growth points, 510000. Stamina, 299. Strength, 199. Speed, 199. Combat power, 400. Special skill, cat claw, with deep scratches and slight toxicity. Special bloodline, 1B class Night Demon Cat. The pattern remained unchanged. The difference between first and second tier was not substantial, but the growth from first to second tier saw a significant enhancement. Chao Shuanglong was left dumbfounded. He watched as the bald-headed blue cat's size expanded, growing larger and larger. In just a few short minutes, it had gained half a meter in length. Second tier. The aura, the sheen of its fur, indicated it had undoubtedly evolved to the second tier, and its qualifications had improved as well. How could this be possible? This marked the third time he questioned the simplicity of evolution. Moreover, it had advanced from a common beast to the second tier in mere minutes. Could it continue to evolve? Jiang Fan's response to him was affirmative, because on the bald-headed blue cat, a resplendent glow erupted once more, radiating a brightness only a third-tier spirit beast could unleash. I must leave. At this moment, Chao Shuanglong realized he had been overly arrogant. Jiang Fan had lured him here with the intention of eliminating him from the start. If the bald-headed blue cat evolved easily into a third-tier spirit beast, combined with the bald-headed husky, even if it were a weak third tier, he would likely be no match for them. Just as he was about to take advantage of Jiang Fan evolving the bald-headed blue cat to flee, he turned only to find a bald-headed parrot, over a meter tall, had appeared not far behind him. In that instant, Chao Shuanglong felt a sense of bewilderment. The bald-headed parrot, the bald-headed husky, the bald-headed blue cat. Was this a dream? This was utterly absurd. Yet, regardless of whether it was a dream or not, he needed to leave this place. It was too terrifying, too bizarre. Furthermore, Jiang Fan had revealed so many secrets right before his eyes. His intentions could not be clearer. Jiang Fan intended to kill him. Chao Shuanglong moved with remarkable speed, sprinting over 100 meters within seconds. Block him, Jiang Fan commanded. The bald-headed parrot swiftly obeyed the order, chasing after Chao Shuanglong with even greater speed. Chao Shuanglong's heart raced. Indeed, this flying spirit beast was incredibly swift. However, he was not inclined to entangle himself in this matter. The pressing concern was to depart from this place swiftly. He needed to relay his observations and experiences to the others of the Holy Clan. Changes were afoot in Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan, who had been treated as inconsequential, had grown to an unfathomable extent. Fool, utter fool, worthless warrior. The Holy Clan is truly despicable indeed. The bald parrot incessantly circled in the air, hurling insults at Chao Shuanglong with wild abandon. Chao Shuanglong, however, merely chuckled coldly within. After all, he was a third-tier warrior. Did they truly believe that such trivial insults could strip him of his reason? That was impossible, even without specialized training in mental fortitude. The heart of a third-tier warrior is as steadfast as a rock. Chao Shuanglong, you worthless fool. Chao Shuanglong, you utter trash. Chao Shuanglong, you are so small. Suddenly, an inferno of rage ignited within Chao Shuanglong's heart. The voice of the bald parrot resonated like a siren's call, reverberating wildly within his mind. Even though he wished to disregard such drivel, that bizarre sound burrowed relentlessly into his consciousness. A mental assault. This was a form of mental attack, and it was overwhelming. With the intensity of his mental strength, he found it utterly impossible to shake off the parrot's influence. His eyes blazed crimson in fury. Seeking death, he abandoned his escape and channeled all his seething wrath into his fist, striking towards the bald parrot. Yet, the parrot was far swifter. With a powerful flap of its wings, it evaded his blow. While third-tier warriors cannot fly, they can easily leap several dozen meters, relentlessly pursuing the bald parrot. Help! Help! The bald parrot soared towards the bald hound. In tow, Chao Shuanglong pursued closely behind. Jiang Fan smirked. 100% hatred value. Did they think he was jesting? The current bald parrot could incite feelings of animosity in those with mental strength below 10. A mental strength of 10 denotes a second-tier spirit master. He was certain that Chao Yuanglong was not a second-tier spirit master. After all, a warrior is ultimately just a warrior, a mere brute. Woof! The bald hound emitted a low growl of intimidation towards the oncoming Chao Shuanglong. Clearly, its ability to instill fear paled in comparison to the bald parrot's capacity for inciting hatred, and it could not deter Chao Shuanglong's furious fists. Stop growling and rush in to bite him to death. Jiang Fan commanded, exasperated. The bald hound, resigned, opened its gaping maw and lunged forward. To his astonishment, Chao Shuanglong met the bald hound's massive jaws head-on. With a punch, he sent the hound reeling, bloodied, but the cost was severe. One of his arms was left gruesomely mangled, a large hole torn through his shoulder by one of the hound's teeth. Following that, he prepared to chase down the hapless hound. It was then that the bald parrot, with its sharp claws, intervened to assist the bald hound. 2 third-tier spirit beasts? So what? I am a mid-tier third-tier warrior. In Tianqing Town, I am a force to be reckoned with. In a frenzied state, Chao Shuanglong fought fiercely against 2 opponents and surprisingly held his ground. This left Jiang Fan somewhat astounded. Was this truly the strength of a third-tier warrior? It was somewhat of a revelation to him. They say that among the 3 major examinations, the martial examination offers the least promising future, accessible to all. Yet, at Chao Shuanglong's level, could it be that warriors were truly inferior to beastmasters? As Jiang Fan gazed at the formidable Chao Yuanglong, he suddenly smiled. Thankfully, he had the bald blue cat. Ding! The bald blue cat has successfully evolved. Wealth value -100, 000. A powerful aura surged forth instantaneously. Chao Shuanglong coughed up blood. What the hell? It had genuinely evolved to third tier. 3 third-tier spirit beasts? How was that even possible? Chapter 17, The First Kill. Ding. The evolution results of the bald blue cat are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast level, 3rd tier. Talent. E20100000. For every 100 growth points, talent points increase by 10. Species, feline. Growth points, 15, 100, 000. Stamina, 660. Strength, 255. Speed, 677. Combat power, 1598. Special skill, Cat Claw, with deep lacerations and slight toxicity. Special bloodline, B-grade Night Demon Cat 2. Evolution method, full evolution. Excellent. The strongest combat power. Although the bald blue cat's strength and stamina did not match that of the bald hound, nor did its speed surpass that of the bald parrot, its balance and attributes rendered it the most formidable. Jiang Fan recalled that Yi Qinghua's 3rd-tier Flame Demon Wolf had a combat power of merely over 1900. The Flame Demon Wolf had a B-grade qualification. However, it was likely that the Flame Demon Wolf had suffered a setback during evolution, resulting in diminished combat power. Nevertheless, Jiang Fan was thoroughly satisfied. After all, the bald blue cat's qualification was merely E-grade. The bald blue cat, though not as large as the bald hound, still measured over 3 meters in length and stood taller than 1.5 meters. Its fur was lush and silky, gleaming with a vibrant sheen, except for its head. Of course, perhaps baldness was indeed a persistent affliction. It seemed he must take better care of his own hair in the future. The bald blue cat, receiving Jiang Fan's command, lunged at Qiao Shuanglong. Qiao Shuanglong felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he venomously retorted, "While you possess an intriguing talent for spirit beast evolution, how long can your mental strength sustain this?" Mental strength? What does mental strength have to do with anything? Don't think you can fool me. Although I am not a beast master, I understand that controlling spirit beasts requires a significant expenditure of mental strength. Summoning 3 third-tier spirit beasts at once demands an overwhelming amount of mental energy. Be cautious lest you suffer a backlash and perish. Jiang Fan wore a perplexed expression, as if hearing for the first time that controlling beasts required mental energy. Qiao Shuanglong was taken aback. It doesn't require it? It surely must. After all, spirit beasts are merely spirit beasts, even when controlled by beast seals. However, to command spirit beasts freely as if they were one's own limbs, one must possess formidable mental strength. A typical third-tier beast master, even with 3 spirit beasts, would hesitate to release them all at once. A moment's inattention could lead to a backlash from the spirit beast's mental strength. The consequences could range from disorientation to outright madness. Furthermore, once a beast master's mental energy is depleted, the spirit beasts must return to their spirit space. Otherwise, over time, the beast seals implanted within them would be eroded, resulting in the complete loss of control over the spirit beasts. Yet, Jiang Fan appeared remarkably unfazed. It seemed he was truly unaffected. This Jiang Fan was a monster. A thoroughgoing monster. An unfathomable, terrifying creature. Qiao Shuanglong struggled against the bald parrot and the bald hound already. Now, with the addition of the bald blue cat, the odds were overwhelmingly against him. Within mere seconds of the bald blue cat entering the fray, it was already in a state of disarray, covered in deep lacerations and bleeding profusely. Each swipe of the bald blue cat's paw could effortlessly pierce through even the thickest reinforced concrete walls, let alone Qiao Shuanglong, who remained but flesh and blood. While his vitality was formidable, it was primarily manifested in strength. The resilience of his body could not compare to that of a building. In mere minutes, the battle subsided. The bald blue cat licked its blood-stained paws with a look of sheer delight, seemingly relishing the taste. Qiao Shuanglong lay on the ground, his body riddled with wounds, utterly motionless. The dust around his nostrils was gently stirred, with breath only escaping, never returning. He was dead, surrounded by 3 third-tier spirit beasts. It was evident that Qiao Shuanglong stood no chance. Otherwise, he would not have been merely a third-tier martial artist. This marked Jiang Fan's first encounter with death. Although he did not deliver the fatal blow himself, witnessing a living person perish before his eyes was profoundly impactful. Until that moment, he had been nothing more than an ordinary student, far removed from the notion of taking a life. What to do with the body? Jiang Fan suddenly realized the gravity of this dilemma. If left unattended, it would inevitably be discovered. Although this dilapidated building was seldom visited, one could never rule out the presence of scavengers seeking shelter from the elements. If the law enforcement department were to be notified, would he find himself in trouble? Glancing at the bald, 2-headed dog, Jiang Fan sensed its apprehension as it vigorously shook its head, as if to say it would not partake in the grisly affair. Coward, Jiang Fan muttered, exasperated at the spirit beast's timidity. In essence, there was little difference between spirit beasts and ferocious beasts. The human race designated those beneficial or domesticated as spirit beasts, while those left to roam the wilderness were labeled as ferocious. What ferocious beast would abstain from meat? His gaze shifted to the bald parrot, which flapped its wings and squawked sharply, "It stinks. It stinks." With no other option, he turned to the bald blue cat. The cat's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. An epiphany struck Jiang Fan. Cats were inherently carnivorous. You've performed admirably. I bestow the corpse upon you. Without hesitation, the bald blue cat lunged at Qiao Shuanglong's lifeless body, its claws tearing through his clothing. Only meat, nothing else. Suddenly, Jiang Fan noticed the cat unearthing a bundle. Upon inspection, he discovered it to be a scroll made of beast hide. His heart raced. He knew that such scrolls were typically employed to document various techniques and martial arts. Inscribing on beast hide allowed for prolonged preservation, as the material itself was resilient and the characters etched upon it endured through time. As he unfurled the scroll, the initial words stirred his spirit. Basic fist technique. Though the name seemed simple, it appeared to be a fundamental martial arts practice that all practitioners were required to learn upon entering a martial arts academy, typically acquired through the completion of various academic tasks. Yet, he had obtained it now. If he was not mistaken, this manual would fetch a high price on the black market, while it may hold little value to seasoned martial artists who all knew it. For a novice like Jiang Fan, It was of immense worth. In Tianqing Town, the number of individuals possessing such a manual was likely exceedingly scarce. What a windfall! Jiang Fan was exhilarated. A treasure gained for free, truly delightful. In the blink of an eye, the bald blue cat had devoured the remains, transforming back into a small kitten, licking its lips contentedly while purring. It could do that? Both the bald parrot and the bald two-headed dog had grown substantially after their evolution to the third tier, confined to the spirit beast space. However, the bald blue cat could revert to its original size. Remarkable. Did this mean he could carry the bald blue cat with him, presenting it as his spirit beast to bewilder his foes? A cunning plan began to take shape in Jiang Fan's mind. But alas, it was rather unsightly. Bald. How many from the Holy Clan had come here? Aside from Chao Shuanglong, was there anyone else? Jiang Fan was compelled to ponder this question. With Chao Shuanglong deceased, others might perceive his absence as a mere disappearance. Would stronger assassins soon arrive? Chapter 18. Holy Clan Xiaoran. Chao Shuanglong is missing? Yes. He left early this morning without disclosing his whereabouts and is currently unreachable, his phone continuously off. In a lavish entertainment venue, several individuals wore grave expressions. Tianqing Town boasted a few opulent districts, with the Evolution Materials Trading Building ranked first and the Glorious Entertainment Club second. This establishment was widely recognized as a property of the Chao family, yet it now hosted a gathering of formidable figures. Outside the private room stood burly bodyguards, preventing even the servers from entering. Drinks and desserts were delivered only by the manager, who, upon entering, had to bow low, nearly pressing his face to the floor. The individuals within were not to be trifled with. Even the higher-ups of the Chao family could only occupy the edges of the sofa. Surely nothing is amiss. In Tianqing Town, the only ones capable of dealing with our third son are the captain of the guard or the head of the law enforcement department. The head of the Chao family asserted confidently. Nearby, Chao Gang diligently poured wine for several prominent figures. Though unaware of their identities, he understood they were likely powerful members of the Holy Clan. Their visit to Tianqing Town aimed to eliminate the few prodigies capable of taming beasts. Indeed, this Tianqing Town is quite diminutive. A mere third-tier, mid-level martial artist can dominate here? One young man with red hair chuckled. Yes, the head of the Chao family smiled. Tianqing Town is merely one of the 13 towns under the jurisdiction of Yuehua City, and it is the most insignificant among them, hence its weakness. Xiaoran, have you forgotten my admonitions? A middle-aged man, his demeanor icy, chided. Of course, I have not forgotten my master's teachings. One must remain vigilant at all times. Xiaoran quickly responded, appearing apprehensive. Though you have stepped into the third-tier martial artists are not invincible. Xiaoran acknowledged this truth, while he verbally complied. Internally, he scoffed at the notion. Third-tier martial artists held their ground in Yuehua City. Could they truly falter in this insignificant Tianqing Town? By the way, master, where does that prodigy from the Su family reside? Xiaoran inquired. The middle-aged man cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware of his disciple's character. A lecher. Were it not for his considerable strength, he would have long since met his demise. He had repeatedly intruded upon the sanctity of common households, committing numerous offenses. Had it not been for the Holy Clan's intervention, he would have already faced capital punishment. I advise you to keep your distance from Su Qingqing. The Su family is not to be trifled with. Xiaoran nodded with a smile, comprehending that the Su family was formidable. However, given the distance, their members could not easily intervene, and were they not here to eliminate her? The middle-aged man frowned, but did not object. The Holy Clan was indeed keen on winning over the Su family. Even if the family itself was lacking, securing the exceptionally gifted Su Qingqiang would bring them immense joy. Conventional methods might not suffice to persuade her to submit. Perhaps allowing Xiaoran to take a chance might shatter Su Qingqing's pride. For a top-tier genius, pride and dignity are paramount. Once lost, it becomes exceedingly easy to breach their defenses. The members of the Chao family, discerning the situation, fell silent. Truly, the Holy Clan possesses remarkable audacity, daring to offend even the Su family. In Yuehua City, the Su family holds a status akin to that of the Chao family in Tianqing Town. Although both families are local magnates, the disparity in their standings is astronomical, like the difference between heaven and earth. Take Su Qingqiang, for example. Her mother is a legendary beast tamer, and though she has gone missing, her father remains a formidable figure, a martial arts master, an invincible presence. From the 4th rank onward, one can be considered of high caliber. Upon reaching the 5th rank, one becomes a legend, and only at the 6th rank, surpassing legends, does one attain the title of master. Steward, how is that matter progressing? The head of the Chao family inquired with a smile. What matter? The middle-aged man asked. Oh, the one regarding the Chao family's application to join the Holy Clan's Yuehua City Council. Oh, it's still in process, though it may encounter some complications. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Complications? The review requirements for joining the Holy Clan's council are exceedingly stringent, and the difficulty increases year by year, with the thresholds being raised. The expression of the head of the Chow family shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Understood. We shall prepare more resources to contribute to the Holy Clan, offering our modest assistance to their grand endeavors. That is good to hear. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he departed with several members of the Holy Clan. The smile on the head of the Chow family gradually faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. Chow Gang whispered, "Is the Holy Clan a vampire? Our Chow family has already contributed so much." Silence. The head of the Chow family barked at Chow Gang. After a brief pause, he added, "The Holy Clan is omnipresent. We must never speak of them in private." Chow Gang dared not utter another word. Jiang Fan had been wandering the flower and bird market for the past few days. However, since encountering the bald blue cat, he had yet to see any intriguing variant pets. Most were mere mundane beasts or poorly qualified spirit beasts, carrying a mere one of E-grade bloodlines. He currently had over 600,000, which seemed substantial but was merely enough to evolve 6 third-grade spirit beasts. Thus, he yearned to find creatures akin to the bald two-headed husky and the bald blue cat, ideally possessing at least B-grade bloodlines. He hadn't seen Su Qingqing much lately. On the other hand, Lu Huan frequently invited him out to dine, invariably at Old Gua's noodle shop. Jiang Fan was indifferent. As long as someone was treating, he was content with any meal. Lu Huan had also provided him with methods for shedding beast seals while persistently persuading him to abandon the bald parrot. You should strive to tame a real spirit beast, even starting from a spirit beast egg. You have only one beast seal, so the quality of the spirit beast is of utmost importance. In some respects, the quality of a spirit beast is even more challenging to enhance than its rank. Is that so? Difficult to improve? Jiang Fan had never felt that way. It seemed rather easy, as long as he had the funds. He could evolve spirit beasts to A-grade or even S-grade quality in no time. Of course, Lu Huan wore an expression of exasperation, unable to resist pinching Jiang Fan's adorably clueless face. So cute, almost too cute. She continued, "You know about evolutionists, right? They can provide evolution plans for spirit beast ranks. Yet no one has ever been able to propose a definitive evolution plan for spirit beast quality." Jiang Fan suddenly understood. It became clear why the price of spirit beast eggs skyrocketed tenfold, or even more, with each increase in quality. Essentially, a spirit beast's initial quality accompanies it throughout its entire life. All right, I'll take it back to examine. Honestly, I think the bald parrot is quite decent. Jiang Fan smiled contentedly. Lu Huan felt exasperated, thinking to herself, "You truly have never encountered a top-tier spirit beast." In truth, Jiang Fan had his own thoughts. They had only witnessed the bald parrot's antics, underestimating its true potential. Attracting 100 of the hatred was no trivial matter. Chao Shuanglong was a living example. Even a mid-tier third-grade martial artist could lose their sanity. By the way, Xiao Fan, have you noticed any strange individuals around your neighborhood recently? Lu Huan asked. Strange individuals? Jiang Fan instantly thought of Chao Shuanglong. Chapter 19, An Odd Atmosphere. However, what kind of strange individuals did Lu Huan refer to? As an ordinary person, she likely wouldn't be aware of the so-called Holy Clan, right? It's nothing, just asking. Lately, things seem a bit unsettled. Have you not noticed anything? I haven't seen anything. Jiang Fan replied firmly, his speed surprising even Lu Huan. Meanwhile, he worried that his actions might be exposed. Although he had eliminated a scoundrel, he knew he couldn't disclose this. Jiang Fan's gaze darted about. Lu Huan immediately sensed something amiss and caught sight of Old Guo approaching. Their expressions turned grave as they exchanged glances. They could clearly see that Jiang Fan was lying. He had likely encountered something. Are you scared? Old Guo tried to counsel Jiang Fan. Fan, if something is troubling you, just speak up. If things are uneasy, we can think of a solution together. Jiang Fan hurriedly waved his hands, insisting, I truly haven't seen anything. I haven't witnessed anything. He was adamant about not revealing the truth. If Lu Huan and Old Guo discovered he had taken a life, even if they didn't report him to the enforcement agency, they would surely distance themselves from him. After all, ordinary people are reluctant to associate with murderers. Lu Huan and Old Guo's expressions grew increasingly serious. The more Jiang Fan denied it, the more they worried. Although he already possessed a third-grade spirit beast, they could tell that it might not even be able to contend with a slightly stronger second-grade martial artist. Perhaps he had already been intimidated by someone from the Holy Clan. They needed to devise a plan. They could not allow Xiao Fan to stray down a misguided path. However, they also understood Jiang Fan's character. As long as he was unwilling to speak, they could not extract anything from him. They had to relent. Jiang Fan, feeling somewhat guilty, lowered his head, finishing his noodles and soup in quick succession. After their meal, Lu Huan drove Jiang Fan home. Throughout the journey, Lu Huan subtly urged Jiang Fan to inform her immediately if he encountered anything unusual. Jiang Fan merely nodded silently. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, Jiang Fan alighted from the car and unexpectedly ran into Su Qingcheng, who was just about to head out. He was taken aback. Su Qingcheng had returned. But why was she leaving again so soon? Was she always this busy? However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. At her age, she was likely in a phase of seeking enjoyment. Furthermore, with her striking beauty, numerous suitors must be eager to accompany her. Yet, why wasn't she seen with that young man from upstairs? Was she perhaps afraid of being spotted? Indeed, for a woman of Su Qingcheng's stature, being seen with that young man would undoubtedly draw attention and scrutiny. It was possible that they were secretly developing their relationship before making any formal announcements regarding their engagement or marriage. In that instant, Jiang Fan's mind conjured numerous scenarios. Su Qingcheng was also momentarily stunned, gazing intently at Jiang Fan before casting a lingering glance at Lu Huan in the car. Lu Huan, too, seemed unaware that she would encounter Su Qingcheng here. The two women exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes locking onto one another, and for reasons unknown, neither was willing to avert their gaze. A complex emotion unfurled within the hearts of both women, indescribable yet undeniably present. Lu Huan alighted from the vehicle, casting her gaze upon Jiang Fan. Su Qingcheng also shifted her attention to him. Both women focused intently on Jiang Fan, who felt an inexplicable discomfort, as if compelled to offer some form of explanation. For instance, why did he descend from Lu Huan's car? Why was he residing in the same neighborhood as Su Qingcheng? He needed to clarify that he had no particular relationship with Lu Huan, who was merely an elder sister he had grown up with. Nor did he share any significant connection with Su Qingcheng, who was simply his neighbor across the hall. What was the point of offering such explanations? What was the atmosphere here? Jiang Fan chuckled awkwardly and said to Su Qingcheng, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Sister Huan, who used to live in this neighborhood." Su Qingcheng nodded but continued to gaze at Jiang Fan, as if urging him to elaborate further. Lu Huan, 23 years of age, currently employed at the trading center. Standing at 1.70 meters, weighing 48 kilograms, with measurements of 32C-24-36. Lu Huan widened her eyes, glancing down at her own figure. When had her measurements been disclosed? This rascal, what a rogue. Moreover, why disclose such information? Why expose her personal details? Su Qingcheng regarded him with disdain, confirming her suspicions of him being a lecher. Jiang Fan's ability to discern body proportions was something she had previously experienced. Lu Huan glared at Jiang Fan in indignation, while he felt awkward and turned back to introduce Lu Huan again. "Sister Huan, this is my classmate from Tianqing No. 1 High School, Su Qingcheng," the school bell. Lu Huan remained silent, merely observing Jiang Fan, seemingly awaiting further details. Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. Why did they all insist on pressuring him? Perfect proportions. Measurements 38D-23-38. Lu Huan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Su Qingcheng's chest. Could it be true? 38D? Wasn't that akin to the size of a ball? The critical question was, how did Jiang Fan know this? Even as a woman, she could not discern Su Qingcheng's true measurements merely by sight. Unless, no way, Jiang Fan and Su Qingcheng? Su Qingcheng's face flushed crimson, a stormy expression crossing her features. This guy actually knew her measurements to the exact digit. The key question remained, how did he come by this knowledge? While one might deduce waist and hip measurements, how could he ascertain her bust size? Even her mother was oblivious to it. This was utterly inconceivable. The two women fixed their penetrating gazes on Jiang Fan, who chuckled nervously. "How about coming over to my place for a visit?" "No, thank you." They both replied in unison. Su Qingcheng huffed and returned home, while Lu Huan slammed the car door shut and sped away. Jiang Fan was left speechless. What was going on? Did these two harbor some animosity toward one another? That seemed unlikely. Sister Huan had graduated several years prior, while Su Qingcheng had only transferred 2 years ago. Essentially, they were worlds apart. Jiang Fan shrugged off the thought, assuming perhaps they had some minor dispute in the past, but it was of no concern to him. Lu Huan drove with reckless abandon, aggressively honking at other vehicles, causing them to retreat in haste. For reasons unknown, she became increasingly irate, though she could not pinpoint the source of her anger. All she knew was that she was furious. Little Fan, whom she had once thought to be a mere straightforward boy, was turning out to be quite the underestimated character. Su Qingcheng also slammed her own door shut, leaning against it, her mood considerably soured. She heard Jiang Fan ascend the stairs but did not linger. She swiftly opened her door and closed it behind her. This guy? Did he not even consider offering an explanation? Alighting from a young woman's car, one that was clearly no ordinary individual. Could it be that he had a penchant for older women? Such a quirk. Pets favor bald heads, while men are attracted to older women. There was something fundamentally amiss. something profoundly troubling. Jiang Fan perused the foundational martial arts techniques inscribed upon the beast hide, his countenance brimming with exhilaration. The path of a martial artist might just unfold before him. Beast tamers were formidable, requiring no personal involvement in combat. Yet, there was a dire flaw. His own strength was woefully inadequate. Should someone surpass his spirit beast, he could be effortlessly vanquished. Chapter 20. You cannot marry an ordinary person. At Su Qingqing's residence, an elderly woman in her 70s stood respectfully by her side. Su Qingqing held a precious beast encyclopedia, compiled by a master beast tamer. This tome was highly valuable, circulating solely among the upper echelons of society. Su Qingqing had been diligently studying evolutionary knowledge. Without overcoming this hurdle, she could never aspire to become a formidable beast tamer. After a long pause, the elderly woman sighed. Miss, have you given any thought to returning to Yuehua City with this old woman? Su Qingqing set down the encyclopedia, her expression wavering with uncertainty. The elderly woman continued. I observed that young man named Jiang Fan just now. He clearly lacks promise. I shall personally report this engagement to the elder and request that he put an end to it. Su Qingqing remained silent, leaving the elderly woman unsure of her thoughts. Do not worry, miss. The elder has always cherished you and would never truly permit you to wed an ordinary man. In contrast, that young Master Long Hao from Yuehua City is deeply infatuated with you. After being rejected last time, he has been in a state of despondency. Long Hao. A flicker of disdain passed across Su Qingqing's delicate features. Long Hao was a prodigy of the Dragon Temple, having tamed a dragon cub before even reaching the age of 20. He was a legendary dragon tamer. Yet, Su Qingqing held him in low regard. He was merely riding on the coattails of the Dragon Temple's resources. If Long Hao had tamed a dragon beast from the wild on his own, then she would surely admire him. Some members of the Su family had been advocating for this union, merely because the Dragon Temple had promised a dragon beast egg as a dowry. Zhang Ma, you have watched me grow up. Do you believe I would accept someone as arrogant as Long Hao? Su Qingqing retorted. Zhang Ma sighed, shaking her head slightly. The one type of person Su Qingqing abhorred the most was indeed someone like Long Hao. However, Zhang Ma wished to express that Long Hao, as a top-tier beast-taming genius, had some justification for his arrogance. At the very least, he was infinitely superior to the mediocre Jiang Fan. Su Qingqing pondered for a moment and replied, Infinitely superior? I beg to differ. Zhang Ma was taken aback. Any discerning individual could recognize the disparity between the two. One was a genius from the Dragon Temple, a dragon tamer before reaching 20, while the other was merely the offspring of an ordinary family, with a father who was a late-blooming martial artist. A youth raised in such a household would, even with 10 lifetimes, never catch up to someone like Long Hao. Seeing Su Qingqing's steadfastness, Zhang Ma sighed. If you do not depart, there may be peril. Rumors suggest that the forces of the evil sect have arrived in Tianqing town. Evil sect? Su Qingqing's expression immediately tightened, a look of anxiety crossing her features. She was well aware that this so-called evil sect claimed to be a holy lineage, purporting to uphold justice and save humanity. They frequently coerced talented beast tamers from various regions to join their ranks, threatening death to those who resisted. Jiang Fan was in danger. Su Qingqing's reaction left Zhang Ma utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that the young lady would be so concerned about Jiang Fan. Why was that? She could not comprehend that it was precisely because Jiang Fan was the betrothed of the young lady. However, as far as she knew, although the young lady had moved to reside across from Jiang Fan, they hardly maintained any contact. Why the fuss? My lady, I believe the utmost priority at this moment is your safety. There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware. Su Qingqing interjected, already contemplating Jiang Fan's forthcoming predicament. Achoo! Jiang Fan rubbed his nose, as if someone had been disparaging him. He had begun to grasp the fundamentals of this basic boxing technique. It consisted of 2 parts, one being a foundational boxing manual, primarily detailing practical routines and methods of exertion. The other, a few incantations for absorption and inhalation, designed to channel spiritual energy into the body for physical refinement and the enhancement of vitality. Many students preparing for college entrance exams would purchase beast blood or spiritual stones prior to martial arts assessments. Refined beast blood could augment a person's physique, while spiritual stones could extract a measure of spiritual energy. The price of beast blood was relatively lower than that of spiritual stones, sold by the milliliter in the marketplace. For a first-grade spirit beast, 1 milliliter of beast blood cost 100 yuan. Chen Fatty's father had procured some for him. Upon reviewing the entire boxing manual, Jiang Fan realized that physical refinement was paramount. For martial artists, an unwavering principle was, when your strength and speed reach a certain threshold, even the most unremarkable punch can unleash a terrifying force. This foundational boxing technique advocated for the enhancement of one's strength. enabling even the simplest of punches to possess extraordinary power. Thus, it was more akin to a basic method of physical refinement. However, absorbing spiritual energy necessitated the aid of beast blood or spiritual stones. Relying solely on the meager spiritual energy present in nature would yield little benefit. Jiang Fan recalled Chen Fati, who had previously mentioned that his father had connections to a supplier of beast blood, allowing him to acquire it at a slightly reduced price. Jiang Fan promptly sought out Chen Fati, who resided in a luxurious neighborhood in the city center, far superior in environment to his own. Chen Fati's father was also a martial artist, having once mingled in the circles of the martial world before becoming a contractor, securing several projects and accumulating considerable wealth. The value of their home had soared to several million. Unbeknownst to their classmates, Chen Fati could be considered a second-generation rich kid. Jiang Fan, feeling no need for formalities, often visited Chen Fati and was quite familiar with his parents. Upon learning of Jiang Fan's arrival, Chen Fati's parents even prepared a lavish feast, grander than any previous hospitality they had extended. Chen Fati felt it unnecessary. After all, he and Jiang Fan were good friends and did not require such formalities. Yet his parents insisted. Jiang Fan understood their intentions. He was no longer a child and was well aware of his uncle and aunt's sentiments. Smiling, he reassured them. Uncle and aunt, rest assured, I shall assist Chen Xiaoxiao to the best of my ability whenever possible. Chen Fati's real name was Chen Kish. Yet Jiang Fan had always felt that Chen Fati was more befitting for such a name, making it hard for him to recall Chen Kish at times. By the way, Uncle Chen smiled. I heard from Kish that you wish to purchase some beast blood? Indeed. Shouldn't you be acquiring spiritual beast eggs instead? Chen Fati inquired. I aim to fortify my physique, as physical refinement also aids in enhancing mental strength. Mental strength? Chen Fati queried, puzzled. Isn't mental strength the power that spirit masters pursue? Uncle Chen, being quite knowledgeable, elucidated. Beast masters consume mental strength to control spirit beasts. The stronger the mental strength, the higher the degree of control over the spirit beasts and the longer they can be maintained. Moreover, a robust physique can support a formidable mental strength, resulting in a reciprocal enhancement. Wow, Xiao Fan, you even know this. Chen Fati admired Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan chuckled, crediting his knowledge to Chao Shuanglong. However, this was merely a fade. He did not require mental strength to control spirit beasts. His pursuit of physical refinement was purely for the purpose of advancing in martial arts, a secret endeavor, a trump card for critical moments. From what he understood, ordinary beast masters devoted all their energy and time to controlling spirit beasts, merely enhancing their mental strength without delving into martial arts. Yet, for Jiang Fan, controlling spirit beasts was remarkably effortless, allowing him ample time to cultivate martial arts. He aspired to be the most formidable beast master among them, and the most adept beast controller among martial artists. This was the path to invincibility. Chapter 21. Little friend, perhaps you should return home. Embarking on the path of martial arts is not particularly arduous. Wealth suffices, and talent is not of paramount importance. Previously, he had refrained from allowing his family to exhaust their resources for his sake, but now that he had the means, he was ready to give it a try. I happen to know a few hunters from whom I could procure beast blood at a slightly lower price, but Uncle Chin began to explain that even at a discount, it remained quite costly. Beast blood was sold by the milliliter, with the market price being 100 yuan per milliliter. Purchasing from hunters would still cost around 80 yuan, although it seemed a minor expense to achieve a noticeable enhancement. A significant amount of beast blood was required. Previously, to elevate Kish's vitality to the equivalent of 0.5 horses, they had spent 2 million. Beast blood could not be ingested directly. It had to be absorbed through medicinal baths, making the consumption rate extraordinarily high. Jiang Fan was aware of his family's financial circumstances and knew it would be difficult for them to bear the cost. With a resolute sigh, Uncle Chin declared, Xiao Fan, I can provide you with the hunter's contact information, so they can sell to you at the lowest price. However, we still have 1,000 milliliters left. You may take that for now. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. 1,000 milliliters. Worth 100,000 yuan. Uncle Chun was genuinely investing in Chun Fati's future. Although Chen Fati was surprised, he said nothing, aware of the preciousness of beast blood and Jiang Fan's family's limitations. 100,000 yuan was not a crippling amount for them, and if it could aid Jiang Fan, it would be worthwhile. Uncle, I share a close friendship with Chen Fati. You need not go to such lengths. Jiang Fan quickly waved his hands. Moreover, when Chun Fati enters the martial arts academy, he will require even more beast blood. It is better kept for him. Before the Chun family could respond, Jiang Fan departed after receiving the hunter's contact information. Uncle Chen opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Jiang Fan leave swiftly, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Chen Fati murmured, Dad, there is no need for that. Xiao Fan and I are very close. and he will surely support me in the future. Uncle Chen sighed. You are both still young and know little of the world. Even if Xiao Fan shares your current sentiments, the future remains uncertain. Your martial arts examination results may only allow you to attend an ordinary martial arts academy. To be frank, your martial arts talent is merely mediocre. Graduating as a second-tier practitioner would be commendable. Yet Xiao Fan is different. He could gain admission to the Beast Master Academy, and your circles and perspectives will diverge significantly. In 10 or 8 years, when you have not been in contact, the bonds of friendship will thin like water. Do you truly believe he will remember you then? Chen Fatty was left in a daze. Could it really turn out that way? To be honest, he had yet to grasp such a concept. Pouting defiantly, he asserted, Xiao Fan is not that kind of person. Besides, who knows, perhaps one day I will be endowed with great fortune and become a legendary martial artist. At that time, I will surely protect him. Uncle Chen remained silent. Words were futile now, for they were still too young. Jiang Fan added the hunter's WeChat. Being a hunter is a perilous profession, yet it offers unparalleled freedom. Compared to working for a certain faction, it is akin to being one's own boss. The more one works, the more one earns. Some exceptionally powerful martial artists have chosen this path. Hunters are numerous across the continent, with various hunter guilds established in different locales. The sheer number of hunter guild branches surpasses that of trading centers. While trading centers are typically limited to city levels, there is a branch of the hunter guild in Tianqing town, albeit a modest one. Jiang Fan contacted the hunter to inquire about the price of beast blood. The hunter promptly sent a chart. First grade beast blood, 85 milliliters. Second grade beast blood, 850 milliliters. Third grade beast blood, 8,500 milliliters. Fourth grade beast blood, 85,000 milliliters. It seems even hunters find it exceedingly difficult to procure fourth grade beast blood. Nevertheless, the prices are indeed staggering. 85,000 per milliliter. Just how much is that? It is merely the size of a pinky nail. This is after a 15% discount. The original price would be 100,000. Enough to evolve a third-grade spirit beast. Isn't it supposed to be 80? Jiang Fan asked. That was the previous price. The market has surged. Beast blood is in high demand, and suppliers have raised their prices to 80. Why would I sell it to you at that price? I only offered you a discount because I heard you are a beast master. Otherwise, I would sell it to others for at least 90. The hunter was quite straightforward. However, this price still seemed exorbitant. Jiang Fan was aware of the usage of beast blood, bathing in it. One immerses oneself in a tub of water infused with beast blood to maximize skin contact for absorption. Generally, 1 milliliter of beast blood is diluted in 1 liter of water. 100 liters would require 100 milliliters, at 85,000 for each session. For those with exceptional martial talent, 10 baths could enhance their vitality by 0.1. For average individuals, it might take 20 or 30 sessions. Wow, this isn't just a bath, it's a bath in money. To elevate his vitality to 0.5 would cost tens of thousands, even over 100,000. The Chen family has indeed invested heavily in Chen Fatty. He can't afford such luxuries. If he had that money, he'd rather reserve it for evolving a spirit beast. Is there any way to acquire beast blood for free? Oh, certainly. You could go hunt for it yourself. The hunter chuckled. However, despite your status as a beast master, I suspect you might not yet possess a spirit beast, or at best, you have only a first-grade spirit beast, which lacks combat prowess. Jiang Fan did not pursue that line of conversation, but instead inquired, where can I hunt for spirit beasts? Just outside the city. Hasn't there been a beast tide attacking Tianqing town recently? The Guard Corps has issued bounty tasks for slaying ferocious beasts, offering rewards. And the slain beasts count as your spoils. Oh, Jiang Fan genuinely did not know. Upon checking, he found that indeed, there were such tasks. This bounty was jointly issued by the Guard Corps and the Law Enforcement Division, inviting hunters from Tianqing town and its surroundings to hunt ferocious beasts. The bounty structure is as follows. First grade ferocious beasts yield 1,000, second grade 10,000, and third grade 100,000. What a generous bounty. However, to participate in these bounty tasks, one must first register as a bounty hunter. The purpose of this registration is for better management. Before the establishment of bounty guilds, bounty hunters were often a mixed bag, frequently engaging in illicit activities. After the creation of the Hunter Guild as an official institution, those not registered would be considered unlicensed hunters, and being caught could lead to imprisonment. The Hunter Guild building is located in the city center and has been around for several decades. It is clearly not as grand or majestic as the trading center, nor is there much foot traffic. There are very few local hunters in Tianqing town. Only recently, with the beast crisis, have more hunters begun to appear. The receptionist at the entrance is a girl in her 20s, attired in a cheapao, appearing somewhat languid, as if she were taking a brief respite. Ahem. Jiang Fan cleared his throat, prompting the girl to lift her head. Hello, how may I assist you? I would like to register as a bounty hunter. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she scrutinized Jiang Fan from head to toe. After a long pause, she asked skeptically, you register as a bounty hunter? Indeed. The girl was at a loss for words, incredulously thinking, this child looks like a high school student. What does he know about being a bounty hunter? She stood up, unable to suppress a smile. Listen, little one, while being a bounty hunter sounds glamorous, it's quite dangerous. You should hurry back and focus on your studies. What else with that tone? Little one, am I that young? Jiang Fan mused. I understand, but I need to register as a bounty hunter, he insisted earnestly. Oh, I see. Wait until you grow up, and I'll help you register, all right? The girl found Jiang Fan quite endearing and couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Jiang Fan's face instantly stiffened. Why do so many people enjoy pinching his face? Is it merely because of his good looks? However, he didn't mind too much. The girl was rather attractive herself, comparable to Lu Huan, and notably, she was a second-grade martial artist. A 24-year-old second-grade martial artist is indeed exceptionally gifted. Yet, she is merely a receptionist at the Hunter Guild. Is the guild really that prestigious? It seems I must showcase something to convince her to allow me to register as a bounty hunter. A flash of blue light emanated from his hand as the bald parrot emerged from a spatial rift. As soon as the parrot appeared, it screeched loudly, little girl, spend the night with me. Jiang Fan and the girl exchanged glances, their faces turning dark. The girl looked at Jiang Fan, her eyes silently asking, is this your idea? Jiang Fan quickly shook his head, forcing a laugh. My spirit beast is a bit eccentric. It was just joking around, haha. Nevertheless, the girl couldn't help but curiously observe the bald parrot. While its aura was formidable, it must be said that it was quite ugly. Unlike other creatures with resplendent feathers, this one had not a single feather atop its head, giving it a rather unappealing appearance. Third-grade spirit beast? The girl inquired. Yes. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes. A third-grade beastmaster at such a young age? How astonishing. When did such a person emerge in Tianqing Town? It looks a bit odd. Could it have evolved from a common beast? The girl wondered. Jiang Fan gave her a thumbs up, praising her keen perception. The girl inwardly scoffed. Keen perception, my foot. Anyone who has encountered a true spirit beast can discern its nature, primarily through its aura. However, my third-tier spirit beast should qualify me to register as a bounty hunter. Right? Indeed, it certainly does. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although it evolved from a mundane beast, such an ability is exceedingly rare. I have never heard of any beast master capable of evolving a mundane beast to such heights. Perhaps the difficulty of evolving a mundane beast is somewhat lesser? This is a possibility. Nonetheless, it is exceedingly rare for a beast master to squander their precious beast seals on a mundane beast. While the evolution of a mundane beast may be simpler, its strength remains feeble, and its potential is limited. It is quite possible that this bald parrot has reached the pinnacle of its evolution, with no further routes for advancement. Please hold on a moment. As the girl pondered, she operated her computer, inquiring about details such as name and age, and took a photograph of Jiang Fan. Just a few minutes later, she lifted her gaze and smiled, announcing, registration complete, Jiang Fan. From this moment on, you are an officially certified bounty hunter of the Xingyue Federation, and your hunter's license will be valid throughout the Federation. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. Is that all there is to it? Indeed, she replied with a smile. The swiftness of the process left Jiang Fan in a state of disbelief, as it diverged significantly from his expectations. Can a mere receptionist issue me a hunter's license? Seemingly sensing Jiang Fan's confusion, the girl rose from her seat and stepped out from behind the front desk. Her red qipao was adorned with delicate yellow patterns, giving it an air of elegance and value. Moreover, this girl possessed a refined demeanor, her beauty striking yet subtle in nature. While not as breathtaking as Su Qingqing, she had a charm that grew more captivating upon closer inspection. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Enya, and I am the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild's branch in Tianqing Town. President? Jiang Fan was astonished. Then why are you here acting as a receptionist? Enya chuckled with a hint of embarrassment. Due to the limited affairs of the Bounty Hunter Guild in Tianqing Town, there are currently only 3 staff members, myself included. The other 2 are attending a wedding, so I am filling in. My goodness, how rather meager. It seemed that Enya sensed Jiang Fan's sympathetic gaze, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. There's little we can do. In this desolate place of Tianqing Town, the registration of bounty hunters is exceedingly scarce, and there simply aren't many positions available. Jiang Fan shrugged, indifferent. As long as the hunter's license was legitimate, he had no qualms. By the way, I wish to accept the bounty task regarding the beast calamity, Jiang Fan stated. Enya nodded, having anticipated this. Recently, several hunters had come to Tianqing Town specifically for this task. Very well, but I must caution you. Accepting a task as a hunter is voluntary. And should a hunter perish during the mission, the guild bears no responsibility. Understood. Noting Jiang Fan's determination, Enya refrained from further comment and proceeded to assist him in completing the task acceptance process. Upon exiting the guild, Jiang Fan made a beeline for the city wall. Enya sighed, lamenting the wasted potential. She shouldn't have opted to control a mundane beast to save costs. Although evolving to the 3rd tier is commendable, it likely represents the limit of its capabilities. Jiang Fan accepted the task and was automatically added to a group chat on the Bounty Hunter app that Enya had helped him download. Hey, a newcomer has joined. Are you a GG or an MM? Someone greeted him immediately. Observing this outdated method of introduction, Jiang Fan deduced that this individual was likely of considerable age, as the youth of today seldom spoke in such fashion. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "What is the purpose of this group?" The person replied, "It's for team formation. You've accepted the bounty for the Beast Calamity in Tianqing Town, right? You can't possibly execute the task alone. So this group is for assembling temporary teams with compatible members to enhance survival chances." Jiang Fan comprehended. It appeared that bounty hunters did not operate in isolation. This made sense, as he had previously wondered how those bounty hunters could dare to traverse the perilous wasteland alone. It seemed they too relied on teamwork to accomplish their missions. "What is your profession?" The individual inquired again. This confidently named ugly but self-assured fellow was quite chatty. He introduced, "Our team already consists of 3 members, 2 warriors and 1 spirit master. We just need 1 more strong member before we can set off." Jiang Fan replied, "I am a beast master." The individual was noticeably taken aback, and his previously rapid-fire conversation came to an abrupt halt. After a brief pause, a flurry of messages flooded the group chat screen, all seeking to recruit him into their teams. "Hey everyone, I contacted this brother first. There should be some order to this," ugly but self-assured exclaimed, but his words were swiftly drowned out by the torrent of messages. Chapter 23, Joining a Hunter Team. Some members had already begun to showcase their team's strength. Some teams comprised entirely of 2nd-tier warriors, while others even boasted a 3rd-tier warrior. There were also teams organized by beast masters. Those brave enough to share their information undoubtedly possessed formidable teams. 2 3rd-tier warriors and 1 2nd-tier spirit master. Upon revealing the strength of this team, the rest fell silent. The presence of 2 3rd-tier warriors was astonishing, as they represented the pinnacle of strength in Tianqing Town. The rarity of 2nd-tier spirit masters was even more pronounced, as they were scarce and notoriously difficult to advance. Achieving a spiritual power level of 10 was a formidable challenge. Such a team could easily overpower all others in the group. Even Jiang Fan felt a sense of awe. What an impressive team. "All right, I'll join you." Jiang Fan was decisive. Collaborating with a strong team promised greater rewards. "Haha, let's chat privately." Ugly but self-assured grinned proudly, triumphant in his victory. Securing a beast master was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. A beast master was certainly a coveted asset. Jiang Fan received a message from Ugly but self-assured containing an address that led to the Xiangjiang Hotel. The Xiangjiang Hotel is the most luxurious establishment in Tianqing Town, a high-end chain hotel. It was rumored that its headquarters was located in the Xingyue Federation, and the rates were exorbitantly high. Wealthy individuals indeed stayed at the Xiangjiang Hotel. Jiang Fan chuckled and donned a disguise. Although he referred to it as a disguise, it merely involved throwing on a cloak to obscure his face. After all, he was unfamiliar with these individuals, and his identity as a hunter was known only to the registered guild and the guild headquarters. Such information was considered top secret and could not be disclosed to others, as it pertained to the guild's reputation. Should even one instance be exposed, the vast hunter guild could be instantly overturned, leading countless hunters to sever ties with the guild. Upon arriving at the Xiangjiang Hotel, Jiang Fan noted that the specific room was the presidential suite on the top floor. Before ascending the stairs, he glanced at the price of the presidential suite. 800 per night. My goodness, how exorbitantly priced. Are all hunters this wealthy? The previous hunter had also spent a staggering 800,000 to purchase that lightning snake pup from him. In contrast, beast masters seemed rather impoverished. Yi Qinghua, as a 3rd-tier beast master, struggled to amass even 100,000. He truly ought to contemplate his choices. Perhaps a career change would be wise. Engaging in the profession of beast tamer seems far less lucrative than any other endeavor. On the battlefield outside Tianqing Town, Yi Qinghua suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. Was it the heavy scent of gunpowder that provoked this sensation? Beside him, the blazing flame demon wolf had just slain 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. At this moment, Yi Qinghua stood as a god of war upon this battlefield. The captain of the guard became increasingly impressed by Yi Qinghua, simultaneously awed by the might of the beast tamers. The spirit beasts engaged in combat ahead, while the beast tamer remained in the rear, refraining from making an appearance. Moreover, The spirit beasts controlled by the beast tamer exhibited a combat strategy far more coherent than the instinct-driven feral beasts. Old Jiang gazed at Yi Qinghua from a distance, filled with admiration. Observing that Yi Qinghua was only a few years younger than his own son, he could not help but feel a profound sense of reflection. Beside him, Old Jiang poked Old Jiang's arm and chuckled. What are you staring at? Are you envious? Nonsense. At my age, what use is envy? I was just pondering. Well, enough of that. The salary of a beast tamer must be quite substantial, right? Old Jiang inquired. Old Jiang mulled it over. How would I know? But surely their pay exceeds ours. I heard that hiring a beast tamer generally costs no less than 100,000. The mention of 100,000 made Old Jiang's eyes widen with longing. A single engagement could equal his annual income, which is why everyone harbored immense envy towards beast tamers. Speaking of which, I still haven't learned the results of my son's 3 major examinations. Both his mother and I are on the front lines, and I have no idea how he is faring. Old Jiang began to reminisce about his son. At that moment, the captain of the guard approached with a hearty laugh. Once we have eradicated this beast calamity, we shall return together. Old Jiang nodded earnestly. Indeed, we shall return together. Who among us does not have the elderly to care for and children to raise? To safeguard our homeland and ensure the safety of Tianqing town is to ensure our families remain secure. Otherwise, who would willingly risk their lives on the front lines? Jiang Fan, guided by a server, arrived at the door of a room. Before he could knock, the door swung open. A remarkably young man, strikingly handsome, almost to the point of resembling a woman, stood before him. Upon seeing Jiang Fan draped in a black cloak, the youth exhibited no surprise. In this day and age, many people conduct themselves with a certain caution. Allow me to introduce myself. I am confidently ugly, the one engaged in conversation with you, the young man declared. Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. Ugly? Where do you see ugliness? Is your username an attempt to feign modesty? Come in, let us get acquainted and assign tasks. Confidently Ugly said with a smile, pulling Jiang Fan inside. At the instant their skin made contact, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossed Confidently Ugly's eyes. This individual possessed an impressively youthful demeanor. Such a young beast tamer? How utterly improbable. He seemed too young, even if he had spirit beasts. Their rank was likely not high. He might be at most a first-tier beast tamer. A first-tier beast tamer was still formidable, yet for their team, it might prove insufficient. Nevertheless, having arrived, it was prudent to learn more. Upon entering, Jiang Fan discovered that the other 2 team members were also youthful, and notably, they were both female. Their appearances were exceptional, a rarity in Tianqing town, clearly indicative of their origins from a major city, a conclusion Jiang Fan arrived at based on experience. Even Confidently Ugly possessed an extraordinary aura. Let me reintroduce myself, Confidently Ugly said, extending a friendly hand. My name is Guichao, a second-year student from the Moonlight City Martial Arts Academy. Jiang Fan was astonished. A second-year student was already a third-tier martial artist? Were the students of the Martial Arts Academy truly this extraordinary? Seemingly perceiving Jiang Fan's bewilderment, Guichao chuckled. Do not let my appearance deceive you. I am considered a genius at the academy, likely ranking within the top 10 of my year. Top 10? Is that truly the case? Another girl scoffed, casting a disparaging glance at Guichao. She was incessantly munching on snacks, yet her figure was remarkably slender, harboring an underlying, formidable energy. Guichao fell silent, then introduced Jiang Fan. This is Lu Yu, another student from the Martial Arts Academy. She currently ranks 10th in the second year. This revelation further astonished Jiang Fan. A girl surpassed her male counterparts in prowess? Chapter 24. A sense of crisis approaches. However, Guichao continued, last time I challenged the top 10 list, I was ill-prepared, resulting in my defeat to the 7th-ranked individual. Had I challenged Lu Yu instead? Guichao trailed off. Lu Yu's brows instantly arched in response. You wish to challenge me? And then what? You know the outcome. Guichao huffed. Lu Yu smiled, setting aside her snacks and rising to her feet. A powerful aura of vitality surged forth, enveloping her as if she were a vortex of pressure, causing discomfort in the air. Guichao frowned. Lu Yu, we have a task at hand. I do not wish to engage you now. Let us discuss this back at school. No way. I want you to recognize your limitations right now. Lu Yu advanced on Guichao. Guichao stood his ground, seemingly intent on settling the matter with Lu Yu. As the two appeared poised to clash, Jiang Fan wore a perplexed expression, wondering what was transpiring. Suddenly, a voice, cool and calming, broke through the tension. Both of you, please remain composed. The voice was remarkably soothing, the chill not of physical coldness, but a refreshing calmness emanating from the spirit. It seemed to quell the heated emotions within. Jiang Fan turned toward the source, where a serene girl sat by the window. With her dark hair and innocent countenance, she appeared slightly malnourished. In her hands, she cradled a book, Jiang Fan caught a glimpse from afar and recognized it as a Spirit Beast Compendium. A Spirit Beast Compendium is a collective term for a category of books, not printed but rather crafted by spiritual masters. Each illustration and word within is inscribed with spiritual energy, rendering each volume exceedingly valuable. Moreover, perusing such texts demands a significant expenditure of mental energy. An ordinary person would feel dizzy from merely reading a single character. A spiritual master. This young girl was a spiritual master, although not as rare as beast tamers. Spiritual masters were still significantly scarcer than martial artists, with only one emerging among hundreds. The technique the girl employed earlier was akin to that of a cockatoo's special skill. Yet while the cockatoo incites anger, this girl had the ability to soothe others' emotions. Guo Chao had mentioned that their team comprised 2 third-tier martial artists and 1 second-tier spiritual master. This implied that the girl's mental energy surpassed 10 horsepower. Guo Chao and Lu Yu quieted down, both turning their backs on one another after a mutual huff. Despite their noisy bickering, they were childhood friends with a remarkably close bond. The girl smiled at Jiang Fan, offering an explanation. Jiang Fan nodded, recognizing the underlying camaraderie. They appeared at odds, yet were indeed a pair of affectionate rivals. A wave of melancholy washed over Jiang Fan, childhood sweethearts, a relationship coveted by many men. Indeed, handsome and talented boys enjoyed certain privileges. I am Lin Mei, a second-tier spiritual master. With that, the introductions among the three were complete. It was Jiang Fan's turn to introduce himself, and they only knew that he was a beast master. However, his exact prowess remained a mystery. At that moment, when Guo Chao noticed a beast master had joined the group chat, he had no time to inquire further. He hurriedly sought to bring him on board. Hello everyone. I am Jiang Fan, a third-tier beast master, he stated. The name was a temporary fabrication, borrowing the surname of Jiang Fatty, an arrangement that must remain a secret, lest Jiang Fatty unleash his relentless mockery upon him. The trio simultaneously displayed expressions of astonishment. A third-tier beastmaster? Guo Chao exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Just moments ago, he had gauged Jiang Fan's youth through a fleeting assessment, concluding that he was likely younger than them. Moreover, Jiang Fan's voice bore the unmistakable timbre of youth. How could he possibly be a third-tier beastmaster? Did you also come from Yuehua City? Or perhaps another major city? Or even the Xingyue Federation? Guo Chao inquired. Jiang Fan frowned, reluctant to divulge too much. Who could say whether their previous conversation held any truth? Furthermore, with Tianqing Town being so small, once they learned his real name, it would be all too easy for them to investigate him. Sensing Jiang Fan's hesitance, the trio refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbored secrets. After all, which was perfectly normal. Nevertheless, the addition of a third-tier beastmaster to their small team was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Who would have thought such a figure would arrive in Tianqing Town? How about we collaborate in a standard 4-person formation? Guo Chao proposed. The two women nodded in agreement. Only Jiang Fan remained silent, his expression concealed beneath his cloak. In truth, he was utterly bemused. What did they mean by a standard 4-person formation? Glancing at Jiang Fan, Guo Chao elaborated. Brother Chun, I will charge ahead at the forefront, maintaining a distance of 100 meters from you, responsible for engaging the enemy directly. However, I may not be able to ensure the safety of you and Lin Mei, so Lu Yu will protect you both within a 10-meter radius. Lin Mei, being a second-tier spirit master, can influence enemies within several dozen meters with her mental prowess, while you, Brother Chun, will need to have your third-tier spirit beast assist me in the frontline confrontation, maintaining our combat effectiveness. Jiang Fan understood now. Guo Chao was the spearhead, while Lu Yu could both support Guo Chao in the attack and safeguard him and Lin Mei if need be. It seemed a reasonably sound formation. Lu Yu teased Guo Chao. You're explaining things to him? He's a third-tier beastmaster. Do you really think you know more than he does? This left Jiang Fan at a loss for words. It appeared that his identity as a third-tier beastmaster instantly elevated him in the eyes of others as a formidable expert. Undoubtedly, the three young individuals before him were exceptional talents. Even at such a young age, they rivaled the likes of the renowned Chao Shuanglong he had encountered before. Their reason for coming to Tianqing Town was likely for training. However, the question still loomed. How would they divide the spoils? Guo Chao chuckled. Haha. We aren't interested in the rewards for slaying ferocious beasts. Our main goal is to accumulate hunter points to exchange for merit at the academy. If possible, all the hunter points will belong to us, while the spoils, including the task rewards, will be yours. Absolutely no problem. Jiang Fan agreed without hesitation. He was uncertain of the utility of hunter points, but at that moment, what mattered most to him were the rewards and the carcasses of the ferocious beasts. Do you know how to extract beast blood? He inquired. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, as extracting beast blood was typically a task for martial artists. The primary objective of a beastmaster was to control spirit beasts. However, upon Jiang Fan's inquiry, they recalled what Lin Mei had said. It requires going to a specialized institution and employing a unique refining method. By refining the bodies of fierce beasts, the essence obtained is essentially beast blood, though people in the marketplace tend to refer to it simply as beast blood. Jiang Fan nodded in understanding. It all made sense now. The four of them boarded Guo Chao's luxury vehicle, speeding along the road. Before long, they arrived outside Tianqing Town. The outskirts of Tianqing Town bordered the base of a mountain, and there was a 4A-rated tourist attraction nearby. However, at present, it was desolate, save for the distant echoes of ferocious beasts' roars and the sounds of cannon fire. Jiang Fan suddenly realized just how dire the beast calamity truly was. I hope my parents are safe, he thought, his heart racing with anxiety. This was the first time he had felt such intense apprehension. Sensing Jiang Fan's inner turmoil, Lin Mei asked with concern, Jiang Fan, what's wrong? Jiang Fan remained silent, instead summoning his bald-headed parrot. As a third-tier flying spirit beast, it effortlessly lifted Jiang Fan into the air, soaring towards the battlefield. The trio gasped in astonishment. Goodness, it really is a third-tier spirit beast. A bona fide third-tier beastmaster. Chapter 25. The Secrets of Tianqing Town. Guo Chao was left speechless, utterly shocked. A third-tier beastmaster at such a young age? The two women attempted to catch up, only to find Guo Chao still in a daze. Lu Yu frowned. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow him. After a moment, Guo Chao murmured. How old was the youngest third-tier beastmaster from Yuehua City? How old? Lu Yu pondered. It should be that fellow from the Beastmaster Academy, around 20 years old. Why? 20 years old, Guo Chao mused. Just now, from his bone age assessment, Chun Fan appears to be only 17 or 18. His skeletal structure is quite frail, significantly weaker than that of the average Beastmaster. Yet, Beastmasters are not judged by their physical strength. Chun Fan's talent in the realm of beast mastery is undoubtedly top tier. One might even say he surpasses that individual from the Beastmaster Academy. To think we stumbled upon a wild genius Beastmaster in Tianqing Town. My goodness. Who exactly is this person? On the battlefield of Tianqing Town, the beast calamity had launched its 13th assault, with over 400 ferocious beasts in attendance. The pressure on the guard troops was unprecedented. Fortunately, a hunter squad had come to their aid, allowing them to hold their ground. Old Jiang and other first-tier martial artists had charged to the front lines. There was no other choice. Despite the hunters' support, the disparity in strength between the two sides was immense, and they could not allow the non-martial members to rush into danger. Old Jiang's arm was already drenched in blood, and the steel blade in his hand had long lost its edge. The act of slashing had become instinctual, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. Old Jiang, you need to fall back. Old Jiang shouted anxiously as he and others dispatched a nearby first-tier ferocious beast. Old Jiang seemed to be losing consciousness, a perilous situation indeed. One misstep could lead to death. If Old Jiang were to perish, how could he face Jiang's wife and young Fan? Old Jiang appeared oblivious, his gaze fixated solely on the ferocious beast before him. Though it too was a first-tier creature, it was among the stronger of its kind. Old Jiang had made dozens of attempts, but had failed to gain the upper hand against the beast. In fact, he felt as though he were on the brink of death. Yet, he would not relent, as if vanquishing the beast in front of him would end the calamity altogether. However, that first-tier ferocious beast was merely an inconspicuous entity amidst the vast sea of beasts. The true destructive force lay with the dozens of second-tier beasts and a few third-tier ones. To make matters worse, a fourth-tier ferocious beast had joined the fray, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with Yi Qinghua's flame demon wolf. In the distance, at the horizon, a dark wave was rising. This was inland, devoid of ocean tides. Hence, that could only be the tide of beasts. Another wave was coming. Old Zhang's face was etched with despair. It was over, they were doomed. Tianqing Town was finished. Kill. Old Jiang, brimming with fierce determination, charged towards the monstrous beast, disregarding his own life. The creature was infuriating. In just a few days, they had faced countless brushes with death. To be frank, they had grown numb to the notion of life and death. Although he could not provide his son with a superior future, he at least wished for his son to grow up safely. When reminiscing about him, he wanted his son to proudly declare that his father was a hero. Every father aspires to be a hero to his child. As an ordinary man, the desire to be a hero is both challenging and yet attainable. Old Jiang, drenched in blood, could not think of himself in this moment. He rushed towards his old comrade, with whom he had shared a bond for decades. He could not simply watch as Old Jiang charged towards death. The first-grade beast lunged madly at Old Jiang, its razor-like claws aimed at his head. Witnessing that no one was available to support Old Jiang, he too embraced the notion of dying together. You wretched creature, retreat. Suddenly, a piercing voice descended from the sky. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a third-grade spirit beast mocked the first-grade monster. Excellent. Jiang Fan sighed in relief. The first-grade beast's mental energy was feeble, and in an instant, it redirected its fury towards the bald parrot. Despite its inferior strength compared to the bald parrot, it charged in anger. In a flash, the first-grade beast was torn in half by the parrot's lethal claws. Jiang Fan stood in front of old Jiang, supporting his nearly collapsing father, trembling all over. He gazed at his father's current state, his eyes brimming with tears. For the first time, he witnessed his father's fierce struggle for survival. Even so, his father had unhesitatingly taken out the 10,000 coins earned at the cost of his life to enroll him in the 3 major examinations. Old Jiang could not clearly see the face of the person before him. However, this individual was also a beast master, and he gratefully exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed beast master, for saving my life." Esteemed beast master, Jiang Fan wanted to speak out. "I am your son. Rescuing you is only right." But suddenly, a thunderous roar from another beast echoed from behind. Jiang Fan turned to look, and another legion of beasts was charging towards them. As skilled as the humans engaged in battle, panic swept through the crowd. How could this be? The intelligence had reported that this legion of beasts had headed towards the neighboring town. Why had they reversed direction? The captain of the guard was furious. Could it truly be the work of the evil sect? The evil sect. Previously, he had received whispers suggesting that the recent beast turmoil in Tianqing town might have been orchestrated by the evil sect. Now, it appeared that these beasts had devised a strategy, launching a flanking attack. Did it not indicate that someone was stirring trouble behind the scenes? Yi Qinghua frowned. The connections were becoming increasingly clear. Before coming to Tianqing town, she had been swindled by a fraud claiming to be an evolutionist. The flame demon wolf had sustained severe injuries, nearly falling to 2nd grade. Now, the beasts had been attacking Tianqing town strategically over the past few days. If there were no one manipulating this from behind, it simply did not add up. She also wished to know the evil sect's intentions. Was it merely to divide the town's defensive forces, making it easier to target this year's new beast masters? Was it worth it? Had the evil sect ever made such a grand commotion before? Captain Wang, what exactly is hidden in Tianqing town? Yi Qinghua suddenly inquired. This matter was likely not as simple as it appeared. Captain Wang paused, speechless. However, the flicker in his eyes clearly indicated that there was indeed something extraordinary concealed in Tianqing town. The evil sect had expended such effort, even invoking a beast tide. Surely there was a compelling reason behind their actions. They were truly in trouble. Among the beasts was a 4th-grade monster, and only she could contend with it. However, the number of 3rd-grade beasts exceeded a dozen, and the 2nd-grade beasts numbered over 100, far surpassing what the human race could currently handle. Captain Wang's face displayed a conflicted expression. He was at a loss for what to do. Yi Qinghua was furious, declaring, "If you do not speak, then I shall have no reason to continue defending Tianqing town." Captain Wang's pupils constricted. Yi Qinghua absolutely could not leave. If she departed, the 4th-grade beast would wreak havoc without restraint, effortlessly defeating the town's defenses. If the beasts breached the town, it would spell disaster. It must not happen. Captain Wang urged urgently, whispering, "To be honest, there is a dragon spirit beast egg in Tianqing town." What? Yi Qinghua was stunned. A dragon spirit beast egg could hatch into a dragon spirit beast. As a beast master, she was well aware of the value of dragon spirit beasts. The dragon race was the pinnacle among spirit beasts. In a certain era, they ruled both heavens and earth, existing as a transcendent force. Some claimed that dragons were the supreme rulers of those wild spirit beasts. Those who could command dragons were known as dragon masters, holding a prestigious status among beast masters. She never expected that Tianqing town concealed a dragon spirit beast egg. A hint of disdain appeared on Yi Qinghua's face. All her struggles here had merely been to safeguard a dragon spirit beast egg for someone else. Captain Wang hurriedly reassured her. "This dragon spirit beast egg is not for our selfish gain. It was merely not yet delivered to Yuehua City, but the higher-ups there are already aware." Yi Qinghua nodded, smirking. "Rest assured, while I am quite displeased, I will certainly not allow the evil sect to succeed. The dragon spirit beast egg is of utmost importance. It has the potential to create a dragon master, which is a good thing." Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan and called out, "This brother, where do you hail from?" Jiang Fan looked at Yi Qinghua and the towering flame demon wolf beside her, its fiery blaze deterring both humans and beasts from approaching. Jiang Fan's eyes displayed the data of the flame demon wolf. Spirit beast level, 4th grade. Talent, A race, K9. Growth value, 5,091, 000,000. Stamina, 4,099. Strength, 6, 352. Speed, 2, 120. Combat power, 7, 876. Ordinary evolution routes, 7. Special skill, Flame Scorch. It had already reached the 4th grade, and its attributes had dramatically improved. Compared to its 3rd grade state, its abilities had nearly quadrupled. Indeed, the higher the evolutionary grade, the greater the enhancements brought by evolution. The threshold for the blood and strength of a 4th grade warrior is 1,000 horses. Given the current strength of the flame demon wolf, it far surpassed that threshold. As expected, spirit beasts inherently possess advantages over humans. Yi Qinghua glanced at Jiang Fan's bald parrot with a peculiar expression. This parrot is quite unattractive. Typically, when beast masters evolve their spirit beasts, they tend to inadvertently enhance the aesthetic appeal of their appearance. For instance, her flame demon wolf exudes an aura of formidable majesty. Its fur ablaze like fire, visible from several kilometers away. This striking appearance is a result of her deliberate evolution. Jiang Fan felt a sense of affront and spoke up. You must swiftly deal with the fire poison spider. Yi Qinghua's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a tone, although she was not the type to be easily offended. The other party was merely a 3rd-tier beast master who dared to issue her commands directly. I wish I could, but the fire poison spider is not so easily handled. Yi Qinghua herself was equally vexed. The fire poison spider, a 4th-tier beast commanding the beast disaster, was a colossal spider, several meters tall, covered in dense black fur that sent shivers down one's spine. While it may not match the size of the flame demon wolf, the flames it emitted were laced with deadly poison. For ordinary people, even a slight contact could result in severe burns and disfigurement, or worse, a transformation into a puddle of flesh. Fortunately, the flame demon wolf's fur was perpetually engulfed in flames, rendering it less fearful of the fire poison spider. However, others were not so fortunate. The fire poison spider sought to draw the battle into the crowd, preventing the flame demon wolf from unleashing its full potential. Can you lure the fire poison spider away from the crowd? Yi Qinghua inquired. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment. I shall give it a try. He glanced at the bald parrot, which immediately understood his intent. It soared through the air, swiftly circling a few times, tearing apart several 1st and 2nd-tier beasts, and then shouted at the fire poison spider, Sit down. You scoundrel, come here and seek your demise. I am here to crush the weak. The crowd fell silent, their gazes fixed on the parrot's frenzied antics in the sky. Meanwhile, the fire poison spider merely cast a disinterested glance at the bald parrot, seemingly unfazed. The parrot's taunting would attract the ire of those with a spiritual connection of 10 or below, while those above 10 would be somewhat less affected. Could it be that the fire poison spider possessed a spiritual strength exceeding 10? Nonsense. Jiang Fan was on the verge of exasperation. His eyes ablaze with fury directed at the parrot. Who are you talking to? Does the fire poison spider comprehend human speech? And you're resorting to your usual gaming banter. Quite extravagant. But what purpose does it serve? The bald parrot seemed to realize its misstep, contemplating. How does a bird call? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, 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 chirp. The crowd remained silent. What was this? Had it just translated its previous taunt into bird language? It felt as though they somewhat understood. Yi Qinghua's face turned ashen. Was this a joke? Did it truly believe such provocations would have any effect on a 4th-tier beast? Captain Wang and the others were equally baffled, wondering who this beast master was. Meanwhile, old Zhang's expression shifted. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with this 3rd-tier spirit beast, primarily due to its head shape. The feather coloration was also quite similar. Could it be? Old John's face suddenly paled. He might have inadvertently acquired a spirit beast's offspring. This bald parrot belonged to a specific breed of parrot spirit beast. Yes, that was it. Old Jiang cast another glance at the cloaked and enigmatic beast master. Although the individual was formidable enough to effortlessly dispatch 1st and even 2nd-tier beasts, the physique and voice were eerily reminiscent. It was simply too uncanny. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one could understand his son better than he did. His son was just an ordinary high school student with no chance in the 3 major exams. Just as everyone assumed this beast master was being ridiculous, the fire poison spider suddenly sprang into action. It charged forward, its 8 robust legs propelling it towards the bald parrot. The parrot reacted swiftly, flapping its wings and darting away from the crowd. The fire poison spider pursued relentlessly. Yi Qinghua was horrified. Why was this happening? A 4th-tier beast's intellect should not be so fragile. Suddenly, she realized, it was a mental attack. The bald parrot had just unleashed a mental technique on the fire poison spider. Terrifying. It could actually influence the fire poison spider, causing it to lose its strategy and rationality. Such an ability was rare, even among high-tier spirit beasts. If it could affect the fire poison spider, it could similarly affect her flame demon wolf. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly. Although the fire poison spider was a 4th-tier beast, its spiritual strength was evidently not yet at 10. The parrot's taunting was indeed effective. The fire poison spider was remarkably swift, but the bald parrot was swifter still. Both swiftly departed from the main battlefield, confronting Guo Chao and his companions who had just arrived. Guo Chao and his companions were taken aback. What was happening? Why was a fourth-tier beast charging toward them? Had it been lured by that bald parrot? There was no time for shock. Engage the enemy. Guo Chao quickly issued commands. As the captain of the squad, the two women acted without hesitation. Clang. Guo Chao unsheathed his wide blade, infused with formidable blood power, and struck at the fire-poisoned spider. However, the spider's legs were as solid as steel, effortlessly deflecting Guo Chao's blade. Guo Chao was astonished, glancing at his treasured weapon. This was crafted specifically by a blacksmith using refined steel. It had merely shaved off a few hairs from the spider's legs. The fire-poisoned spider, now angrier, felt the loss of its leg hair was inconsequential, but how dare these humans provoke it? One leg lunged toward Guo Chao like a sword. Guo Chao felt a chill envelop him, overshadowed by the malevolence of the fourth-tier beast. He realized he was no match for it. Get out of the way. A voice cut through the air. Lu Yu, wielding a spear, leaped forward. With a thrust, she forced the fire-poisoned spider's leg back momentarily, allowing Guo Chao to hastily relocate. Just as he fled, that spider leg struck the ground, leaving a deep crater. That was close. Both Guo Chao and Lu Yu were left shaken. Indeed, fourth-tier beasts were incredibly powerful. They were far from being able to contend with it. Be careful, Lin Mei warned. At that moment, her pupils transformed into a deep azure. It was as if an abyssal sea lay within her gaze. Lin Mei looked at the fire-poisoned spider, which seemed to pause for an instant. Its fury towards Guo Chao and Lu Yu significantly abated. It turned and pursued the bald parrot, which was watching from a distance, screaming in fright as it fled. The more the parrot squawked, the more fervently the fire-poisoned spider chased after it. Lin Mei sensed a surge of realization. She had not anticipated that the bald parrot could unleash a mental technique. Guo Chao, having narrowly escaped, reflected in awe, Brother Chun, truly a genius. Though the spirit beast appears peculiar, it possesses an exceptionally rare ability. Lu Yu, however, regarded him with disdain. Since when did you admire others? Aren't you always claiming to be a first-rate genius? Humph. Guo Chao snorted but remained silent. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Fan is still quite young. You are younger than both of us, and such a youthful third-tier beastmaster is indeed worthy of admiration, is it not? A ferocious howl echoed, causing the three to freeze in place once more. The flame demon wolf soared overhead, and Yi Qinghua, astride the beast, glanced down at the trio. Guo Chao and his companions were momentarily stunned. Yi Qinghua? She has arrived as well? And how is it that she has advanced to the fourth tier so swiftly? Clearly recognizing the trio, Yi Qinghua commanded, you all head to the main battlefield. Before pursuing the fire-poisoned spider, Guo Chao turned to see the bald parrot already far ahead, pursued by the fire-poisoned spider. With Jiang Fan's spirit beast gone, he had lost his combat efficacy, unable to contribute to their hunting team. Just as he looked towards Jiang Fan, his eyes widened in disbelief. Two third-tier spirit beasts had unexpectedly appeared beside him, the bald-headed husky and the bald-headed blue cat. The latter seemed to be specifically guarding a warrior of the guard brigade. 3 third-tier spirit beasts? How is this possible? Guo Chao felt utterly bewildered, suspecting he had misjudged their ages earlier. The trio exchanged horrified glances, realizing they had unwittingly summoned an extraordinary beastmaster. Jiang Fan, with his trio of third-tier spirit beasts, possessed combat power that rivaled, if not exceeded, their collective strength. At that moment, with Yi Qinghua pursuing the fire-poisoned spider, Jiang Fan emerged as the most formidable beastmaster, commanding the bald-headed husky to charge into the throngs of ferocious beasts. Meanwhile, Lao Jiang wore an odd expression, and the onlookers regarded him with a peculiar gaze. The bald-headed blue cat remained steadfastly at his side, following him wherever he ventured. It was clear to any discerning eyes that this powerful third-tier spirit beast had been specifically assigned to protect Lao Jiang by the esteemed beastmaster. Lao Jiang prodded Lao Jiang and whispered, "Do you know her?" Lao Jiang quickly shook his head. "How could I possibly know? To us, beastmasters are lofty figures, especially one as powerful as her. But why would she protect you? Perhaps it is for everyone's safety?" Lao Jiang was uncertain. "What safety? You must remain still. If you move, everyone else must follow." Earlier, Lao Jiang had felt uncomfortable and attempted to distance himself from the bald-headed blue cat, only for it to follow him, compelling the others to shift as well. With the protection of a third-tier spirit beast, there was a significant sense of security. Though the bald-headed blue cat might appear unappealing, its combat prowess was formidable, capable of dispatching a ferocious beast with a single swipe. The onlookers envied Lao Jiang, who had unexpectedly garnered the exclusive protection of a beastmaster. In truth, Lao Jiang felt somewhat uncomfortable. As a soldier, combat was his duty. Now, it seemed he could hardly engage, as any beast that approached met its end beneath the claws of the bald-headed blue cat. He cast a deep gaze at the enigmatic figure of the robed beastmaster. Could it truly be? Under Jiang Fan's command, the bald-headed husky wreaked havoc upon the beasts, while the crowd marveled at the prowess of this beastmaster. Commander Wang was visibly shocked. Having encountered various beastmasters in his lifetime, he recognized that this one in black robes was unlike any he had previously seen. The first spirit he controlled seemed peculiar, while his mental fortitude was remarkably robust. To simultaneously command 3 third-tier spirit beasts required an extraordinary level of mental strength. Even Yi Qinghua could only manage to deploy the flame demon wolf in battle. Otherwise, the drain on her mental energy would be too great, causing her spirit beast to disengage quickly. Yet this black-robed beastmaster appeared unconcerned, with each spirit beast responding with remarkable swiftness, as if under a strict command. He had never encountered anyone capable of exerting such control over spirit beasts. Who on earth was this individual? As the bald-headed parrot continued its assault, Jiang Fan enlisted Guo Chao to assist in gathering spoils, leaving Guo Chao on the verge of tears. Surely, collecting the spoils could be postponed. However, Jiang Fan seemed to place great emphasis on the spoils, forcing Guo Chao into the role of an assistant. Lu Yu taunted, "Aren't you the captain? Why are you reduced to menial tasks?" Guo Chao replied resolutely, "Ensuring our highest combat strength remains focused is also a valuable contribution." Indeed, the highest combat strength was paramount. Lu Yu could only nod, acknowledging the truth in his words. Beastmasters were envied not merely for their ability to command beasts, but because spirit beasts often surpassed humans in strength. A third-tier warrior was no match for a third-tier spirit beast. Thus, a third-tier beastmaster could nearly overpower the majority of third-tier warriors. With 3 third-tier spirit beasts, their power was such that even late-stage third-tier warriors would likely find themselves on their knees. Under the combined efforts of Jiang Fan and Commander Wang, humanity regained the upper hand. On the other side, the flame demon wolf had caught up with the fire poison spider. While it may not completely dominate the fire poison spider, it was evidently stronger. After all, the flame demon wolf was an A-grade spirit beast, substantially superior to the fire poison spider. Pathetic. Pathetic. Yi Qinghua could not help but glance at the bald-headed parrot a few more times. It must be said, while the parrot did not engage in battle, its continuous mockery of the fire poison spider proved invaluable in suppressing it. Chapter 28. A Resounding Victory. Yi Qinghua felt a pang of envy. How she wished to possess such a spirit beast. While its combat strength was not formidable, it served excellently as a supportive spirit beast. She pondered how that black-robed beastmaster had managed such an evolution. Suddenly, she recalled the young evolutionist. Where could he have gone? Had he already departed from Tianqing Town? She speculated that he might be a hidden evolutionary genius nurtured by some transcendent force, journeying across the continent incognito. Perhaps he was not in need of wealth. Otherwise, a mere 10,000 would not suffice for a third-tier spirit beast's evolution scheme. She had spent millions acquiring those evolution materials. Statistics indicated that the average expenditure to evolve a third-tier spirit beast to fourth tier exceeded 30 million. Thus, evolutionists were a highly sought-after profession, their clientele primarily comprising wealthy beastmasters, leading to substantial income for evolutionists. While she contemplated this, the flame demon wolf had already slain the fire poison spider. Yi Qinghua stored the carcass of the spider in a spatial item. This was her trophy. And the body of a fourth-tier beast held significant value. Anyone witnessing her spatial item would undoubtedly be astonished. A little wealthy lady. The market price for spatial items was exorbitantly high, with 1 cubic meter costing 1 million. The larger the storage space, the more exorbitant the price. An item capable of containing a fourth-tier beast carcass was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Upon returning to the main battlefield with the flame demon wolf, she discovered it had been severely ravaged. The black-robed beastmaster led the human soldiers in an orderly assault against the beast horde. In contrast, the beast horde, now leaderless after the demise of the fire poison spider, was being systematically eradicated. Mine. This is mine. All of it is mine. Guo Chao moved swiftly. Apart from the thunderous sounds of battle, there is only Jiang Fan's voice. His eyes are red with anxiety, fearing that Guo Chao might overlook some spoils of war. Guo Chao himself is nearly frantic. This is his first experience collecting spoils, and he is breathless with excitement. The bald-headed canine is rampaging through the battlefield, swiftly dispatching the ferocious beasts. Lu Yu and Lin can only assist Guo Chao in gathering the spoils. Yi Qinghua's eyes widen in astonishment. These 3 prodigies, known in Moonlight City, have been relegated to mere assistants here. Upon seeing 2 more bald-headed spirit beasts, she momentarily freezes. To control 3 third-tier spirit beasts simultaneously? Such formidable mental strength. Her mastery over the flame demon wolf already demands her full concentration. Although 4th-tier spirit beasts are incomparable to 3rd-tier ones, managing 3 third-tier beasts is not necessarily less challenging than controlling a single 4th-tier beast. Captain Wang exerted considerable effort to collaborate with others to slay a single 3rd-tier ferocious beast. Meanwhile, the bald-headed canine flawlessly evades the third-tier beasts, only engaging with the first and second tiers. How clever. No, it should be said that the black-robed beast master is exceptionally skilled in control. The guards, along with several hunting teams, have successfully repelled a charge from hundreds of ferocious beasts. This is a tremendous victory for Tianqing Town, a merit worthy of commendation. We have won. Captain Wang exhales deeply. At this point, no more beasts dare to attack. Tianqing Town has been secured. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. Humanity is invincible. The crowd erupts in joyous shouts, especially the soldiers of the Guard Corps. They have survived. Jiang Fan glances at his father, who is moved to tears, and can't help but smile. A small sense of pride fills his heart. What could be more important than protecting one's family? However, he wishes for his father to resign from the Guard Corps. It is too perilous. Even though his father often asserts that a true man should aspire to great endeavors and lead in defending the nation, yet as a son, he selfishly desires his father's safety. Nevertheless, now is not the time to discuss such matters with his father. The so-called Holy Clan remains shrouded in mystery. What if they target his parents? That would mean Jiang Fan has endangered his own family. At the very least, he must eliminate the Holy Clan from Tianqing Town. They are no benign force. Remaining in Tianqing Town is akin to a ticking time bomb, even if they may not directly harm ordinary people. After resolving his determination, Jiang Fan turns to check on Guo Chao and the others. How many spoils do we have? Guo Chao is nearly exhausted. Having collected 100 first-tier beasts and 30 second-tier beasts, with none from the third tier, a significant haul, Guo Chao is ecstatic. This is the first time he has witnessed such a large-scale battle and seen so many corpses of ferocious beasts. Oh, how much beast blood can be refined? Jiang Fan inquires. Approximately 1 to 2 drops per beast, equating to around 10 to 20 milliliters. So little? Jiang Fan's eyes widen in disbelief as he looks at Guo Chao. Indeed, despite the ferocious beast's large size and substantial blood volume, the amount that can be refined into essence blood is quite limited. Jiang Fan quickly calculates in his mind. From the 100 first-tier beast corpses, he can extract about 1,000 to 2,000 milliliters of beast blood. At a market price of 100 per milliliter, that yields a profit of 10 to 20,000. The 30 second-tier beasts, priced higher at 1,000 per milliliter, could earn 30 to 60,000. Altogether, it amounts to no more than 300,000. Chapter 29, Guests arrive at home. Seemingly sensing the doubt in Jiang Fan's heart, Guo Chao explains, in truth, beast blood is not particularly valuable. What holds worth is the higher-tier blood. There is an abundance of first and second-tier blood in the market, leading to lower prices. Lower prices? Jiang Fan muses. It's not that low. For an ordinary family, this could be a down payment for a house. Yet, for those affluent families, this amount is hardly significant. Guo Chao must come from a distinguished background to hold such disdain. Jiang Fan feels disappointed, as it does not meet his expectations. In his view, a ferocious beast that large should yield at least 100 gene of blood. He did not anticipate that the refined essence blood would be so scant. Guo Chao continues. However, with so many ferocious beasts slain, the bounty and hunter points are quite substantial. Lu Yu shoots Guo Chao a disdainful glance. Did you slay them? Guo Chao brushes it off, as he is allied with Jiang Fan. They had previously agreed that they would not claim the bounty or spoils, only the hunter points. They are likely to receive a considerable number of hunter points. Jiang Fan nods. Then please help me handle this. I can offer you 10%. Guo Chao immediately responds. No need for that. We are merely benefiting from your hard work. Jiang Fan refrains from further comments. Guo Chao also agrees to assist him in finding a place to refine the beast corpses into essence blood. As they all disperse, the Guard Corps leaves a few sentries while the rest return to Tianqing Town. Jiang Fan glances at his father, who is being supported by Uncle Zhang. The fist beneath the black robe tightens. He must swiftly resolve the crisis within Tianqing Town. In a desolate area, after shedding his black robe disguise, he returns home. Jiang Fan finds his parents have returned. His face lights up with joy. You're finally back. I was nearly starving these past few days, but thankfully, your son possesses robust vitality. His mother shoots him a glare. At your age, how could you possibly starve? If there comes a day when we are no longer around, will you be unable to survive? Exactly. Jiang Fan chuckles. Besides, I will protect you. His mother momentarily pauses, then smiles with contentment, nodding in agreement. She refrains from inquiring about Jiang Fan's exam results, as she likely knows the outcome. Parents are acutely aware of their child's abilities, and she chooses not to rub salt in the wound. Especially after this period, she truly believes that being an ordinary person is quite good, although it may be impoverished. At least it ensures safety. Unlike his father, who risks life and limb, never knowing when. Jiang Fan glances at his father, who is staring intently at the empty birdcage on the balcony. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he coughs. Dad, It seems that the bald-headed parrot has run away. It vanished while I was asleep. He feels a bit anxious, knowing his father is quite fond of that parrot and is likely heartbroken now. Old Jiang looks at his son, but says nothing. His mother brings out 2 steaming dishes. Oh well, if it has run away, let it be. I was already tired of keeping it. It was ugly and never said anything meaningful, hardly a proper parrot. These words make Jiang Fan chuckle internally. However, it is also thanks to the bald-headed parrot's character that it developed a unique skill. Auntie, how much soy sauce should I pour? Suddenly, a young girl's voice comes from the kitchen. His mother quickly hands the hot plates to Jiang Fan and scurries back to the kitchen, saying, just a little soy sauce for color, don't add too much. Jiang Fan freezes. Whose voice is that? It seems he has been hearing it frequently lately. Old Jiang glances at Jiang Fan with an odd expression and asks, aren't you hot? Suddenly, Jiang Fan let out a piercing scream as he hastily placed the plate on the table, frantically fanning his fingers, which had turned a fiery red from the heat. At his age, how could he still be so careless? His mother grumbled from the kitchen. Old Jiang sighed, observing his familiar son, and dispelled the lingering doubts in his heart. Indeed, their son had been so ordinary for the past 17 or 18 years. He was certainly not the same person as that beast master. He himself was getting old, harboring such unrealistic notions. The longer one lives, the more one understands that every individual's success follows a discernible path. The achievements of their son, after all, hinged upon their roles as parents. If they had not paved a golden path for him, how could they expect him to become such an extraordinary figure? Jiang Fan's gaze remained riveted on the kitchen. Sure enough, Su Qingcheng emerged from the kitchen, delicately balancing a plate of dishes in one hand, adorned with a faded apron that, despite its wear, exuded a sense of fashion on her. She radiated the charm of a skilled cook. The most striking aspect was how the apron accentuated Su Qingcheng's figure to perfection, leaving little to the imagination. She cast a faint glance at Jiang Fan, her expression neutral, yet her demeanor towards his mother was warm and polite. As if that were not enough, an elderly lady followed closely behind her from the kitchen. Jiang's mother quickly took the dishes from the elderly lady's hands, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I told you not to busy yourself, and you even prepared a dish for us." "No worries, my health is perfectly fine," the elderly lady chuckled. Then, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Fan, smiling as she asked, "Are you Jiang Fan?" You know me?" Jiang Fan replied, somewhat surprised. Who was this person? He had often heard Qingqing mention her. Cough cough. Su Qingqing suddenly cleared her throat loudly, a fleeting blush appearing on her fair face. Zhang Ma, realizing she had misspoken, quickly interjected, "You are classmates. She has mentioned you." Jiang Fan nodded, a light chuckle escaping him. "She surely didn't speak highly of me, did she?" Zhang Ma felt a bit awkward. Didn't he speak well? On the contrary, all she mentioned were praises. Everyone believes you could rival that dragon master. Is that not a compliment? The reason she wished to visit the Jiang family, under the guise of Su Qingqing's aunt, was merely to ascertain whether Jiang Fan had enchanted her niece with some form of charm. Jiang's mother gazed at Su Qingqing, her eyes brimming with affection, nearly leaping forward to call her a daughter-in-law. Jiang Fan quickly shifted the topic. The dishes looked delightful today. Did Dad receive a bonus again? Old Jiang chuckled, indeed. I just repelled several waves of fierce beasts and was rewarded handsomely. Zhang Ma commented, yes. It is precisely because of fearless warriors like you that ordinary people can live in peace. Old Jiang's expression faltered momentarily before he smiled and replied, it is the least we can do. However, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of displeasure. What tone was this? Since earlier, the elderly lady had exuded an air of superiority. It felt as though a high-ranking official was commending a subordinate. Zhang Ma remained oblivious to the tension, and even Su Qingcheng likely did not perceive Jiang Fan's emotions. They had grown accustomed to such treatment. The Su family was an esteemed lineage in Yuehua City, with numerous prominent figures in military and political spheres. Thus, members of the Su family were always treated with deference wherever they went. In contrast, Jiang Fan's parents were used to looking up to others, so they did not grasp the oddity of the situation. Only Jiang Fan was left with a rather poor impression of Su Qingcheng and her aunt. Su Qingcheng sensed a hint of confusion. Her spiritual prowess was not weak, and she had detected Jiang Fan's emotional fluctuations. What had she done to offend him? Was it merely due to their childhood betrothal that he harbored animosity towards her? She recalled the girl who had driven Jiang Fan home. Why was she deemed superior to her? Why such disdain? The meal was ready, yet no one moved to pick up their chopsticks. As the host, Jiang's mother attentively urged everyone to begin eating. The elderly lady took a bite and her eyes lit up. It has been ages since I savored such authentic home-cooked fare. Although the ingredients may be somewhat lacking, the flavors are exceptional. Her words left Jiang's parents feeling a tad embarrassed. They had purchased fresh produce from the market, intending to celebrate today with the best available. How could it be deemed inferior? Su Qingcheng discreetly kicked Zhang Ma under the table. who looked puzzled until she caught the icy glare from Su Qingqing, realizing her faux pas. She quickly added, I didn't mean it that way. We typically do not eat such things. We usually indulge in gourmet cuisine. This statement only exacerbated the embarrassment for Jiang Fan's parents. Su Qingqing frowned. Zhang Ma was being intentional. Zhang Ma sought to highlight the disparity between their families, hoping the Jiang family would recognize their place and retreat. If you are unwilling to eat, there's no need to force yourselves. It would be better not to consume such inferior food and risk poisoning yourselves. Zhang Ma shot a glance at Jiang Fan. What I said is the truth. Then please leave. Jiang Fan slammed his bowl down onto the table. Zhang Ma huffed in indignation. What audacity! How dare you raise your voice at me at such a young age? Just as she was about to erupt, Su Qingqing suddenly stood, gazing coldly at Zhang Ma. Leave now. Miss, let us go together. Zhang Ma assumed Su Qingqing had come to her senses and sought to take her with her. No, you go on your own. I quite enjoy this meal. Su Qingqing shrugged off Zhang Ma's hand and took a hearty mouthful of food. Miss, the master returned to Yuehua City. Do not come back. Su Qingqing had issued her decree. Such resoluteness left Zhang Ma feeling utterly flustered. In the Su household, her rapport with the young miss was closer than most. She had watched Su Qingqing grow up. Yet now, the young lady was willing to sever ties with her for an outsider. Jiang Fan had indeed bewitched her. At that moment, Zhang's mother stood to alleviate the tension. Ah, so you are from Yuehua City. It's only natural to find the food unfamiliar. Su Qingqing fell silent, and Zhang Ma awkwardly took her seat again. After all, she was still curious about why the young lady was so inclined towards this outsider and wanted to uncover the extent of their relationship. They resumed their meal in silence. No further words exchanged. Jiang Fan, too, was disinterested in the unfolding drama. Qingqing, I previously only knew you were also attending Tianqing No. 1 high school. But I didn't dare to ask, do you know Xiao Fan at school? Not acquainted. Acquainted. They both responded simultaneously. Jiang Fan cast an odd glance at Su Qingqing. It was he who had said they were not acquainted. Do you know each other? Jiang Fan inquired. Every day we go to and from school together. How can we not know each other? Su Qingqing countered, her eyes seemingly harboring a touch of grievance. Jiang Fan's parents exchanged curious glances, his mother's eyes sparkling with intrigue. Was there some undisclosed secret between them? Well, I do know you. After all, you are the school belle. But you likely don't know me. It seems we have never spoken. Indeed, we have spoken. Su Qingqing corrected. Spoken? When? Well, one morning as you hurried down the stairs for school, you told me to hurry up or we would be late. Jiang Fan's expression darkened. Is this considered having a conversation? Chapter 31. Jiang Fan's bewitching soup. Su Qingqing wore an expression of nonchalance, as if to say, isn't it obvious? The gleam of gossip sparkled in her mother's eyes, and her curiosity was nearly overwhelming. Could it be that this girl harbored feelings for Xiao Fan? It was entirely plausible. After all, Xiao Fan was quite the handsome young man, blessed with an amiable disposition. It's only natural for girls to be drawn to him. Perhaps this girl had already confessed her affections, only to be rebuffed by Xiao Fan. In a flash, her mother conjured an entire campus romance drama in her mind. Thus, with a smile, she inquired, Qingqing, how did you fare in the 3 major exams? What are your plans moving forward? Unbeknownst to her, the mother subconsciously believed that Su Qingqing could not possibly have succeeded in the exams. For a girl who had triumphed in the 3 major exams would undoubtedly carry herself with an air of superiority, making it improbable for her to be so invested in Xiao Fan. You are so beautiful. Your studies must be exceptional as well, just like my Xiao Fan. Mom. Jiang Fan interjected hastily. After a brief pause, Zhang Ma proudly proclaimed, our Qingqing is a top-tier beast master. She has shattered the historical record for aptitude in Tianqing town. Jiang Fan's parents were momentarily taken aback. The weight of such information was staggering. A beast master? One who had broken historical records? Such a concept was foreign to them. The very existence of a beast master was already elevated, let alone one who had surpassed historical achievements. The incredulous parents turned to Jiang Fan, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Su Qingqing was exceptionally gifted, but when compared to their son, the disparity was significant. Once they learned that their son had, in merely a few days, acquired 3 third-tier spirit beasts, their envy towards Su Qingqing would surely wane. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in Jiang Fan's heart. He could not allow his parents to be dragged into danger while that holy clan still loomed above them. His mother opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. Her expression shifted considerably. Such a prodigy was a significant figure in Tianqing town. Surely, serving such ordinary fare was a grave oversight. We should prepare something more exquisite. It would be remiss to serve only these simple dishes. She stood up, ready to attend to the matter. His father seemed somewhat uneasy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. As adults and as parents, their thoughts now revolved around whether their son could receive proper care from this remarkable girl. Perhaps a small gesture of support from her could drastically alter Xiao Fan's life. There's no need, Auntie. Please, don't make a fuss. I am simply a classmate of Jiang Fan S. Nothing more is required. Moreover, Jiang Fan has also passed the Beastmaster exam. Being one of the 2 Beastmasters at Tianqing No. 1 High School, the parents froze for a moment. What? Their reaction was even more intense than when they learned of Su Qingqing's extraordinary talent. Jiang Fan smiled modestly, concealing his achievements. Come now, come and praise your wonderful son. Your son is also a Beastmaster, and a prodigy on par with Su Qingqing. Suddenly, Lao Jiang stood up, his expression grave and his gaze heavy. Xiao Fan, tell me the truth, did you cheat? What? Jiang Fan was taken aback. Even his mother chimed in. I heard that some students resorted to cheating on the Beastmaster exam, only to be discovered and imprisoned, with their chances for the 3 major exams permanently revoked. Jiang Fan's face turned ashen. What did that mean? You would rather believe Su Qingqing to be a record-breaking genius than trust your own son? Am I just a foundling? Jiang Fan's expression turned sorrowful, his lips pouting, feeling utterly wronged. He felt like he had lost his parents' favor, all because Su Qingqing had arrived. Uffed. Su Qingqing erupted into laughter once more. What is so amusing? Jiang Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It's simply hilarious, huh? 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 Su Qingqing deliberately provoked Jiang Fan, deepening his sense of isolation. The atmosphere around Jiang Fan was thick with tension, starkly contrasting with his parents' jubilant demeanor. Su Qingqing continued to emit her melodic laughter, covering her mouth in delight. Zhang Ma, momentarily dazed, then cast a profound glance at Jiang Fan. Could this be the enchantment Jiang Fan had cast upon the young lady? If that were the case, Zhang Ma's eyes glistened with emotion. She wished for Jiang Fan to weave more of this magic. Ever since the disappearance of the young lady's mother, she had seemingly closed herself off from the world, even shutting out her beloved grandfather. Though the specifics remained unknown, Jiang Fan had opened the door to the young lady's heart. Chapter 32. Someone grew angry. Jiang Fan felt a pang of frustration. Yet, Su Qingqing's radiant smile brought warmth to Zhang Ma's heart. Moreover, it seemed that Su Qingqing's laughter possessed an enchanting quality, compelling even the irked Jiang Fan to join in her mirth. It was as if her smile had created a harmonious atmosphere for the family. However, this heartwarming scene was observed from a distance by an individual in a tall building. This person, with short red hair, was none other than Xiao Ran. He had gone to great lengths to locate Su Qingqing, only to be met with a sight that filled him with unbridled rage. That cold, unapproachable Su Qingqing was laughing so merrily with a man. Who was Su Qingqing? In Yuehua City, she had turned down countless elite young talents. Many prodigies were denied even a chance to dine with her. Even Long Hao from the Dragon God Palace had faced rejection, despite offering a dragon spirit beast egg as a betrothal gift. Yet, Su Qingqing had shown no interest in Long Hao's pursuit. Initially, one might have thought her standards were impossibly high, that Long Hao and the other young talents simply did not meet her expectations. But now it seemed otherwise. Perhaps she had a taste for the unconventional. Ignoring so many geniuses, she chose to favor this ordinary youth from a small town. How absurd. If the prodigies of Yuehua City were to learn that they had been bested by a small-town misfit, they would surely lament 1,000 deaths. This individual must be Jiang Fan, a so-called Beastmaster from Tianqing No. 1 High School who had merely awakened a beast imprint. Such a trivial beast imprint. There were countless Beastmasters like him in Yuehua City. Did he genuinely think himself superior? Su Qingqing was not a woman to be trifled with. Xiao Ran whispered menacingly. If mere glances could kill, Jiang Fan would have perished countless times already. He resolved that before humiliating Su Qingqing, he must first annihilate Jiang Fan. Qingqing, do we need to have Xiao Fan take the entrance exam for the Beastmaster Academy after the Beast Tamer assessment? Mother inquired of Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded, then glanced at Jiang Fan, shaking her head in the process. There are generally 2 pathways for aspiring beast tamers to apply to an academy. One is through direct enrollment initiated by the academy itself, and the other is through a distribution system where students are allocated to academies with available spots. The distinction between these 2 methods lies in the fact that direct enrollment involves the academy actively selecting quality students based on their aptitude, often offering them more favorable conditions. Conversely, the distribution method targets general students, assigning them randomly to academies with available slots. Though Su Qingqing spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction, Jiang Fan's parents remained perplexed. However, Jiang Fan grasped the gist. Esteemed students would be fiercely sought after by various academies, while those of lesser caliber would simply be assigned wherever, without contention. Which academy will Xiao Fan be assigned to? Mother asked. Tianqing Town falls under the jurisdiction of Yuehua City. Hence the 3 Beastmaster academies within Yuehua City would likely come to recruit. With a beast seal, Xiao Fan might be allocated to the esteemed Yingqing Academy, a time-honored institution. The parents instantly became elated. Although they were unfamiliar with Yingqing Academy, the mere prospect of Xiao Fan attending a Beast Master Academy sufficed. Aunt Zhang added, though Yingqing Academy has a rich history and was founded by a dragon tamer, it has produced numerous legendary beast tamers and masters. Yet, that is but a chapter of the past. Today, aside from its somewhat untapped heritage, it is merely a third-tier academy. Untapped heritage? Jiang Fan pondered, intrigued. Aunt Zhang chuckled. As I mentioned, the founder of Yingqing Academy was a dragon tamer. You may not have heard of dragon tamers, but they are among the most powerful factions within the realm of beast tamers. Consequently, Yingqing Academy possesses many dormant dragon eggs, which are said to be dormant because not just anyone can awaken those eggs that have lain silent for countless years. Whoever manages to awaken them instantly becomes a dragon tamer. Jiang Fan's parents were already overwhelmed. The world of beast tamers felt light years away from them, and the realm of dragon tamers even further. Yet Jiang Fan's eyes sparkled with clarity. Perhaps he possessed a means to awaken those dormant dragon eggs. Aunt Zhang chuckled lightly. The audacity of youth knows no fear. Do you truly believe you are destined for greatness? You think you can succeed where none have before? Aunt Zhang continued with a smile. My little Qingsheng has already been pre-selected by the Yuehua Beast Master Academy, which is the top academy in Yuehua City and quite renowned throughout the Xingyue Federation. The parents were instantly filled with envy, yet they understood that comparisons between individuals were futile. The fact that Xiao Fan had a talent for beast mastery was already a significant blessing, and there was no need to measure him against anyone else. At this point, Mother had relinquished her hopes for a relationship between Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing. Even if they were oblivious, they should recognize that Su Qingqing was far from ordinary, someone beyond Xiao Fan's reach. Just then, Su Qingqing remarked meaningfully, it matters not. Even the Yuehua Beast Master Academy has produced few evolutionary masters. Everyone turned to her in confusion, and Aunt Zhang was even more baffled. Why mention evolutionary masters while discussing Beast Master Academies? While evolutionary masters undoubtedly held a prestigious status, indeed, there was only one such master in all of Yuehua City. The relevance of the topic eluded everyone. Jiang Fan, too, was left speechless, puzzled by her implication. What did she mean? Did she intend to mislead him? Evolutionary masters were inconsequential to him. If he relied solely on providing evolution plans for others, he would surely starve. The next day, news arrived from Guochao's side. Their bounty results had been finalized. They had slain 30 second-tier ferocious beasts, with a bounty of 10,000 for each, totaling 300,000. Additionally, they had taken down 100 first-tier ferocious beasts, each yielding a bounty of 1,000, amounting to 100,000. The total bounty was 400,000, which, per their prior agreement, would belong entirely to him, while the hunters would receive their share from Guochao. The critical aspect was the beast blood. This time, they had extracted a total of 1,300 milliliters of first-tier beast blood and 350 milliliters of second-tier beast blood. Jiang Fan instructed them to store it at the Hunter S Guild, intending to retrieve it himself. On his way back, Jiang Fan contemplated how to take a bath. His home lacked a bathtub, and the noise generated by a beast blood bath would undoubtedly attract his parents' attention. After much deliberation, he decided it would be best to find a hotel equipped with a bathtub. In Tianqing Town, any hotel of decent standing typically featured such amenities. Over 1,000 milliliters of beast blood may sound substantial, yet in reality, it was merely equivalent to a large bottle of soda. Thus, upon entry, no one seemed to pay him particular attention. The typical dilution ratio for a beast blood bath is 10:1, requiring a larger volume of water. Jiang Fan could dilute the 1,300 milliliters of first-tier beast blood 3 times, allowing him to soak thrice to test the effects. Eagerly, Jiang Fan prepared the beast blood bath and leaped in. The moment he entered, he felt as though countless needles were piercing every pore of his body. This was the essence of beast blood. Within mere seconds, his skin turned a vivid crimson, as if his blood surged to the surface. He felt an overwhelming heat, as though a formidable and untamed power sought to explode from within him. The incantation. Jiang Fan hastily recalled the cultivation formula inscribed on the beast skin scroll. Following that formula, he began to channel the accumulated beast blood power throughout his body. It appeared that this formula allowed the spiritual energy to flow gently through 9 acupoints. According to martial arts lore, the number of acupoints encapsulated by a martial artist's technique is paramount. The higher the martial artist's rank, the greater the number of acupoints involved. With 9 as the base, it indicated that this technique was foundational for martial artists. As he activated the technique, all 9 acupoints across his body began to absorb the spiritual energy from the beast blood simultaneously. The sensation was extraordinary. This was Jiang Fan's first experience of such a phenomenon. Moreover, he realized he was luckier than most candidates preparing for the college entrance examination. Ordinary students lacked access to this formula. Even though it was basic, it was something that the average person could only dream of obtaining. Jiang Fan had invested considerable beast blood and time to elevate his vitality to 0. 5 horses. With a foundational formula, Jiang Fan should achieve far greater efficiency. The 9 acupoints absorbing spiritual energy simultaneously allowed him to absorb all the essence from the beast blood in less than an hour. After sensing the results, he perceived a visible enhancement in his physical strength. However, he was still short of 0. 2 horses, prompting him to dilute another pool of water. This time, the absorption rate was markedly quicker, as he had become familiar with the positions of the 9 acupoints and the direction of the spiritual energy flow. After finishing this pool, he had indeed strengthened somewhat, yet still fell short of 0. 2 horses. It wasn't until Jiang Fan completed his 3rd soak, exhausting the entirety of the 1,300 milliliters of first-tier beast blood, that his vitality finally broke through to 0. 2 horses. This seemingly minor advancement of 0. 1 horses proved to be far more challenging than Jiang Fan had anticipated, especially given that he possessed the foundational formula. It is no wonder that Chun the Fat remarked that his father had spent nearly 2 million. The conversion rate indeed appears astonishing. How should one regard the blood of a second-tier beast? The higher the rank of the beast's blood, the more potent the spiritual energy it possesses. However, one must also consider whether the individual can withstand such power. There are indeed cases where the body was ruptured by the beast's blood, which would be quite foolish. The options available on the market deemed the second-tier beast's blood an absolute luxury for college entrance examination candidates. Yet, to be reasonable, a dilution ratio of at least 20:1 is necessary. Jiang Fan meticulously diluted a pool of bathwater at the prescribed 20:1 ratio. Taking a deep breath, he plunged in. Hiss! The sensation of needles intensified. Previously it felt like countless fine needles, but now it was as though innumerable large pins were piercing him. Enough to draw blood. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and fervently circulated the foundational mantra. Boom, boom. Faintly, one could hear the sound of acupoints drawing in energy. The spiritual energy of the second-tier beast's blood was evidently denser. The pool was awash in crimson, though it was unclear whether it was the beast's blood or his own. It took Jiang Fan over 2 hours to absorb it all. Yet, after finishing, he soaked once more. Upon emerging from the bath, Jiang Fan was drenched in blood, with every pore exuding it. This was a side effect of the rapid increase in his vitality. 5 matches, all within a day. The critical factor was indeed the second-tier beast's blood, which proved far more efficient than that of the first tier. After a moment of calming down, and once the bleeding from his pores ceased, a smile broke across Jiang Fan's face. Excellent. There has been substantial progress. He had expended resources valued at approximately 200,000. Spending such a sum in a single day is likely beyond the means of most college entrance examination candidates. His vitality had now caught up with Chun the Fat. This is the advantage of having a cultivation method. It is likely that if Chun the Fat were to learn of this, he would be utterly disheartened. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already appeared downstairs at Jiang Fan's residence. His gaze somewhat disdainful. Indeed, a mere waste born of humble origins. What merit could such a person have to be worthy of Su Qingqing? Yet it mattered little, for he would soon meet his demise. Chapter 34. A face full of showmanship. Upon arriving home, Jiang Fan just in time witnessed Su Qingqing, the elderly matriarch, and a red-haired youth exiting together. Jiang Fan's attention lingered on the red-haired youth, finding something unsettling in his gaze, as though he harbored a grudge against him. Su Qingqing, noticing Jiang Fan's scrutiny, offered an explanation. He is merely a friend from Yuehua City. Jiang Fan remained silent. What was it to him? Perceiving Jiang Fan's indifference, as if awaiting further elaboration, Su Qingqing added, he is Xiao Ran of the Xiao family, in his 20s. Though he holds some renown in Yuehua City, he is not among the elite. Jiang Fan's expression grew even more peculiar. This seemed to bear no relevance to him whatsoever. Even Xiao Ran appeared somewhat taken aback. Why say such things? But in the next moment, he understood. Su Qingqing was likely concerned that Jiang Fan might misinterpret their relationship, hence the need for extensive clarification. I just turned 20 this year, Xiao Ran interjected. 20, indeed, is not an insignificant age, Jiang Fan objectively remarked. After all, for a student just having completed the 3 major examinations, 20 years feels rather mature. Xiao Ran nearly spat blood. How is it that in this day and age, being 20 is considered getting on in years? Among the sacred clan, he was among the freshest recruits. The crucial point was that Su Qingqing nodded, seemingly in agreement with Jiang Fan's statement. Xiao Ran could only turn to Wang Ma, who cheerfully remarked, in my eyes, you are all still children. With that, Xiao Ran managed to regain a modicum of dignity. Yet, a nameless fury continued to simmer within him. How could Su Qingqing regard him as merely an ordinary acquaintance? And upon encountering Jiang Fan, she explained with such seriousness. We are merely going out for a meal, Su Qingqing continued. Jiang Fan nodded somewhat perplexedly. Ah, I understand. Although he was uncertain why Su Qingqing felt the need for such clarity, he politely acknowledged her. Don't you have any questions? Su Qingqing's delicate brows furrowed. Her tone tinged with irritation. Well, enjoy your meal, he replied. Su Qingqing frowned. You need not be like this, even if you disapprove of such arrangements. Jiang Fan wore a puzzled expression. What arrangements? Before he could clarify further, Su Qingqing had already departed. Zhang Ma's demeanor was equally frosty, not sparing Jiang Fan a glance as she trailed behind Su Qingqing. It seems you possess some self-awareness, you insignificant creature. Xiao Ran sneered in a tone only Jiang Fan could hear. However, your fate remains unchanged. You are already on the list. Even if I do not kill you, there are plenty who will. Jiang Fan's face was a canvas of confusion. Xiao Ran had already left, leaving him bewildered. What was the situation? Did that fellow named Xiao Ran wish to kill him? Why? Simply because he was Su Qingqing's neighbor? In truth, any discerning observer could see that Xiao Ran harbored feelings for Su Qingqing, yet she showed no interest in him. How petty was Xiao Ran to bear a grudge against Su Qingqing's neighbor? He had misplaced his ire. The one he should confront was the young man from the Wang family upstairs. This was utterly nonsensical. Jiang Fan found himself thoroughly exasperated by the trio. His early relation had considerably waned. However, he now had more pressing matters at hand. The evolution of his spiritual beast. Guo had already transferred the bounty, and combined with his previous wealth, he now possessed precisely 1 million. With 1 million, he could evolve to a 4th-tier spiritual beast. The power of a 4th-tier spiritual beast had already been demonstrated to him through Yi Qinghua's Flame Wolf. A 4th-tier spiritual beast could indeed wreak havoc. Furthermore, it would provide him with the foundation to stand firm. With a 4th-tier spiritual beast, he would not be caught off guard when facing formidable adversaries like Cao Shuangluo. Moreover, among those who claimed to be from the sacred clan, there might exist individuals even more powerful than Cao Shuangluo. Thus, the urgency to evolve to the 4th tier could not be overstated. Upon returning home, he found his parents absent, likely off on a mission once more. However, there had been no reports of ferocious beasts causing disturbances lately, so he felt reassured. For the evolution of a 4th-tier spiritual beast, he had 3 options: the bald parrot, the bald husky, and the bald blue cat. In terms of combat potential, the bald blue cat was undoubtedly superior. Its attributes were more balanced, and its performance in actual combat was particularly striking. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Fan made his decision. Let it be the bald blue cat. System: I wish to evolve the bald blue cat. A radiant light enveloped the bald blue cat's form, now evolving the bald blue cat, with an estimated duration of 1 hour. Quite a long wait. Yet, it was to be expected. Evolving from the 3rd tier to the 4th tier represented a significant leap from a low to a mid-tier beast. A tremendous growth for a spiritual beast. There were numerous changes to be anticipated. Jiang Fan was not anxious. He practiced the martial arts inscribed on the beast's skin while he waited. The foundational martial arts depicted on the skin comprised a single routine, somewhat akin to boxing. It combined thrusting and heavy punches, subsequently extending into combinations of 2-punch strikes and 3-punch combinations, as well as evasions followed by counter-strikes or strikes followed by evasions. The focus lay primarily on speed and power. Evolved from a mere 5 units of vitality, it astonishingly generates a powerful fist wind. Bang, bang. One can faintly hear the sound of air being punctured. Although I have yet to engage in actual combat, I estimate that my punch must weigh around 100 pounds. Right? My father, a late-blooming martial artist, often boasts about delivering a blow with a force of 300 pounds. Is it unreasonable to claim that I can muster 100 pounds? Hey, I wonder how my father will react when he discovers that I am on the verge of catching up to him. Chapter 35. I have reached the 4th rank. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Fan is drenched in sweat, having roughly mastered this foundational boxing technique. He can unleash a flurry of 3 to 4 consecutive punches, 3 jabs followed by a heavy strike. Typically, this would suffice to incapacitate most opponents. And if it does not, then he is clearly outmatched. Suddenly, a triumphant notification resonates in his mind. Ding! The bald blue cat has successfully evolved. Wealth points -1, 000. 000. The evolution results are as follows. Bald blue cat. Spirit beast rank, 4th. Talent, B201000 million. For every 100 growth points, talent value increases by 10. Species, feline. Growth points, 15,100 million. Stamina, 2099. Strength, 3352. Speed, 2000. Combat power, 3876. Special skill, Cat Claw, leaving deep lacerations with mild toxicity. Special bloodline, B-grade Night Demon Cat. Evolution method, Comprehensive evolution. 4th rank. In terms of combat power, it pales in comparison to the Flame Demon Wolf. However, it is significantly more formidable than the 3rd rank Bald Blue Cat. Notably, he spent $1 million to fully activate the Bald Blue Cat's special bloodline, enhancing its innate qualities to B grade. The Bald Blue Cat size is continuously increasing, prompting Jiang Fan to hastily return it to the Spirit Beast space. Jiang Fan licked his parched lips. He yearned for an opportunity to test the current prowess of the Bald Blue Cat. A 4th rank Spirit Beast, in theory, should be capable of overcoming an ordinary 4th rank novice martial artist. I wonder when those from the Holy Clan will arrive. Speaking of the Holy Clan, I must have been placed on some kind of list by them, which is why they would actively seek me out. Who else might be on that list? Could it be the 7 candidates who awakened beast seals this year? The list? Speaking of lists, that red-haired individual seemed to mention something about a list as well. Jiang Fan's pupils constricted. Is the red-haired one affiliated with the Holy Clan? What about Su Qingqing? Is she also a member of the Holy Clan? It is indeed a possibility. He had long harbored suspicions about Su Qingqing. So beautiful, and her talent is exceptionally high. Moreover, that elderly lady had inadvertently revealed something. Su Qingqing claimed she was her aunt. Yet, for a fleeting moment, the elderly lady mistakenly referred to her as Mississippi. Clearly, Su Qingqing hails from a prestigious lineage. But why would she specifically travel from Moonlight City, one of the top cities in the Star Moon Federation, to this desolate little place? And why reside in such a dilapidated old building? There are far better neighborhoods in Tianqing Town, and Su Qingqing does not seem to be lacking in wealth. Is she perhaps connected to that young man from the Wang family upstairs? Unlikely. To anyone's eye, they are 2 parallel lines that shall never intersect. Thus, there can only be one reason. Su Qingqing is also a member of the Holy Clan. A wicked smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. How astute of me. I am truly clever. I have managed to unravel the truth from these fragmented clues. It is even possible that Su Qingqing plays a significant role within the Holy Clan. Perhaps even as a saintess. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Fan was struck by a chilling sensation, his scalp prickling. A dangerous individual resides right across from his doorstep. What a close call. He is fortunate to have made this clever discovery. Inside a high-end restaurant, Su Qingqing suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing an itch in her nose. Xiao Ran, noticing her discomfort, inquired with a smile. Miss Su, you will surely be heading to the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy soon. As the esteemed individual there has been fond of you for quite some time. Su Qingqing remained silent. She intended to go to the Moonlight Academy. But it had nothing to do with that person. Xiao Ran, not taking note of her reticence, continued. By the way, Tianqing Town has been quite fortunate this year, producing 7 beast tamers. Excluding Miss Su, there are still 6, and it seems your neighbor, Su Xiaojia, is also a beast tamer. How coincidental. How do you know? Su Qingqing suddenly asked. Xiao Ran was taken aback. It's not really a secret. I did a little research beforehand. Although the Xiao family is not on par with the Su family, we still need to cultivate talent. Individuals from small towns are the easiest to attract. And the Su family should be well aware of this, shouldn't you, Zhang Ma? Zhang Ma nodded with a smile. Indeed, while there are many geniuses in Moonlight City, most are affiliated with powerful factions. It's challenging to recruit them. Hence, each year, the talents rising from various small towns become the targets of contention for families and factions. Let us hope these talents can safely reach Moonlight City this year. I heard that last year, 3 beast tamers who left the town were all killed by the beasts of the evil sect. Zhang Ma expressed her anger. The evil sect has committed numerous heinous acts. It's hard to say. This year, Tianqing Town's performance has been commendable. Perhaps the evil sect will indeed set their sights on Tianqing Town. Xiao Ran sighed helplessly. He glanced at Su Qingqing. Especially since the Holy Clan would likely wish to recruit her. Even if they cannot recruit her, they might still. Xiao Ran did not finish his thought. Zhang Ma snorted coldly. Let them come. As long as I draw breath, my lady will encounter not a hint of danger. Xiao Ran quickly replied, of course. With you. A 4th rank martial artist, protecting Miss Su, she is undoubtedly safe. After speaking, Xiao Ran took a sip of water, but within his cup, a knowing smile lingered on his face. The Holy Clan is likely beginning to make their move. Chaos is about to unfold in Tianqing Town. Chapter 36. The Holy Clan takes action. Within the hotel, Jiang Fan completed his 2nd day of soaking. He diluted 2nd rank beast blood into bathwater at a ratio of 20:1. His vitality has now grown to 8 units. An ordinary healthy person possesses 1 unit of vitality. This means Jiang Fan now wields the strength to contend with 8 opponents simultaneously. He is rapidly closing in on his father, who presumably can overpower over a dozen ordinary individuals. Covered in blood, he reclined in the clear bathtub, washing away the filth. While resting, Jiang Fan idly scrolled through the news, when suddenly he sat upright, his eyes fixated on the screen. It was a major news story. A criminal case. A person had been impaled on the lightning rod of the tallest building in the city, meeting a grotesquely brutal end. Moreover, this individual held a special identity. They had just awakened their beast seal in the 3 major examinations this year as a prodigious beast tamer. Jiang Fan recognized this person. She was the female student he had encountered previously at the Spirit Beast Trading Hall. Beside the student's corpse lay a young fire rat, its limbs severed. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau was alarmed, launching a citywide manhunt for the murderer. Jiang Fan's first instinct was that this was the work of the Holy Clan. Before his demise, Chao Shuanglong foretold that several young beast tamers in Tianqing Town would fall victim to treachery. It appears that the first instance has already manifested. Jiang Fan clenched his fist tightly, realizing that time was of the essence. He faintly perceived an invisible scythe hovering ominously above Tianqing Town, poised to strike at any moment. Surrounding the high tower, a cadre of individuals clad in white uniforms had cordoned off several streets. These were members of the Enforcement Division, distinct from ordinary police forces. The Enforcement Division only intervenes in times of significant crisis, acting as guardians of the realm. It is well understood that their presence signifies an imminent danger. The Guard Corps and the Enforcement Division are tasked with external defense and internal security respectively. Among the white-clad officers, Lu Huan was also present. She was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man ahead, who seemed to exhibit signs of impatience. This time, the Dark Division had deliberately allied with the Enforcement Division to eradicate the threats to Tianqing Town. The middle-aged man scoffed derisively, questioning when the Dark Division had ever had the audacity to operate in the open. Lu Huan frowned. Truthfully, she had not anticipated that the head of the Enforcement Division would be so difficult to engage. This so-called guardian of Tianqing Town had vanquished countless formidable foes and resolved numerous major cases. It was no wonder that before her arrival, Old Gu had advised her to temper her expectations. Indeed, communication was proving to be a challenge. Director Jiang, the recent incursion by the evil sect poses a grave threat. The danger may be more profound than we anticipate. If you are concerned for the citizens of Tianqing Town, please feel free to reach out to us. The Dark Division will fully cooperate with the Enforcement Division. Director Jiang remained silent, seemingly disinclined to acknowledge Lu Huan. She decided not to linger any longer. As she exited the crowd, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Fan, who had come to assess the situation. Xiao Fan, what brings you here? Lu Huan inquired, somewhat surprised. However, Jiang Fan was even more astonished. I heard there was an incident, so I came to take a look. But what about you, Huanjia? I came to take a look as well, Lu Huan replied with a forced smile. She could not divulge that someone had set their sights on their group to Xiao Fan. After all, he was merely a student. And if he learned that someone intended to harm him, it would surely terrify him. Jiang Fan nodded thoughtfully. Huanjia, things might not be safe lately. You should refrain from wandering about. He was at a loss for words. Given the Holy Clan's assault on Tianqing Town, it was best not to alarm Huanjia. Lu Huan hesitated. Xiao Fan, why not come stay at my house? Huh, why? Jiang Fan was taken aback. What did she mean by that? What I mean is, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. We used to share a bed frequently, and now that you're heading to Yuehua City for school, we won't have the chance to do that anymore. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. What kind of bold statement was that? Lu Huan's audacious remark even drew the attention of others around them. They were envious, thinking how fortunate it would be to sleep alongside such a stunning beauty. Lu Huan quickly realized that her words might have been easily misconstrued. Hastily, she clarified, what I meant was, we could play cards all night again. Just like we used to. Play cards? The bystanders' hearts raced, interpreting it as a secret code for a 3-person game. Jiang Fan understood, recalling their past card-playing sessions. He chuckled. That was ages ago. I'm not up for it anymore. Besides, I'm quite busy now. Let us save it for another time. Without waiting for Lu Huan to persuade him further, Jiang Fan departed. He needed to devise a strategy. The Holy Clan might already know where he resided. Chao Shuanglong was the first, but he may not be the last. His family was in peril. He had to take the initiative. Presently, the only lead regarding the Holy Clan was Su Qingqing and someone named Xiao Ran. Su Qingqing's current strength was uncertain, and that elderly lady seemed far from ordinary. Her prowess unfathomable. Perhaps Xiao Ran could serve as the key. Right, let us target Xiao Ran first. Chapter 37. Calculating each other. Jiang Fan abruptly received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller identified themselves as a member of the Enforcement Division, requesting him to stay temporarily at their facility. Although the reason was not explicitly stated, Jiang Fan surmised that the Enforcement Division had learned of the Holy Clan's assault on the town and sought to provide concentrated protection for individuals like him. Can I bring my parents along? Jiang Fan inquired. The other party was clearly taken aback, evidently not anticipating that Jiang Fan would inquire about the reason. Perhaps he was aware of some circumstances. After a brief silence, the caller sighed. I'm afraid not. Only you can come. What about my parents? They won't harm them, will they? The enforcement division was actively pursuing the remnants of the evil sect. Such reassurances were futile. Hadn't they yet failed to locate the members of the evil sect? The enforcement division had limited personnel and could only protect a few beast tamers, unable to divert more resources to safeguard others. All right, I understand. I want to go. Thank you. Jiang Fan ended the call. He had already anticipated such an outcome. The term evil sect might merely be a label others used for the Holy Clan. It was likely that the members of the evil sect did not fear the enforcement division of Tianqing Town. Otherwise, Chao Shuanglong would not have dared to attack so brazenly. Thus, he had to rely on himself. In the enforcement division's underground chamber, dozens of armed officers stood guard. Among them were two middle-aged men who appeared to possess noteworthy abilities. One was robust and exuded a powerful vitality, a formidable warrior. The other appeared somewhat frail, to the extent that one might describe him as emaciated. However, the most striking feature was his piercing blue eyes, which made it almost impossible to meet his gaze. They resembled two profound whirlpools. Once ensnared, one would find it impossible to escape. A soul master. Moreover, he was a soul master of considerable strength. Such a configuration was solely to protect a handful of young individuals. These youngsters were all exceptional talents who had performed admirably in this year's major examinations. Not only were they beast tamers, but they also included martial examination prodigies with vitality exceeding 8 horses and soul prodigies with mental strength above 7. In total, there were 15 of them. Zhang Hua was among them. He surveyed the room and inquired, "Where are Su Qingqing and Jiang Fan?" Others shared his curiosity. Tianqing Town had a total of 7 awakened beast tamers, with 2 from Tianqing First High School. Yet both were absent. Zhang Hua sneered. Have they perhaps already met their demise? An officer from the enforcement division replied coolly. They both declined the protection offered by the enforcement division. Declined? Zhang Hua was taken aback. Had they lost their minds? The evil sect would undoubtedly target the talented beast tamers first. Zhu Miao was a cautionary tale. And yet they still refused? Zhu Miao was the female beast tamer whose body was displayed atop the high tower today. Do not concern yourselves with others. The warrior commanded tersely. While I do not believe this fortified chamber can be breached by the evil sect, it is prudent to prepare for the worst. Should the evil sect breach our defenses, you must not panic. Adhere to my instructions and engage the enemy while ensuring your own safety. Zhang Hua chuckled, rest assured. Captain Wang, my vitality has reached 15 horses, and I am more than capable in combat. If the evil sect truly dares to come, I will make them regret it. Captain Wang cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Hua, remaining silent. With a strength of 15 horses, his vitality indeed met the standards of a first-grade martial artist. Yet, it was merely vitality. The might of a martial artist encompasses more than just this aspect. One must also consider martial techniques and combat skills. Zhang Hua had likely not yet acquired the foundational boxing techniques. His current confidence was nothing more than unfounded bravado. Captain Wang ceased his speech and fell into contemplation. Could the defenses be breached? It was uncertain, as reports had surfaced indicating that at least 2 fourth-grade powerhouses from the heretical sect had arrived. Whether they were martial artists or of another profession remained unclear. If they were martial artists, it might not be too dire, but if they belonged to another category, then Tianqing Town would be facing grave peril. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan wandered below, anxiously awaiting the return of Su Qingqing, who had yet to appear. However, Xiao Ran had arrived on his own. Su Qingqing still hasn't returned. Jiang Fan remarked directly. Xiao Ran nodded, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I know. I came to find you. To find me? Jiang Fan feigned surprise, though he was not truly taken aback, merely acting startled. Inside, he chided himself. Had he overplayed his part? Surely, Xiao Ran wouldn't have caught on to the ruse. Xiao Ran, with a dismissive smile, noted, indeed, people from small towns tend to be so impatient. He chuckled lightly. Brother, are you perhaps interested in Miss Su? I could provide you with some intel? Absolutely. Jiang Fan grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Xiao Ran scoffed, just a toad in the mud. Daring to dream of a swan in the clouds. Shall we change our venue for this discussion? This is confidential information. Certainly, Jiang Fan replied with a smile, leading Xiao Ran to the dilapidated building with which he was well acquainted. Xiao Ran could hardly suppress the grin at the corners of his mouth. What a splendid place. Remote and desolate, perfect for murder. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fan, walking ahead, wore an expression mirroring his own. Fool, you truly took the bait. Brother, let us settle here. It appears there's no one around, Xiao Ran urged, his impatience palpable. In an instant, his vitality surged, and his crimson hair danced like flames. His smile turned cruel, as he relished the myriad ways he could torment Jiang Fan. Suddenly, a haunting meow echoed, sending shivers down Xiao Ran's spine. Chapter 38. Xiao Ran, meet your demise. A colossal shadow loomed over Xiaoran. He slowly turned, his face etched with terror and despair. A fourth-grade ferocious beast. His first thought was that Tianqing Town had been breached. How could a fourth-grade beast enter? He could never fathom that such a formidable entity was Jiang Fan's spirit beast. This was impossible. His master had never mentioned that a fourth-grade beast could infiltrate Tianqing Town so swiftly. Jiang Fan chuckled. The beast tide was indeed your doing. His suspicions were confirmed. The heretical sect's miscreants were deserving of death. At that moment, Xiaoran noticed Jiang Fan's calm demeanor in the face of the fourth-grade beast, and his expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Could it be? This is your spirit beast? Jiang Fan merely smiled in silence. Impossible. This cannot be. Xiaoran, overwhelmed with dread, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Tianqing Town could not possibly have a fourth-grade beast master. No, more importantly, you could not be a fourth-grade beast master. You're merely a newly awakened beast master. Huh. Jiang Fan scoffed. Let me clarify. How many of you are there in the heretical sect, and what is your true objective? Was it merely to eliminate a few prodigies? There was no need to incite a beast tide against the city, for it would only expose your presence and put you at a disadvantage. Xiaoran's expression grew grave, and he even averted his gaze. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous Jiang Fan possessed such astute reasoning. Perhaps even many in the enforcement division were unaware that they had fallen into a trap set by the Sacred Clan. The Sacred Clan's grand scheme, appearing to target those prodigies, had a far more significant aim: the Dragon Clan's spirit beast egg. Its worth far surpassed that of those few prodigies. Xiaoran hesitated. If I tell you, will you spare me? Jiang Fan's derisive smile returned. Where has your earlier bravado gone, Xiaoran? Even if you remain silent, I have other ways to uncover the truth. If you speak, I might make your end a touch more merciful. Jiang Fan's smile suddenly unsettled Xiaoran. The massive head of the fourth-grade spirit beast loomed closer, emitting low, menacing growls that struck fear into the heart. He had no doubt that this creature could devise 1,000 ways to torment him. The mere thought sent cold shivers coursing through his body. The true objective of the Sacred Clan was the Dragon Clan's spirit beast egg, a treasure worth an entire city. How intriguing, Jiang Fan mused, astonished. A Dragon Clan spirit beast egg hidden in the desolate Tianqing Town? He understood well what a dragon egg represented: dragon tamers. Among beast masters, they were of the highest echelon, almost legendary. The Dragon Clan had reigned supreme until the end of the last era, after which the tides turned, and humanity took the lead, forcing the Dragon Clan into hiding in the depths of the wilderness. Some claim that even now, the Dragon Clan remained the lords of the wilds. Thus, to become a dragon tamer was the utmost glory for any beast master. Is that all? Jiang Fan inquired. Is that all? Xiaoran's incredulous reaction left Jiang Fan astounded. Is the Dragon Clan truly the strongest? Jiang Fan questioned with a smile. This query momentarily stunned Xiaoran. But then he seemed to find clarity. Could it be that such a young individual had already become a fourth-grade beast master, yet was still inferior to those dragon tamers? Jiang Fan gestured subtly, and the bald blue cat understood immediately, ready to strike. Xiaoran suddenly erupted with a maniacal laugh, shouting, "Even if you are a fourth-grade beast master, you cannot escape your fate of slaughter. Not just you, but everyone in Tianqing Town must die. Your father, a warrior of the city guard, will be the first to perish." Ultimately, his voice was drowned out by the crunching sounds of the bald blue cat devouring him. A once promising third-grade prodigy had thus become fodder for a spirit beast. Jiang Fan's expression hardened. What did Xiaoran's dying words truly mean? Would the Sacred Clan annihilate all of Tianqing Town for the sake of the dragon egg? Such a grand endeavor, setting aside the enforcement division's involvement. Even if the Sacred Clan intended to carry this out, the city guard would not stand idle. How many experts would be required? Why go to such lengths? The mention of the city guard dying first. Could it be that the ferocious beasts would once again assault the city? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Fan. He needed to find his parents first. The city guard's office served as a resting and recuperating place during peacetime. Located in a large courtyard in the eastern district of Tianqing Town, it was currently busy organizing supplies in preparation for the next conflict. Jiang Fan had visited before. So many recognized him. "Xiao Fan, you're here. I heard you've become a beast master." An acquaintance greeted cheerfully. Jiang Fan nodded. "Oh, old Jiang has struck it rich. You won't have to work in the guard corps anymore, will you?" Jiang Fan, lacking the mood for banter, quickly inquired. "Where are my parents?" They must be tidying up the underground warehouse. Why not check there?" Jiang Fan hastened over. The guard's office boasts an extensive underground storage facility, typically housing artillery and heavy weaponry, a place under stringent security. Access is strictly forbidden to those who are not corps members. Jiang Fan, too, found himself barred from entry. Chapter 39. The Utility of Insects. This area is a significant stronghold for the guard, and Jiang Fan could not force his way in. However, knowing his parents were within provided him with some solace. Once they emerged, he intended to persuade them to leave the guard. It was not out of selfishness. Rather, he recognized his limitations. As a Tier 4 Beast Master, he was not invincible, and with the malevolent sect making a formidable advance, the peril for his parents was greater than for others. This was also the reason he had declined the protection of the law enforcement department. If the malevolent sect could not locate him, they would inevitably resort to threatening his parents' lives. After a prolonged wait, individuals continued to enter and exit the underground warehouse. Yet his parents remained unseen. As many departed, the guard's office prepared to close its doors. Someone approached Jiang Fan, instructing him to vacate the premises. But he insisted on waiting for his parents to exit the warehouse. The individual seemed perplexed, stating that everyone from the warehouse should have already left and that it was empty. Jiang Fan's heart sank in an instant. The last person to lock the heavy door of the underground warehouse was Commander Wang. Jiang Fan had encountered this commander on several occasions. His father often recounted tales of Commander Wang's valor, idolizing him. It was said that Commander Wang was a martial artist who had embarked on his journey later in life. Yet, through sheer determination, he had ascended to a Tier 3 powerhouse, now one of the most prominent figures in Tianqing Town. Such an achievement was indeed commendable. It was a miracle for someone to cultivate to Tier 3 after starting late. Given his father's frequent mentions of Commander Wang, Jiang Fan held a favorable impression of him. Xiao Fan, I hear you've awakened your beast seal. Splendid. It seems old Jiang's hopes for you were not misplaced. Ha. Commander Wang's laughter boomed, showing no signs of injury. The physique of a Tier 3 martial artist was indeed formidable. Jiang Fan chuckled sheepishly before inquiring, Commander Wang, may I ask where my parents are? Commander Wang appeared momentarily taken aback, pausing for a few seconds before responding, they are not in the office. Do you need something from them? Not here, but they haven't returned home for several days since their arrival. Is that so? I'm not quite certain. Perhaps they have other matters to attend to. Commander Wang smiled, glancing at the already locked warehouse door, preparing to depart. At that moment, someone approached, suggesting that it seemed there were still people who had not exited. Commander Wang's demeanor shifted slightly, a flicker of anger surfacing, yet he quickly suppressed it, smiling. There is no one inside. I had released some of them early. Although the person appeared puzzled, they refrained from questioning further. After all, if Commander Wang said so, it must be the case. Jiang Fan observed the lock on the warehouse door, crafted from meteoric iron, impenetrable. Aside from the key held by Commander Wang, no one else could unlock this underground storage. Reflecting on what Xiao Ran had mentioned regarding the dragon egg, if such an egg indeed existed in Tianqing Town, there were only two likely locations, the law enforcement department or the guard. The law enforcement department had already sheltered some prodigies, becoming a thorn in the side of the malevolent sect. Thus, it was unlikely they would protect a dragon egg, implying that the egg might very well be housed within this warehouse. Was this the reason for Commander Wang's unusual behavior? Jiang Fan had indeed sensed Commander Wang's unease. When he inquired about his parents, the commander instinctively glanced at the warehouse. Such instinctive reactions can often reveal the truth. His parents were indeed in this warehouse. With a grave expression, Jiang Fan glanced in the direction where Commander Wang had departed, discreetly following him. He now felt that this renowned general of Tianqing Town was shrouded in suspicion. However, should he recklessly pursue, he would undoubtedly be discovered. Underestimating a Tier 3 martial artist would lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Jiang Fan noticed an anthill by the roadside, along with some common insects. His eyes brightened. After traversing a few intersections, Commander Wang abruptly halted, casting a glance over his shoulder. There was no one behind him. He then smirked, what a vigilant little brat. It's a pity you lack patience. You only followed for 4 streets before giving up? A vehicle halted beside him, its dark window sliding down. A slender, delicate finger beckoned, and Commander Wang entered the vehicle from behind. However, this scene was entirely witnessed by a dragonfly perched on a nearby branch. Simultaneously, Jiang Fan observed this from a distance. He had not anticipated that the insects he casually controlled possessed such capabilities. The dragonfly, with its remarkable vision and thousands of compound eyes, had a 360-degree field of view. Most crucially, the perspective of this dragonfly could be shared with Jiang Fan. This was an unexpected boon. Perhaps no one had previously thought to control an ordinary insect, thus overlooking this advantage. Alternatively, it could be that certain spirit beasts possessed such abilities. This was undoubtedly a treasure for tracking and surveillance. The vehicle sped away rapidly, and the dragonfly struggled to keep pace, but fortunately, the vehicle was constrained to the road. The dragonfly could take shortcuts, managing to keep up. Ultimately, the vehicle stopped in front of the glorious nightclub. The dragonfly hovered outside, and a dozen ants scurried out from beneath its wings, climbing the wall and entering the nightclub. A few minutes later, Jiang Fan hailed a taxi and hurried over. Although the ants could not provide him with visibility, they were acutely sensitive to their surroundings. Thus, Jiang Fan could sense where the ants were headed. At that moment, the ants likely infiltrated a private room, which was where Commander Wong was located. Chapter 40. Inside the warehouse. According to his father's description, Commander Wong was an honest and dedicated man, wholly devoted to the guard, and had never frequented chaotic entertainment venues. So, who could Commander Wong possibly be meeting here? Jiang Fan now found himself in the corridor, but refrained from rushing in. Instead, he feigned being a patron of another private room. A provocatively dressed bunny girl playfully glanced at Jiang Fan before delivering drinks to that private room. At the moment the door opened, he overheard a brief exchange. Xiaoran's a real headache. Xiaoran. Immediately afterward, the door to the private room closed, cutting off any further sound. However, that single phrase was sufficient. Within that room were members of the malevolent sect, and Commander Wong was, astonishingly, consorting with them. An icy dread washed over Jiang Fan. Commander Wong, one of the guardians of Tianqing Town, was entangled with those of the malevolent sect. He could not linger here. The crisis in Tianqing Town might be far more severe than he had imagined. He had barely taken a few steps when the door to the private room suddenly swung open. A voice emerged. Director Chow, we await your favorable news. The transformation of Tianqing Town will commence with you. A chill gripped Jiang Fan's heart. He did not pause, but calmly took one step after another, departing. Director Chow. There was only one Director Chow in Tianqing Town, the head of the law enforcement department, a figure who stood alongside Commander Wong as a guardian of Tianqing Town. It was said that his strength surpassed even that of Commander Wong, being a Tier 4 powerhouse. Jiang Fan had never experienced a day quite like this, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of despair. The two formidable guardians of Tianqing Town were, astonishingly, connected to the sinister sect, seemingly having forged some kind of pact with it. Xiaoran hinted that the town would face a catastrophic disaster, subtly implying that the evil sect had colluded with the Guard Corps and the Enforcement Division. Director Chow moved with meticulous composure, while Jiang Fan feigned calmness ahead of him. Frankly, he felt no particular fear of Director Chow at that moment. Yet the latter's long-standing image as the protector of Tianqing Town loomed large in the public consciousness. Jiang Fan had no intention of confronting Director Chow directly, at least not at this juncture. The web of intrigue cast over the clear skies of Tianqing Town thickened. He could not afford to reveal himself prematurely. He entered the elevator first, promptly pressing the closed door button. As the elevator doors began to close, Jiang Fan exhaled in relief, only for a hand to suddenly block the door. His heart raced instantly. It was none other than Director Chow. As the doors opened, their eyes met. For the first time, Jiang Fan observed this prominent figure up close, finding him even more meticulous than he had imagined. He appeared exceedingly cold, his gaze as frigid as ice. His aura was overwhelmingly powerful, making one feel as though they were ensconced in a cavern of frost. Jiang Fan froze, uncertain if Director Chow recognized him. The director furrowed his brow slightly, casting a penetrating glance at Jiang Fan before remaining silent. Jiang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Director Chow did not know him. Upon exiting the elevator, Jiang Fan chose a direction opposite to that of Director Chow. He did not glance back. Yet after a short distance, Director Chow turned to regard Jiang Fan's retreating figure. A rare smirk of amusement played at the corners of Director Chow's mouth. How intriguing. Jiang Fan made his way directly to the Guard Corps office, for his parents might be within that warehouse. With Commander Wong absent, it was the perfect opportunity to breach the warehouse door. The office gates were tightly secured, but the wall posed no obstacle to Jiang Fan, whose chi surged with the force of a formidable beast. Using hands and feet, he scaled the wall like an agile monkey. The warehouse door bore a meteorite lock, which he could not unlock. However, the door was not forged from meteorite material. It appeared to be constructed from exceptionally hard, refined iron, resilient enough to withstand even heavy artillery. Yet, perhaps a fourth-grade spirit beast could breach it. The bald blue cat sprang forth from the spirit beast space. Though not as colossal as Yi Qinghua's blazing wolf, the bald blue cat stood a height of 5 or 6 meters, resembling a mobile small two-story building. Following Jiang Fan's command, it struck the iron door with a paw, producing 3 wide fissures that were ample enough for Jiang Fan to pass through. He squeezed into the warehouse, which was far larger than he had anticipated. Cloaked in darkness, his flashlight barely illuminated a corner of the vast space. Numerous rooms lay within, each likely possessing substantial storage capacity. Yet, it seemed devoid of occupants. He estimated there were at least several thousand rooms. Searching through them alone could take an eternity. Crouching down, he opened a spirit beast space, from which emerged a throng of densely packed ants. Upon his arrival, he had uprooted an entire anthill. Thousands of them would suffice for scouring these rooms. In a dimly lit chamber, he discovered a spirit beast egg emanating a faint red glow. The intricate patterns on the egg pulsed with light, flickering in a rhythm akin to breathing. The frequency of the flickering seemed to accelerate, growing brighter with each pulse. Through the crimson light, he discerned that the egg was connected to dozens of bloodlines, each culminating in a person bound to the ground. The bloodlines flowed from the wrist incisions of these individuals. It appeared they were sacrificing their life force to awaken the spirit beast egg. Xiao old Jiang murmured weakly, calling out for his wife, yet no response came. He was on the brink of death, tears of despair streaming down his face. He could hardly believe that Commander Wang was a traitor, plotting their demise. They were truly on the verge of death, with only the hope that their son might escape. They wished for their son to leave Tianqing Town. It was doomed. Chapter 41. Parents on the brink of death. The ability to manipulate over 1,000 life forms was likely unique to Jiang Fan. The sound of the ants was barely audible. Even as they scurried swiftly through the various rooms, their movements remained nearly inaudible. In less than a few minutes, Jiang Fan had surveyed over 300 storage rooms. The space was vast, yet the contents were sparse. Aside from a multitude of light and heavy artillery, there were also carcasses of ferocious beasts. These were valuable resources. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 1,000 beasts. The extracted beast blood would sustain his cultivation for quite some time. Regrettably, he could not transport them and needed a storage artifact instead. Suddenly, a thought struck him. System, do you have a storage space? The system's cold. Mechanical voice resonated within his mind. This system possesses 10,000 cubic units of free storage space. The host may rent additional space for a fee. Indeed, the system had storage space, just like in a game where players typically have an inherent storage capacity. Jiang Fan was overwhelmed with joy. He was on the verge of a lucrative haul. Bald cat, Jiang Fan commanded. The bald blue cat smashed through the door of a room, piled high, with ferocious beast carcasses. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fan looted the room clean. Next room, he continued to breach the storage rooms designated for items, allowing for an exceedingly swift plunder. Such an opportunity might never present itself again. The warehouse would surely be heavily guarded under normal circumstances. However, with Commander Wang having sent everyone away, Jiang Fan was granted a rare chance. These resources, which technically belonged to the public, were now in jeopardy of falling into the hands of the evil sect due to Wang's betrayal of the righteous path. Thus he was safeguarding these resources. Jiang Fan continued to ransack dozens of storage rooms, watching as his storage space filled to capacity. His heart swelled with a sense of justice. Beyond the carcasses of ferocious beasts, he also discovered a handful of spirit stones. The quantity was minimal. Spirit stones possessed the purest form of spiritual energy and were the easiest to absorb. Thus, even the Tianqing Town City Guard had very few in stock, only a few pieces. Estimating their market value at around 100,000 each, it amounted to approximately 6 or 700,000. As he neared the end of his scavenging, Jiang Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. The guard corps of Tianqing Town was poorer than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, in this remote locale, having gathered these resources was commendable. Suddenly, Jiang Fan froze in place. His army of ants had located the innermost storage room. While he was uncertain of its contents, he sensed an aura of terror emanating from within. What lay within that deepest storage room? Jiang Fan hastened towards it. The door of this storage room differed from the others, resembling the outermost warehouse door in materials. This suggested that it might house the most valuable items. A dragon-type spirit beast egg? Jiang Fan's heart raced. One such egg could be worth an entire town. The malevolent sect is willing to obliterate Tianqing Town for this purpose. Should they acquire it, he could potentially become the legendary Dragon Master. However, he quickly shook his head, setting this matter aside for the moment. As his parents were still missing, they could very well be within this storeroom. The bald blue cat struck the door 5 times before finally cracking it. Through the fissure, Jiang Fan immediately spotted a spirit beast egg emanating a crimson glow. It was far larger than any spirit beast eggs he had encountered at the trading center. Nearly the size of a room, the storeroom was saturated with a potent scent of blood. Could it be emanating from this dragon egg? Soon, Jiang Fan noticed the bodies strewn around him. Many, at least dozens, almost all martial artists. Though appearing chaotic, they were arranged in a formation dictated by a certain order. Blood sacrifice. Although Jiang Fan had never witnessed such a ritual, he had heard of it. Only those who tread the dark path would resort to such barbaric methods. The architect of this formation intended to use the blood of these martial artists to revive the dragon egg. Father, mother, Jiang Fan was on the verge of madness. His parents were likely among them, sacrificed by Captain Wang. He frantically examined each person until, at last, he found his parents in a corner. Their blood had entirely drained away. Jiang Fan's heart clenched painfully. Observing their wrists still bleeding, he had the bald blue cat shatter the formation with a single strike. With the supply of blood vitality severed, the dragon egg dimmed once more. Carefully, he attempted to awaken his parents, but they remained unresponsive. They seemed to have lost a significant amount of blood vitality, yet he still had a sliver of beast blood left. At that moment, he had no choice but to pour it into their mouths. Their lives hung by a thread. His hands trembled as he held onto their hands. His eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. Fortunately, he sensed the blood vitality of his parents gradually reviving. The first words spoken by his father upon opening his eyes were, "Save our comrades." Only after confirming that his mother had also escaped the clutches of death did Jiang Fan employ the same method to rescue the others. A few had already completely lost their vital life force. Blood vitality is the essence of life. When it is drained, life itself ebbs away. In the end, out of 43 individuals, only 20 regained their vitality. His mother, being a non-martial artist, fortunately did not lose too much blood vitality. Otherwise, she would have likely succumbed. Chapter 42, Rallying Allies. These individuals were in a daze, most unaware of what had transpired. Originally, they had been following Captain Wang's orders to set up the formation on the ground. Once the formation was completed, Captain Wang had suddenly attacked them from behind. Upon regaining consciousness, they felt an unprecedented weakness. "Father, you were deceived by Captain Wang." Jiang Fan recounted what he had witnessed, revealing Captain Wang's collusion with the malevolent sect to the martial artists of the Guard Corps. These martial artists, reflecting on their own experiences, did not doubt Jiang Fan in the slightest. They were not foolish. Captain Wang intended to blood sacrifice them. It was utterly cruel. Moreover, blood sacrifice was a tactic of the malevolent sect. His father could hardly believe it. The thought of Captain Wang being one of them was unimaginable. Old Jiang and the others were already angrily cursing. "Wang Dawei is nothing but a beast. We fought alongside him through thick and thin, and yet he has placed us in peril. We must report him." These individuals, disregarding their own weakness, were determined to expose Wang Dawei's true nature to the world. Jiang Fan trembled with rage. Wang Dawei deserved to die? He vowed to personally end Wang Dawei's life. However, he remained composed and pondered. Where shall we report it? To the Law Enforcement Department. The Law Enforcement Department is on equal standing with the Guard Corps, and Chief Chow is certainly stronger than Wang Dawei. He will be able to handle it. But what if the Law Enforcement Department has also been corrupted? Jiang Fan questioned. The group fell silent. The prospect of the Law Enforcement Department becoming a pawn of the malevolent sect was unfathomable. Did Tianqing Town still hold any hope? No, not even a glimmer. Jiang Fan sighed. If everyone believes in me, perhaps I can make a difference. The crowd turned to Jiang Fan, even his father tugging at his sleeve. "Xiao Fan, you must be accountable for your words." Jiang Fan nodded resolutely. Previously, he might not have had such confidence, but with so many martial artists alongside him, he felt emboldened. These martial artists represented nearly the entirety of the Guard Corps, embodying its core strength. They glanced at the imposing bald blue cat, whose aura was formidable. Suddenly, his father recalled something. "Son, are you that black-robed beast master?" Jiang Fan nodded. "Yes." The crowd was momentarily stunned, and old Jiang looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. "What? Did I hear incorrectly? Xiao Fan is actually the beast master with 3 third-tier spirit beasts?" His parents exchanged glances, both in shock. They were dumbfounded, their minds blank. They knew their son best, but when had he become such a formidable figure? When had this happened? Hadn't he just finished the 3 major assessments? "Old Jiang, you have concealed this well. Your son has become a powerful figure, and you never informed us." Old Jiang was envious. Simultaneously, he was certain that the Jiang couple had deliberately kept this a secret. What an extraordinary genius. An 18-year-old third-tier beastmaster? Old Jiang smiled wryly. He himself was unaware. He cast a deep glance at his son, who grinned widely. He suspected that his son had encountered some fortuitous event, but that remained his son's secret. Even as a father, he could not pry into such matters. It was a taboo. Every powerful individual harbors their own secrets, which may pertain to life and death. If he were to learn the secret behind his son's strength, but lacked the ability to safeguard it, it could ultimately harm his son. His mother was already dazed. Not being a martial artist herself, she merely served in logistics within the Guard Corps. Thus, from the perspective of an ordinary person, she found it even harder to comprehend her son. She wanted to ask, but old Jiang held her back. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles. "All right, I am the first to support you," his father declared. Following suit, old Jiang expressed his agreement. The group hesitated little, ready to rally around Jiang Fan. There was no other choice. A trusted third-tier beastmaster, well acquainted with them, was worthy of their confidence. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, feeling a heavy weight settle upon his shoulders. He glanced at the temporarily extinguished dragon egg. This dragon egg must possess an extraordinary origin, appearing to be quite aged. Its surface was encrusted with layers of sedimentary rock and ash, as if it had been excavated from deep within the earth, resembling a fossil. The embryonic life within required a massive offering of blood vitality to awaken. However, even under such circumstances, there was no guarantee of success. With a wave of his hand, he stored the dragon egg in his spatial storage. We must retreat and hide. I will provide you with some beast blood to aid in restoring your blood vitality. Jiang Fan instructed them to disperse and conceal themselves. He then promptly contacted Guo Chao, who was still in Tianqing town. Jiang Fan requested Guo Chao's assistance in refining another batch of beast blood, to which Guo Chao readily complied. He was quite willing to aid a beastmaster, as fostering good relations with them promised great benefits. Cloaked in a black robe, Jiang Fan met Guo Chao at the appointed location. Brother Chen Fan, are you off to undertake a bounty mission again? Guo Chao inquired. Jiang Fan remained silent, his dark attire lending him an air of mystery. Guo Chao did not press further, recognizing that a third-tier beastmaster often possessed both skill and audacity. Perhaps he was venturing into the wilderness beyond Tianqing town. Upon arrival, Jiang Fan was taken aback to discover that the location for refining beast blood was, surprisingly, a food processing factory. Chapter 43, The Food Processing Factory. Guo Chao chuckled, accustomed to such peculiarities. Officially, beast blood should only be refined at sanctioned institutions. However, due to their exorbitant fees and high commission rates, numerous private establishments have emerged. These institutions, wary of the law, often disguise their operations. How did you come to know this? Jiang Fan asked, astonished. As a native of Tianqing town, he had been entirely oblivious to such matters, yet Guo Chao, an outsider, seemed well informed. It's nothing to worry about. In truth, the authorities turn a blind eye to these private entities, as they encourage the hunting of ferocious beasts. We possess a list of these establishments, making it easy to locate them wherever we go. Ah, I see. Jiang Fan absorbed this knowledge, hesitating as he contemplated requesting such a list for himself. Having it would certainly simplify matters wherever he ventured. Guo Chao seemed to perceive Jiang Fan's thoughts and replied with a smile, I'll prepare a list for you. Brother Chen Fan, recently, there's been talk of establishing a query platform, and connections are being forged. Once it's operational, you'll be able to find everything without a list. And I'll ensure you register. Excellent, Jiang Fan smiled, appreciating the value of having a well-informed friend to compensate for his own social naivety. In some respects, this talented individual from Yuehua City indeed wielded remarkable insight. Perhaps the horizons of Tianqing town were simply too constricted. The factory manager, a man in his 40s, was also a martial artist, seemingly not lacking in prowess. However, his vitality appeared somewhat superficial, as if bolstered by external resources. Guo Tianjiao, have you already made some gains? Guo Chao shook his head, clarifying, this time, it is my brother here who seeks to refine a batch of beast blood. Please proceed according to the price we discussed. Of course. The manager waved his hand dismissively, indicating his agreement, before turning to Jiang Fan. Unable to discern the true visage beneath the robe, he inquired with a smile, how many do you wish to refine? 500? 1,000? How much can you manage? I require it to be expedited. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to refine a larger quantity. After all, he was not the sole beneficiary. The previous batch of beast blood had barely sufficed for his individual needs, and this time, there were 20 additional martial artists, including several formidable first-tier warriors and even a few second-tier ones, whose requirements undoubtedly exceeded his own. The two figures he mentioned left the factory manager visibly startled. Guo Chao was equally dumbfounded. How many ferocious beasts has Chen Fan slain? Well, my production capacity is limited. If it's 500 to 1,000 beasts, it might take half a month to refine, the manager replied. That's too slow, Jiang Fan countered. Half a month? Who knows if Tianqing town will still exist by then? If you're in a hurry. I do have some beast blood in stock that can be provided based on the average yield per beast, the manager suggested. Average yield? Jiang Fan mused. A ferocious beast typically produces about 13 milliliters of blood on average. Of course, establishments with superior equipment may yield more, but our facility operates at this rate. That much is true, Guo Chao nodded. In any case, advance payment for beast blood will always align with this average. Jiang Fan agreed and asked, where should the beasts be placed? Did you bring them with you? The manager glanced behind Jiang Fan, noticing a fleet of beast transport vehicles. There must be dozens, right? Jiang Fan waved his hand, and a ferocious beast materialized before him, landing on the ground. The manager was instantly taken aback. A storage space. This revelation, however, was anticipated by Guo Chao. Third-tier beast masters were often affluent. Surely, they possessed storage space. He himself owned a 10 cubic meter storage space, which was immensely valuable. He wondered just how large Chen Fan's storage might be. The manager examined the carcass of the beast, frowning slightly. My earlier figures were based on fresh beasts. If they are not fresh, he pondered for a moment, we'll need to reduce the estimate by at least half. Reduced by half. Jiang Fan reiterated. Indeed. The blood we extract is essentially essence, and over time, the potency of the carcasses diminishes significantly. Jiang Fan glanced at Guo Chao, who nodded in agreement. Jiang Fan suspected that the two might have conspired, yet he was an outsider, and perhaps it was indeed the case. Then please count them. There are both fresh and stale specimens, he instructed. With continuous gestures, Jiang Fan summoned the carcasses of ferocious beasts, ranging from desiccated remains to fresh bodies still dripping blood, quickly accumulating into a small mountain. Guo Chao and the manager stared in astonishment. Wait, just how vast is your storage space? The manager interjected urgently. Stop. Are you trying to flood my factory? Jiang Fan ceased his summoning, regarding the manager, whose expression was one of profound bewilderment. Who exactly was this figure in the black robe? Such an immense storage space was something he had never encountered, not even in hearsay. Let us change locations. The manager quickly suggested, leading the way. Beneath the factory, there was a spacious area, astonishingly comparable in size to the warehouse of the guard regiment, which seemed capable of accommodating the entire mountain of carcasses. Jiang Fan continued to summon the remains of the ferocious beasts. Guo Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had perceived Jiang Fan as a young prodigy, a third-tier beast master of exceptional talent, likely hailing from a significant faction. Now, the evidence was undeniable. Such a monumental storage space could only belong to those of transcendent influence. The fact that Jiang Fan, at such a young age, possessed such a treasure indicated that he was regarded highly by this powerful entity, perhaps as a key candidate for cultivation. Where might he originate from? The capital of the Xingyue Federation? Or perhaps an even more prestigious realm? Chapter 44, The City Sealed. The manager was sweating profusely as he tallied the numbers. 1. 300 first-tier ferocious beast carcasses, 285 second-tier, and 8 third-tier. His gaze toward Jiang Fan grew increasingly peculiar. Among those third-tier beasts, he recognized several as the leaders of the recent onslaught against Tianqing Town. Was this individual affiliated with the Guard Regiment? Since when did the Guard Regiment boast such a formidable presence? Could it be Yi Qinghua? He had heard that Yi Qinghua had ascended to the rank of a fourth-tier beast master and had been dispatched by Yuehua City to support Tianqing Town. Although the voice seemed to belong to a relatively youthful man, the adept could easily disguise their vocal signature, as Yi Qinghua was merely sent for assistance. How could he possess the authority to manage the spoils of the Guard Regiment? Suddenly, the factory manager shuddered. Could it be that Yi Qinghua had plundered the Guard Regiment? What was amiss? Jiang Fan observed the factory manager, who remained motionless for an extended period, and felt a tinge of confusion. It's nothing, the manager replied. I just calculated that, on average, I need to provide you with 900 milliliters of first-grade beast blood, 705 milliliters of second-grade beast blood, and 104 milliliters of third-grade beast blood. Jiang Fan performed a quick calculation and deemed it feasible. The manager nearly exhausted his entire stock to complete the transaction with Jiang Fan. Guo Chao was astonished. This was an enormous sum. Even as a scion of a prominent family, he could hardly fathom such wealth. Possessing even 1% of it would be remarkable. After acquiring the beast blood, Jiang Fan departed, and Guo Chao, displaying good sense, bid him farewell. Once the two had left, the factory manager's expression shifted, his gaze intensifying as he watched Jiang Fan's retreating figure. He dialed a number, and the other party answered promptly. It appears Yi Qinghua has raided the Guard Regiment's warehouse, and that dragon egg may have fallen into her possession. Jiang Fan contacted his father and transferred the majority of the beast blood to him. His father needed a greater supply, so he retained only a small portion for himself, primarily the higher-grade blood, having given away almost all of the first grade. His father's expression turned grave as he nodded. We will swiftly restore our combat capabilities. You must exercise caution. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call your father. Jiang Fan smiled and nodded, reassuring him. Soon, news of the Guard Regiment's warehouse being emptied spread like wildfire. Witnesses reported seeing Commander Wang in a state of furious outrage, demolishing the Guard Regiment's office to vent his anger. Rumors began circulating, with many speculating who would dare to steal from the Guard Regiment. Even the Enforcement Division was mobilized, with Director Chao personally inspecting the damaged entrance of the warehouse. The level of destruction suggested an extraordinarily powerful spirit beast had been involved. As Director Chao observed the door, wrought from refined iron, ripped apart as if it were mere parchment, he pondered who in Tianqing Town possessed such formidable capability. Nearby, Wang Daoi's countenance was exceptionally grim, rendered speechless. To onlookers, it appeared as though the Guard Regiment was in peril, prompting the Enforcement Division's assistance, which only served to humiliate Commander Wang. In truth, he had already discovered that the dragon egg had been stolen. Moreover, many of the martial artists sacrificed in blood rituals were now missing. This indicated that those individuals were still alive and had become aware of his actions. He was in grave danger. Should anyone expose his allegiance to the Holy Clan, his situation would become incredibly precarious. Damn it! Wang Dawei's fist struck the iron door with tremendous force, producing a resounding clang as the impact reverberated painfully through his hand. It was unfathomable that such a robust door could be breached. At least a fourth grade, Wang Dawei muttered. Director Chow remarked calmly, "Stay composed." How can I remain composed? The dragon egg has been lost on my watch. If the cult pursues this matter. Wang Dawei's complexion suddenly drained of color, his body turning ice cold. Following his gaze, Director Chow noticed a man of imposing presence lurking behind the crowd, a middle-aged man exuding authority. An elder of the Holy Clan, the commander responsible for the comprehensive siege of Tianqing Town. Director Chow furrowed his brow slightly, realizing they were exposed in broad daylight. It's all right, we can retrieve it later. Do you have confidence? Wang Dawei inquired, his life and fortune now resting squarely on Director Chow's shoulders. Regardless of the elder's identity, he could not escape Tianqing Town, especially since only one fourth-grade beast tamer had been identified thus far. Wang Dawei's expression brightened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I presumed she had departed Tianqing Town. Little did I know she would seek her own demise. Wang Dawei declared darkly, accelerate the execution of our plans. Many managed to escape from the warehouse. I will soon be exposed, and our arrangements might be rendered futile. Director Chow nodded in agreement. Tianqing Town is now under lockdown. No one is permitted to enter or exit. This decree was jointly issued by the Enforcement Division and the Guard Regiment. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber of the Enforcement Division, alongside the talented youth, several influential figures had also been gathered. Among them were the financial overseer and wealthy merchants, as well as some officials. Director Chow lacks the authority to imprison us. One of them protested. You must summon Director Chow at once. These individuals were not present by choice. The Enforcement Division had stormed into their homes and forcibly brought them here. Chapter 45, surrounded on all sides. A female secretary, clad in a tailored skirt suit, entered and gently addressed the assembly. Please remain calm, esteemed guests. Your gathering here is not an act of imprisonment, but a measure of protection. It has been confirmed that a plot to incite widespread turmoil has infiltrated Tianqing Town, and you are all likely targets of the cult. Rest assured, once the Enforcement Division neutralizes the cult, you will be released at the earliest opportunity. A cultured middle-aged man stepped forward, asserting, yet, it is precisely in such times that we must maintain order, otherwise, chaos will ensue among the populace. This man was the highest authority in Tianqing Town, typically. Both Director Chow and Commander Wang adhered to his directives. However, today, his words carried no weight. The female secretary chuckled lightly. Do not worry, esteemed sir. The Enforcement Division will oversee order on your behalf. Any dissenters will be dealt with accordingly. Every transformation is accompanied by significant sacrifices. The dignitary's expression finally shifted slightly, and the others widened their eyes. Those who had reached such heights were undoubtedly astute individuals, fully aware of the implications of her statement. Essentially, it confirmed their prior suspicions. The Enforcement Division and the Guard Regiment had betrayed them. What transformation is this? Zhang Hua and the other young talents were left bewildered, entirely ignorant of the unfolding crisis. Just moments ago, these prominent figures of Tianqing Town had been unceremoniously pushed into the chamber, akin to apprehended criminals. The female secretary showed little interest in explaining to Zhang Hua. She exited, and with her departure, the chamber door was sealed once more. Several dignitaries gasped in horror, realizing the gravity of the situation. They needed to inform Yuehua City about this. The middle-aged man sighed. That may prove difficult. This operation appears to have been meticulously planned by the Enforcement Division and the Guard Regiment. If I am not mistaken, Tianqing Town has been sealed off, and the citizens within have become pawns to be manipulated. Even if Yuehua City catches wind of this, as long as the inhabitants of Tianqing Town remain, they cannot launch a full-scale assault. Damn it, this is a quintessential tactic of the cult. The cult has often employed such strategies to seize control of peripheral towns. Over 1 million citizens in Tianqing Town. Zhang Hua and the others were left utterly stunned, even in their ignorance. They gleaned from the fragments of conversation that the Enforcement Division and the Guard Regiment had betrayed them. These dignitaries were being held captive. Tianqing Town was doomed. Jiang Fan was aware of the lockdown in Tianqing Town, yet he paid it little mind, assuming it was simply the Guard Regiment's attempt to recover the stolen dragon egg. The dragon egg is in his possession. Should they have the audacity, let them come. He resided in a rather secluded hotel, from the window of which emerged hundreds of dragonflies, accompanied by an incessant procession of ants. Along his path, he captured dragonflies and crushed ant mounds, estimating the presence of hundreds of thousands of ants strategically positioned throughout the corners of Star Town. Upon detecting any anomalies, he dispatched dragonflies for reconnaissance, transmitting the imagery back to him. As Jiang Fan reclined in the bathtub, he observed the visuals relayed by the dragonflies. Star Town had been sealed off, and its citizens were forbidden from leaving their homes. A large contingent of white-clad enforcers was conducting thorough inspections from household to household. It was only a matter of days before they would reach his vicinity. He even witnessed individuals being apprehended by the enforcers, questioned, and subsequently executed. It dawned on Jiang Fan that the enforcement agency had revealed its true identity, beginning a ruthless campaign against innocent citizens. Such audacity to lock the gates of the town and engage in indiscriminate slaughter? Through the surveillance provided by the hundreds of dragonflies, he realized that the number of enforcers was far greater than he had imagined, many of whom were unfamiliar faces but possessed formidable strength, essentially martial artists. A rough estimate suggested that the enforcement agency boasted over 100 martial artists. Such power had surpassed that of the peak period of the guards. Perhaps from the very beginning, the martial artists of the guards were merely sacrificial pawns for the dragon egg. The enforcement agency was truly the sinister faction's hidden hand. A chill ran down Jiang Fan's spine. Had he been an ordinary man, he would likely remain oblivious to the dire fate that awaited him. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. A voice on the other end, somewhat authoritative, inquired, "Is this Jiang Fan?" "Yes. This is the enforcement agency. Our personnel went to your residence to escort you, but found you absent. Are you still in Star Town?" Jiang Fan's expression darkened. After a brief pause, the voice continued. "Jiang Fan, do not be alarmed. We merely wish to inform you that Star Town has been invaded by a sinister faction, rendering it perilous. Therefore, we advise you to promptly come to the enforcement agency for protection, ensuring your safety." "Oh, that's unnecessary. I am not in Star Town." "Is that so? Where have you gone?" The voice pressed further. "Moonlight City." The other end fell silent for a few seconds before responding. "Very well, we shall not intrude further." Just as Jiang Fan hung up, the phone rang again. The caller ID revealed it to be Su Qingqing. Could it be that Su Qingqing had discovered Xiaoran's demise? Chapter 46. Not Kindred Spirits. Jiang Fan answered the call, and before Su Qingqing could utter a word, he coldly scoffed. "Ha! Did you really think you could succeed?" "What?" Su Qingqing's tone faltered noticeably. "You know precisely what I am referring to." For reasons unbeknownst to him. Upon learning that Su Qingqing and the sinister faction Xiaoran were allies, he felt an overwhelming wave of disappointment. He could not articulate why. Perhaps it was due to having been neighbors with Su Qingqing for the past 2 years? On the other end, Su Qingqing's beautiful eyes seemed momentarily frozen. "So, you genuinely despise me? Of course, you and I are fundamentally different." Su Qingqing's lips parted slightly, her grip on the phone trembling. She had not anticipated Jiang Fan's resolute stance, as if she had committed some grave transgression. After all, this engagement was arranged by their grandfathers. "Fine, suit yourself." Su Qingqing's face turned pale as she hung up, succumbing to silence. Behind her, Zhang Ma sighed, having long heard her young mistress speak of Jiang Fan's rebellious nature. Now, she had witnessed it firsthand. It was indeed a rarity. No man had ever treated the young mistress in such a manner. The engagement had become a significant source of concern for the Su family. Most of the clan believed it should be annulled. Yet it had been personally arranged by the elder of the Su family. In his youth, he had explored the wilderness and suffered grievous injuries. Fortuitously recuperating at the Jiang family home, where he formed a deep bond with the elder of the Jiang family, Jiang Fan's grandfather. As both elders' sons were nearing the birth of their next generation, this engagement was established. There had been proposals to dissolve the engagement. Yet the elder of the Su family had vehemently rebuked them, stating that unless the Jiang family were unwilling, no one could obstruct the union. Now, it seemed that there was no need for clandestine machinations within the clan. Jiang Fan himself harbored averse sentiments. Zhang Ma glanced at Su Qingqing's dejected profile and scolded. "That insufferable boy. He fails to comprehend the young mistress's feelings. She merely wishes to protect him, yet he shows no gratitude." Su Qingqing sighed, hoping he could somehow preserve himself amidst the tumultuous situation in Star Town. Zhang Ma nodded. "Miss, the situation in Star Town appears quite peculiar. It seems they are ostensibly searching for thieves from the guards, yet there may be ulterior motives at play." Su Qingqing furrowed her brow. "In league with the sinister faction?" "It is likely. What is their strength?" "Uncertain. Director Chao is a 4th-tier martial artist, but the sinister faction likely conceals experts in the shadows." After Zhang Ma finished speaking, she glanced at Su Qingqing, who was lost in thought, hesitating. "Miss, I understand your desire to resolve this, but it is far too perilous. After all, this is not Moonlight City. Communication signals have been severed, and the outside world is unaware of the changes in Star Town. Is there a 4th-tier Beastmaster in Star Town?" Su Qingqing inquired again. "Yi Qinghua was dispatched from Moonlight City some time ago, but her situation is likely dire. To breach the guard's warehouse doors, a spirit beast of at least 4th-tier proficiency is required, which makes her identity rather easy to deduce. Attempt to contact her, Su Qingqing instructed. Zhang Ma nodded, sensing that the young mistress still wished to take action. The Yi family was also a prestigious family in Moonlight City. Although not as esteemed as the Su family, the two families maintained a cordial relationship. Yi Qinghua would likely not refuse the young mistress's invitation. Yet even if they managed to make contact, what could the two of them accomplish? They would be outnumbered. In the days that followed, Jiang Fan luxuriated in numerous baths of beast blood, indulging in a rather extravagant manner. This was akin to starting directly from second-tier beast blood, an exceedingly costly endeavor, practically burning money. However, the results were quite remarkable, with his vitality having surged to 1 unit. The higher he ascended, the more arduous the growth became, which was entirely normal. On average, each increment of 0.1 units required nearly 1 million worth of beast blood. Under normal circumstances, he could have sold this beast blood. Yet now it was difficult to trade, so it was better utilized to enhance his own strength. After all, every bit of strength increased his chances of survival. The conversion efficiency of beast blood was too low. Perhaps he should experiment with spirit stones. He had taken some spirit stones from the guard's warehouse. Spirit stones, for students of the 3 major examinations, were a coveted rarity. These could only be mined as ancient spiritual energy buried underground for thousands or even tens of thousands of years birthed spirit stones, making them a non-renewable resource. Thus their price continually escalated. The guards possessing 6 or 7 spirit stones was already quite remarkable. Most likely, the stash belongs to Wang Dawei, who intends to indulge himself. Information provided by the Ant Legion and Dragonfly Squad indicates that the enforcers in white will probably trace him here within a day or two. At that moment, he may find himself with no escape routes, compelled to confront the enforcers in a dire showdown. However, before that unfolds, Jiang Fan smiled. In recent days, his father and the others had not been idle. They were voraciously consuming the beast blood Jiang Fan had provided, and it was said they had nearly recovered. The warriors were not all gathered in one place. Rather, they were dispersed across 3 or 4 locations, each holding 5 or 6 fighters. Jiang Fan had deliberately stationed some dragonflies and ants near their hiding spots. They were part of a group where Jiang Fan had shared a map. Here, 3 white-clad enforcers were approaching, making it a prime opportunity to ambush them. He announced in the group chat, Chapter 47, Enforcers in White. Understood. Received. Several individuals in the group responded instantly. They were unconcerned with how Jiang Fan had acquired the information. After all, just yesterday, a few comrades had successfully taken down 3 enforcers based on Jiang Fan's directives. They lurked in the shadows, enjoying a numerical advantage. Armed with foreknowledge, they aimed to catch their opponents off guard. Once arrangements were finalized, Jiang Fan retrieved a spirit stone. The stone was chillingly cool, brimming with spiritual energy. The visible aura of energy radiated from the stone, far surpassing the potency of beast blood. Moreover, cultivating with spirit stones bore no adverse effects, alleviating concerns of overindulgence leading to a spiritual crisis. As he channeled the foundational incantation, a sensation akin to having every pore of his body opened and absorbing the icy spiritual energy enveloped him. This experience was unlike the bath in beast blood, which lacked such a soothing quality. It was gentle and non-irritating. No wonder spirit stones were heralded as the finest resource for cultivation. They were indeed exquisite. After absorbing the energy equivalent to 2 spirit stones, Jiang Fan faintly discerned the sound of his bones crackling, as though they were resonating in unison. During his lessons, the teacher had once mentioned that a first-tier warrior could achieve such resonance, producing thudding sounds when executing punches and kicks. With every strike of fists and legs, the force would resonate thunderously, creating an impressive aura that ordinary people found miraculous. This was akin to having one's joints thoroughly unlocked, reminiscent of breaking through the meridians in novels. It conferred greater resilience, enabling the execution of more complex maneuvers. It allowed the body to transcend human limits, making limbs spring forth with the speed of a slingshot, capable of unleashing even greater strength at any moment. This was a milestone for ordinary individuals on their journey to becoming warriors, and a symbol of attaining first-tier warrior status. He had achieved it. Not merely a boost in vitality to the level of a horse, but he had truly become a first-tier warrior. Suddenly, Jiang Fan sprang into action, his body moving with the agility of a cheetah, effortlessly navigating the confines of the room. With a punch, he sent a wall crashing down. Jiang Fan was somewhat astonished. This was the true power of a first-tier warrior. It was likely that even his father had yet to reach this level, primarily due to the absence of foundational incantations and techniques. Although the Guard Corps organized basic combat training for warriors, it paled in comparison to the authentic foundational techniques. He had surpassed his father. A wave of excitement coursed through Jiang Fan. Every child perhaps yearns for the day they can eclipse their parents' achievements. A dragonfly scout transmitted an image back. Two white-clad enforcers were approaching, seemingly hastening their sweep of the area. Thus, several enforcers had split up. The two enforcers heading this way were inspecting a guest house at the street corner. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before they reached this establishment. He immediately instructed the dragonfly scout to extend their surveillance to a 5-kilometer radius, ensuring no other white-clad scouts were nearby. Jiang Fan chuckled. He would use these two to test the waters. Previously, he had refrained from acting due to the significant disturbance caused by the spirit beasts, which could attract more enemies. But now, he could strike clandestinely. When it came to close combat, warriors reigned supreme. The next step was to cultivate his focus and then strike with the force of thunder. Approximately 2 hours later, Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The dragonfly scout positioned at the entrance of the inn transmitted a visual feed. One of the white-clad enforcers had entered the inn. They had arrived. Jiang Fan's expression stiffened slightly. This was his first attempt at ambushing an enemy without relying on spirit beasts. He possessed only a dagger, less than a foot long, that he had casually picked up from the guardcore warehouse. Taking several deep breaths, he calmed his breathing. Warriors are acutely sensitive to their vitality. If his emotions fluctuated too wildly, he would risk revealing himself. Jiang Fan's ears twitched attentively. Thud, thud. He faintly heard knocking from downstairs. His hearing had greatly improved. After reaching the first tier, not only had his vitality and combat prowess elevated, but his sensory abilities had also received a corresponding enhancement. He was unaware of the intruder's strength and needed to see for himself. The inn was sparsely populated, mostly housing outsiders trapped in Tianqing town. He could hear the white-clad enforcer inspecting each room, urgently calling out, "Is anyone here? Hurry up. The evil sect has invaded Tianqing town. I'm here to evacuate you." The urgency in the voice accompanied hurried footsteps. Many individuals opened their doors voluntarily. Upon seeing the enforcers, they began inquiring about the situation. One by one, the white-clad enforcers identified the occupants. They ascended the stairs. Jiang Fan squinted. As they reached the upper floor, this individual employed the same method to prompt everyone to open their doors. After some thought, Jiang Fan decided to open his door as well. He aimed to lure them in. As he swung the door open, revealing an innocuous expression, he said, "Enforcer, may I ask what is happening?" The enforcer's gaze quickly swept over Jiang Fan, ignoring his inquiry. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he swiftly shifted his gaze back to Jiang Fan, glancing at his phone. Then back at Jiang Fan, he compared the two, and a flicker of surprise crossed the enforcer's eyes. "Jiang Fan, aren't you supposed to be in Yuehua City? Why are you still in Tianqing town? Come with me quickly. The evil sect has invaded Tianqing town, specifically targeting talents like you." Chapter 48, Eliminating 2. The invasion by the evil sect is real? Jiang Fan feigned a look of shock. Of course it's real. Do you think our enforcers are idle? We've sealed the city and are conducting house-to-house inspections. Others, seeing the enforcer protecting the talented Jiang Fan, sighed in disappointment and retreated to their respective rooms. Jiang Fan hastily replied, "Then I need to tidy up. Please come in and wait with me." "That would be splendid," the enforcer replied with a sly smile. Perfect. It was an opportune moment to strike. By eliminating Jiang Fan, he could also earn substantial rewards from the Holy Clan. His eyes shimmered with delight. Students were indeed Navi. Even though the academy had taught them some survival rules, they were still powerless prey in the face of seasoned hunters, having never faced adversity, never truly set foot on the battlefield, nor lingered on the precipice of life and death. Mere words of deceit are easily taken to heart by students. It would be a trivial matter for him to eliminate Jiang Fan, even if the latter were to awaken the beast seal. What of it? As far as he knew, Jiang Fan had not procured a spirit beast egg from the trading center. Could a beast master without a spirit beast truly be called a beast master? Hurry up. Your liberation awaits. The white-clad enforcer was impatient, speaking rapidly as he strode into Jiang Fan's room, even taking the initiative to shut the door behind him. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan regarded this white-clad enforcer with watchful eyes. Beside the enforcer appeared several lines of data. Taizhu. Age, 32. Occupation, late-stage first-rank martial artist. Other characteristics, agile. Skilled in claw techniques. Capable of tearing through 5 millimeters of steel with his right hand. No wonder he acted so brazenly. His dexterity was evidently honed to perfection. The destructive power to rend 5 millimeters of steel could easily crush a human skull. Yet this data was quite useful, revealing even his proficient abilities. As long as he remained vigilant against Taizhu's claw techniques, he would be fine, even if the opponent was a late-stage first-rank martial artist. What are you staring at? Get to work. Taizhu's demeanor shifted. He was no longer the polite figure from moments before, but now exuded the relaxed air of a hunter toying with his prey. Casting a disdainful glance at the shabby furnishings of the inn, he scoffed. "Tiske, can anyone actually reside in a place like this? Hey, save some money." I'll handle the cleanup first. Jiang Fan smiled innocently. Taiju was speechless. He realized that he had no interest in torturing Jiang Fan. The latter was simply too naive. Even if he were to inflict pain, there would be no sense of accomplishment. Forget it. Let us resolve this swiftly. He raised his right hand, slowly inching closer to Jiang Fan. Just a firm grip on Jiang Fan's head, and he could crush his brain. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's innocent gaze shifted. A flash of ruthlessness flickered within. The opportunity was rife with openings, and now was the moment. A dagger slid quietly into his hand from within his sleeve, and with a swift motion, he struck with incredible speed. The vertebrae in his waist crackled with sound. His muscles, like a powerful spring, propelled his arm forward, thrusting towards Taiju's right hand. It was only then Taiju reacted. Had he discovered something? Even if he had, what did it matter? He was merely an ordinary student. To think he could injure him without the power of chi and blood? A futile dream. No power of chi and blood. No, that cannot be. His chi and blood power was not weak. Even his bones resonated. A first-rank martial artist. Taiju attempted to evade, but it was too late. Thrust. The dagger, propelled by Jiang Fan's full force, pierced through Taiju's palm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Fan unleashed a flurry of basic martial arts punches upon Taiju, sending him airborne. Each strike resounded like a hammer, producing a spine-tingling thud. A lethal blow. Jiang Fan's focus remained razor-sharp. He dared not let down his guard. He withdrew the dagger from Taiju's hand, and then drove it directly into Taiju's skull. Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang. The corpse collapsed to the ground. Puff. Breathless gasps escaped Jiang Fan's lips. The preceding lethal sequence had been executed while he held his breath. Blood splattered across his face. He had killed. For the first time, he had personally taken a life. And it was that of a late-stage first-rank martial artist. Jiang Fan struggled to maintain his composure. Calm, calm, calm. This was the enemy. A vile creature of the evil sect. He rushed to the restroom to wash the blood from his face, but the blood on his body would not wash away. So he quickly changed into a new set of clothes. Just as he lifted his head, he suddenly caught the sound of footsteps approaching. Jiang Fan glanced at the untidy corpse of Taiju. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely opened the door to confront another white-clad enforcer. At the stairwell, he encountered the white-clad enforcer face to face. The latter appeared momentarily stunned, about to admonish him not to wander about. Then, fixing a scrutinizing gaze upon Jiang Fan's face, his expression softened instantly. This student, in these perilous times, I advise you not to move about recklessly. The evil sect is invading, and it is dangerous outside. It would be wiser for you to accompany me to the enforcement department. The white-clad enforcer spoke the same words. Jiang Fan moved without hesitation. The dagger swiftly emerged from his sleeve, arcing through the air as he aimed for the enforcer's chest. You. The white-clad enforcer gasped in shock. Clearly, he had not anticipated Jiang Fan would launch such a sudden and fierce attack. Thrust. The dagger pierced through the enforcer's chest. One strike, and it was fatal. Chapter 49. Lu Huan is formidable. After the recent training, Jiang Fan had become more adept. He understood how to leverage his identity to create contrasts. Others believed him to be merely a newly awakened beast master, incapable of realizing that his martial prowess had already reached the first rank. A copious amount of blood flowed from the corner of the white-clad enforcer's mouth. He convulsed a few times before his eyes lost their light. His expression one of utter disbelief before death claimed him. This is the advantage of cultivating with spirit stones, allowing him to swiftly become a first-rank martial artist. Consider, in just a few days of martial training, he had spent millions, while Fatty Chun had spent only 2 million over 3 years of high school. Moreover, he could only utilize first-rank beast blood. He could not access second-rank beast blood or high-end resources like spirit stones. Thus, Jiang Fan could be said to have purely amassed his strength through resources. Indeed, where money is spent, ease follows. Jiang Fan felt quite at ease. However, it was imperative to change locations. This place would likely be exposed soon. Even if he disposed of the corpses of the 2 white-clad enforcers, the stench of blood was too strong. Ordinary people might struggle to detect it, but for martial artists, it was glaringly obvious. Furthermore, the disappearance of these 2 would undoubtedly prompt the enforcement department to dispatch more personnel for investigation. By then, escaping would be too late. Before departing, he rummaged through the bodies of the 2 white-clad enforcers, finding a small amount of beast blood and 2 diamond-shaped hard objects. Without examining them closely, he stashed them away. Following the leads from the Dragonfly Scout and the Ant Legion, he evaded the white-clad enforcers who were conducting door-to-door searches and left the neighborhood. All of this transpired without a soul being the wiser. The Dragonfly Scouts and Ant Legion acted as his radar, monitoring every shift and motion within a radius of several kilometers without any blind spots. Returning home was out of the question. He had no idea how many were waiting for him there. To go back would be to walk into a trap, hiding in an uninhabited courtyard. He indeed spotted some furtive figures through the Dragonfly Scouts. Though they were not clad in white, Jiang Fan was certain these individuals were likely disguised mutants. It seemed they still harbored suspicions about him. This could pose a problem. Rustle. Suddenly, Jiang Fan's body tensed. Not far from him, a thicket rustled with movement. Someone else was hiding in the shadows. A white-clad enforcer's lookout? Have they discovered him? Jiang Fan's attention was intensely focused, ever prepared to unleash his spirit beast at a moment's notice. Just as a team of white-clad enforcers passed by, a figure emerged from the thicket. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than Lu Huan. Indeed, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Sister Huan was astonishingly agile at this moment. Her movements swift and fluid. In mere breaths, her figure vanished around a street corner. A martial artist. How could this be? Sister Huan should have failed the martial examination back in the day. Jiang Fan fixated on the direction Lu Huan had departed, likely towards Old Gua's noodle shop. An inexplicable sense of strangeness surged within him. First, Su Qingqing colluded with the evil sect, and now Sister Huan seemed to be entangled in some covert mission. It felt as though this was an elaborate play, with multiple protagonists at its helm. Old Gua's noodle shop remained open, albeit devoid of patrons. Yet, it was not unusual for the shop to lack customers, so Old Gua, as per his routine, dozed off beside the stove. Several rounds of white-clad enforcers had passed by, ignoring him due to his unremarkable appearance as an elderly man. Suddenly, Old Gua abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within them, starkly different from moments before. The next instant, Lu Huan dashed into the shop. Is someone following me? Old Gua inquired. Lu Huan peered outside for a long while before shaking her head in doubt. It must be my illusion. I have been cautious, and I doubt anyone has noticed me. Even if they did, they wouldn't catch up. Old Gua nodded with a smile, as it was only fitting for his most esteemed disciple to possess such confidence. What is the situation? Old Gua asked. Lu Huan shook her head, her delicate face serious as she inhaled deeply and replied, It is not optimistic. Old Gua nodded, as anticipated. Have you found Xiao Fan? No. There are numerous plainclothes enforcers near Xiao Fan's home. I suspect they haven't captured him, but his current whereabouts are indeed unknown. If this continues, I fear he may be found by them first. Old Gua's expression turned grave as he nodded. This lad is clever. Perhaps he sensed the impending danger and has concealed himself. However, with the Enforcement Bureau conducting a citywide sweep, it is merely a matter of time before he is apprehended. As he spoke, Old Gua suddenly widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the entrance. The alert Lu Huan assumed it was the white-clad enforcers approaching. In a swift motion, a soft sword at her waist sprang forth like a venomous snake awakening, striking out. Jiang Fan could barely react. Lu Huan's speed was astonishingly fast, far surpassing that of the two white-clad enforcers she had dispatched. Sister Huan. Only then did Lu Huan recognize the newcomer. Xiao Fan. Both Lu Huan and Old Gua were momentarily taken aback. It was as if fate had conspired to bring them together. Lu Huan excitedly embraced him. Although Sister Huan was not as voluptuous as Su Qingqing, she was still delightfully soft. You truly have a charmed life. Were you tailing me just now? Lu Huan inquired. What are you saying? Chapter 50. Jiang Fan has achieved the first rank? Not quite. I happened to see Sister Huan earlier and came along. But she moved too quickly. Sister Huan, you are a martial artist, right? Lu Huan hesitated before nodding. At least the second rank? Lu Huan, somewhat proudly, extended 3 fingers. Third rank. So impressive. That's on par with the commander of the guards. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. This astonishment was genuine. Sister Huan had only participated in the 3 major examinations 3 years ago and had failed. How could she have attained the 3rd rank? Lu Huan did not elaborate, merely stating that she had encountered some fortunate opportunities. Xiao Fan, where have you been these past few days? Old Gua asked, his gaze sparkling as he scrutinized Jiang Fan's physique. Suddenly, he exclaimed, You've reached the 1st rank? Jiang Fan looked at Old Gua in surprise. He had always perceived Old Gua as merely a lonely old man barely scraping by with his noodle shop. Yet Old Gua had discerned his transformation at a glance. It was likely that even Sister Huan had not noticed. Xiao Fan, you've reached the 1st rank? Lu Huan's voice sharpened with astonishment. Yes. The 3 stood momentarily stunned, Jiang Fan gazing at Lu Huan and Old Gua, who were likewise in a daze. To be honest, Old Gua was genuinely surprised. From what he understood, Jiang Fan's vital energy should have been quite feeble. How could he have achieved the 1st rank in such a short span? Was there a powerful individual aiding him? Secrets abounded. Their identities were beyond each other's expectations. Suddenly, someone broke the silence, and laughter erupted among them. They then began discussing the lockdown of Tianqing town. The cause stemmed from the guards being robbed by bandits, yet the situation had escalated significantly, leading them to suspect that both the guards and the Enforcement Bureau had defected to the evil sect. Lu Huan conveyed their speculation to Jiang Fan. Your conjecture is correct. Lu Huan and Old Guo were taken aback. Why are you so certain? Do you not find it unbelievable? Not at all, for I have witnessed it firsthand. Jiang Fan recounted his experiences at the Huiguan Club. Indeed, Old Guo snorted. No wonder they did not allow the Dark Division to participate from the start and even sought to expel them. The Dark Division? Jiang Fan was somewhat perplexed. Old Guo did not conceal the truth, explaining that the order of the Xingyue Federation was maintained by multiple factions, with the Enforcement Bureau being one of them, and the Dark Division being another. However, the Enforcement Bureau operated openly while the Dark Division remained in the shadows. You can also understand that the Dark Division possesses the authority to monitor the Enforcement Bureau. In recent days, I have sensed that the Enforcement Bureau has been conducting sweeps for Dark Division members concealed within Tianqing Town. The Dark Division is so formidable. This revelation somewhat astonished Jiang Fan. To his knowledge, the Enforcement Bureau had always been the most significant official security agency of the Xingyue Federation. However, from Old Guo's words, there were other transcendent organizations that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Enforcement Bureau. If the Dark Division is so powerful, why do they allow the Enforcement Bureau to act with impunity? This question momentarily left Old Guo speechless. Lu Huan shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say, "You boasted, now you explain." Well, you see, while the Dark Division is indeed strong, most of its power is concentrated at the city level. In a backwater like this, they would not dispatch formidable individuals. Jiang Fan scrutinized Old Guo intently. They won't send experts here? Then you? Ahem, I have a mission in Tianqing Town. I am an exception. Jiang Fan remained silent, but his eyes spoke volumes. Is that so? Do you think I believe you? Enough, let us not waste time. There are only the two of us from the Dark Division in Tianqing Town, and we are far from a match for the Enforcement Bureau. Lu Huan's words stripped away the last vestiges of Old Guo's pretense. Xiao Fan, since you are also a first-rank martial artist and possess a third-rank spirit beast, we should act together. Perhaps we can accomplish something, at the very least, to prevent the evil sect from rampaging unchecked. But you might slow me down. Jiang Fan replied candidly. His words left both Lu Huan and Old Guo momentarily speechless. Lu Huan, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you thinking? I am a third-rank martial artist, and Old Guo is." Old Guo suddenly waved his hand, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Fan. "Do you have a plan?" "I do," Jiang Fan nodded. "How many people?" 20. "All of them martial artists?" Jiang Fan nodded again. This caused both Old Guo and Lu Huan to inhale sharply. 20 martial artists, quite formidable indeed. They may even surpass the Law Enforcement Division in strength. Seemingly perceiving the thoughts swirling in Old Guo's mind, Jiang Fan offered a wry smile. Far from it when compared to the Law Enforcement Division. The white-clad enforcers of the division, as it stands, likely number at least in the hundreds, all uniformly martial artists. Hiss, hundreds. Both Old Guo and Lu Huan gasped in astonishment. They had not underestimated the capabilities of the Law Enforcement Division and the evil sect. Yet they had not anticipated such a stark disparity in strength. "How do you know this?" Lu Huan inquired, her disbelief palpable. With her exceptional agility, she had conducted a brief reconnaissance, encountering the white-clad enforcers on several occasions, but managing to retreat at incredible speed. Even so, she had not discerned their exact numbers. "Perhaps I was just lucky. They didn't notice me," Jiang Fan chuckled. "Your luck is indeed remarkable," Lu Huan commended, giving him a thumbs up. Jiang Fan nodded, yet internally mused that he possessed several hundred dragonfly scouts. Even a one-on-one surveillance would have been more than sufficient. If they could have detected him, they would have been remarkably inept. Chapter 51. The prey becomes the hunter. However, if you are willing, you may collaborate with me. Jiang Fan extended an invitation. Sister Huan, a third-tier martial artist, was quite formidable. Although he was uncertain of Old Guo's strength, it should be at least third-tier. Should these two choose to join forces with him, their odds of success would significantly increase. Lu Huan hesitated momentarily. Old Guo fell into contemplation. "What is the strength of the 20 helpers on your side?" "Most are first-tier martial artists," Jiang Fan replied candidly. "First-tier martial artists?" Old Guo felt a twinge of disappointment. In fact, it was likely that many were merely half-baked martial artists. Such strength paled in comparison to the white-clad enforcers. "Ah, but there is one fourth-tier beastmaster among them," Jiang Fan added as an afterthought. Upon reflection, he decided to bolster his proposition. Although he shared a good rapport with Sister Huan and Old Guo, that did not guarantee they would entrust their lives to him. A fourth-tier beastmaster? The two were once again taken aback, their astonishment seemingly boundless. "Yichinghua?" Lu Huan queried. "Yichinghua?" Jiang Fan was perplexed as to why she mentioned this name. Shaking his head, he clarified, "No. He is a beastmaster clad in a black robe." "It's him," Lu Huan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had heard tales of this enigmatic black-robed beastmaster, rumored to be a bounty hunter engaged in tasks at Tianqing Town. Still in Tianqing Town? Yes. Lu Huan's face lit up with admiration. He is incredibly powerful. I've heard he commands 3 third-tier spirit beasts, and to think he possesses a 4th-tier spirit beast as well. With him on our side, our chances of victory are greatly enhanced. Lu Huan's exuberance was met with disdain from the two men. Wipe your drool, one remarked. Unperturbed, Lu Huan continued to question Jiang Fan about the black-robed Beastmaster's age, looks, and other details. Jiang Fan could only admit he had never seen him, but that he would assist him. Beyond that, he knew nothing. All right, we shall join your team, and you must introduce me to him, Lu Huan exclaimed, her excitement causing her to lean closer to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan instinctively leaned back. Mind your drool, it's about to drip. He had no clean clothes left. Just this one outfit. Having reached a consensus, Jiang Fan added Lu Huan to his group. The group name had long since been changed. Hunting Group. Hunt whom? Lu Huan inquired. The white-clad enforcers. Jiang Fan replied before withdrawing, urging Lu Huan to keep an eye on the group chat for surprises. Lu Huan and Old Guo were once again left in stunned silence. Did they not appear to be the ones being hunted? What was Little Fan thinking? A few moments later, a map location was sent to the group by Jiang Fan. In 2 minutes, 2 white-clad enforcers will pass through here. Be cautious and eliminate them. Received. 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 Came the immediate responses, showcasing their efficiency. Lu Huan and Old Guo exchanged puzzled glances. What is going on? Then, a few minutes later, those who had responded to Jiang Fan uploaded some photos. The images depicted the corpses of the slain enforcers. They had truly been eliminated. Each body bore a diamond-shaped crystal. While others might not recognize it, Old Guo and Lu Huan identified it instantly. The insignia of the evil sect. So this is the insignia of the evil sect. I thought it was some sort of treasure, Jiang Fan remarked, sharing a photo of 2 pitch-black diamond-shaped objects. Lu Huan's jaw dropped. Did Jiang Fan really take down 2 enemies? The question is, how did he manage to do it undetected, given the multitude of white-clad enforcers outside? This goes beyond mere strength. It speaks to intelligence. Could it be that Little Fan has access to an exceptionally vast intelligence network? A network larger than that of the 100 white-clad enforcers? That seems nearly impossible. In the next moment, Jiang Fan sent another map location. This time just beside Old Guo's noodle shop. In 1 minute, 4 white-clad enforcers will walk through here. There are no reinforcements within a 5-kilometer radius. You may engage. But do so swiftly and quietly. Lu Huan and Old Guo exchanged glances, astonished that the time had come for them to act. Lu Huan looked at Old Guo questioningly. He nodded, and she responded with an acknowledgement. Some expressed concerns, noting that 4 white-clad enforcers were formidable. Perhaps we should reconsider, even if it's an ambush. There are simply too many of them. However, a minute later, Lu Huan posted a photo in the group. The 4 white-clad enforcers lay in perfect alignment on the ground. The group erupted in excitement. 4 white-clad enforcers eliminated so swiftly? Who possesses such prowess? Incredible. Little Fan is remarkable, bringing such formidable allies. Lu Huan felt a swell of pride. In truth, the earlier encounter was trivial. She and Old Guo had dispatched 4 first-tier martial artists with ease. There was hardly any bloodshed. The scene was easily managed. The thrill of it was exhilarating. Furthermore, the ambush had been remarkably simple. The 4 first-tier martial artists, caught off guard, had been swiftly overwhelmed by their sudden assault. Old Guo was equally astonished. He had presumed that according to the current trend, they would be the ones ambushed. Yet, it had turned around unexpectedly. Little Fan was indeed incredible. Before long, Jiang Fan sent another map location. All 22 members of the group focused intently on their screens, brimming with excitement and anticipation. They hoped the location would be near them. Within the law enforcement division, Director Chow received yet another report of missing personnel. His stern visage furrowed in concern. Again? What is going on? Why do I have a sense of foreboding? He glanced out the window at a dragonfly that lay lifeless upon a treetop. Chapter 52, Precise Elimination. Jiang Fan reported several more points. The number of white-clad enforcers eliminated had surpassed the double digits. This was a resounding victory. Jiang Fan was currently utilizing a flying dragonfly scout to track 2 white-clad enforcers, eager to discover their next destination. As the 2 individuals rounded the corner, he instructed the dragonfly scout to follow them. Suddenly, 2 beams of white light surged toward him, and his vision vanished in an instant. Jiang Fan was at a loss as to why these 2 individuals would suddenly attack an ordinary dragonfly. Well, it was not an ordinary dragonfly, but surely others were unaware of the dragonfly scout's true nature? Upon checking the number of other dragonfly scouts, he discovered a significant reduction, almost having their numbers. Moreover, when he switched to the perspective of another dragonfly scout, he witnessed the scene where the white-clad enforcers eliminated one of them. It appeared to be deliberate. A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Fan's brow. Had they been exposed? How could that be? It seemed nearly impossible. Who would suspect a beast master of manipulating common insects? The Dragonfly scout he had stationed in front of the Enforcement Bureau's office window had also been eliminated. Could it have been discovered? Beastmasters. A sudden thought struck Jiang Fan. Perhaps there were Beastmasters within the Enforcement Bureau? Or could it be that a Beastmaster was covertly aiding them? He recalled the Dragon Egg, for which Wang Dawei had sacrificed the lives of all the warriors in the Guard Regiment to resurrect. But what would happen after its revival? Surely, there would be a Beastmaster to control it. The Beastmaster chosen by the evil sect to be the Dragon Tamer would undoubtedly possess extraordinary talent. It seemed quite plausible that they could uncover the secret of the Dragonfly Scouts. He promptly informed the group that there appeared to be a Beastmaster within the Enforcement Bureau. Rank unknown, but their strength should not be underestimated. Lu Huan remarked, this was to be expected. Reducing the enemy's combat capability by nearly 1/5 is already commendable. We should now prepare for an all-out war. Jiang Fan pondered for a moment before replying, there is no rush. Indeed, there was no urgency. Tianxing town was currently in the midst of the plum rain season, and dragonflies were swarming the skies. Leaving aside the fact that they had killed some, he could still control them. Even if they were merely killing dragonflies indiscriminately, aside from that Beastmaster, could others distinguish which ones were his? Furthermore, even without the Dragonfly Scouts, he still commanded an army of hundreds of thousands of ants. Although the ants could not provide him with vision, their antennae were highly sensitive and could detect nearby spiritual energy fluctuations. The multitude of ants formed a vast radar map for him. The densely packed red dots represented his ants, while the scattered blue dots indicated spiritual energy fluctuations. He knew the locations of his allies. So anyone not in those positions must be the enemy. Regardless of whether they were indeed enemies, they would be treated as such. He observed a location and swiftly shared a map with the group. 3 individuals were approaching their stronghold. They needed to relocate. The person in the east was retreating from Furong Road to Donghua Road. They must leave Donghua Road within 2 minutes. In the southwest corner, 2 individuals were closing in on them. There were no other enemies nearby, but they should not act recklessly as the spiritual energy fluctuations were significant, suggesting the presence of a formidable opponent. Jiang Fan continued to provide clues to his group while taking action. Huan Jie was right. The opponent had become cautious. The weaker white-clad enforcers were now traveling in groups of 4 or 5. Those daring to act alone or in pairs were likely powerful, possibly luring them into a trap. Thus, they should abandon any thoughts of opportunism and capitalize on the element of surprise to eliminate as many foes as possible while the enemy remained unaware. Eliminating enemies was a simple task for Jiang Fan. Wherever he saw blue dots, he would strike. As a first-tier warrior, his speed was remarkable, covering 100 meters in 3 seconds. Like a gust of wind, he darted through the alleyway, and, upon turning the corner, he did not hesitate. His dagger was thrust forth. The speed was so swift that the white-clad enforcer on the other side of the corner did not have time to react before the dagger pierced his chest. The enforcer's face was one of terror, as he had not anticipated that Jiang Fan would be lurking there. After dispatching this individual, Jiang Fan did not linger and quickly departed the scene. Within mere seconds, a white-clad enforcer arrived, astonished to find a colleague lying in a pool of blood. Just moments ago, everything had seemed fine. How could someone have been killed so suddenly? It was chilling. He immediately prepared to report back to headquarters. Suddenly, a shadow loomed above him. The bald-headed canine, with its gaping maw, lunged downwards. It didn't even grant the terrified enforcer time to react before swallowing him whole. After finishing this task, the bald-headed canine returned to the spirit beast space. While the enemy remained unprepared, he aimed to eliminate more foes. If these white-clad enforcers banded together, it would be much more challenging to deal with them. He swiftly moved toward another blue dot and employed the same method to ambush 3 more white-clad enforcers, including a second-tier warrior. Though the bald-headed canine may not be particularly strong among third-tier spirit beasts, dispatching a few first- and second-tier warriors was relatively simple. Within just a couple of hours, Jiang Fan had amassed a handful of black diamond-shaped crystals. Although he was unsure of their purpose, they were at least trophies of war. Perhaps they were rare materials? Surely, as identifiers for the evil sect, they could not be of inferior quality? Chapter 53. Casualties occur. The identifier for a first-tier white-clad enforcer was black, while for a second-tier enforcer, it was red. It seemed these items also symbolized rank. Sensing several strong spiritual energy fluctuations approaching rapidly, Jiang Fan hurriedly vacated the area. The newcomers frowned slightly, surveying the scene where, aside from some scratches on the ground, only a few drops of blood remained. Nothing else was left behind. It appeared that the bodies had been disposed of by someone else. A beastmaster. Typically, after a beastmaster kills, they would have their spirit beasts consume the corpses. They immediately transmitted this intelligence back to headquarters. At the Enforcement Bureau headquarters, a young man appeared beside Director Chow. A closer inspection revealed that the young man's eyes seemed somewhat unusual. exuding a disquieting spiritual wave. A spirit master. What is your assessment? Director Chow inquired of the young man. The young man had just inspected several locations where personnel had inexplicably vanished. Ants. Ants. Director Chow frowned. Among beastmasters, there were specialized professions, the most renowned being dragon tamers. The young man slowly explained, there are others, such as insect tamers. Insect tamers? Yes. This type of beastmaster typically controls a vast number of insects. Using exceedingly rare beast seals to command insects? It is rather astonishing to challenge Director Chow's worldview. Wasn't this akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? Generally, beastmasters only awaken 1 or 2 beast seals to control insects. Sensing the confusion within Director Chow, the young man smiled. Insects and spirit beasts are fundamentally no different. For instance, ants, if they cultivate long enough and obtain sufficient resources, can also become spirit beasts. Director Chow's eyes lit up. Using insect-type spirit beasts to control ordinary insects? The young man nodded, smiling. Thus, I surmise that within the opposing faction, there exists an insect tamer who commands a significant number of insects, providing them with reconnaissance. Director Chow was astounded. What a remarkable strategy. This unparalleled reconnaissance capability and counter-reconnaissance ability could render the insect tamer nearly invincible, thanks to the presence of a beast master genius among them. Who would have ever noticed an ordinary-looking dragonfly perched upon a branch? The dragonfly that had lingered at the treetop for quite some time, as per this individual's assertion, was actually surveilling him. The underlying principle behind this remains a mystery to him. However, following the young man's method of eradicating the dragonflies en masse, it appeared as though their adversaries had fallen silent. While the Bugmaster possessed certain advantages, his weaknesses were equally pronounced. His combat prowess was rather feeble. And in the vast wilderness, the insect faction was the weakest link. Thus, this Bugmaster posed little threat, as long as those insects were eliminated. The young man exuded a considerable degree of confidence. Leave the extermination of the ants to our Bugmaster, he stated. Let me handle it. Having taken my dragon egg, I shall ensure he pays dearly. A cold snort escaped him, followed by a rapid expansion of an otherworldly wave. Director Chow was slightly taken aback. What formidable mental fortitude. It was comparable to a second-tier soul master of the law enforcement division. The crucial point was that this individual's true profession was that of a beastmaster. And he was a prodigious talent highly regarded by the upper echelons of the Holy Clan. The Holy Clan was making a significant move, unhesitatingly seizing a town. On one hand, they sought to establish Tianqing Town as a stronghold, and on the other, to secure this genius. The discovery of the dragon egg in Tianqing Town necessitated its submission to Yuehua City. Should they refuse to comply, Tianqing Town would need to extricate itself from Yuehua City as control. In that moment, Yuehua City would undoubtedly dispatch powerful individuals to quell the rebellion in Tianqing Town. Therefore, the Holy Clan intended to use all the citizens of Tianqing Town as hostages, rendering Yuehua City hesitant to act aggressively. This was a remarkably meticulous plan, and he had been astounded upon first hearing of it. The Holy Clan had spent years subverting the foremost family of Tianqing Town, the Chow family, and subsequently infiltrated the Guard Corps and the Law Enforcement Division. They had been waiting for this day. The Holy Clan had secretly placed numerous strong individuals, disguised as white-clad enforcers of the Law Enforcement Division. This sudden blitzkrieg was met with an unwavering determination from the Holy Clan, confident that unforeseen factors would not disrupt their plans. Jiang Fan concealed himself within a derelict factory, his brow furrowed with concern. His army of ants was rapidly dwindling. Members of the group reported that numerous white-clad enforcers were carrying pesticide containers, spraying potent chemicals along the streets. It seemed the ant army had indeed been discovered. This further solidified Jiang Fan's suspicion that someone was orchestrating their movements from behind the scenes. Suddenly, another member of the group spoke urgently. Someone has spotted us and is approaching. They are formidable. We cannot escape. You must succeed. This was followed by a jarring sound, reminiscent of a phone shattering. Silence ensued, and old Jiang hurriedly inquired about the situation. That individual did not respond again. Old Jiang then turned to Jiang Fan, demanding, "Why haven't you reported back?" A sense of urgency gripped Jiang Fan. He couldn't afford to explain. The guerrilla tactics were no longer viable. Without intelligence, they were effectively blind. The enemy had likely disowned their location through previous actions. Continuing down this path would only lead to their annihilation one by one. They had to regroup. Chapter 54, The Official Assembly. Gather at the central tower of the city, move swiftly. Even if you are pursued, do not look back. Regroup first. Jiang Fan commanded in the chat. Clad in a black robe, he rode his bald-headed husky, parading down the broad streets to attract more attention. He arrived first, about a minute or two ahead. Soon, others began to arrive. Some were followed by white-clad enforcers, and Jiang Fan ordered his bald-headed husky to deal with them. Counting. There were 16 individuals present. His mother was absent, likely placed in a relatively safe location by his father. Jiang Fan glanced at old Jiang, who nodded in acknowledgement. The others looked at him with a mixture of joy and relief. After all, Jiang Fan had previously used this guise to help them fend off a beast tide. While they had been unaware before, they now understood. This black-robed beast master was none other than Xiao Fan, though an unspoken agreement lingered among them. Old Jiang looked on from a distance, filled with pride. His son had truly grown up. He was now capable of standing on his own. More promising than his own father. Everyone, please report your current strengths, Jiang Fan prompted. I'm at the mid-stage of the first rank, old Jiang reported first. I'm at the initial stage of the first rank, another chimed in. I'm at the late stage of the first rank. Once everyone had disclosed their ranks, Jiang Fan formed a mental estimate. There was one martial artist at the initial stage of the second rank, while the rest were all at the first rank, including himself. They had 16 at the first rank and 1 at the second rank. After a while, Lu Huan and Old Guo arrived as well. Those who had not arrived likely couldn't make it. Everyone understood this unspoken truth, yet no one dared to voice it. Including the one who had half reported earlier in the chat, they chose to remain silent about him. Most likely, he had already sacrificed himself. At this moment, to mention it would only dampen their fighting spirit. All they could do was stand together in life and death. If they emerged victorious, they would honor their heroes. If they failed, they would fight together in the next life. I will share the intelligence I currently possess, Jiang Fan continued. We have collectively slain 33 white-clad enforcers. 33? Old Jiang was taken aback. When did we kill so many? Jiang Fan produced a diamond-shaped crystal from his pocket, smiling as he explained, I just eliminated a batch. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, truly impressive. Lu Huan and Old Guo were equally surprised. How did you manage that? Killing was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in locating them, swiftly and accurately dispatching others afterward. That was the true difficulty. Jiang Fan refrained from elaborating on his methods and continued, as it stands. There are at least 100 enemies remaining within Tianqing Town, potentially including Soul Masters and Beast Masters. Speaking of Beast Masters, wasn't there a second-rank Beast Master in the Guard Corps? Where is he now? Old Jiang snorted. He is of the same ilk as that Wang Dawei. He is likely with him now. Wang Dawei. The mere mention of this name ignited a flame of fury within Jiang Fan. This individual had nearly killed his parents. Currently, he was hiding somewhere, but Jiang Fan was determined to slay Wang Dawei with his own hands. Let us not concern ourselves with him. If we encounter him, I will kill him. However, Jiang Fan's thoughts drifted to two individuals, Su Qingqing and that old woman. Both were still in Tianqing Town, and their strength was formidable. Su Qingqing's Dragon Mastiff Cub possessed S-rank potential. It was he who had devised the evolution plan, enabling the Dragon Mastiff Cub to reach the 3rd rank. Its strength should be considerable, surpassing that of the bald-headed husky and the bald-headed parrot, both of whom were also at the 3rd rank. Would the bald-headed blue cat be able to suppress it? It was hard to say. The bald-headed blue cat had activated the B-rank lineage of the flame demon cat. However, the gap between B-rank and S-rank was immense. It might not necessarily prevail. What is it? Lu Huan inquired, sensing someone approaching. What else is the black robe hiding? The voice of the black-robed beast master had been disguised, making it difficult for her to discern. However, judging by the figure, it did not seem to belong to an elderly man. Nothing much. Perhaps the enemy camp will feature a 3rd-rank beast master and an unknown powerful entity. Why do you say that? Lu Huan questioned, perplexed. Jiang Fan hesitated repeatedly, reflecting on the fact that it was he who had personally elevated Su Qingqing to the 3rd rank, and eventually voiced his thoughts. It is possible that Su Qingqing and an elder by her side are affiliated with the evil sect. Su Qingqing. Both Lu Huan and Old Guo were taken aback simultaneously. Are you misunderstanding something? Lu Huan inquired. That should not be the case. Su Qingqing is actually from Yuehua City, and she possesses extraordinary talent. Her family is quite affluent. Lu Huan nodded, acknowledging her awareness of this fact. Do you not find it strange? Why would someone of her caliber come to Tianqing Town? Why would she reside in that dilapidated old place? I heard she came to Tianqing Town because of a marriage engagement, someone remarked. That makes it even more implausible. How could she possibly have an engagement with that good-for-nothing Wang family scion living above us? Jiang Fan resolutely shook his head, fully aware of the Wang family's offspring's lack of merit. An individual who, after graduating from university, had no decent job and merely lounged at home, playing video games. Would Su Qingqing truly take an interest in him? Observing Jiang Fan's indignant expression, Lu Huan appeared puzzled. She too was acquainted with that good-for-nothing, and questioned, why do you believe Su Qingqing has an engagement with him? Because we are the only 2 young individuals in that building. If it is not him, could it possibly be me? Jiang Fan retorted with a sarcastic tone. Chapter 55, Childhood Betrothal? Everyone fell silent. How did we come to discuss marriage engagements? Someone pondered. Moreover, who exactly is Su Qingqing? Can she surpass Jiang Fan in strength? In the eyes of some, Jiang Fan had already reached the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even if Wang Dawei were to arrive, he would not be Jiang Fan's match. Wait, you are Jiang Fan? Lu Huan suddenly realized, her eyes widening in astonishment as she stared at Jiang Fan. Old Guo remained notably composed. He had discerned Jiang Fan's identity earlier, but had simply chosen to remain silently astonished. It was unfathomable that Jiang Fan was the enigmatic beast master in the black robe, commanding 3 third-rank spirit beasts. Such a meteoric rise was astonishing. In a place as desolate as Tianqing Town, was there truly a talent of this caliber? Or was it possible that Jiang Fan had been masquerading as a fool all along? Indeed, did I not mention it before? Jiang Fan asked awkwardly. You mentioned it? Lu Huan's eyes widened as she pulled back the black robe, revealing Jiang Fan's somewhat youthful visage. His innocent face beneath the robe presented a striking visual contrast to the composed, decisive figure who had just exhibited formidable prowess in battle. If one were to merely gaze upon Jiang Fan's face, who would suspect him of being a dangerous individual? It truly is you. Lu Huan, seemingly concerned that someone might be impersonating him, tugged at his robe several times to reassure herself of the reality. Yes, it is indeed I, Jiang Fan murmured, touching his swollen face, feeling aggrieved to the point of wanting to cry. Well, I was merely concerned someone might impersonate you. This initial verification ensures we are all at ease, does it not? Lu Huan chuckled sheepishly, playfully sticking out her tongue. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor towards Jiang Fan had subtly shifted. She was no longer the domineering figure of the past, but had adopted the demeanor of a neighborly younger sister or an infatuated admirer. A third-rank beastmaster with 3 third-rank spirit beasts, such a configuration, if Jiang Fan were to join the Dark Department, might earn him greater recognition and potentially elevate him to a higher rank, possibly even attaining a status akin to Old Guo's. Old Guo's eyes gleamed with insight. A genius. An unparalleled, extraordinary genius. I never would have imagined discovering such a transcendent talent in this forsaken Tianqing town. He possesses a remarkable aptitude for evolving mundane beasts. It sounds preposterous, but the continent is vast and filled with wonders. Just like an individual in the Dark Department, also a beastmaster, who is otherwise ineffectual but transforms into an invincible king of naval combat upon encountering water, as he can only command aquatic spirit beasts. The experts from the Dark Department deemed it a condition that could not be remedied. Could it be that Jiang Fan's ability is akin to a malady, permitting him to only control mundane beasts at an astonishingly swift rate of evolution? Alas, what a pity! If such talent could be applied to spirit beasts, he would indeed be invincible. Jiang Fan wore a peculiar expression. Why did Old Guo's gaze make him feel as though he were a patient? You are the one who is ill. Jiang Fan silently cursed, convinced that Old Guo was internally berating him. Speaking of marriage engagements, Old Jiang suddenly mused. Your grandfather indeed arranged a childhood betrothal for you. Jiang Fan froze momentarily, and the others regarded Old Jiang with surprise. Old Jiang appeared slightly bashful. When did this happen? Jiang Fan asked, bewildered. Perhaps around the 3rd or 5th year before your birth. The time has elapsed so long that I cannot recall it clearly. Why has no one ever mentioned this to me? Old Jiang pondered for a moment before responding to Jiang Fan. Well, we never took that childhood betrothal seriously. It was merely a casual remark made by your grandfather after winning a drinking game against that old gentleman. Old Jiang continued, my understanding is rather vague. That individual stayed with us for a time, and after recovering from an injury, departed. So many years have passed, I doubt they took it seriously. Furthermore, even if they did, it could not possibly be that Miss Su. Old Jiang seemed quite certain of this. Why not? Jiang Fan pressed. That Miss Su is clearly not an ordinary girl. You are unworthy of her, Old Jiang asserted. Jiang Fan was speechless. Do you truly lack confidence in your own son? Lu Huan interjected, not necessarily. A third-rank beastmaster is no weakling, even in Yuehua City. Indeed, Sister Huan makes a valid point. Jiang Fan nodded in agreement. Please do not call me Sister Huan so frequently. Others might think I am significantly older than you. In truth, we are of similar age. The others exchanged peculiar glances at Lu Huan, puzzled by her sudden remark. Suddenly, Old Guo spoke in a grave tone. Enough. Someone is coming. Moments later, several swift sounds of air being sliced through resonated from all directions. Several figures leaped gracefully between the buildings, agile as monkeys. All were above the 2nd rank. Among them was a familiar figure wielding a long spear. A flicker of hostility appeared in Jiang Fan's eyes. Wang Dawei, he has also arrived. Moreover, from an even higher vantage point, one individual descended directly through the air. This was the hallmark of a mid-rank martial artist. Their spiritual energy could be projected outward, allowing them to walk upon the air itself, unlike others who relied on their leaping ability to traverse between structures. The one who descended was none other than Director Chao, the most formidable man in Tianqing Town. Chapter 56. Surrounded. Not only that, but a throng of white-clad enforcers surged in from all directions like a tidal wave. They were encircled. "Leave Director Chao to me." Old Gua stepped forward assertively. "Perhaps we should handle it, old man. Your frail limbs may not be up to the task," someone suggested. Lu Huan stifled a laugh. Old Gua's expression darkened. He did indeed appear rather pitiful, thin and wiry, with dark skin and a face lined with weariness. It was no wonder Jiang Fan often referred to him as a lonely elder. Old Gua was about to clarify when Jiang Fan suddenly interjected. "Allow me to handle Director Chao." The crowd turned their collective gaze towards Jiang Fan. At this moment, he donned his black robe once more. Old Gu furrowed his brow. "Xiao Fan, I am aware of your hidden trump card, the three-headed third-tier spirit beasts, which are indeed formidable. However, Chao Xingguang is no ordinary fourth-tier warrior. He has been at the fourth tier for many years, and he may now possess at least mid to late fourth-tier capabilities. I wish to test this." Before Old Gu could continue, Jiang Fan had already charged towards Chao Xingguang. It was not an act of bravado. Rather, it was a strategic necessity for teamwork. The law enforcement division had likely already discerned his presence, given his previous involvement in fending off the beast tide, placing him in the limelight. In contrast, Old Gu remained in the shadows. His earlier confidence against Director Chao suggested that his strength was likely formidable, at least at the fourth tier, and not the typical fourth-tier strength. Thus, Old Gu was their ace in the hole, poised to unleash a decisive blow at a critical moment. "Old Gu, can Jiang Fan manage this?" Lu Huan inquired urgently. Old Gu's expression grew grave. "No, it is highly improbable. Even if Jiang Fan possesses 3 third-tier spirit beasts, unless they are mid to late third tier, their combined strength may still fall short against Chao Xingguang." Nonetheless, Jiang Fan had already engaged, and Old Gu could only prepare to support him at any moment. If, and I emphasize if, Xiao Fan can indeed entangle Chao Xingguang for a brief moment, I may then have the opportunity to strike and eliminate him. A flicker of determination crossed Old Gu's eyes. "Is it feasible? I can only hope so." Woof. The bald-headed dog bellowed fiercely, shaking the very earth beneath them. The roar of a third-tier spirit beast resonated for miles. Chao Xingguang snorted dismissively. What a nuisance. He swung a long blade, cleaving through the air with a deafening whoosh, ripping the very fabric of reality and emitting a sound akin to a razor's edge. The blade's radiance was awe-inspiring. From 1,000 meters away, Jiang Fan felt as though his skin were about to be sliced to ribbons. How powerful! This was the might of the strongest man in Tianqing Town. Truly formidable. However, Jiang Fan's gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto Wang Dawei, who was weaving through the buildings. His true target was Wang Dawei. He must eliminate this beast first. The bald-headed dog abruptly changed course, evading the blade's trajectory and charging directly towards Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei was taken aback. During the beast tide battle, he had already witnessed the black-robed Beastmaster's unparalleled control over spirit beasts, commands executed with military precision. The orders given to the bald-headed dog were as binding as a general's decree. Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei hastily brandished his spear. Seeking death, he roared, incensed. After all, he was a late third-tier warrior, capable of contending with third-tier spirit beasts. How dare they underestimate him? "Flame wave spear," exclaimed old Jiang and the others in astonishment. This was Wang Dawei's signature technique. A full-powered thrust could penetrate a third-tier feral beast. The fiery lance descended upon the bald-headed dog in an instant. Jiang Fan snorted, "Bite it." The bald-headed dog clamped down on the spear's energy, which seemed to manifest as a tangible entity, and shockingly, it actually seized it. Hiss. The intense heat generated smoke as it filled the beast's mouth. The bald-headed dog refused to relinquish its grip, showcasing its tenacious nature. "You're courting death." Wang Dawei's wrist flicked, jarring the spearhead, causing the insides of the bald-headed dog's mouth to become a bloody mess. Arg! The bald-headed dog, rarely fierce, growled in retaliation. A cracking sound echoed as the flame wave's energy was shattered in its jaws. Hiss! Wang Dawei inhaled sharply, his complexion paling instantly. The explosion of the flame wave spear resulted in a backlash of spiritual energy. Yet, the bald-headed dog was also in a dire state, its mouth stained with blood. Having broken a tooth and yelping in pain. Can't defeat him? A heavy dread settled over the onlookers. Wang Dawei truly was formidable. Old Jiang began to worry for his son. If even a third-tier spirit beast could not best Wang Dawei, what hope remained of overcoming him? Lu Huan's gaze darkened. Despite Wang Dawei being a latecomer to martial arts, his flame wave spear was impressive, and his spiritual energy was far more robust than hers. Could Jiang Fan contend with Wang Dawei? Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming was that Director Chao was advancing towards Jiang Fan from behind. The two intended to strike Jiang Fan together. Despicable. Old Jiang's rage ignited as he charged forward without a moment's hesitation. But his speed could not compare to that of Director Chao. To Chao, Old Jiang appeared to be moving in slow motion. Unable to even catch a glimpse of his shadow, Old Gu sprang into action. Despite his seemingly aged appearance, when he moved, he exhibited a vigor akin to a dragon or tiger, swiftly closing in on Director Chao's rear. Chapter 57. Eliminate Wang Dawei first. Director Chao was slightly taken aback, evidently not anticipating that this old man could be so swift. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Lu Huan and began to comprehend. This individual was likely a master dispatched from the Dark Division. The Law Enforcement Division operated openly, while the Dark Division conducted its affairs covertly. The Dark Division was shrouded in mystery. Even local law enforcement was often unaware of its missions. It was said that the Dark Division was teeming with experts. Yet few could name even a handful of its formidable members, as they typically presented themselves masked. Thus, even after serving for over a decade in Tianqing Town's Law Enforcement Division, Director Chao had no inkling of Old Gu's true identity. However, Director Chao had no intention of concerning himself with Old Gu. His blade was still aimed squarely at Jiang Fan. The blade's edge was less than a few dozen meters from Jiang Fan, an instant for a warrior of such caliber. Arrogant, Old Gu seethed with fury. To expose his back while fleeing from him was an act of sheer hubris. Chao Xingguang, you shall die today. A rolling pin appeared in Old Gu's hand. The very one he typically used for making noodles, still adorned with remnants of dried dough. Yet at this moment, the spiritual energy radiating from it surged intensely. The dough was instantly swept away by the spiritual force, revealing the dark, gleaming surface of the rolling pin, which shimmered with brilliance. A piercing ray shot forth, rivaling the blade in Chao Xingguang's grasp. The pressure was equally overwhelming. You face me. Just then, a nearby residence erupted in an explosion, and a silver silhouette shot into the sky. It was a sword. A middle-aged man wielding a 3-foot-long sword had blocked Old Gu's rolling pin. Old Gu was astonished. He had not anticipated that someone was concealed beneath his feet. This individual was formidable, on par with his own strength. Upon closer inspection, the man appeared rather unremarkable. With a buzz cut, the sword he held, Li Gong? Old Gu recognized him as Li Gong, the Grand Steward of the evil sect. The hierarchy of the evil sect was rigidly structured, with instructors and stewards at the base, and only the Grand Steward at the apex. Every Grand Deacon is a formidable entity. It is utterly astonishing that the heretical sect would actually dispatch a Grand Deacon here. A chill gripped Old Gu's heart. He held no fear of Li Gong, but what of Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan's loyal hound had already been injured by Wang Dawei, and Chao Xingguang had rushed in to attack. He was doomed. Anyone who dared oppose our holy clan must perish. Li Gong sneered, his grip on the sword twitching slightly. Just moments ago, he had forcibly withstood Old Gu's rolling pin. The immense force had left his arm numb and his palm torn. This individual is exceedingly strong. Even Chao Xingguang may not be his match. Xiao Fan. Old Jiang was on the brink of madness. It was all happening too swiftly. In an instant, his son had fallen into a life-threatening predicament. Jiang Fan. Lu Huan had also rushed over alongside Old Gu, but she lacked his speed and had only just arrived. Attempting to maneuver around Li Gong to assist Jiang Fan, but it was too late. Li Gong's speed far surpassed hers. Now, no one could save Jiang Fan. Suddenly, an irritable cat's cry sent shivers down everyone's spines. A massive figure sprang from the void, a claw aimed at Director Chao. He had no time to react. Clang. The blade's radiance was instantly shattered by the cat's paw. Director Chao stumbled back, staring incredulously at the enormous spirit beast before him. The spirit beast of the black-robed Beast Master. It was unmistakable, for they were all bald. The bald blue cat gazed eerily at Chao Xingguang. A broken claw nailed dripping blood. A 4th-grade spirit beast. This black-robed Beast Master actually possessed a 4th-grade spirit beast. He must be a 4th-grade Beast Master? Not only was Director Chao's faction shocked, but even Lu Huan and Old Guo were taken aback. Jiang Fan was actually a 4th-grade Beast Master? It was him. The one who stole the dragon egg was him. Wang Dawei shouted in alarm, initially thinking it was Yi Qinghua's doing. It now seemed that Yi Qinghua was nowhere near Tianqing Town. The 4th-grade spirit beast that ravaged the warehouse must indeed be this bald, blue cat. Jiang Fan chuckled. At this juncture, you are destined to die, yet you still concern yourself with the dragon egg? Wang Dawei suddenly froze. He surveyed the current situation. Chao Xingguang was intercepted by the bald blue cat, while Grand Deacon Li Gong was engaged in a standoff with an elderly man. Now, it was only him who stood face to face with this black-robed Beast Master. Years of battlefield experience allowed him to quickly deduce that he must flee. He turned to escape. However, just as he did, a sharp claw lunged at him. It came too swiftly, piercing through his chest. The bald parrot. He recognized it. Immediately after, the bald hound charged forward, sinking its teeth into Wang Dawei's hand. With a violent shake of its head, it violently tore off Wang Dawei's hand. Chunks of flesh fell to the ground as Wang Dawei howled in madness. Pain. Excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. The bald parrot prepared to extract Wang Dawei's heart, but Jiang Fan intervened. He slowly approached Wang Dawei, an eerie smile gracing his face. You wish to use my parents' lives as a blood sacrifice for that dragon egg? Wang Dawei's face turned pale. Even though he was a late-stage third-grade martial artist, facing the pressure of two third-grade spirit beasts, combined with one arm torn off and his chest pierced, he was utterly outmatched. He had underestimated the situation. Upon seeing the fourth-grade spirit beast of the black-robed beast master, he instinctively believed that the black-robed beast master's means had been exhausted. Wait, who exactly are your parents? Jiang Fan knelt down, slightly lifting the edge of his robe to reveal half of his cheek. Wang Dawei was utterly stunned. Jiang. Chapter 58. A grievance repaid. Bang. Jiang Fan's fist descended, shattering Wang Dawei's mouth. I shan't allow you to die so easily. Jiang Fan's smile instilled terror in Wang Dawei. At this moment, he wished to reveal to others that this black-robed beast master was Jiang Fan. Yet he could not utter a word. Would he suffer a brutal death or be subjected to a slow and torturous demise? Jiang Fan drew a dagger, posing a chilling question to Wang Dawei. Wang Dawei exerted every ounce of strength to resist, but it was utterly futile. The price of his frantic shaking was that Jiang Fan pinned his head to the ground with the dagger, like a salted fish nailed to a cutting board. At the mercy of others, a third-grade martial artist possesses formidable vitality. Unless vital points are struck, they do not die easily. Thud. Jiang Fan withdrew the dagger only to plunge it into Wang Dawei's shoulder. Infusing it with qi and blood energy, he shook the dagger, effectively shredding the muscles and tendons of Wang Dawei's shoulder. Ugh! Wang Dawei convulsed, emitting heart-wrenching whimpers. Jiang Fan's expression remained indifferent, as if chopping vegetables, methodically reducing Wang Dawei to a lifeless state. A grievance repaid. The screams echoed incessantly, sending chills through the onlookers. Lu Huan and Old Guo watched this unfamiliar Jiang Fan with astonishment. Jiang Fan was merciless in his slaying, offering them a sense of grim satisfaction. Yet, was this not a touch too cruel? Good. Well done. That wretch deserved no mercy. Unlike Lu Huan and Old Guo's reactions, the warriors of the Guard Brigade were invigorated, as if Jiang Fan had performed a deed of great justice. Lu Huan inquired, only to discover that Wang Dawei had indeed sacrificed the blood of comrades who fought alongside the Guard Brigade for the Dragon Egg. Such a person certainly should not be allowed to die easily. However, Jiang Fan's methods surpassed their expectations in their cruelty. Wang Dawei begged for mercy countless times. Yet Jiang Fan remained unmoved. Wang Dawei's demise was profoundly tragic. Yet no one felt sympathy for him. After all, he had offended Jiang Fan and nearly harmed his parents. This enmity was irreconcilable. Li Gong chuckled. This man would indeed be a fitting addition to our holy clan, surely destined to become a harbinger of death. Li Gong, you are on the brink of death yourself, yet you still contemplate your heretical sect. You truly are a loyal dog, Old Guo taunted. Li Gong was not angered. He scrutinized Old Guo's weapon. Old Guo was an unfamiliar figure to Li Gong. The Dark Division was shrouded in mystery, and even the Holy Clan had little information. However, if it were this weapon, Li Gong pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "You are the one who killed Grand Deacon Yuehua in Yuehua City." Old Guo replied nonchalantly, "Yuehua seems to ring a bell, but I have little recollection." Indeed, slaying Yuehua is hardly notable. He was far too weak, though both were Grand Deacons. His status as a newly appointed Grand Deacon rendered him insignificant. With a single sentence, he dismissed Old Guo's accomplishment. Old Guo's prior act of slaying a Grand Deacon of the heretical sect in Yuehua City had indeed stirred quite a sensation. Yet Li Gong evidently considered himself vastly superior to Yuehua. It matters not. All heretical filth appears the same in my eyes. The crowd was astounded. Old Guo was even more ruthless, implying that whether it be Yuehua or Li Gong, in his view, they were all mere refuse. Li Gong's smile gradually faded, a cold glint emerging on his face. A murderous intent arose. You seek death. The silver sword was drawn in an instant. The light of the sword soared to the heavens. The sound of the sword's ringing was piercingly sharp, and the world around them shifted in hue. Clang. The onlookers were astounded. This was the true prowess of a fourth-tier warrior. Even Jiang Fan felt somewhat dazed. It was often said that becoming a martial artist was a path accessible to all, a choice regarded as the lowest among the three major examinations. Yet, how many martial artists could truly attain such a realm? Even ordinary beast tamers would pale in comparison before such formidable strength. Humph, all show and no substance. Old Gua bellowed. The rolling pin in his hand shimmered with golden light, measuring just over 2 feet in length, yet it emanated an astonishing, earth-shattering pressure, its shadow extending hundreds of meters. It was no less formidable than the silver greatsword. When the two collided, a thunderous boom echoed, as if the sky itself had been rent asunder. The clouds above were scattered, creating a cloudless expanse with a diameter of at least several thousand meters. It was a celestial battle. Indeed, a clash of deities. One staff, one sword. One black, one white. The winds roared, and a tempest raged. Jiang Fan was left speechless. The distinction between a 4th-tier warrior and a 3rd-tier warrior was indeed profound. They soared through the air, their spiritual energy projecting hundreds of meters outward. Each move they made radiated extraordinary power. No wonder those of the 3rd tier and below were regarded as the lower echelon. Upon reaching the 4th tier, one stepped into the ranks of the middle tier. "Are you Jiang Fan?" Chao Jingguang, shielded by the bald blue cat, inquired in a tone inaudible to others, akin to a casual conversation between two individuals. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Cloaked in black, he presumed that aside from his own people, others would hardly recognize him. "Were you the one at the Glorious Club that day?" Jiang Fan remained silent, but his expression turned grave. That day, Director Chao had indeed seen him. Chao Jingguang seemed unconcerned, continuing to speak. "I never expected someone like you to emerge from Tianqing Town, but your luck seems to have run dry." Jiang Fan then chuckled. "I feel it's you who are unfortunate. You encountered me while enacting your plans." Chao Jingguang appeared momentarily stunned before responding with a smile. "Perhaps. Do you know why the Holy Clan seeks to seize Tianqing Town? Because they intend to use the million citizens of Tianqing Town as hostages." Chao Jingguang nodded. "Correct, astute. But do you know why it is specifically Tianqing Town?" Chapter 59, The Dragon's Nest Below. Jiang Fan was suddenly taken aback. Indeed, why Tianqing Town? Dragon eggs? That was but one aspect. Were there other reasons? Jiang Fan's interest was piqued. He was unsure why Chao Jingguang was sharing this information with him. But acquiring more knowledge could never be detrimental. The Dragon's Nest. Jiang Fan was momentarily stunned. What? Beneath Tianqing Town lies an ancient dragon lair. The dragon egg you took was extracted from that lair, but there are still dragon eggs inside, and in considerable quantity. The information from Chao Jingguang truly astonished Jiang Fan. This was nothing short of a world-shattering secret. The vast Star Moon Federation boasts 28 colossal cities, with hundreds of satellite towns akin to Tianqing Town. Yet, it possesses not a single dragon lair. If it were indeed true that Tianqing Town harbored a dragon nest, it would instantaneously become the focal point of the entire Star Moon Federation. No wonder the sinister sect was making such a grand effort. The true objective behind seizing Tianqing Town was to conceal the existence of the dragon nest beneath it. What a grand scheme. Jiang Fan frowned. "Why are you telling me this? Who knows? Perhaps I believe you are doomed, so it matters not if I share this with you?" He found Chao Jingguang's behavior rather peculiar. Since he had seen him that day, he should have known that Jiang Fan might already be privy to their secret. Why had he not pursued him then? And now he was divulging such an astonishing secret? Was it a trap? Chao Jingguang, quickly eliminate that beast tamer and come to assist me. Li Gong's urgent command echoed in his mind. Looking up, he saw the once mighty Li Gong now being suppressed by old Gua. The shadow of the rolling pin had already overpowered that of the silver sword. Jiang Fan was astonished. It was only now that he truly perceived old Gua's strength. He was formidable, far superior to Li Gong, who fancied himself a top-tier 4th warrior. He was likely at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. The dark faction indeed concealed its experts well. When had they embedded such a powerhouse beneath his very nose? Chao Jingguang chuckled, appearing somewhat helpless. "You should leave. You ought not to perish here." The sudden display of Chao Jingguang's unexpected kindness left Jiang Fan momentarily disoriented. Could it be that Chao Jingguang's betrayal harbored deeper implications? Or perhaps it was not his own volition. Yet, as Jiang Fan glanced towards his besieged father and the warriors of the guard, he realized that the overwhelming numerical advantage meant that nearly every individual was simultaneously facing 2 to 3 enemies. The lone 2nd-tier warrior was already drenched in blood. A multitude of white-robed enforcers and some sinister sect disciples were converging towards them. His father and the others were in dire peril, especially his father, who was far too valiant. Forcing his way against foes that others dared not confront, he was now besieged by 2 2nd-tier warriors. The situation was exceedingly critical. "Order the white-robed enforcers to retreat." Chao Jingguang shook his head. "These individuals are loyalists of the Holy Clan. They won't heed my commands." His sense of helplessness deepened. Then there is no other choice. Jiang Fan disregarded Chao Jingguang and sprinted towards his father. He had to offer support, just as Chao Jingguang intended to move. The bald blue cat suddenly emitted a threatening growl, preventing him from advancing to assist. However, Qiao Jingguang cast a glance at Jiang Fan's retreating figure, and the look of helplessness on his face swiftly transformed into a derisive smirk. Students are merely students, a little performance, and they are easily deceived. Qiao Jingguang suddenly sprang into action, but in the opposite direction of Jiang Fan. Xiao Fan. Old Guo was taken aback by this scene. Jiang Fan had actually abandoned his pursuit of Qiao Jingguang, granting him freedom. Even with the bald blue cat keeping watch, a spirit beast was still just that. Li Gong chuckled. Well done. Although he knew not what Qiao Jingguang had done, he had managed to lower the guard of that black-robed beast tamer. A free fourth-tier warrior on the battlefield was undoubtedly a game-changer. The bald blue cat, instructed to monitor Qiao Jingguang, wasted no time and immediately pursued him. Yet, in the next moment, Qiao Jingguang abruptly changed direction, easily evading the sluggish cat, and in almost an instant, he had surged behind Jiang Fan. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their hearts nearly stop. Without the bald blue cat, Jiang Fan would stand no chance against Qiao Jingguang. Turning around, Jiang Fan found himself locking eyes with Qiao Jingguang's gaze, which brimmed with malevolence. Youth, sometimes mere talent, is of little use. Those devoid of wit are destined for short lives. A dead genius is of no value whatsoever. The blade in Qiao Jingguang's hand flickered ominously. Jiang Fan was initially taken aback, but the next moment, a playful expression crossed his face. Qiao Jingguang paid no heed. He and Jiang Fan were now mere steps apart. Without the bald blue cat nearby, could he still be turned around? The beast tamer's true form was a well-known vulnerability. Do not feign mystery. I wager you lack a fourth-rank beastmaster. If you possessed one, you would have revealed it by now. Jiang Fan scoffed. Indeed, there is no fourth-rank beast. However, suddenly, Qiao Jingguang, who had been fiercely pursuing him, found his body momentarily paralyzed. A wave of excruciating pain and intense itchiness surged throughout him, as though countless ants were crawling and biting over his skin. Ants. This is inconceivable. At his level, how could he fear the bites of mere ants? With a sharp rip, a foot-long ant tore through his clothing and savagely gnawed at him. This was no ordinary ant. It was an ant clan spirit beast. Second rank. How could this be possible? Chapter 60, Iron-Eating Ant. How could he have been infiltrated by a second-rank spirit beast? In an instant, he was filled with dread. Even as a fourth-rank warrior, possessing a body of iron, he could not withstand the gnawing of a second-rank spirit beast clinging to him. How on earth had Jiang Fan achieved this? Crunch. The sound of the ant clan spirit beast biting into him sent shivers down his spine. With no time to ponder, he had to eliminate this creature that was furiously gnawing at him. As it evaded his palm strike, the ant clan spirit beast dashed around him wildly, preventing Qiao Jingguang from unleashing his full strength. This inadvertently granted the ant clan spirit beast the opportunity to dodge his attack. With a powerful strike, the speed of the ant clan spirit beast was astonishing. Flash. A hunk of flesh was torn from his shoulder by the beast. Hiss. The pain was unbearable. Even as a warrior, he had little recourse against such a fast and agile spirit beast. Surely, he could not wield a knife against himself. Lu Huan and the others were astonished. Why had a second-rank spirit beast suddenly emerged from Qiao Jingguang? The key was how it had gone unnoticed. A monster. Jiang Fan was indeed a monster. His combat prowess likely surpassed that of most present. He was merely a student who had just completed the 3 major examinations. Truly astonishing. Lu Huan's soft sword, like a slender serpent, pierced through the head of a third-rank warrior before her wrist flicked, causing the blade to tremble and the warrior's head to explode. She paused, casting a peculiar glance at Jiang Fan, recalling the interrupted topic earlier. Su Qingsheng had come to Tianqing Town due to an arranged marriage, and her betrothed was likely Jiang Fan. Until now, she had harbored some disbelief, as the disparity between the two was substantial. Yet now, could it be that the Su family recognized Jiang Fan's talent? Did they consider him superior to that dragon rider? It was widely known that a dragon rider from the Dragon Temple in Yuehua City pursued Su Qingsheng. Jiang Fan. What significance did the Su family truly hold? The soft sword, like a flash of lightning, swiftly claimed the lives of several white-clad enforcers, rescuing 2 members of the guard. Yet these 2 did not express their gratitude immediately, for Lu Huan's expression was chillingly fierce. At that moment, the bald blue cat had caught up with Qiao Jingguang. Meow? The sound was piercingly sharp, accompanied by the irate cry of the bald blue cat. A lightning-fast paw struck towards Qiao Jingguang. Even as he evaded, 3 shocking gashes appeared across his back. The cat's claws bore a slight venom. While not deadly, it inflicted an unbearable agony on its foe. It was a psychological toxin. In that instant, Qiao Jingguang questioned his very existence. The ant clan spirit beast was also venomous, and the bald blue cat carried poison as well. The critical point was that both toxins induced excruciating pain. Jiang Fan glanced at Qiao Jingguang, momentarily disregarding him, and dashed towards his father. delivering a powerful punch towards two second-rank warriors. The two second-rank warriors instinctively dodged. Who would dare underestimate this black-robed Beastmaster? Given his current strength, the black-robed Beastmaster was one of the most formidable individuals present. As a fourth-rank Beastmaster, he held considerable prestige even in Yuehua City, regardless of the Beastmaster's inherent strength. When the black-robed Beastmaster charged, second-rank warriors would instinctively retreat in fear. Useless. He is a Beastmaster without a beast. How can you not defeat him? Li Gong fumed. Just moments ago had been the best opportunity. Provoked by Li Gong's ire, the two second-rank enforcers exchanged glances, a fierce determination shared between them. Kill him. They both surged towards Jiang Fan. His father was alarmed. Son, run. I will hold off these two beasts. Yet Jiang Fan remained unperturbed. He flicked his hand into the air. The spectators were puzzled. What was he doing? Li Gong sneered. At your wit's end, are you beginning to perform some sort of ritual? Shut your mouth, or you shall seek your own demise. Old Gu struck Li Gong, leaving him dazed, though he too was perplexed by Jiang Fan's actions. As a Beastmaster, even at first rank, what could he possibly do against two second-rank warriors without a spirit beast? Ignoring Li Gong's mockery, Jiang Fan focused intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He sensed it. Two ants had landed on one of the warriors. Instantly, he commanded in his mind, System, evolve these two ants into second-rank spirit beasts. As the evolution commenced, a notification chimed. Evolution successful, wealth value -100,000. Evolution results are as follows. Iron-eating ant spirit beast level, second rank. Talent, F101000. For every 100 growth points, talent value increases by 10. Race, flying. Growth points, 110,000. Stamina, 116. Strength, 199. Speed, 308. Combat power, 303. Special skill, biting. Accompanied by slight venom, capable of inducing intense pain. Evolution method, complete evolution. It succeeded. He would replicate the technique he had used against Chao Jingwang. Chapter 61, Instant Kill of Second Rank. These warriors, confident in their strength, were typically indifferent to the weak insects and trivial beasts. Thus, Jiang Fan had seized the opportunity to throw an ant onto Chao Jingwang when his guard was down. As soon as Chao Jingwang relaxed, it evolved into a second-rank spirit beast. His earlier banter with Chao Jingwang had not been due to belief in the latter's accusations, but rather to seek an opportunity to catch a fourth-rank Beastmaster completely off guard. The precise moment when Chao Jingwang believed Jiang Fan had fallen for his ruse. Now, he employed the same tactic, causing the second-rank iron-eating ants to manifest upon his enemy. That warrior was instantly engulfed in terror, having witnessed the horrific might of the iron-eating ants. The formidable jaws of the iron-eating ant are particularly pronounced, resembling two sharp, iron pincers. They swiftly and accurately penetrate into his carotid artery, causing crimson blood to spurt forth in torrents. In a similar fate of being gnawed upon by the iron-eating ant, this second-tier fighter clearly pales in comparison to Chao Jingwang's prowess. At such close quarters, he is caught unawares and is directly bitten through the artery. Instantly, he shouts to another white-clad enforcer, "Save me." The enforcer has no choice but to abandon his assault on Jiang Fan and turn to assist. He aims to deliver a powerful blow to the iron-eating ant. Even if he cannot slay it outright, he at least hopes to rescue his comrade. Second-tier warriors are already a rare breed, and losing too many would have a significant impact on them. Jiang Fan, witnessing this, refrains from intervening. In fact, this aligns perfectly with his intentions. Just as the other second-tier fighter approaches, a chime echoes. Ding. Evolution successful, wealth value -100,000. Evolution results as follows. A second iron-eating ant emerges from the clothing of the first white-clad enforcer. Its body, over a foot long, sports a pair of translucent wings that vibrate rapidly. It lunges onto the man, its pincer-like jaws clamping down on his neck. This development is evidently beyond his comprehension. He had never anticipated the presence of a third iron-eating ant. How many spirit beasts does the black-robed Beastmaster possess? 6. 6 beast seals? Who is this individual? Those who awaken 6 beast seals in Moonlight City are typically renowned. Yet, there seems to be no Beastmaster in Moonlight City who commands such spirit beasts. Could they have come from another great city? But why would they traverse thousands of miles to meddle in this affair? Amidst endless uncertainties, both men meet their demise at the hands of the iron-eating ants. These two second-tier warriors were merely novices in their rank. In terms of strength and speed, they are no match for the spirit beasts that are iron-eating ants. Furthermore, the element of surprise plays a crucial role in their downfall. Their deaths send a shiver through the battlefield, causing everyone present to instinctively shudder and check for these ominous iron-eating ants on their bodies. There are many varieties of iron-eating ants, each with distinct appearances. and they are among the more common ferocious beasts found in the wilderness. The crucial question remains, how did these iron-eating ants appear on the humans so stealthily? And how many of them are there? The presence of a single second-tier spirit beast can drastically influence the entire battle. The reactions from both sides are starkly contrasting. On the side of the enforcement agency, there is an obvious atmosphere of gravity. While they appear to have the numerical advantage, most are first-tier warriors, many of whom are merely dabblers in the field. Thus, their combat effectiveness is comparable to the ragtag fighters of the Guard Corps. The second-tier warriors are exceedingly scarce, with fewer than 20 in total. The loss of 2 is a significant blow. The performance of the black-robed Beast Master has left them utterly astonished and fearful. Even the third-tier warriors lack confidence in outpacing the black-robed Beast Master's lethal efficiency. Meanwhile, Lu Huan and Old Gua stand in stunned silence. Just how many spirit beasts does Jiang Fan command? Moreover, their ranks are not low. Each one would be a source of pride for many Beast Masters. His power is overwhelming, and his methods are unfathomable. Chao Xingguang furrows his brow. He has only just escaped the clutches of the iron-eating ants, only to witness the untimely demise of 2 second-tier fighters. Jiang Fan, what on earth is happening? This is terrifyingly impressive. It is hard to fathom that someone so young could possess such extraordinary combat prowess. A monster. Could he possibly be the legendary innate Beast Master? An innate Beast Master, as the name suggests, is the most gifted among Beast Masters. It is said that they awaken their beast seals from birth, allowing them to control spirit beasts earlier than others. Consequently, such Beast Masters often display astonishing strength at a young age. In Moonlight City, innate Beast Masters are highly sought after by various factions, including the young Beast Master sent by the Holy Clan, who is indeed an innate Beast Master. Why has he not yet made an appearance? What is he waiting for? Li Gong is on the verge of spitting blood. He realizes he cannot contend with this old man. The rolling pin he wields is masterfully honed. Each strike possesses immense power, capable of shattering his blade's radiance. If he is not mistaken, his opponent must be at least a late-stage or even peak 4th-tier warrior. He is not far from legendary status. Li Gong, with all his strength, forces Old Gua back with a single strike, dragging along the leg that was broken by Old Gua. While fleeing, he bellows, "Rebellious ghost. Are you still waiting to strike while we falter?" Old Gua is alarmed. The rebellious ghost? Is it that rebellious ghost? The rebellious ghost is the highest-ranking elder of the evil sect stationed in Moonlight City, possessing formidable strength. He is a 4th-tier soul master. Lower-tier soul masters are not particularly terrifying and can even be outmatched by warriors of the same rank. However, once a soul master reaches the mid-tier, the difference is stark. The true power of a soul master is unleashed at that stage, overwhelming warriors of the same tier. A chilling laughter echoes, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Li Gong, you are becoming increasingly useless. You might as well retire to your hometown. This voice is like a demonic melody, piercing the hearts of everyone like a spectral sword. A bottomless vortex materializes, resembling an endless abyss, causing the strands of spirit energy to sway violently within it. The mind becomes a blank slate, as if struck by lightning. This is the formidable power of a soul master. At the battlefield where Old Gua and Li Gong are engaged, a massive black whirlwind appears, as if woven from ink. Old Gua snorts derisively, a mere illusion. He strikes with his stick, shattering the inky cyclone. Success! Lu Huan exclaims with joy. What can a soul master do? Old Gua is no ordinary warrior, especially with that rolling pin, a rare artifact unearthed from an ancient ruin, capable of resisting psychic attacks and shattering them as well. Yet Old Gua's face remains grave. It is not that simple. The rebellious ghost is the highest-ranking elder of the evil sect in Moonlight City. Many in Moonlight City are aware of his identity, yet they have no means to counter him. This is troublesome. He suspects that there may be more than one elder from the evil sect present, but he never anticipated it would be that old rogue, the rebellious ghost. You all must leave. I will hold him off. In an instant, the once self-assured Old Gua appears as if facing a formidable enemy, urging everyone to flee. His demeanor suggests he is prepared for a fight to the death. Lu Huan and the others have yet to process this. Once again, a dark vortex appears in the sky, this time engulfing the entire expanse. Darkness descends instantaneously. Jiang Fan gasps in shock. What kind of power is this? Why does it cause the very heavens and earth to change colors? Do soul masters not attack using psychic energy? Can psychic energy truly alter the colors of the world? The methods of the rebellious ghost exceed Jiang Fan's understanding of soul masters. He recalls a lesson from class. The strengths of soul masters lie not in combat, but in research. Throughout the illustrious history of humanity, numerous cultural tomes have emerged from the studies conducted by spirit masters, encompassing the evolution paths of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts, as well as chronicles regarding the wastelands. Thus, spirit masters are more akin to scholars, devoid of the necessity to constantly dwell in peril like martial artists do. Suddenly, a piercing high-frequency sound erupted in Jiang Fan's ears, akin to a rending force. Was this a mental assault? Not only Jiang Fan, but all those shrouded in darkness experienced this sensation. The sound inflicted an agonizing pain, as if they had been struck by a neurotoxin. Lao Gua, closest to the reverse ghost, seemed to suffer the brunt of the attack. His eyes instantly bloodshot as he cradled his head and emitted low, guttural roars. Heh, martial artists are merely a band of brutes. The reverse ghost mocked Lao Gua, casually brandishing a pitch-black dagger as he leisurely traversed the air, inching closer to Lao Gua. In that moment, Lao Gua appeared utterly incapable of resistance. Jiang Fan's heart tightened. Lao Gua was in danger. The reverse ghost had rendered him powerless. Lao Gua. Lu Huan felt as though her head would explode. Yet she sprang into action, brandishing her slender sword and thrusting it towards the reverse ghost in an attempt to rescue Lao Gua. The reverse ghost cast a glance at Lu Huan. His face adorned with runic patterns, and a sly smile graced his lips. He then flicked his black robe, and an invisible wave swept over Lu Huan. In an instant, her resolute gaze glazed over, and her body began to plummet freely, falling from several hundred meters above. Even if she survived, she would sustain grave injuries. Huanjia. Jiang Fan couldn't leap as high as her, so he could only rely on the bald parrot to catch her. The bald parrot was exceedingly swift, being the fastest among his kind, which had always reassured Jiang Fan. However, he felt a surge of anxiety now, as the parrot's trajectory brought it perilously close to the reverse ghost. The reverse ghost observed the bald parrot with a smile, seemingly without intent to attack, and snatched Lu Huan with his claws before swiftly turning away, frantically distancing himself from the reverse ghost. Jiang Fan's gaze remained fixed on the reverse ghost, only relaxing when they were over 1,000 meters apart. Typically, the range of mental attacks is shorter than that of physical prowess. A fourth-tier martial artist can project their vital energy over 1,000 meters, while a fourth-tier spirit master's mental range is comparatively limited. A distance of 1,000 meters should suffice. Suddenly, the bald parrot let out a shriek. Turning to look, Jiang Fan saw a massive falcon, its feathers gleaming silver, had injured one of the bald parrot's wings. On the falcon's back stood a tall, handsome young man with a faint smile. The falcon appeared to be several times larger than the bald parrot, its powerful wings generating a strong gust, allowing it to hover effortlessly in the air. With wings spread wide, measuring a staggering 20 to 30 meters, it commanded an intimidating presence. On the ground, the bald blue cat emitted a threatening sound. Sensing the imminent danger, a fourth-tier spirit beast, Jiang Fan frowned. The evil sect had dispatched a fourth-tier beast master as well. Moreover, the young man appeared rather youthful, around 18 or 19 years of age. Gao Yu, that beast master is yours to handle. The dragon egg may very well be in his possession. The reverse ghost remarked with a grin. The young man named Gao Yu scrutinized Jiang Fan with a light chuckle. Brother, if you surrender the dragon egg, I might consider sparing your life. Chapter 63. The situation grows more dire. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Others were equally stunned. Such audacity. As a fourth-tier beast master himself, with an astonishing number of spirit beasts, did the opponent truly believe he had Jiang Fan cornered? To outsiders, Gao Yu's confidence appeared somewhat unfounded. Yet Jiang Fan perceived otherwise. Beside Gao Yu, a panel materialized. Name, Gao Yu. Age, 18. Profession, 4th-tier Beast Master, 2nd-tier Spirit Master. Beast Seal, 4. Talent, top tier. Spirit Beasts, 3. Other attributes, mental power level, 2nd tier, exceeding 10. Adept at temporal control over spirit beasts, exhibiting exceptional mastery. Silver Feather Demon Hawk. Spirit Beast level, 4th tier. Talent, S. Species, Avian. Stamina, 6055. Strength, 6984. Speed, 10001. Combat Power, 13760. Evolution Path. How formidable. This marked the second S-grade spirit beast Jiang Fan had encountered, aside from Su Qingqing's Dragon Hound. All its statistics were impressive, surpassing the bald blue cat in nearly every aspect by 3 to 4 times. Its combat power exceeded an astonishing 10,000, while the bald blue cat barely reached 3,008. The disparity was immense. Indeed, Gao Yu possessed grounds for arrogance. Though his age was comparable to Jiang Fan and Su Qingqing, the combat prowess of his spirit beast was drastically superior. Crucially, Gao Yu was also a second-tier spirit master. While a second-tier spirit master may not significantly enhance his combat effectiveness, they could exercise more intricate control over spirit beasts, thereby indirectly augmenting their combat power. All eyes turned to Jiang Fan. Presently, he seemed to be their sole hope for a counterattack. Lao Gua had regained some consciousness, but faced with both Li Gong and the reverse ghost, He was utterly incapable of aiding Jiang Fan. Among the others, only Lu Huan possessed slightly superior strength. Yet it was clear she was no match for Gao Yu. This presented a dire predicament. Even if Jiang Fan wished to employ a similar tactic, dispatching a few ants towards Gao Yu, the latter, being a beast master, would be exceedingly sensitive to such maneuvers. Thus, he would swiftly react, exposing the secret of his ability to evolve spirit beasts in an instant. It was a risk not worth taking. Glancing at his father's worried expression, Jiang Fan managed to smile at Gao Yu. You and I are merely of the same tier. What gives you such confidence? This statement seemed to bolster the spirits of their side. Indeed, they were both fourth-tier beast masters. How much stronger could one possibly be than the other? Xiao Fan would certainly not be outmatched by this individual. The furrowed brow of his father relaxed, suggesting that they still had a fighting chance, a glimmer of hope. Heh! Gao Yu scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Jiang Fan's bald blue cat. Such deceptive words can only serve to bolster the unfounded confidence of these amateurs. It will not alter the outcome of this battle. Just a troop of clowns. Go, Falcon, eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, the silver-feathered demon hawked dove downwards. This immediate obedience could only be matched by Jiang Fan himself. The target of the hawk was the martial artists of the guard battalion. It appeared Gao Yu's intent was straightforward, to kill. First, eliminate the nuisances, then deal with Jiang Fan at leisure. Bald cat, Jiang Fan commanded, without need for elaboration. The bald blue cat understood his intention instantaneously. It lunged at the demon hawk. Naturally, in the grand scheme of nature, cats do chase birds. However, this bird is no ordinary creature. It is a falcon, a majestic bird of prey, renowned for its prowess in hunting. The piercing shriek of the demon-hunting falcon reverberates, accompanied by the tempestuous winds generated by its powerful wings. It effortlessly uproots the towering trees firmly anchored to the ground. Numerous martial artists are caught in the tumult, their bodies lifted several meters into the air. Meow! The bald-headed blue cat strikes at the whirlwind with a paw. Crack! The sound of its claws shattering fills the air. One claw, like an arrow, pierces towards a distant enforcer clad in white, impaling him into the earth. This enforcer is a formidable second-tier expert. The residual force from the clash of these two beasts could easily claim the life of a second-tier warrior. A chill runs down the spines of the onlookers. This is truly terrifying. Yet, even more formidable is the demon-hunting falcon. The bald-headed blue cat, at the cost of its shattered claw, disperses the whirlwind. However, the falcon remains unscathed, as if it is yet to fully unleash its assault, merely flapping its wings as if in a prelude. The disparity in strength between the two is immense. Even if one is reluctant to confront this reality, and despite Jiang Fan's apparent confidence, the truth remains undeniable. Xiao Fan. Old Jiang's concern deepens as he observes his son's expression, which betrays no significant surprise. He understands now. His son's earlier composure was merely an act to spare them worry, a fade of bravado. Jiang Fan snorts softly. His only ally in this dire moment is the bald-headed blue cat. The bald-headed husky and parrot, along with 3 iron-eating ants, are entangled with Li Gong. It can be said that on the battlefield, they are at a complete disadvantage. The high-end and mid-tier combat capabilities lie firmly in the hands of the adversary. Although Old Gua is remarkably tenacious, his rolling pin can indeed shatter psychic attacks. Yet, since being struck by the mind-bending assault of the reverse ghost, he seems somewhat disoriented. His reaction sluggish, and he begins to falter. Chapter 64, The Swaying Chao Jingguang. Old Gua endures 3 strikes from Li Gong, resulting in 3 gaping, bleeding wounds upon his body. Coupled with the continuous psychic assaults from the reverse ghost, Old Gua frequently falters. Defeat is merely a matter of time. What recourse remains? Bang! A deafening sound erupts. Jiang Fan looks up, his pupils constricting in alarm. Old Gua has been knocked to the ground. With the support of the reverse ghost, Li Gong gains the upper hand, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Old Gua. This is catastrophic. Should Old Gua fall, they would have no chance of recovery. What to do? Jiang Fan feels a surge of panic. His fists clench tightly. There is no other option. Desperate measures must be taken. 7 or 8 dark figures swiftly rush towards the spot where Old Gua has fallen. They move with astonishing speed. Some with keen eyes exclaim, iron-eating ants. So many of them. 7. How is this possible? There were only 3 entangled with Chao Jingguang. Jiang Fan had previously spent 100,000 to evolve not just 3, but a total of 10. Those 7 had remained concealed underground as his hidden backup. However, now, to save Old Gua, they must be revealed prematurely. These 7 iron-eating ants work in concert, with 3 charging directly towards Li Gong's sword aura. Li Gong furrows his brow, attempting to block their advance. A quick glance at Jiang Fan reveals a clever stratagem. This individual has discerned that he is gathering sword energy preparing to dispatch Old Gua with a single stroke. Thus, he sends 3 iron-eating ants as a sacrificial squad, forcing him to release his sword energy? Such audacity. After all, these are 3 second-tier spirit beasts so easily discarded? This is hardly the conduct expected from a beastmaster. The cultivation of a single spirit beast is no simple task, and it is the very foundation of a beastmaster's existence. Most crucially, unless the beastmaster actively relinquishes control, should a spirit beast perish, the corresponding beast seal will vanish. He is utterly mad. Li Gong is infuriated. Although he does not comprehend Jiang Fan's methods, he is undeniably compelled to respond. As the 3 iron-eating ants soar towards him, Li Gong preemptively unleashes his sword energy. Clang! The sound of the sword resonates through the air. The formidable sword energy instantaneously obliterates the 3 iron-eating ants. Like countless blades, it cleaves downward, creating a fissure in the earth that stretches for 100 meters. The buildings on either side collapse due to the ground's subsidence. This is a residential structure, housing hundreds of ordinary people trembling in fear. Yet, in this moment, they are buried beneath the rubble. The anguished cries swiftly fade. Ordinary people possess no means of self-defense in such warfare. Jiang Fan stands aghast. He had never anticipated that Li Gong could so easily harm defenseless civilians. Yet, he is powerless, his abilities limited, only capable of protecting Old Gua. In the brief moment, the 3 iron-eating ants provide cover. The remaining 4 manage to drag Old Gua away. Otherwise, he too would meet his end. Is this what you righteous folks deem justice? Failing to strike Li Gong, he sneers in frustration. Is it not still for the sake of friends that you abandon those commoners? Commoners are the term used by the evil sect to describe ordinary people. In their eyes, the lives of commoners are akin to those of ants, expendable for their own purposes. Chao Jingguang glances at the collapsed residential building and the ordinary people's corpses buried beneath the debris. He furrows his brow slightly. Do not involve the common folk. Li Gong retorts with a cold laugh. Chao Jingguang, you have already entered the evil sect, and should understand that these commoners are obstacles to the evolution of humanity. Their deaths are inconsequential. Chao Jingguang chooses not to respond. The evolution of humanity? Meanwhile, Jiang Fan confirms that Old Gua is temporarily out of danger. He taunts Li Gong. You are merely a group of outcasts rejected by humanity. What nonsense are you spewing? Li Gong erupts in anger. You know nothing. The righteousness of the Holy Clan is beyond your comprehension. Jiang Fan no longer engages in idle chatter with Li Gong, but turns to Chao Jingguang. Director Chao, you have always been the guardian angel in the hearts of the people of Tianqing Town. Now, witnessing the plight of the people, will you remain indifferent? Chao Jingguang casts a glance at Jiang Fan, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. Jiang Fan remains unaware of Chao Jingguang's internal conflict. It seems that the Chao family may have defected, while he, Chao Jingguang, merely plays along with their actions. Chao Jingguang has an excellent reputation and standing in Tianqing Town, indicating his diligence in his duties. In this moment, the very citizens he has sworn to protect are about to be used as hostages by the evil sect in this confrontation. Can you truly turn a blind eye to such despicable tactics? Chao Jingguang's frown deepens. Jiang Fan's eyes light up. There is hope. At the very least, the last vestige of justice still resides within Chao Jingguang. As long as he is willing to turn against them, they still have a chance to fight. Hee hee. The reverse ghost chuckles. You are quite the orator, but will Chao Jingguang abandon his family for the sake of some so-called righteousness? Jiang Fan stands frozen, suddenly realizing something. He scans the area multiple times and sees no signs of the Chao family. Haha. The reverse ghost laughs. As long as he dares to betray the Holy Clan, the Chao family shall cease to exist. So it is, the evil sect uses the lives of the Chao family as leverage, forcing Chao Jingguang to exert effort for the evil sect. The members of the Chao family may have already been confined to an undisclosed location. If the hostages can be rescued, perhaps Chao Jingguang could indeed assume a different identity. Chapter 65. The Rescue of Hostages. Meanwhile, the Law Enforcement Bureau building stands deserted. At this moment, nearly all the white-clad enforcers of the Bureau have been dispatched, while those who remain behind have hidden themselves upon receiving whispers of impending danger. Suddenly, 2 figures tread into the Law Enforcement Bureau. These 2 are Su Qingqing and Zhang Ma. The individuals imprisoned by the evil sect should be located here, Su Qingqing asserts. Zhang Ma replies, we have scoured the entire Law Enforcement Bureau, yet found no one. As a pivotal stronghold of Tianqing Town, there must be hidden chambers. Su Qingqing nods in agreement and summons her dragon mastiff cub. Its golden, resplendent fur appears to emanate light. Zhang Ma, astonished, exclaims, young mistress, has the dragon mastiff reached the 3rd tier? Su Qingqing affirms with a nod. When did this happen? Were you not still seeking an evolution master to provide an upgrade plan for the dragon mastiff? This is far beyond Zhang Ma's expectations. The young mistress S. Dragon Mastiff possesses S-class qualifications as a spiritual beast, boasting exceptional talent and an illustrious lineage. Dragon Mastiffs are not merely dogs with dragon blood. They are legendary spiritual creatures, distinct from dragons, yet equally formidable. The difficulty of evolution is immense. Initially, the Su family intended to enlist a friendly evolution master to devise an evolution plan for the Dragon Mastiff, but that master vanished while exploring the wastelands. Consequently, the evolution plan was shelved. Later, the young mistress's mother also disappeared in the wasteland. The patriarch, aware of the young mistress's desire to enhance her strength and search for her mother in the wasteland, deliberately prevented the Dragon Mastiff's evolution, forbidding other evolution masters from assisting her. Yet, astonishingly, the young mistress has achieved this herself? It seems improbable. Could there be an evolution master aiding her in secret? Who could it be? Evolution masters are renowned, yet none have been reported to have visited Tianqing Town. The Su family likely remains oblivious to the fact that the young mistress has already attained the status of a third-tier beast master. The Dragon Mastiff, possessing remarkable olfactory senses and high intelligence, swiftly leads the duo deeper into the Law Enforcement Bureau. In the depths of the bureau, a network of narrow corridors intertwines. Situated underground, the corridors are unimpeded by the constraints of the structures above, rendering them profoundly deep, almost devoid of visible endpoints. Found it. The Dragon Mastiff halts in front of one of the doors, which is locked. Zhang Ma, being direct, shatters the door with a single strike. However, as she does so, the entire corridor illuminates with red warning lights. We must not trigger the alarms here. Zhang Ma has become careless. No matter, let us act swiftly. Su Qingcheng glances at the Dragon Mastiff, which comprehends her intent. Its massive form bursts through the doorframe, cramped within the small room. It sniffs around and identifies a particular spot, striking the ground with its paw. The floor tiles disintegrate into dust, but the layer of brown metal beneath only quivers slightly. Meteoric iron. Zhang Ma observes the brown metal. It would require at least fourth-tier destructive power to breach this. Young mistress, please step aside. Zhang Ma maneuvers in, delivering a strike to the ground. The brown metal instantly caves in, yet remains unbroken. Previously, the bald blue cat required several strikes to pry open the deepest vault of the guard core warehouse. Zhang Ma, after delivering 10 strikes, finally creates a fissure. Breathing heavily, she reflects. The one who looted the guard core warehouse must have possessed formidable strength, capable of shattering meteoric iron doors, certainly a fourth-tier spiritual beast. Initially suspecting it was Yi Qinghua's doing, they later discovered he was not even in Tianqing Town. Who could this mysterious figure be? After the 16th strike, the meteoric iron door shatters completely. In that instant, a fist emerges. Zhang Ma is prepared and intercepts the blow. Third-tier martial artist. She scoffs. You dare to act recklessly. She retaliates with a similar strike. A scream resonates from below the iron door corridor. Young mistress, please wait a moment. Zhang Ma charges into the passage alone. The Dragon Mastiff, being too large, cannot enter this chamber crafted entirely from fine iron. Thus, Su Qingcheng refrains from overexerting herself and positions herself alongside the Dragon Mastiff at the entrance to the secret chamber. Should anyone attempt to escape, they would likely be no match for the Dragon Mastiff. From below, shouts of anger and the sounds of fierce combat ensue. After a few minutes, several individuals emerge from below. The first to surface is a composed middle-aged man, who appears somewhat disheveled. Locking eyes with Su Qingcheng, he hastily declares, I am the commander of Tianqing Town. We are grateful for your rescue. You are the benefactors of Tianqing Town. Benefactors of Tianqing Town. Following him, several young individuals ascend, all bearing expressions of relief, particularly Zhang Hua, whose face is bruised from having spoken up earlier. Once everyone has emerged, Zhang Ma drags a few more individuals up, stating that the area below is now clear. Su Qingcheng's brow furrows instantly as she inquires of Zhang Hua, where is Jiang Fan? Zhang Hua hesitates. I don't know. Who cares, Qingcheng? You must understand, Tianqing Town is in danger. Chow, before Zhang Hua can finish, Su Qingcheng seizes one of the individuals dragged up by Zhang Ma, demanding sharply, where is Jiang Fan? Chapter 66, Healing Old Gua. The individual, clearly terrified, stammers. Jiang Fan did not come. It seems he has hidden himself. The enforcers have searched the entire town, and it appears he may have left Tianqing Town. He himself has mentioned this. Left Tianqing Town? Su Qingcheng's confusion deepens. Jiang Fan would never abandon Tianqing Town. She knows him well. As long as his parents remain in Tianqing Town, he would not leave alone. Qingcheng, you must not concern yourself with that boy. He is either hiding somewhere or has perished. Right now Zhang Hua's words are once again interrupted by Su Qingcheng's icy gaze. Zhang Hua cannot comprehend why she is so fixated on Jiang Fan. At this moment, Tianqing Town is engulfed in crisis. with the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Guard Corps in rebellion, colluding with the evil sect to shroud the entire town in darkness. Their fate promises to be harrowing. They might become pawns in negotiations between the evil sect and Yuehua City. Their destinies are being dictated by others. What purpose does it serve to search for Jiang Fan now? Su Qingqing disregards Zhang Hua, instead casting a cold stare at the members of the Chao family. Chao family, have any of you betrayed us? The questioned members of the Chao family flinch slightly. After much internal struggle, the patriarch of the Chao family still dares not reveal the truth. From behind the patriarch steps a young man. Had Jiang Fan and Lu Huan been present, they would have recognized him as Chao Gang from the Trading Center's spiritual Beast Egg Trading Hall. However, the current Chao Gang is far from his former glory, appearing rather disheveled. We have been deceived by the Holy Clan and the evil sect. Chao Gang, disregarding the head of the family's objections, revealed the truth. The evil sect had initially promised us that once we assisted them in seizing Tianqing Town, they would allow the Chao family to become the masters of the town, managing all affairs both grand and minute. At this juncture, Chao Gang, filled with righteous indignation, held a frail young man in his arms, his voice trembling with emotion as he lamented, yet they have never regarded the Chao family as partners, perpetually delaying our ascension to the position of directors within the evil sect's branch in Yuehua City, ruthlessly draining the lifeblood of our family. Just moments ago, that fellow named Gao Yu stripped my brother of his beast seal. Stripped of his beast seal. Su Qingqing frowned. This was an exceedingly inhumane method. The technique of vivisection to extract another's beast seal and augment one's own was explicitly forbidden by the Xingyue Federation. Yet, the evil sect employed it with reckless abandon, hunting down beast tamers from remote regions for this very purpose. The evil sect truly deserved condemnation. The commander of Tianqing Town spoke through gritted teeth. Zhang Ma glanced at the commander, her expression reflecting a hint of confusion, yet she remained silent. You all must leave this place and find a safe haven. Upon finishing her words, Su Qingqing prepared to depart. Suddenly, she was called back by the commander. Are you heading to the city center to provide assistance? I shall accompany you. Su Qingqing furrowed her brow. How do you know there is a battle in the city center? This location was beneath the law enforcement division, where the sounds from the outside world were barely audible. Thus, these individuals should, like Zhang Hua, be largely unaware of the ongoing conflict. The commander seemed momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I trust the citizens of the city possess enough spirit not to easily succumb to the evil sect. This reasoning was somewhat acceptable. However, you are not a martial artist. Your presence would be futile. But I must go, for I am the commander of Tianqing Town. In such a perilous moment, I ought to stand alongside the warriors. As you wish, Su Qingqing replied nonchalantly. Perhaps Jiang Fan was truly on the battlefield in the city center. If that were the case, Jiang Fan could be in grave danger. Miss, I feel that. Zhang Ma was about to quietly convey her speculation. Su Qingqing waved her hand, quickening her pace as she left the law enforcement division, heading toward the city center. Zhang Ma glanced at the commander, who was somewhat out of breath behind her, and hurriedly followed Su Qingqing. Meanwhile, the battle in the city center had reached a fever pitch. The warriors of the Guard Brigade were suffering devastating losses. Only 10 remained, and that included Lu Huan. Jiang Fan had given Lao Gua some beast blood, all of it third grade. Although the quantity was limited, it was just sufficient to restore some fighting capability for Lao Gua. Utilizing beast blood to regain strength was a method that purely drained one's vitality. Yet Lao Gua could not afford to hesitate. Even without this, death was inevitable. So he might as well fight with all he had. He was unaware of where this young man had procured such a substantial amount of beast blood. All he knew was that it wasn't his, so he used it without restraint. Jiang Fan was nearly in agony. He had emptied the Guard Brigade's warehouse, only to exchange it for this meager amount of third-grade beast blood. Consequently, Lao Gua consumed it as if it were candy, crunching it down. A few 100,000. Hiss. Are you not able to continue? Jiang Fan could no longer hold back. The third-grade beast blood is gone. Lao Gua weakly shook his head. Is there more? My injuries are quite severe, cough cough. Jiang Fan was exasperated. Is a fourth-grade warrior this capricious? Is the effect of third-grade beast blood this poor? Do you want spirit stones? Jiang Fan asked weakly. Spirit stones. Lao Gua's eyes instantly lit up. You? Jiang Fan was left bewildered. With such enthusiasm. Are you certain you need them? Cough cough cough. My injuries are too grave, but I feel I can use spirit stones to help. Chapter 67. The Poor Wretch. Jiang Fan's gaze turned sharp. He sensed that Lao Gua was attempting to con him, yet he had no proof. He looked at Lao Gua, who appeared feeble and on the verge of collapse. He genuinely feared that Lao Gua might die. Therefore, he had no choice but to endure the pain of parting with his remaining 5 spirit stones and give them to Lao Gua. Lao Gua was waiting expectantly. Seeing Jiang Fan make no move, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Is this all? As Jiang Fan began to quietly stow it away, Lao Gua hurriedly stopped him. No, no, although it's little, it's better than nothing. One day, I'll introduce you to the reserves of the Dark Division, Lao Gua added. Hiss. That statement sounds rather unsettling. Watching the two, Li Gong couldn't help but frown. You two are stalling for time. Can you not act any more obviously? Just moments ago, Jiang Fan and Lao Gua had been openly sharing resources, healing, and exchanging banter in plain sight. Did they think they were invisible? Now, Jiang Fan had summoned all his spirit beasts to shield the two of them. Meanwhile, the members of the Guard Brigade and Lu Huan were comparatively safe. This was because Jiang Fan had agreed to an unequal treaty. He needed to duel Gao Yu. If he lost, he would have to reveal the location of the hidden dragon egg. If he won, they would release everyone. While it seemed they were being magnanimous, in truth, they held no belief that Jiang Fan could triumph. Deep down, they thought Jiang Fan inferior to Gao Yu. They indeed had the confidence. Possessing an S-rank qualified 4th-grade spirit beast, which rendered Gao Yu nearly invincible among spirit tamers of the same rank. Given this, why not seize the opportunity to obtain clues about the dragon egg? That particular dragon egg was extraordinary, belonging to a nest with relatively robust life force, making it easier to revive. Thus, extracting information regarding the dragon egg from Jiang Fan was far more valuable than simply killing him. Of course, Jiang Fan was also aware that even if he divulged the dragon egg's location, his fate would ultimately be sealed. Lao Gua, do you have any money? Jiang Fan suddenly whispered. What? Lao Gua was puzzled. What do you mean? The beast blood and spirit stones I provided you should be worth at least 2 to 3 million, right? Roughly, though it's actually a bit underestimated. By market value, it should be at least 4 to 5 million. So much. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Well, it's no surprise. Given you pilfered from the Guard Brigade's warehouse, you must have money. As Lao Gua devoured the resources, he gave a thumbs up. Jiang Fan, not one for pretense, extended his hand. Lao Gua was momentarily taken aback. Hand over the money. Are you expecting a free meal? At this, Lao Gua was left utterly speechless. You're on the brink of death, and you still want money? You're the one who is about to die? But the crux of the matter is, you want money? Given our relationship, you still want money? Lao Gua felt aggrieved to the point of tears. Jiang Fan maintained a stoic expression. What kind of bond do we share, if not that I frequently eat noodles at your place? If it weren't for the cheapness, would I have endured years of tasteless noodles? Jiang Fan sighed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't ask for it, but right now, I have a use for it. He needed to evolve his spirit beasts. In truth, he did not lack chances against Gao Yu. Although the silver-winged demon-hunting eagle was an S-rank qualified 4th-grade beast, its combat prowess was unrivaled. He had numerous spirit beasts. If he could summon 1 or 2 additional 4th-grade spirit beasts unexpectedly, victory was not entirely out of reach. Jiang Fan's contemplative expression in Lao Gua's eyes appeared to be one of deep concern. Suddenly realizing, Lao Gua thought Jiang Fan's request for money might not be for himself. Perhaps he sought to request a bequest from his parents, with the intention of ensuring their future comfort and prosperity. Xiao Fan, I never imagined you possessed such filial piety. Old Gua exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan responded, utterly perplexed. What on earth does this have to do with filial piety? Subsequently, Jiang Fan and Old Gua engaged in a series of unexpected maneuvers. Old Gua's phone was shattered by a surge of sword energy, rendering him unable to transfer funds. Thus he borrowed a phone from Lu Huan. Lu Huan, equally bewildered, inquired what payment app Old Gua intended to access at such a critical juncture. Upon Old Gua logging into the payment application, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He then questioned Old Gua, how many accounts do you possess? Old Gua shot him a look. One can only register a single account, as you well know. The same applies to the dark sector, but only 800,000. He had initially believed this to be a substantial sum. Given Old Gua's formidable strength and longevity, he anticipated greater wealth. Just 800,000. Old Gua smiled faintly. At my level, I have lost interest in material wealth. What I seek are resources that cannot be purchased. After all that talk, he was still impoverished. Old Gua felt a pang of sorrow. It struck deep. He transferred the remaining 800,000 to Jiang Fan. Ding. Notification received of a transfer from Old Gua. Wealth value increased by 830,000. It has arrived. Coupled with his original wealth, he now possessed over 1.3 million in total. A smile crept across Jiang Fan's lips. This would suffice. With clever articulation, Yu could indeed be vanquished. Was it enough? This time, I shall concede to you. This amount falls woefully short. Old Gua was left stunned, as were the others. What on earth was he saying? Yu's expression darkened. His previously charming smile now vanished. That statement had originated from him. Jiang Fan had truly worn down his patience. Chapter 68, A Duel. Old Gua felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if he could no longer delay. Jiang Fan, appearing to have just grasped the situation, smiled at Haiyu and said, "It's settled, but I propose we change the venue for our duel. This will allow us both to unleash our full potential." Haiyu immediately sensed a problem and was about to decline, but Jiang Fan added, "We are both individuals with secrets. I believe you would agree to this, wouldn't you?" This remark left Haiyu with no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, would he not be admitting to a lack of secrets? Indeed, he had none. What he showcased was his entire being. Where do all these elite young prodigies arise from? They deplete all resources in one or two areas, exerting every effort to seize the opportunity to stand out among geniuses. The price paid is a remarkable achievement. However, what is visible is all there is. Yet, he would not admit to such disarray. True genius is characterized by an air of ease, effortlessly showcasing a plethora of stratagems. Very well, Haiyu responded with great authority. Jiang Fan silently thought, "System, evolve the bald parrot to a 4th rank. The evolution is underway." Jiang Fan proposed the duel take place at a private golf course far from the city center. Initially, Haiyu objected, citing the proximity to the city wall, which would potentially provide this fellow an opportunity to escape. However, Jiang Fan persuaded Haiyu, citing the elevated views and the grandeur that such a confrontation deserved. He recalled that this golf course had once been a barren hill, coveted by numerous developers until the Chow family acquired it, transforming it into a playground for the affluent. "Haiyu, you must not." Li Gong suddenly fell silent, as if the matter was confidential. Haiyu chuckled, "No worries, those things are buried deep. They won't surface." Li Gong's expression darkened. Geniuses are notoriously difficult to restrain. Jiang Fan glanced at Chao Zhenggang amidst the crowd, who subtly nodded, confirming Jiang Fan's suspicions that the dragon's nest lay beneath the golf course. It seemed the Chow family had deliberately purchased this land, assigning it to their overseer. Before he could ponder further, upon their arrival at the golf course, Haiyu commanded the demon hunt eagle to attack. The eagle's claw tore through the earth with ferocity. Fortunately, the bald parrot guided him to evade in time. Otherwise, the battle would have concluded abruptly. Casting a glance at the bald blue cat, it meowed softly, propelling itself a few hundred meters before leaping towards the demon hunt eagle. Its massive paw struck at the eagle. "Dodge!" Haiyu immediately commanded the eagle to evade. The demon hunt eagle possessed formidable combat prowess, ranking among the elite within its tier of spirit beasts. Yet, it had its weaknesses. Its physique was relatively frail, excelling in sudden strikes, aiming for a single, decisive blow. Close combat was its sole vulnerability. Old Gua and the others were thrilled, recognizing the astute combat strategy that pinpointed the eagle's weakness. Li Gong and the others frowned slightly, understanding that the black-robed beast master possessed considerable battle experience, rivaling that of Haiyu. Just as everyone believed the bald blue cat had seized the opportunity to catch the demon hunt eagle, Haiyu sneered, "Naive." Up. Following the command, the demon hunt eagle soared into the sky in an instant. Within moments, it ascended to an altitude of thousands of meters. The power of a 4th-rank spirit beast was beyond imagination. The bald blue cat missed its target, frustratedly flexing its claws. The demon hunt eagle then dove down like a silver lightning bolt descending from the heavens. Accompanied by a thunderous sound of air being torn apart, it bombarded downwards. Jiang Fan's heart raced. This appeared to be the hunting stance of the demon hunt eagle. Wherever the eagle flew, the void trembled. The shriek of the eagle was deafening. The bald blue cat dashed through the forest, using the trees as cover, while simultaneously monitoring the eagle's diving trajectory. Swish! Both parties moved with remarkable speed. "This is bad. Too slow." Jiang Fan frowned. He observed the demon hunt eagle adjusting its course in the sky, no matter where the bald blue cat sought refuge. The eagle's trajectory remained locked onto it. Boom! The demon hunt eagle plunged into the forest, obliterating vast swathes of trees with its powerful shockwave. "Blue cat!" Jiang Fan shouted, urgently dispatching the iron-eating ants to assist the bald blue cat. Additionally, he instructed the bald hound to seize the opportunity to attack Haiyu. Haiyu scoffed. "Waste is waste. A multitude of them remains mere waste." Whoosh! From the exploding dust cloud, the demon hunt eagle surged forward. Even on the ground, the eagle's speed was astonishing. In an instant, it reached the bald hound's side. The feathers on its wings resembled steel, delivering a stunning blow that left the hound dazed. Its body was flung hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the mountainside, creating a series of deep craters. The onlooker's heart sank. Haiyu's spirit beast was formidable. Was there any hope for Xiao Fan to secure victory? Lu Huan queried Old Gua. She had initially believed that both were 4th-rank beast masters, and despite any differences, they should not be so vast. Yet now, it appeared that Jiang Fan's 2 creatures stood no chance whatsoever. Sigh. Old Gua could only exhale a resigned breath. The hope of victory was scarcely 1 in 10. Gao Yu, dispatched by the sinister sect, undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent as a dragon tamer. Coupled with the ample resources provided by the sect, he is akin to a tiger adorned with wings. A young 4th-tier beastmaster is, in essence, a peculiarity that defies logic. It is already a remarkable feat for Jiang Fan to hold his ground, let alone secure victory. Chapter 69, A Grueling Battle. Old Guo's expression was grave. Jiang Fan was buying time at the peril of his own life. He needed to recover swiftly. The moment Jiang Fan faltered, he must rescue him. If Tianqing could not hold the line, at the very least, he must ensure these young prodigies could escape. Overestimating oneself. Li Gong and the others were markedly relaxed. Gao Yu was indeed formidable, a top-tier genius enriched by the vast resources of the sinister sect. They merely had to wait for Gao Yu to eliminate the black-cloaked Beastmaster. Otherwise, if they were to force a mid-tier Beastmaster into a corner, they too would face dire consequences. The instructors sent by the sect had already suffered considerable losses. If they continued to fall, they would be left without any defensive strength. The bald blue cat had survived, albeit severely wounded, with patches of fur missing and its flesh in tatters. One of its claws was broken, a result of the demon-hunting eagle's recent dive. The bald second dog, despite only receiving a slap from the demon-hunting eagle, bore injuries far worse than the bald blue cat. Is this truly the extent of your power? Gao Yu mocked. Your weaknesses are also quite evident, with only the demon-hunting eagle being of any use. Gao Yu's expression faltered. Indeed, the only spirit beast he could rely on was the demon-hunting eagle. Though he possessed 3 creatures, all resources had been funneled into the eagle, rendering the other 2 merely first tier. Should the demon-hunting eagle engage, there would be no time for it to return for support, sealing his fate. The eagle alone suffices to deal with you. Gao Yu was exceedingly arrogant, harboring absolute confidence in the eagle's unmatched power and speed. With a single flap of its wings, it could cover a distance of kilometers in the blink of an eye. There was no chance of an unexpected turn of events. The demon-hunting eagle launched another attack. And this time, the bald blue cat and the bald second dog found it exceedingly difficult to evade. Jiang Fan snorted coldly, fleeing wildly with the bald blue cat and bald second dog, disregarding his own dignity. It could be said he was crawling and rolling in desperation, cackling. This is your reliance. The voice of Li Gong was laced with sinister mockery. However, Old Guo's side was filled with concern. Old Jiang appeared on the verge of fainting. Had it not been for Old Jiang supporting him, he would have collapsed. He often advised his son that a true man should aspire to greatness, punishing the strong and aiding the weak. Yet now, he regretted it, wishing only for his son's safety. Just as everyone's hearts raced, Old Guo suddenly moved. The rolling pin in his hand flickered with lightning. He strode toward Jiang Mountain, only to be confronted by a dark vortex. Li Gong, we shall refrain from interfering in this fair duel. Fair, you old fiend. Without hesitation, Old Guo swung his stick, instantly extinguishing Li Gong's dark vortex. However, the next moment, another vortex appeared behind Old Guo. Li Gong emerged unscathed, his methods inscrutable, sending chills down one's spine. An old crone suddenly appeared from a distance, walking through the air with remarkable speed. Old Guo glanced over, realizing he did not recognize her. Yet, this elderly woman was no ordinary figure. With a single punch, she shattered Li Gong's dark vortex. Old Guo quickly urged, "Go save them over there." But the old woman continued straight toward him, until he was nearly frantic. She leisurely remarked, "There are people over there." Among the crowd, Old Jiang took several glances before daring to conclude, whispering in disbelief, "Is that Su Qingqing's aunt?" Su Qingqing. Lu Huan was momentarily taken aback. Has she not left? Was she not supposed to be taken away by the Su family? The intelligence from the secret department indicated that the Su family had sent someone to Tianqing town to retrieve Su Qingqing. Roar. A thunderous roar echoed from Jiang Mountain. The crowd hurriedly turned their gaze. A massive mastiff, its body covered in resplendent golden fur and adorned with what appeared to be dragon horns, glared menacingly at the sky, awaiting the demon-hunting eagle. Its presence exuded an air of dominance, reminiscent of a sovereign of the Tibetan wilderness, instilling a sense of dread. Su Qingqing has arrived? Jiang Fan's reaction diverged from the others. A chill coursed through him. While all claimed Su Qingqing came to Tianqing town for the so-called betrothal, he had witnessed firsthand the familiarity between the sinister sects Xiao Ran and Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing was undoubtedly aligned with the sinister sect. He had not anticipated that the so-called aunt was also a 4th-tier martial artist. This complicates matters. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. This battle could not afford to drag on any longer. You all go and intercept the mastiff. Jiang Fan commanded several iron-eating ants. Initially intended as fodder to entangle the demon-hunting ants, it now seemed imperative to first halt the dragon mastiff. Though the Dragon Mastiff was a third-tier beast, its S-grade aptitude rendered it formidable. Su Qingcheng had just arrived and was still unaware of the situation. She witnessed 3 iron-eating ants approaching. Such flying insect spirit beasts were troublesome. Encountering them in the wilderness was disastrous, but only in swarms. Aside from beast tamers, however, when had Gao Yu become a beast tamer? Shouting, "Hold on for a moment. I will deal with these pests, then come to aid you." Gao Yu furrowed his brow. Su Qingcheng was still present. Previously, Xiao Ran had confidently declared he would eliminate Su Qingcheng. Yet now, with Xiao Ran missing, Su Qingcheng remained alive. Xiao Ran had failed. Chapter 70. A misunderstanding regarding Su Qingcheng? Glancing at Su Qingcheng's Dragon Mastiff, realization dawned. So that was it. Su Qingcheng had successfully evolved the Dragon Mastiff. Xiao Ran was certainly no match for her. I had long heard of a runaway princess from the Su family, gifted beyond measure. A natural beastmaster. She awakened her beast imprint at birth, achieving an astonishing 90 compatibility with spirit beasts. However, the head of the Su family was reluctant to allow her spirit beasts to evolve too quickly, wishing to prevent her from seeking her missing mother in the Xisha wilderness. Su Qingcheng remained silent. This Gao Yu was familiar to her, often seen in the Xiao household. His relationship with Xiao Ran seemed amicable. "I did not expect you to be with the sinister sect. Does this imply that Xiao Ran and the entire Xiao family are mere pawns of the sect?" Su Qingcheng inquired coolly. Gao Yu chuckled. "Why ask when Miss Su should already know, especially at the moment you killed Xiao Ran?" "Kill Xiao Ran?" Su Qingcheng frowned, genuinely unaware of his demise. Was it not you who did it?" Gao Yu paused in surprise. Suddenly, the demon-hunting eagle emitted a pained screech as a massive iron-eating ant, over 10 meters long, entirely black and shimmering ominously, relentlessly clamped down on the eagle with its powerful mandibles. The demon-hunting eagle sought to employ its previous tactics, soaring to heights of 10,000 meters. However, the iron-eating ant, being of the aerial variety as well, could similarly ascend to the lofty skies. Gao Yu was astounded. How could a fourth-tier iron-eating ant suddenly appear? He could not help but glance at Jiang Fan, the enigmatic beast master cloaked in black. Who was this individual, possessing not one, but 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts? "Xiao Ran is the one I killed," Jiang Fan bellowed with authority. "And you all, stop pretending. You are in cahoots, thinking I am unaware?" Jiang Fan cast a disappointed look at Su Qingcheng. Su Qingcheng, puzzled, felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment emanating from the black-cloaked beast master, even through his obscured visage. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the iron-eating ant was indeed the spirit beast of the black-cloaked master, who had mistakenly assumed she was affiliated with the evil sect, prompting his initial assault. Meanwhile, the dragon hound was fiercely gnawing on an iron-eating ant, its powerful jaws threatening to shatter its iron-like body. She hastily commanded the dragon hound to release the ant and explained, "I am not associated with the evil sect. I have come to aid you." "You are not part of the evil sect?" Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. "Yet I witnessed your close association with that Xiao Ran, who is undoubtedly of the evil sect. How could you be unaware?" In truth, she was uncertain, for the Xiao family held significant influence in Moonlight City. Even if suspicions arose regarding the Xiao family, one could not easily voice such doubts. "You truly are not of the evil sect?" "No. Yet you attacked my iron-eating ant, the one that had been mauled by the dragon hound. Even if it survived, it would be rendered useless. With the dragon hound's biting force, it could easily penetrate through. You initiated the attack first." Su Qingcheng felt weary. This individual was shockingly reckless and incredibly straightforward. It reminded her of someone. A certain individual who was also a blatant straightforward man. "What are you hesitating for? Go slay Gao Yu. I shall contend with his demon-hunting eagle." Gao Yu was instantly thrown into a panic. He had never anticipated that the black-cloaked beastmaster would possess 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts. Even combined, they could not compare to the demon-hunting eagle. Yet, the 4th-tier iron-eating ant could entangle the eagle in the skies due to its aerial capabilities, while the bald blue cat lurked menacingly on the ground. Should the demon-hunting eagle descend within striking range, the bald blue cat would leap with all its might to deliver a claw strike. This was troublesome. Su Qingcheng decisively commanded the dragon hound to charge at Gao Yu. Gao Yu, equally resolute, summoned his 2 other spirit beasts. Though both were merely 1st-tier, they only needed to hold out for a moment. "Revenant, save me." Gao Yu ordered the 2 first-tier spirit beasts to act as a suicide squad before he turned and fled in a panic. The Revenant moved swiftly, darting past Zhang Ma at a speed akin to a ghost, rapidly heading towards Gao Yu. Gao Yu could not perish. He was a promising genius favored by a prominent figure of the evil sect, destined to become a dragon master. He simply could not die here. Old Gu spat out a mouthful of blood. What happened to fair combat? You dare to intervene in a contest between juniors. Raising his rolling pin, he charged forward. Li Gong intended to stop old Gu, but Zhang Ma was watching him intently. He then shouted at Chao Jingguang, "Go stop that old man." Chao Jingguang frowned. "I am no match for him. If you can halt him, I shall release your Chao family's members." Chao Jingguang's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he surged forward. 3 fourth-tier powerhouses engaged in a chase in the air, each moving with extraordinary momentum. The air was filled with the sound of breaking wind, audible even to those on the ground. Many white-clad enforcers gritted their teeth and attempted to encircle and intercept old Gu. Gao Yu glanced back and saw that the 2 first-tier spirit beasts he had dispatched did not last even a minute. The Dragon Hound was exceptionally formidable. Its combat prowess comparable to that of weaker 4th-tier spirit beasts. A single bite was enough to incapacitate a 1st-tier spirit beast. Its speed was equally impressive, almost instantaneously closing in on Gao Yu's rear. Gao Yu felt his scalp tingle. The Beast Master himself was inherently weak, and without his spirit beasts, he possessed little combat ability. Chapter 71, The Shield of Mental Power. Roar. The Dragon Hound opened its gaping maw. Gao Yu gritted his teeth and attempted to block with his own arm. Crack. His sleeve was instantly shattered by the Dragon Hound's terrifying biting force, revealing a special metal-crafted sleeve armor underneath. This armor appeared rather extraordinary, seemingly forged from the bones of some high-grade ferocious beast. Remarkably, the Dragon Hound could not bite through it. Such armor was exceedingly expensive, worth a fortune. Even in all of Moonlight City, there were scarcely a few sets. Clearly, Gao Yu had indeed acquired exorbitant resources from the evil sect. Yet, once the Dragon Hound clamped down, it would shake furiously. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid sounds of impact echoed. Gao Yu was struck to the ground like a sandbag, and had it not been for the protective armor, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp by now. Nevertheless, even so, his body was in excruciating pain, his limbs and torso numb. At that moment, the Revenant arrived. The Revenant's eyes appeared hollow as it struck the Dragon Hound's forehead with a palm. The seemingly light touch momentarily dulled the Dragon Hound's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Yu escaped the Hound's grasp. Mental attacks, while not causing visible physical harm like martial artists, could sometimes yield highly effective results. By the time the Dragon Hound regained its bearings, Gao Yu had already been whisked away by the Revenant, enveloped in a swirling vortex of ink, vanishing without a trace. This was the method of a spirit master. Jiang Fan, be careful. Lu Huan's voice suddenly reached him. Jiang Fan felt a chill run down his spine as that vortex had inexplicably appeared behind him. How could this be possible? The Revenant was behind him, and Gao Yu was in front. A sinister grin plastered on his face as he brandished a silver dagger. You shall die? The Beastmaster's true self was feeble. He was more aware of this than anyone, despite the ferocity of the spirit beasts, which surpassed that of martial artists of the same rank. A Beastmaster without their spirit beasts was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Beastmasters invested so much time in controlling and evolving their spirit beasts that they scarcely had time to cultivate other skills. Even if they did, they would prioritize honing their mental prowess. The strength of one's mental energy directly influenced the duration and precision of their control over spirit beasts. A typical Beastmaster would be pleased to achieve a control rate of 60, while an exceptional one might reach 70 or 80. Outstanding geniuses could even attain 85 or 90. This was closely tied to mental power. The higher the control rate over a spirit beast, the more fluidly it could be utilized, akin to the natural movement of one's own limbs. Thus, it was rare for Beastmasters to pursue martial arts, as it was seen as a waste of time and energy. Moreover, cultivating martial arts required financial resources. With wealth, it was better to invest in acquiring more evolution materials for spirit beasts. Therefore, he believed that his unexpected strike would surely claim the life of the black-cloaked Beastmaster. Even the Revenant shared this sentiment. Thus, they allowed Gao Yu to act freely, with the reminder that inflicting severe injury would suffice. And he still needed to divulge the whereabouts of the dragon egg. Gao Yu, of course, understood. Serious injury was all that was required. Even if it meant stabbing 10 or 20 times, as long as he survived. The silver dagger was thrust forward. The hearts of the onlookers tightened in an instant. Jiang Fan was cornered. It was over. The other spirit beasts were unable to offer timely assistance. Old Gu's eyes widened. Others may not comprehend, but he understood. Although it was incredulous, Jiang Fan was a first-tier martial artist. Was Gao Yu a first-tier martial artist? Surely not. Could he injure Jiang Fan? At this moment, Old Gu thought that if Jiang Fan had the audacity, perhaps it was possible. Jiang Fan was astonished for merely a fleeting moment. Then, with a speed that Gao Yu could scarcely fathom, he pivoted, seized the dagger, and struck. The entire process flowed like water, primarily because it was exceedingly easy for him to disarm Gao Yu. Gao Yu's eyes widened, the silver dagger embedded in his neck. His neck was the only part of him not encased in armor. The entire sequence unfolded in less than a second. Even the reverse ghost had yet to react. The reverse ghost had not anticipated that Jiang Fan's vitality was surprisingly formidable. He was indeed a bona fide first-tier martial artist, even stronger than some half-baked law enforcers in white robes. Save me. Gao Yu trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Fan had pierced his carotid artery, crimson blood gushing forth. In the distance, the demon-hunting eagle, entangled with the fourth-tier iron-eating ants and the bald blue cat, charged recklessly. However, the iron-eating ants seized the opportunity to sever one of its wings. As it descended, the bald blue cat clawed at its abdomen. Great splashes of blood fell from the sky, drenching the grass of Gulf Mountain. The demon-hunting eagle was defeated. In battles among spirit beasts, defeat almost guaranteed death. Meanwhile, Gao Yu's convulsions gradually subsided. The light in his eyes slowly faded. The reverse ghost was furious. A genius dispatched by the higher-ups of the evil sect had been killed under his watch. He could not bear the weight of such responsibility. You seek death. The reverse ghost struck towards Jiang Fan with a powerful palm, akin to the one he had aimed at the mastiff. The mastiff had merely paused for a few seconds, let alone Jiang Fan. If this strike landed, Jiang Fan's head might not explode, but his spirit would surely be shattered. Get back. A voice from behind called out. Belonging to Su Qingqing. Jiang Fan instinctively lowered his head. A jade pendant suddenly shot through the air, precisely colliding with the reverse ghost. The reverse ghost snorted coldly. A mere jade pendant posed no threat. He shattered the pendant with a single strike. Suddenly, the pendant trembled, unleashing a torrent of mental energy akin to an ocean. This mental energy formed a protective shield around Jiang Fan. When the palm struck down, Jiang Fan felt slightly dizzy but suffered almost no injury. In the distance, Zhang Ma, who was confronting Li Gong, wore a look of astonishment. The young lady had actually produced a mental energy shield pendant. Chapter 72, The Hall of Fierce Beasts. This was an invaluable treasure, crafted by a legendary spirit master into a shield garment. It could withstand a single mental energy attack from a peak legendary spirit master. It was a one-time use item. Such treasures were virtually unattainable in the market. No spirit master would be foolish enough to expend their mental energy to create something they would never utilize. Only because the Su family had a legendary spirit master could they afford to make one specifically for the young lady. Yet, she had given this rare shield to an unfamiliar black-robed beast master. So many unexpected events unfolded. The dragon mastiff had regrouped, lunging forward with its jaws wide open. Spirit masters had limited means to combat spirit beasts. Even though he had managed to stall the dragon mastiff for a moment earlier, using the technique again proved ineffective. The dragon mastiff's pursuit speed was remarkably swift, but the reverse ghost's escape was even faster. As he fled, he laughed maniacally. A mere spirit beast. What could it do to a spirit master? The dragon mastiff was quick and agile, yet the reverse ghost's awareness was even more acute, seemingly able to anticipate the dragon mastiff's landing spot with each move. He truly managed to escape. Meanwhile, Old Gu was engaged in battle with Chao Jingguang. Chao Jingguang had not exerted his full strength, leaving him with considerable reserves. Old Gu had consumed a substantial amount of beast blood and spirit stones, his face flushed, indicating the accumulation of various spirit energies. The fight was arduous. Jiang Fan exchanged glances with Su Qingqing, who was also looking at him. Do you know who I am? What do you think? Su Qingqing chuckled lightly. Even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. This comment seemed less than flattering. However, it was precisely because of Su Qingqing and Zhang Ma's arrival, combined with Jiang Fan's sudden appearance of a second fourth-tier spirit beast, that they had turned the tide against Gao Yu and the demon-hunting eagle. The situation had shifted. In terms of high-level combat strength, they had Old Gu, Zhang Ma, and Jiang Fan, who possessed two fourth-tier spirit beasts. On the opposing side, only the reverse ghost, Li Gong, and Chao Jingguang remained. Yet, since Chao Jingguang had been slacking, he could only be considered half a combatant. Their chances of victory were significantly greater. Suddenly, Old Gu struck Chao Jingguang with a club, charging towards Li Gong. They needed to eliminate Li Gong first. Li Gong's fighting spirit was the most ferocious. Without him, the reverse ghost would likely not continue to hold his ground. After all, he was from Moonlight City. If Tianqing Town fell, so be it. He would not fight to the death. Old Gu and Zhang Ma collaborated to strike Li Gong. Li Gong was already heavily injured and was not Old Gu's opponent to begin with. Bang! With a single blow, Old Gu shattered the right side of Li Gong's body. Li Gong coughed up a mouthful of blood. Assessing the situation, he turned to flee. Burning the remnants of his vitality, he swiftly escaped thousands of meters away. Just as he was about to leave Tianqing Town, suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon. The moment this figure emerged, a radiant light enveloped the area, striking with a brilliance that was utterly breathtaking, akin to the sun itself. It swiftly dispatched the severely wounded Li Gong, leaving him with only half a body. A legendary martial artist. Old Gu's pupils constricted in shock. He could scarcely believe that such an inconspicuous Tianqing town was entangled with a legendary martial artist. It was simply unfathomable. The crowd was astounded. Who was this person? Was it reinforcements sent by Moonlight City? Useless. You can't even handle a trivial Tianqing town. I must intervene. The voice of this figure thundered like a tempest, resonating painfully in the ears of those present. Jiang Fan was stunned. This person was the commander of Tianqing town. His suspicions were confirmed. Initially, when he had suspected the presence of a dragon nest beneath Gulf Mountain, he had pondered whether assigning the land to the Chao family as commander would prove problematic. The vigor of blood and energy surged with unparalleled might. A single individual resembled a tidal wave, their vitality flooding the heavens, painting the sky in crimson hues. Beneath this celestial canopy, the populace was gripped by trepidation. Is this the legendary warrior? Their prowess seems vastly superior to that of a fourth-tier warrior. If a fourth-tier warrior can traverse the skies, then a fifth-tier legendary warrior is akin to a deity suspended in the firmament. It is utterly terrifying. The figure known as Reverse Ghost furrowed his brow, casting a gaze towards the legendary warrior. Who are you? Reverse Ghost presided over the Moonlight City division as its chief. Yet, he had never heard of a legendary warrior stationed in Starry Town. Through the radiant glow, the commander's visage remained obscured. Merely the sound of that laughter sent a chill coursing through the hearts of those present. The Hall of Beasts, the Cheongqi division, Wu Daong. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Hall of Beasts. A malevolent organization. If the common folk were to vote on the most nefarious force they wished to eradicate, the evil sect would rank second, while the Hall of Beasts would undoubtedly take the first place. The evil sect may abduct and slay talented individuals across the land, but they at least cloak their intentions in the guise of striving for the evolution of humanity. The Hall of Beasts, however, exists solely for destruction. Chapter 73, The Non-Ghost of Reverse Ghost. The Hall of Beasts is comprised of 4 divisions, Tao Tai, Chaos, Cheongqi, and Tao Wu, specializing in the recruitment of villains. To gain entry into the Hall of Beasts, one must possess a substantial criminal record. Murder, arson, robbery, and other heinous acts serve as proof of one's malevolence. Thus, where the Hall of Beasts treads, devastation and carnage abound. Their methods are even more ruthless than those of the evil sect. Commence. With Wu Daiyang's order. Numerous white-robed enforcers shed their garments, brandishing blades as they charged towards those beside them. The clash of steel erupted, chaos engulfing the white-robed enforcers in an instant. Casualties numbered in the dozens. In the blink of an eye, only 20 or so warriors clad in black armor, exuding a sinister aura, remained. Reverse Ghost's pupils constricted. These white-robed enforcers were secretly dispatched by the evil sect. When had they been supplanted by the black-armored minions of the Hall of Beasts? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he confronted Wu Daong. Li Gong has betrayed us. Haha, only now do you grasp the situation? It is far too late. Wu Daong shook his head regretfully. Alas, I arrived too late, never expecting someone could slay Gao Yu. Gao Yu has betrayed us too? Reverse Ghost's voice grew hoarse, a chill creeping down his spine. They had orchestrated a grand scheme over many years, intending for Gao Yu to emerge as the primary beneficiary. Yet it appeared they had unwittingly woven a shroud for the Hall of Beasts. Wu Daong shook his head, suggesting that Gao Yu had always been a pawn placed within the Holy Clan by them. This statement left Reverse Ghost questioning everything. How can this be possible? From what he understood, Gao Yu was but a child when he first joined the Holy Clan. Enough. You shall all perish. I had hoped the Holy Clan could at least seize Starry Town, yet I never imagined you were so inept. Henceforth, you hold no value. With a wave of his hand, Wu Daong commanded the black-armored warriors, who promptly sprang into action, observing their skillful fade as white-robed enforcers. They had concealed their true strength. Each of them boasted, at the very least, second-tier abilities. Old Gu, prioritizing the confrontation with Chao Jingwang, swung a club, striking down an advancing black-armored warrior. These black-armored troops were considered elite forces within the Hall of Beasts, possessing formidable lethality, capable of effortlessly toppling even colossal cities. Reverse Ghost sought to flee, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. Another ghostly maneuver. Yet this time, he was thwarted. For his opponent was a legendary warrior. Wu Daong sneered, his form abruptly disappearing from sight. He delivered a swift kick to the space where Reverse Ghost had just vanished, sending him sprawling 3,000 meters away. Does a mere 4th-tier soul master dare to flaunt their skills before me? Summon Reverse Fate. The kick shattered Reverse Ghost's arm, fear finally dawning in his eyes. Reverse Fate was his father. Who was this audacious individual that dared to invoke his father's name? His father held a high position within the Holy Clan, and as a legendary soul master, few would dare utter his name so freely. Jiang Fan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He looked up at the chaotic scene above. His father and the others were currently under the protection of Lu Huan and Old Gu, remaining relatively safe. Though the black-armored warriors were formidable, most were merely second-tier. The unfortunate ones were those white-robed enforcers. Chao Xingguang hesitated, but the black armor did not assault him. The evil sect's machinations had ultimately led them into the clutches of the Hall of Beasts. Su Qingqing seemed to be talking to herself, or perhaps clarifying matters for Jiang Fan. What shall we do now? Jiang Fan inquired. It appears Wu Daong is invincible. Reverse Ghost cannot even escape. Others may be oblivious to Reverse Ghost tactics. Even Old Gu has faced setbacks. Yet Wu Daong has discerned the flaw in an instant. Wait. For what? Su Qingqing smiled, her expression dazzling. In that moment, Jiang Fan found himself entranced, pondering whether this school beauty truly shared a childhood promise with him. It felt surreal. Yet even if there was a childhood promise, what significance did it hold? It was merely a pact made by their ancestors. And as a top-tier beast taming prodigy, how could Su Qingqing settle for a youth from a mere town? Setting aside Gao Yu, had he not lost focus and evolved a second fourth-tier beast, he likely would not have stood a chance against Gao Yu. Earlier, the way Gao Yu gazed at Su Qingqing hinted at some unspoken feelings. Perhaps many talented individuals akin to Gao Yu were vying for Su Qingqing's affection. He might not even rank among them. Su Qingqing was likely weary of pursuing geniuses. Though the Hall of Beasts was powerful, they were not invincible. At least within the reach of Moonlight City, they would not prevail. Su Qingqing exuded confidence, suggesting there was a contingency plan in place. In that brief moment, Reverse Ghost's right hand was obliterated. His mental prowess proved utterly ineffective against Wu Daong. It remained a mystery how Wu Daong managed to consistently kick Reverse Ghost away. The techniques of a legendary warrior were equally unfathomable. Reverse Ghost coughed up blood. Wu Daong, what benefit do you gain from offending the Holy Clan? Do you truly believe the Hall of Beasts is invincible? Chapter 74, Retreat to the Wasteland. How annoying. Wu Daong struck Reverse Ghost, causing his mouth to twist. He then mocked. The Hall of Beasts is not invincible. But do you genuinely believe the Holy Clan would wage war against the Hall of Beasts for your sake? Wu Daong brimmed with confidence. The Holy Clan had always been cautious in their dealings. Kidnapping so many prodigies and cultivating numerous experts was a sheer waste. This instance was no different. Fearing failure and the potential annihilation by Moonlight City, they dispatched only low-tier warriors, while mid-tier ones, like Reverse Ghost and Li Gong, were sent, resulting in their inability to seize even a trivial starry town. If this were to be revealed, the Holy Clan's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Would they truly engage in battle with the Beast God Temple over a mere reverse demon? Absolutely not. The reverse demon's pallid visage betrayed his despair. This time, he was finished. Old Gua and the others would not concern themselves with such matters. After all, neither party was virtuous. It would be best if they annihilated one another. The reverse demon endured countless kicks from Wu Daong, his remaining fragment of a body ultimately obliterated. The once notorious reverse demon of Moonlight City met such a tragic end. Not only him, but virtually all members of the evil sect had perished. Only Chao Xingguang remained. What of my family? Chao Xingguang inquired. Wu Daong chuckled, rest assured. They are all quite safe. Since I made a promise, I shall not break it. The crowd was once again astounded. Even Chao Xingguang was merely a pawn placed beside Li Gong by Wu Daong. He had manipulated the existence of hostages to convince Li Gong that Chao Xingguang was obedient to his commands. In truth, the hostages from the Chao family had been secure from the very beginning. It was a most insidious act. Jiang Fan suddenly found amusement in the situation. The infamous evil sect had been outmaneuvered by the notoriously ruthless Beast God Temple. Wu Daong narrowed his eyes at Jiang Fan, also amused. You are on the verge of death. What is there to be joyous about? Do you not wish to know the whereabouts of the dragon egg? Jiang Fan retorted. I do, but you will not divulge it to me, Wu Daong replied candidly. The current Wu Daong was a stark contrast to the scholarly figure who once appeared before the common folk. If you are willing to leave Tianqing Town, I might consider handing over the dragon egg to you. Wu Daong paused momentarily before bursting into laughter, as though he had never heard such a comical jest. Few dared to negotiate terms with him, and Jiang Fan was certainly one of the few, and the only one still alive. To add a note, Wu Daong grinned. You are also about to meet your demise. However, Wu Daong refrained from directly attacking Jiang Fan, instead directing his armored minions to besiege the others. Jiang Fan scoffed, casting a glance at the bald parrot. Fool. A great fool. The bald parrot had indirectly participated in the elimination of the demon hunter eagle, which instilled in it a sense of arrogance. Its shrill voice was grating at that moment, flapping its wings and mocking Wu Daong mercilessly. Wu Daong shot a glance at the bald parrot, a flicker of cold fury igniting within him. Seeking death, indeed. He immediately redirected his minions to eliminate the raucous bald parrot. You cannot catch me. You cannot catch me. The bald parrot taunted while fleeing. Though Wu Daong was a martial artist, his legendary prowess endowed him with formidable mental fortitude. The bald parrot could not fully draw his ire. A bunch of useless wretches. Your armored men are no different from the instructors of the evil sect. Merely weaklings, Jiang Fan jeered, further inciting Wu Daong's wrath. Su Qingqing was astonished. Was Jiang Fan truly attempting to draw all of Wu Daong's animosity toward himself? Such folly. He underestimated the legendary martial artist. In Moonlight City, legendary martial artists were the pinnacle of strength. Few even existed within the Su family. Where is my uncle? Has he not received any word regarding the broken jade pendant? This old man was indeed unreliable. The claims of the pendant shattering, allowing him to traverse to the ends of the earth, were mere fabrications. A throng of armored figures rushed forth. Jiang Fan quickly summoned the fourth-tier Iron Eater ants to escort him away. He sought to escape Tianqing town and venture into the wilderness. In the wilderness, conditions would be relatively equal for everyone. Though the wilderness beyond Tianqing town was not as boundless as the West Sand Wilderness, it housed formidable beasts. Jiang Fan's strategy was straightforward. In Tianqing town, Wu Daong was invincible, but that would not hold true once they entered the wilderness. Moreover, Wu Daong's departure from Tianqing town would ensure the safety of the others. Observing Jiang Fan deliberately leading him toward the wilderness, Wu Daong furrowed his brow, soon adopting a scornful expression. Overestimating oneself. Wu Daong transformed his form into a streak of brilliant light and dashed forward. Su Qingqing wished to follow but was held back by Zhang Ma. Miss, do not act impulsively. The wilderness outside Tianqing town has recently been tumultuous. Due to the evil sect's provocations, several battles have ensued. And it is rumored that fifth-tier beasts have arrived from elsewhere. Zhang Ma was equally astounded by the audacity of the black-robed beast tamer. Fifth-tier beasts. City-destroying beasts. Was Jiang Fan aware of this, and thus acting so boldly? Such audacity. Yet, Jiang Fan was in peril. Jiang Fan. Zhang Ma was momentarily stunned. Then shock overtook her features. Miss, are you referring to that boy Jiang Fan? He is not a child anymore. Chapter 75, The Wall of Ghosts. Zhang Ma was speechless. After 2 years in Tianqing town, the miss appeared to have changed. Yet, she remained astonished. Jiang Fan, a fourth-tier beast tamer? 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts. And possibly an insect tamer as well. How could this be? A place as desolate as Tianqing town could produce such a prodigy? Seeing Su Qingqing intent on pursuing, Zhang Ma continued to restrain her. Miss, Jiang Fan is intentionally drawing Wu Daong away in order to protect everyone. If you follow, it will inevitably lead to complications. Though reluctant to admit it, Jiang Fan was indeed somewhat superior to the miss at present. His various displays earlier had undoubtedly established him as one of the pivotal figures in this battle. Jiang Fan had summoned numerous spirit beasts and, at a critical moment, eliminated Gao Yu, thereby turning the tide. Please wait here. I shall assist young Master Jiang. Zhang Ma implored. Everyone looked towards Chao Jingguang, who remained behind. His expression grim as he said, Do not look at me. I shall not intervene, regardless of whether you or Wu Daong prevails. I merely desire safety for the Chao family. If you win, I shall willingly accept my fate. Chao Jingguang was indeed a man of principle. Once the guardian deity of Tianqing town, he was now ensnared by his family's misdeeds, neither human nor ghost. This was the just retribution for the Chao family. No one felt pity for Chao Jingguang. The wilderness was a realm seldom trodden. Aside from a few bounty hunters who hunted beasts at the shallow edges, ordinary people were rarely encountered. Jiang Fan had never been there. Thus upon bursting forth from Tianqing town, he paid no heed to direction, simply choosing a path and forging ahead. Along the way, he began to spot some timid, diminutive beasts cautiously moving about. However, they, cowed by the presence of 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts, dared only to let out low growls in self-preservation. The armored figures, under Wu Daong's command, pressed forward without hesitation. Their strength was comparable to that of the elite guard brigade in their prime, even stronger. With Wu Daong leading the charge, they felt no fear. Both sides moved with incredible speed, but Wu Daong was the swiftest among them. His velocity surpassed even that of the 4th-tier Iron Eater ants. In a mere distance of 7 or 8 kilometers, Jiang Fan could sense the searing heat emanating from behind him. This was the temperature of Wu Daong's brilliant light, intensely scorching. Once martial artists reach the 3rd tier, they can begin to align with elemental attributes. Absorbing the corresponding elemental energy grants them even greater power. The martial artist, more specialized than one who does not choose a particular attribute, is indeed a formidable force. Although Wu Daong's name suggests an affinity for water, it appears he is far more suited to the fire attribute. The flame attribute boasts one of the highest offensive capabilities among all attributes. When Wu Daong unleashed a punch, it erupted like a volcanic explosion, sending waves of fire surging skyward. Jiang Fan, merely grazed by the blast, felt a searing heat radiating from his back. His body was propelled like a projectile, arcing down into the dense thicket of the wilderness. Hiss! This was truly terrifying. Jiang Fan dared not linger, hastily sprinting low to the ground deeper into the ancient forest. The rustling of dense foliage echoed around him, as if some colossal beast were rampaging through the underbrush, accompanied by the ominous sound of branches snapping. It sent chills racing down Jiang Fan's spine, awakening a profound sense of dread within him. He had underestimated the situation, initially believing that by merely increasing his speed, the vast expanse of the wilderness would provide ample places to hide. He thought he could employ guerrilla tactics, maximizing his chances of survival. However, to his dismay, after merely running 10,000 meters, he found himself overtaken. Wu Daong's speed was nothing short of terrifying. His black robe was singed, with a gaping hole burned into the fabric, revealing his skin, which was now a painful crimson. In this forest, the bald-headed blue cat reigned supreme. Jiang Fan rode upon its back as it deftly leaped between the towering trees. In stark contrast, Wu Daong displayed a more brute force approach, effortlessly punching down anything that obstructed his path. Thus, the distance between them was not only maintained, but was gradually diminishing. Jiang Fan had no idea how far he had run, but the surroundings had become increasingly desolate, revealing remnants of battle. Weeds lay scattered, and the soil bore faint traces of blood, mingling with the pungent scent of beastly ichor. Had a fierce beast brawl recently transpired here? Such savage conflicts among beasts were commonplace in the wilderness, typically sparked by the pursuit of prey, territorial disputes, or mating rights. Experts had long posited that the number of ferocious beasts on the continent dwarfed that of the human race by 100-fold. If one day these beasts were to unite, cease their infighting, and launch a coordinated assault on humanity, the latter would scarcely endure for days. Over the years, most of the beasts that perished in the wilderness did so as a result of their own internecine struggles. Had Jiang Fan unwittingly ventured too deeply into the wilderness? A sense of unease began to creep over him. As he glanced back, he noticed that Wu Daong had inexplicably ceased his pursuit. "Hey, where have you gone? Why aren't you chasing me?" Jiang Fan shouted, but silence answered him. Zhang Ma had followed from Tianqing town, racing along the trail in a frenzy. Her expression grew increasingly grave. How far had they run? The wilderness was no place to tread carelessly. Apart from the formidable and terrifying beasts, the wilderness also harbored unique terrains that could create perilous domains. Once ensnared within such a domain, one risked losing their sense of direction, a phenomenon known as the ghost wall. Even masters could become disoriented. Chapter 76. Going further and further away. Jiang Fan allowed the fourth-grade iron-eating ant to elevate him into the air, surveying the landscape. He was met with an unending expanse of wilderness interspersed with dense forests. The silhouette of Tianqing town was nowhere to be seen. He had been so focused on running that he had completely lost track of the distance he had covered. After departing from Tianqing town, the fourth-grade iron-eating ant had carried him aloft. Its maximum speed should be at least 500 kilometers per hour. He had been flying for over 10 minutes. Jiang Fan began to calculate how far the bald-headed blue cat had taken him. Altogether, it must have been at least 200 to 300 kilometers. A chill crept over him. A straight-line distance of 200 to 300 kilometers did not seem far, yet he had completely forgotten the direction from which he had come. Only after taking to the skies and surveying his surroundings had he realized he had lost his sense of direction. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a distant roar of a beast echoed, although faint and indistinct. His instincts warned him that it was a beast of at least the fourth rank, perhaps even a fifth-rank ferocious beast. The wilderness was immense, and 200 to 300 kilometers should only constitute the outskirts. Logically, the presence of a mid-tier beast was highly unlikely. This posed a serious problem. Encountering a fifth-rank beast would be far more terrifying than facing Wu Daong. Which way led back home? The iron-eating ant guided him in the direction of his intuition for a time, and to his astonishment, he spotted a lake. He had not seen this lake on his way in. He had undoubtedly veered off course. This was a disaster. Jiang Fan's expression stiffened as he realized he could no longer find the previous direction. He summoned the bald-headed two-hound, hoping its keen sense of smell could help him retrace his steps. However, the bald-headed two-hound led him in circles, ultimately leaving him even more lost. It had brought him to a primal area where the vegetation flourished abundantly. Bathed in constant sunlight, the greenery shimmered brilliantly. Yet, the more vibrant the surroundings, the greater the potential danger. A powerful, ferocious beast could emerge at any moment. Jiang Fan slowed his pace, needing to gather his thoughts. He stored the bald-headed two-hound in his spatial realm, fearing that their strong presence might attract a formidable beast. He left a few second-grade iron-eating ants on guard, while keeping a watchful eye on the ant mounds and beehives around him. Whatever he could see, he would claim as his own creatures. These beings might not be useful in battle, but they would be beneficial for scouting. He soon spotted several dragonflies. Jiang Fan swiftly captured one, integrating it into his collection. He evolved one dragonfly into a first-grade creature, making it less likely to perish. The dragonfly as compound eyes would prove invaluable. Who is there? Suddenly, Jiang Fan called out sharply, brandishing his dagger in the direction of the sound. He waited, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Gradually, he lowered the dagger, realizing that whatever was there had not revealed itself. Could the ferocious beasts understand my words? Perhaps not. But they could likely sense my emotions. The eerie stillness of the forest, so thick with foliage that not even a breeze stirred, made Jiang Fan uneasy, and he had to reassure himself to alleviate his anxiety. "Come out, I see you," he called again, his voice cold. Minutes passed, yet there was still no response. It appeared that the area was indeed safe. In the wilderness, one's mind could become excessively taut. Just as Jiang Fan was preparing to relax, a flash of shadow darted overhead. In the next moment, his hair stood on end as he swiftly retreated. Whoosh! A faint sound of slicing air reached his ears. Jiang Fan's pupils dilated as he accelerated, fleeing the scene with urgency. Swish! 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 A series of piercing sounds followed as white arrows rained down from all directions. Meanwhile, a massive shadow charged toward him. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan summoned the bald-headed parrot, which bravely shielded him from the dark specter. Only then did Jiang Fan have a moment to discern the terrifying creature, a spider, 2 to 3 meters long, covered in thick, dark fur. The head was diminutive, creating a striking contrast with the enormous body, akin to placing a chicken's head upon an elephant. The obsidian-hued abdomen was quite substantial, incessantly expelling viscous white silk threads. These threads, sharp as spears, pierced the earth, their stickiness capable of adhering to large patches of soil. This creature appeared far more repulsive than an anteater. Initially, he had found the bloated belly of the anteater somewhat unsettling, but in comparison, it now seemed rather endearing. It is said that many beast tamers take pride in controlling ferocious beasts from the wilderness, but this particular beast, he would never desire. Devour it. Jiang Fan commanded the bald parrot. The parrot, using its foot to pin down the large spider, stared at it for a while, shaking its head in dread. It realized it could not eat it. It was simply too disgusting. Suddenly, Jiang Fan recalled that this creature typically consumed only bird food, perhaps a few caterpillars at most. Specifically the green variety. You must eat. If not, you'll go hungry. He could not afford to sustain such a large bird with its voracious appetite. How much bird food would that require? How many caterpillars would need to be caught? The bald parrot felt somewhat aggrieved, as it lost its appetite upon seeing such a thing. However, there was no alternative. The master had spoken, and it had to comply. Otherwise, what would it do when food ran out? Reluctantly, the bald parrot tore into the meal and finished it off, leaving Jiang Fan feeling nauseated. It was utterly revolting. Just as the parrot completed its repulsive feast, the ground began to tremble. Chapter 77, The Spider Swarm. It seemed as though something was stirring from its nest. The commotion was immense. Had there been rushing water nearby, Jiang Fan would have thought it was a dam breaking. The earth quaked with a thunderous roar. Jiang Fan promptly dispatched newly acquired dragonfly scouts to swiftly investigate the surrounding disturbances. Why was the magma black when a mountain erupted? He instructed the dragonfly scouts to approach for a closer look. Suddenly, several dragonfly scouts found their vision engulfed in darkness. Upon focusing, they discerned that the black substance resembling lava was, in fact, spiders. Countless spiders of varying sizes, some spirit beasts, and others mundane creatures. The sheer number sent a chill down Jiang Fan's spine. Was this the apocalypse? Were the spiders intent on annihilating the world? This tide of spiders bore an uncanny resemblance to the one the bald parrot had just consumed, as if they were all spawned from the same ancestor. How many years must this lineage have existed to amass such a multitude? He urgently instructed the dragonfly scouts to retreat immediately. Spiders are the natural enemies of insects, particularly against defenseless dragonflies. As the dragonfly scouts were withdrawing, one captured an intriguing figure. Was that Wu Daong? At that moment, Wu Daong was crouched low, hiding amidst a thicket of small bushes. Had it not been for the dragonfly scout's retreat path, which predominantly chose thickets or thorny brambles, he would have been utterly invisible. How ironic, to be at a dead end. Yet since the adversary had not emerged, he felt reassured. He wondered how formidable the leader of the spider nest could be. Could it overpower Wu Daong? Yet, it was a double-edged sword. The risks were high, and he too could perish. As he formulated his plans, Wu Daong suddenly lifted his head, fixating on one of the dragonfly scouts. Then, he revealed a sinister grin, as if to say, "I've caught you." Witnessing this scene, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile. It was a matter of who would survive until the end. The town of Tianqing remained eerily silent. Even in the absence of battle, no one dared to venture outside. Chao Jingguang and the members of the Chao family, who had been discovered, were bound and restrained on the ground, under vigilant watch. A few individuals had arrived from Moonlight City, seemingly acquainted with Su Qingcheng, who treated them with utmost courtesy. Did Zhang Ma follow them? The leading refined middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced at a burly man behind him, who nodded in response. This imposing figure radiated a remarkable aura, revealing himself to be a legendary warrior. With a swift movement, he ascended into the sky. One could not help but marvel at the might of the Su family, having summoned two legendary figures. The middle-aged man was a legendary spirit master. Compared to the renowned Su Xingshan, the advancement of spirit masters is considerably more challenging than that of warriors. Thus, a legendary spirit master is nearly at the apex, with very few ever hearing of a spirit grandmaster. The Su family was indeed formidable. These two alone could easily annihilate Tianqing town. If Chao Jingguang's information was accurate, a dragon's nest lay beneath those mountains. Tianqing town was about to become the focal point of the entire Xingyue Federation. Su Xingshan's expression grew grave. Was this a blessing? Perhaps not. Tianqing town was a subordinate settlement of Moonlight City. Should a dragon's nest emerge, Moonlight City would undoubtedly intervene. At that time, the Su family would also partake in the exploration of the dragon's nest, which could become quite troublesome. Even the evil sect and the Temple of Beasts would likely return, as other factions would also seek to claim a share. Although the Xingyue Federation presents itself as a unified entity, the constraints on various cities and factions are not as stringent as they appear. In recent years, the continuous onslaught of beast tides, coupled with the relentless expansion of the Shisha wilderness, has strained the territory of the Xingyue Federation. The Federation has gradually relinquished its grasp on several peripheral cities. For instance, Lin City was consumed by the Shisha wilderness 2 decades ago. At that time, Lin City pleaded for assistance multiple times, and even surrounding major cities dispatched support. However, to preserve its strength, the Xingyue Federation not only refrained from providing aid, but also withdrew its federal personnel stationed in Lin City. This led to a sudden gap in defensive capabilities. A total of 32 subordinate towns, including Lin City, were completely engulfed by the Shisha wilderness, with almost no survivors. Since then, some major cities have begun to show signs of breaking free from the Federation's control, such as Moonlight City. Moonlight City has not submitted resources to the Xingyue Federation for 7 years. The revelation of the dragon's nest will undoubtedly lead the Federation to complicate matters for Moonlight City. How will Moonlight City respond then? It would be a predicament. Su Xingshan stated solemnly, "Qingcheng, you must return to Moonlight City immediately. Do not linger here. As for Zhang Ma, I will find a way to locate her. If I cannot find her, then she may have perished." Su Qingcheng's eyes suddenly turned icy. "I will not leave. I will not depart until I find Zhang Ma and that person." Foolishness. Su Xingshan erupted in fury. Your worth far exceeds theirs. How can you disregard your own safety for them? Value? Su Xingshan's brow furrowed. He understood that Qingcheng despised that term. 2 years ago, she had insisted on venturing into the Shisha wilderness in search of her mother. Chapter 78, The Crisis of Zhang Ma. However, the family elders had informed her that her value surpassed that of her mother, thus forbidding her from entering the Shisha wilderness and even placing her under house arrest. Subsequently, she had instructed Zhang Ma to assist her in escaping, but after her escape, her whereabouts became unknown. Later, I learned that I had arrived at Tianqing town and enrolled in Tianqing No. 1 High School. Qingcheng, that is not my intention. And Zhang, we will certainly exhaust all efforts to search for him. However, if that young man truly possesses 2 4th-grade spirit beasts, his chances of survival may surpass Aunt Zhang's. Therefore, you need not worry. Su Xingshan harbored a sense of curiosity. The betrothal arranged by the old master years ago turned out to be with a prodigy of beast taming. Unfortunately, Qingcheng bore the weight of her family's mission, and 2 4th-grade spirit beasts could not compare to a single dragon. Thus, Qingcheng's optimal choice remained Long Hao. With the support of the Dragon God Temple, the Su family would possess a formidable counterattack capability in times of crisis. That young man, with his shallow foundation, was ultimately insignificant against a behemoth like the Su family. I don't care. I must see them safe. Su Qingcheng had yet to finish her words when her expression suddenly froze, staring incredulously at Su Xingshan before she fainted. That scoundrel uncle had actually attacked her with mental energy. Jiang Fan continually retreated, for the army of spiders had already spread throughout the entire mountain range, dense and overwhelming. Deep within the spider-infested caverns atop the peak, one could still hear the roar of beasts. The sound he had just heard must have originated from there. 5th-grade spider ferocious beasts. He needed to withdraw, Being caught by a 5th-grade beast would have dire consequences. After retreating nearly 10 kilometers, he found himself utterly disoriented. Perhaps due to the Spider King's frenzy, the surrounding ferocious beasts had fled, rendering the dense forest eerily silent. Suddenly, he seemed to hear the sounds of battle. Stealthily approaching, he discovered it was Wu Daong and Aunt Su Qingqing. To his astonishment, Aunt Su Qingqing had also entered. However, at present, she was impaled by a sharp sword through her abdomen, pinned against a stone tablet by an ancient tree, blood flowing profusely, her vital energy waning. The surrounding forest lay in disarray, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Initially hesitant to harm the Su family, fate had dictated otherwise. One would inevitably perish. In the chaos of the beast uprising, she would be devoured to the last morsel, and none would know it was him who had struck the fatal blow. Aunt Zhang barely lifted her eyelids, gasping for breath, seemingly devoid of the strength to respond. Multiple bones in her body had shattered, and had it not been for the sword pinning her to the stone tablet, she would have collapsed entirely. Even if Wu Daong were to abandon her, she would not survive much longer. Jiang Fan widened his eyes, aghast at the cruelty of it all. Raising his hand slightly, an inky tide suddenly surged toward him from behind. Wu Daong turned sharply, only to see the dark wave closing in from all directions. The spider swarm had arrived, but upon closer inspection, it was not spiders, it was ants. An innumerable multitude of ants. Though each ant was diminutive, their sheer numbers were staggering. As they crawled over flowers, grass, and trees, the entire forest buzzed ominously. The insect tamer. Although Wu Daong had not witnessed Jiang Fan's insect taming process, he had seen Jiang Fan's 4th-grade iron-eating ants before, allowing him to deduce Jiang Fan's involvement effortlessly. A mere trick of insect taming. Wu Daong bellowed, launching a fist imbued with scorching heat, instantly obliterating a vast swath of ants. Though these ants appeared dazed, even if Wu Daong lay on the ground and allowed them to bite, they would hardly be able to harm him in the slightest. A glimmer of hope flickered in Aunt Zhang's dimming eyes. Who would have thought that Jiang Fan would save her? Alas, it was too late. She was certainly doomed. Her organs crushed by Wu Daong's attack. Her meridians had been shattered. Now, she was barely sustained by the last remnants of a 4th-grade warrior's vitality. Even if Jiang Fan could indeed save her, it would only be to rescue a lifeless corpse. Run. Don't worry about me, Aunt Zhang shouted, expending her last ounce of strength. Wu Daong sneered. If he dared to emerge, he would not escape. Sensing the surroundings, he vanished into the dense forest. Appearing before Jiang Fan in the blink of an eye, looking down upon him with an expression akin to that of a specter. The bald parrot on the other side squawked in a harsh voice. Fool! Fool! Great fool! Simpleton! Simpleton! Great simpleton! These taunts, accompanied by mental energy attacks, would affect anyone with mental strength below tenfold. Although Wu Daong was a warrior, as a 5th-grade fighter, his formidable physique correspondingly enhanced his mental fortitude. Thus, his mental strength exceeded tenfold. The bald parrot could not attract Wu Daong's full ire. Do you think I would fall for that trick again? Wu Daong grinned cruelly. Earlier, he had underestimated Jiang Fan, not expecting him to pursue so far. His fury was at its peak. If it weren't for this wretched fellow, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? Fiery energy surged around his fist. With this strike, Jiang Fan would surely perish. Chapter 79, The 5th-Grade Spider King. Jiang Fan smirked. Are you certain you haven't been deceived? What? Suddenly, several sounds of air being sliced through reached them. Wu Daong spun around abruptly as a strand of thick, white spider silk stuck to his back. You've attracted the spiders, haven't you? 4th-grade ones. Jiang Fan laughed recklessly, possessing a sense of fatalistic camaraderie. Madman. Wu Daong seethed with rage. He had specifically hidden here, only to be drawn in by this fool. All was lost. A thunderous roar echoed not far behind. A colossal, black creature, akin to a small mountain, was charging toward them with wild abandon. The 4th-grade spider had brought the 5th-grade Spider King. They could not linger here. Wu Daong was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. This black-robed beast tamer was undoubtedly his nemesis. He immediately abandoned Jiang Fan, seizing him and hurling him toward the direction of the Spider King. Jiang Fan's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? You can't play like this. Wu Daong intended to use him as bait for the Spider King. What a joke. In midair, he finally discerned the true form of the Spider King. It towered dozens of meters high, with countless legs. It charged through the forest like it was level ground. Its pitch-black body resembled rock, easily capable of crushing diminutive hills. Behind him, the 4th-grade iron-eating ants flapped their wings with all their might, attempting to flee. However, the iron-eating ants had underestimated the power of the 5th-grade Spider King. A strand of silk shot forth with lightning speed, instantly ensnaring both him and the iron-eating ants, wrapping them layer upon layer until they resembled Zongzi. The fifth-grade ferocious beast was unassailable. This was Jiang Fan's last conscious thought. When he next awoke, he found himself in a cavern, entirely covered in spiders, with countless strands of webbing nearly drowning him. A massive spider loomed deep within the cave. In close proximity, a multitude of spiders lurked, their intentions palpable, eager to consume him. Jiang Fan found himself utterly dazed, bewildered by the situation. Beads of sweat cascaded down his brow, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Was this truly the end for him? It became evident that these creatures had a penchant for prey seasoned with saliva. Jiang Fan cast a glance into the depths of the cavern, where the Spider King resided, its small eyes gleaming with a golden radiance, exuding an air of exceptionalism. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hastily produced some beast's blood and flung it into the distance. The aroma of the blood piqued the spider's interest, and they surged forth in a frenzy. Although he possessed a considerable amount of beast's blood, it was insufficient to satisfy such a multitude of spiders. A low growl emanated from the Spider King, prompting the countless spiders to scatter. The blood pooled on the ground was swiftly ensnared by the Spider King's web, as if it were savoring the essence. Countless eyes fixated on Jiang Fan, sending a chill down his spine. He was done for, truly finished. It dawned on him that the Spider King refrained from devouring him, deeming his flesh unworthy, while showing keen interest in the potent energy of the beast's blood. Feeling small and helpless, Jiang Fan mustered all his power and released a flicker of spiritual energy. The spiders regarded him, as did the Spider King, causing Jiang Fan to feel a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was this all he could muster? His face flushed crimson with humiliation. He was a rank 1, and yet, this was his limit. The Spider King appeared profoundly disenchanted, perhaps astonished that a wanderer from the desolate wilderness was so feeble. Jiang Fan was at a loss for how to communicate with the Spider King. Years ago, some had delved into the language of beasts, but that endeavor was abandoned due to the overwhelming diversity of ferocious creatures. Statistically, humanity had documented less than 1% of the beastly varieties found in the wilds. Musing, he pondered whether spirit beasts could communicate with ferocious beasts. Had anyone attempted such an experiment? Was the language of beasts uniform? Or did it vary like human dialects across different regions and cultures? His gaze fell upon a nearby, iron-eating ant feigning death. Insects might share a closer kinship and could perhaps communicate. Jiang Fan prodded the ant with his foot, prompting it to awaken reluctantly. Go speak to the Spider King and request my release. I will procure a powerful being for it to feast upon. The iron-eating ant nearly burst into tears, lamenting the absurdity of such a task. Hurry, Jiang Fan urged. The ant, with great reluctance, inched toward the Spider King, chattering in a tongue incomprehensible to Jiang Fan. The Spider King's eyes brightened. How strong? The ant turned back to inquire. Jiang Fan felt a surge of hope. It is as strong as you, he declared. The ant relayed the message, and the Spider King's eyes gleamed with excitement, its movements causing the entire cavern to tremble. The Spider King expressed concern that Jiang Fan might flee and not return. Jiang Fan promptly reassured, tell it that I will keep you here as collateral. And when I return, I will bring Wu Daong in exchange for your freedom. The ant was momentarily taken aback, its eyes watery, contemplating whether such an act was humane. Trust me, I will surely return to rescue you. After all, you are worth $1 million. The iron-eating ant relayed Jiang Fan's sentiments, and the Spider King nodded in acquiescence, expressing indifference toward the weak human, for it had recently emerged from its lair and sought abundant spiritual energy. Finding more interest in the formidable human Jiang Fan spoke of. Gradually, the Spider King emerged from the depths of the cave, its formidable claws raking against the ant's body. Understanding dawned. Should Jiang Fan fail to return with Wu Daong, the iron-eating ant would become a meal. The ant was on the verge of tears. Jiang Fan solemnly nodded. Rest assured, I shall return to rescue you. After all, you are worth $1 million. Despite his struggles, Jiang Fan found it impossible to extricate himself from the pool of sticky substance. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the Spider King directly plucked Jiang Fan from the depths. He scrambled and rolled away, passing by many spiders that regarded him with predatory intent, including some of the 4th rank. A fierce roar from the Spider King sent all spiders retreating from his path. Jiang Fan felt a lingering apprehension, and only upon exiting the cave did he notice several hills nearby, all teeming with spiders. Terrifying. This was a massive horde. He needed to find Wu Daong quickly. Despite the vastness of the wilderness, locating Wu Daong would not prove overly difficult. First, Wu Daong had also fallen victim to the confusion of the terrain and could not have strayed too far. If one truly became lost in the wild, it was likely they would never escape it. Therefore, Jiang Fan selected a spot and released a multitude of ants and dragonfly scouts. While they could not cover the land as extensively as the spider horde, they would create a concentrated network of surveillance. He sent the ants aloft, allowing them to drift on the wind to various hilltops, forming a densely populated radar map. Scanning the area revealed several entities with strong spiritual energy. Yet they paid no heed to the ants or dragonflies. It was akin to a dragon soaring above, unperturbed by the feeble creatures below. The more powerful the ferocious beast, the less it regarded the weaker beings. Wu Daong's spiritual energy fluctuations would undoubtedly be substantial, appearing as a significant point on his radar. After nearly 2 hours of searching, just as the sun began to set, Jiang Fan contemplated giving up and waiting for dawn to continue his quest. Suddenly, amidst an unremarkable wetland pit to the west, he spotted an enormous luminescent point, unprecedented in size. A 5th rank. Was it Wu Daong or another ferocious beast? Uncertainty clouded his judgment. In theory, the Spider King would not tolerate the presence of another Beast King in its territory, but given the current circumstances, the Spider King had arrived later. Had there been a Beast King here previously? One could not be sure, thus caution was warranted. He dispatched a dragonfly scout to the wetland. The area was saturated with moisture, and a typical dragonfly would find its wings glued together upon proximity. Only a single cautious scout was sent to investigate the luminous mass. The wetland lay within a low-lying basin, shrouded in darkness and obscured visibility. The dragonfly scout was exceptionally astute, deftly maneuvering through the tangled branches of the wetland, approaching the massive light source at a measured pace. Upon finally discerning the true nature of the light, Jiang Fan's face broke into a smile. It was indeed Wu Daong. Wu Daong is truly a coward. A legendary warrior of his stature, hiding in such a damp and dreary place. He brings shame to our kind. Jiang Fan commanded the dragonfly scout to retreat. He needed to devise a meticulous plan for luring Wu Daong before the Spider King. Wu Daong was no fool. He would not easily acquiesce to his demands. There was but one strategy. He must make Wu Daong pursue him. With this thought, Jiang Fan rolled several times on the ground, the sticky residue of spider silk making him appear rather disheveled. Excellent. He then staggered down into the moist basin, deliberately creating a cacophony that conveyed a sense of perilous escape and disarray. He sensed that Wu Daong seemed to suddenly withdraw some of his aura. Jiang Fan feigned ignorance, cursing loudly. Damn, what a troublesome beast. Why didn't the teachers at school ever mention such a creature? Wu Daong, to think I'd be your human shield. If I see you again, I swear I will flay you alive. Deep within the wetlands, Wu Daong furrowed his brow. How could this brat have escaped alive? This was impossible. A 5th-tier beast, a king of beasts. Even he lacked the confidence to escape from the Spider King's web. How had this individual managed it? What utter misfortune, sacrificing so many spirit beasts just to barely escape. Fortunately, I can manipulate insects to evade the Spider King, Jiang Fan mused with regret. Wu Daong suddenly enlightened, realizing that this fellow had employed his own spirit beasts as scapegoats. Such decisive tactics. However, it was also true that when one is facing death, spirit beasts become useless. Moreover, Wu Daong's lips curled into a cruel smile. A beast master without spirit beasts. What difference is there between him and an ordinary person? Killing him would be as easy as pie. After all, he had already slain members of the Su family, and this individual had witnessed it. If he did not eliminate him, it would pose a significant threat. He must die to conceal his actions. Chapter 81. The Discovery of Wu Daong. A flicker of malevolence flashed in Wu Daong's eyes as he stealthily approached Jiang Fan. At this moment, Jiang Fan sensed a more intense fluctuation of spiritual energy through the ants. Wu Daong was closing in on him. Jiang Fan took a deep breath. He must remain composed. He could not allow Wu Daong to detect any abnormalities. Should he fail this time, Wu Daong would never fall for his ruse again. There was but one opportunity. Jiang Fan differed from other beast masters in one crucial aspect, his mental prowess. Though beast masters may not possess the formidable mental strength of soul masters or the techniques associated with it, an outstanding beast master's mental fortitude is not to be underestimated. For ordinary beast masters, controlling spirit beasts requires a significant expenditure of mental energy. Thus, both Gao Yu and Su Qingqing possessed considerable mental strength. Strong mental faculties imply heightened perception, yet Jiang Fan was an anomaly. His control over spirit beasts did not deplete his mental energy, as the beasts were inherently loyal and obedient to him. Therefore, Jiang Fan had never trained in mental fortitude. Ordinary 4th-tier beast masters should also possess considerable mental strength, right? How expansive could their perceptual range be? Jiang Fan pondered, calculating how close Wu Daong would need to be for him to detect his presence. The ants grew increasingly agitated, indicating a surge in spiritual energy. Though Jiang Fan appeared calm, his back was already drenched. Beads of sweat continuously dripped from his forehead. Legendary warriors could kill from a kilometer away, just as Wu Daong had ambushed the reverse ghost. No time to hesitate. He must flee. Let Wu Daong believe his mental strength was superior. Jiang Fan feigned sudden realization. Then, in terror, glanced into the depths of the wetland. He immediately summoned the bald parrot, urging it to fly him away with all its might. Wu Daong snorted coldly. He had long known that the black-robed beast master possessed considerable mental strength, but he had not anticipated such acute sensitivity. Detecting anomalies from a kilometer away was impressive, yet it was too late. Without spirit beasts, what could he accomplish? Wu Daong angrily gave chase, his voice a chilling command. You cannot escape. Today you shall die. Clinging tightly to the parrot's claws, Jiang Fan shouted back in fury. Bah! You old fossil, I will surely outlive you. Wu Daong's fury caused his spiritual energy to waver. A mere fourth-tier beast master dared to humiliate him so. Seeking death, he unleashed a surge of energy. Striding forward with determination, swiftly closing the distance between them, Jiang Fan felt a genuine sense of panic. He had assumed that the bald parrot's speed was comparable to Wu Daong's. However, in reality, the parrot was significantly slower. Moreover, with Wu Daong in pursuit, the parrot was clearly flustered, flapping its wings frantically, wasting precious energy without increasing its speed. Jiang Fan doubted whether they could reach the Spider King's lair in time. Calculating the time, he estimated that within a mere 5 seconds, the parrot would be overtaken by Wu Daong. Panic consumed Jiang Fan. He suddenly shouted, "Stop chasing. Ahead lies the Spider King's territory. If we enter, we shall both perish." Indeed, the moment he spoke, Wu Daong halted in his tracks, scrutinizing the terrain below. It appeared devoid of high mountains, merely a series of low hillocks. The surfaces of these hills were bare, riddled with numerous caves, excavated by spiders. Could it truly be so? Wu Daong was deeply skeptical. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have unhesitatingly retreated. However, upon observing that Jiang Fan had not slowed down but rather quickened his pace, the distance that had only been a few seconds now expanded to over 10. Wu Daong's anger flared. How dare he deceive me? You must die. He had been led to believe Jiang Fan was a fool. Did he truly think he had not heard the fellow's earlier mutterings? This man was an insect controller, capable of discerning the presence of the Spider King and identifying safe areas. Even if there were spider beasts here, they could not be formidable, or else this fool would not dare venture in. Jiang Fan had been closely monitoring his pursuer. Upon seeing Wu Daong resume his chase, he could not help but smile. As anticipated, he had fallen for the ruse. In an instant, he closed the distance to within 5 seconds. The speed of a fully unleashed legendary warrior's spiritual energy was truly terrifying. Under normal circumstances, Wu Daong might not have dared to be so brazen. But with Jiang Fan leading the way, he felt emboldened. For Wu Daong was convinced that Jiang Fan would not seek his own demise. Jiang Fan, not one to remain silent, continuously shouted, "My Lord Spider King, I bring you prey." His voice echoed through the air. Wu Daong scoffed. "Do you think I am a fool? I have been deceived once. I shall not fall for it a second time." With a surge of energy, his speed escalated yet again. The distance between Jiang Fan and his target was less than a kilometer, a mere stone's throw for a legendary martial artist. Jiang Fan felt an intense heat radiating from behind him, sensing the overwhelming aura of Wu Daong's furious energy. "My Lord Spider King, I have brought you a feast. A 5th-tier martial artist, brimming with spiritual energy, ample enough for your indulgence. If you do not make your appearance soon, he may very well escape." Anxiety coursed through Jiang Fan as beads of cold sweat dripped from his brow. Could it be that the Spider King was unable to hear him? Chapter 82, Wu Daong is consumed. Or perhaps, the Spider King deemed Wu Daong too formidable to engage, opting instead to feign ignorance? Such a possibility loomed large. He had neglected to consider that the Spider King, merely a 5th-tier beast, might not necessarily surpass Wu Daong. It was uncertain, primarily because he could not discern the true extent of Wu Daong's prowess. He was unaware of which phase of the 5th-tier Wu Daong belonged to. If he were in the late stages, he could indeed pose a significant threat to even a 5th-tier beast. Panic gripped Jiang Fan. Could it be that he was about to seal his own fate? A chilling sensation enveloped him. The bald parrot, too, was exhausted, propelled only by a primal instinct for survival. Without the 4th-tier iron-eating ants, he stood no chance against Wu Daong. At that moment, a flurry of white webs shot forth from a nearby low hill, arching over Jiang Fan and ensnaring Wu Daong. Engrossed in his pursuit of Jiang Fan, Wu Daong had completely underestimated these thick strands of silk, his face betraying a mix of fear and disbelief. How could it be true that the Spider King existed? He had not been lying. The Spider King was indeed lurking within these hills. Why had it bypassed the black-robed beast master? What could possibly explain this? Wu Daong hastily attempted to alter his course, yet was still ensnared by 3 strands of webbing. Jiang Fan had experienced the potency of these webs firsthand, once ensnared. Even the 4th-tier iron-eating ants would struggle to break free. A mere spawn of evil. Wu Daong scoffed, striking at the webbing with a fierce punch. Remarkably, the resilient strands of silk were severed, 2 of them snapping under his might. Such strength. This was the prowess of a legendary martial artist. However, the severing of the webs incited the wrath of the Spider King. In an instant, the mountains trembled, a thunderous roar echoing through the air as if the very earth were quaking beneath them. Earthquakes, landslides, and mudslides, along with the breaching of lakes, unleashed a terrifying cascade of natural disasters upon this site. Jiang Fan's complexion paled in astonishment. The ferocity of a 5th-tier beast was truly astounding. With a mere display of its divine might, it brought forth such cataclysmic devastation. It was no wonder that 5th-tier beasts were revered as kings of the wild. Kings who instilled dread and commanded respect. More strands of webbing shot forth, ensnaring Wu Daong once more. Despite his furious roars and the searing energy he unleashed, the webs only tightened their grip. Enveloped by flames, Wu Daong, now cocooned like a zongzi, let out a bellow. A burst of crimson light erupted from the strands, shredding them into fragments. Jiang Fan quickly distanced himself. Compared to their earlier battle in Tianqing Town, this was truly a clash of titans. The combatants exchanged blows, and it was evident that Wu Daong was indeed a formidable force among 5th-tier warriors. Had it not been for the Spider King's intervention, anyone else would likely have been no match for Wu Daong. The struggle would have been arduous indeed. Boom. The mountains shattered. The colossal form of the Spider King emerged, its iron-like legs lunging toward Wu Daong. Wu Daong retaliated with a punch. Bang! The Spider King let out an enraged roar as its leg was deflected. Yet, Wu Daong bore the brunt of the impact, his hand mangled and bloodied, his body propelled backward several hundred meters, crashing into the ground. A 5th-tier martial artist's body was more resilient than steel, yet the earth quaked as if it might be pierced. Before Wu Daong could regain his footing, the Spider King unleashed a strand of silk, akin to a chain, pulling him back and ruthlessly slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Bang! Bang! The earth resounded with each impact. Wu Daong coughed up blood. Although he was a legendary warrior, he possessed little experience in battling beast kings. And the Spider King was astonishingly powerful. It was at least a late-stage or even peak 5th-tier beast. Jiang Fan was utterly awestruck. What immense strength! When would his spirit beast evolve to the 5th tier? Then he could stride with confidence. But such thoughts were futile. He lacked the resources. Apart from the slim chance of raiding another supply depot of the guard. Bang! 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 The Spider King continued to pummel Wu Daong mercilessly. Even though Wu Daong's constitution rivaled steel, he could no longer endure. The Spider King wove several layers of webbing around Wu Daong, binding him tightly in midair. Each layer was crafted from countless strands of silk, rendering any escape impossible. The fiery energy of Wu Daong proved futile against the overwhelmingly powerful Spider King. The webs grew denser, voraciously siphoning Wu Daong's spiritual energy. His struggles weakened, ultimately leading to his energy being entirely drained before the Spider King devoured him whole. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Fan remained silent. The sight of the Spider King feasting was nothing short of horrifying. He could scarcely fathom the terror Wu Daong must have felt in those final moments. This was the greatest nemesis of humankind, the master of the wilderness, the ferocious beast. This was Jiang Fan's first true glimpse of the wild's terror. Awakening from his stupor, Jiang Fan realized he could not linger any longer. He needed to hasten to rescue the 4th-tier iron-eating ants. He could not rely on a beast's honor. Seizing the opportunity while the Spider King's attention was fixated on consuming Wu Daong, Jiang Fan stealthily infiltrated the spider's lair, the other spiders refraining from obstructing him, having been intimidated by the Spider King previously. Chapter 83, The Mysterious Stone Tablet. The 4th-tier iron-eating ants were dutifully nestled in a corner. Upon seeing Jiang Fan, they instantly sprang up in delight. Jiang Fan urged the ants to remain quiet as he and the ant quietly exited the spider's den. The Spider King had yet to finish its meal, indicating that it was not so easy to consume a legendary martial artist. It was evident that the Spider King's coarse fur was becoming increasingly glossy, gradually acquiring a metallic sheen. For the Spider King, Wu Daong was truly a sumptuous feast. After searching thoroughly, Jiang Fan finally located the area where Zhang Ma had been. He dispatched a multitude of ants there, sensing the weak fluctuations of Zhang Ma's spiritual energy. As the 4th-tier iron-eating ants carried him over, Zhang Ma's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him, though her weakened state rendered her unable to speak. Jiang Fan could only guess her unvoiced question. Where's Wu Daong? Wu Daong is currently being devoured by the Spider King. He is beyond saving, Jiang Fan replied. Zhang Ma's expression shifted to one of shock, followed by a fleeting glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes. Serves him right, but we must not linger. We need to escape this wilderness. Jiang Fan, although not a doctor, could discern the severity of Zhang Ma's condition. She was clinging to the last vestiges of her vitality. As the last vestiges of her life force dissipated, Zhang Ma succumbed to death. Her expression remained devoid of any turmoil. As if she had come to terms with her fate, she gazed gently at Jiang Fan, and it was clear that her eyes reflected a profound transformation from the first time she had visited his home. Her lips parted slightly, emitting a barely audible whisper. Jiang Fan leaned in closer to listen. "You must treat the young lady well. She has grown up under my watch." Jiang Fan fell silent. "Do I truly have an engagement with Su Qingqing?" Zhang Ma affirmed with her gaze. With a hint of exasperation, Jiang Fan scratched the back of his head. "To be honest, it is difficult for me to fathom such matters." Zhang Ma smiled faintly. Anyone would feel the same way. After living for over a decade, suddenly being told that a girl is betrothed to you would elicit a similar reaction. However, she found solace in Jiang Fan. He was unlike other boys his age. If others were to learn of the engagement, they would surely be elated, thinking themselves elevated beyond measure, without a thought for the responsibilities that came with it. The young lady had her own aspirations of venturing into the wilderness to search for her mother, but the Su family would not permit it, thus requiring someone to support her. "I hope you can." Zhang Ma's condition had deteriorated severely, her speech fragmented, her voice lacking strength. Yet Jiang Fan understood her intent. He nodded. "Rest assured, I will assist her. However, she may not think highly of someone from a small town like me, regardless of the nature of our relationship. I will help her, even if only as a friend." Zhang Ma suddenly grew agitated. "No, the young lady, she feels." She attempted to explain, but her frail condition hindered her from continuing. She coughed up copious amounts of blood, still unable to articulate her thoughts. Jiang Fan quickly interjected, "Please, don't speak any further. I'll get you out of here." Zhang Ma was anxious. She knew the young lady's character. She was not one to express her feelings openly, and if she did not speak now, there might be no chance left. However, Jiang Fan had no time to listen. He needed to find a way to extract the sword embedded in Zhang Ma's abdomen. She leaned against a stone tablet, the inscriptions on it now indecipherable. Its age beyond imagination. This was peculiar. Tianqing Town was on the outskirts of Yuehua City, established only a few hundred years prior, before which it had been nothing but wilderness. Moreover, the area surrounding the stone tablet could not possibly have harbored any human structures. Could it be that, countless years ago, there were humans living here? Or was the stone tablet erected intentionally? This was not Jiang Fan's first discovery. Structures in the wilderness had been uncovered sporadically by explorers over the years. Some had even found a colossal, boundless city within the wilderness. From the ruins alone, one could surmise the grandeur of that city, surpassing any of the largest cities within the Xingyue Alliance. Yet, the location of that city now lay deep within the wilderness. And exploration had proven perilous, let alone habitation. Experts theorized that tens of thousands of years ago, humanity may have experienced an unprecedented era of prosperity. But these remain mere conjectures. "Zhang Ma, please endure. I am about to pull out the sword." Jiang Fan grasped the hilt and exerted some force. Yet the sword remained unmoved. Astonished, he applied more strength, but still, it did not budge. Only when he unleashed the full force of his life energy, causing his bones to crack, did he realize that the sword, driven into the stone tablet, would not yield to him. Chapter 84, The Gathering Storm. Jiang Fan suddenly understood that a sword embedded by a fifth-tier warrior was beyond his ability to extract. He had no choice but to summon his companions, the bald-headed Era and the bald-headed Blue Cat, to assist in retrieving the sword. With the combined strength of 2 third-tier spirit beasts and 2 fourth-tier spirit beasts, they finally managed to pull the sword free. This action sent Zhang Ma tumbling several meters away, causing her to lose consciousness. Jiang Fan hurried to check her condition. She had grown weaker, yet there remained a flicker of life within her. He glanced at the remarkable sword with astonishment. Wu Daong is indeed formidable. However, the Spider King that had devoured Wu Daong was even more terrifying. They needed to leave quickly. Yet how could they escape this wilderness? How could he break through the ghostly walls? Despite having an army of ants and dragonfly scouts, the vastness of the wilderness rendered their efforts futile. They had traversed over 1,000 kilometers. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, excluding the locations of spider nests and large lakes, any other direction could potentially lead them home. Jiang Fan, lacking in mathematical prowess, could not even calculate the area of the 270-degree sector. Relying solely on his army of ants and dragonfly scouts to find the correct route seemed an insurmountable task. The critical issue was Zhang Ma's weakening state. Just as he pondered the situation, the stone tablet began to tremble, followed by the ground quaking beneath them. The intensity of the tremors rivaled that of the Spider King emerging from its lair. Oh no, could another fifth-tier beast be emerging? Or was the Spider King pursuing them after finishing off Wu Daong? Soon, Jiang Fan realized that neither scenario was true. It appeared he had triggered some mechanism within the stone tablet. The vibrations intensified, the ground shaking violently, as if a great earthquake had struck. "Take me away." Jiang Fan had just intended to command the 4th-tier Iron Eater ants to carry him away when the earth suddenly split open. A powerful suction force erupted from the fissure, leaving Jiang Fan and his companions utterly defenseless as they were drawn underground. Once they vanished, the land ceased its tremors. Countless trees had toppled, the ground fractured, left in utter disarray. Yet the stone tablet remained standing. The recent tremors had dislodged some of the moss and rust, revealing 3 gleaming golden characters on the stone tablet: Dragon Corpse Pit. With a thunderous crash, a colossal shadow barreled toward them, halting abruptly several thousand meters from the stone tablet. It cast a glance at the tablet with its disproportionately large head, meeting the gaze of the golden characters for a fleeting moment. Then, with a resounding explosion, its head burst as if petrified. Its body began to explode, the force of the detonations astounding, akin to several oversized cannons firing in succession. The Spider King had perished. The golden light dissipated. What on earth is happening? Jiang Fan struggled to rise. Everything around him was enveloped in darkness. He reached out, feeling something furry beside him. It was the bald-headed Era, and next to it was the bald-headed blue cat. His spirit beasts had also fallen into this abyss. But where was Zhang Ma? The bald-headed Era lowered its body, revealing the truth to Jiang Fan. During their descent, he had landed on the back of the bald-headed Era. The bald-headed husky stands guard over Zhang Ma. But what should be done now? There is not a glimmer of light to be found. It is pitch dark. Has he fallen into the earth's crust? He releases the remaining ant army and dragonfly scouts. At this moment, the vision of the dragonfly scouts is futile. They cannot see, nor can the bald-headed blue cat. However, the dragonfly scouts can serve as transport for the ants. After all, the ants are minuscule and move too slowly. It would take ages for them to disperse naturally. He remains unhurried, allowing the ant army to explore the surroundings. What if this place is a precipice of some kind? Who knows what lies beneath the earth's crust? Perhaps there is an even deeper layer below. The radar map drawn by the ant army is densely populated with blue light spots, each representing an ant. So far, no red energy fluctuations have been detected, indicating that no living beings exist in this area for the time being. Moreover, the ground appears to be uniformly flat all around. After a while, the ant army has scattered quite far. Their distribution pattern is somewhat peculiar, forming a straight line. It seems there is a wide and long corridor ahead of him, undoubtedly a man-made structure. Yet, how could such a building be buried underground? And how vast is it? Currently, some ants have been transported by the dragonfly scouts several kilometers away, still within this corridor. Surely, the entire structure cannot consist of just one corridor? If this corridor is a part of the building, then the edifice must be akin to a palace, or even that of an emperor. Jiang Fan rides atop the bald-headed husky, accompanied by the spirit beasts, and begins to delve deeper. After all, this is the only path available. Attempts to ascend, utilizing the 4th-rank iron-eating ants and the bald-headed parrot, yielded no results. They could not comprehend where they had fallen from. Jiang Fan checks Zhang Ma's pulse. It is nearly imperceptible. This is troubling. If he does not devise a solution quickly, Zhang Ma may perish. Tianqing Town has become considerably desolate since the first wave of Su family members arrived, within 2 days. Many more have come. Furthermore, some individuals have begun to orderly coordinate the evacuation of the townspeople. The citizens of Tianqing Town remain bewildered, unaware of what has transpired. Yet, they do not oppose the evacuation, for the battle from 2 days prior truly frightened many. It is said that numerous unfortunate souls were caught in the chaos, resulting in the deaths of thousands. Chapter 85. No sign of people. How is the evacuation proceeding? Within the law enforcement department of Tianqing Town, several prominent figures are gathered. They exude an air of authority. At the entrance of the conference room, a young man in standard military attire respectfully reports, "Deputy Director, 30 of the evacuation has been completed, and it is expected that the entire evacuation will be finalized within 2 days." The Deputy Director nods in acknowledgement. The law enforcement department of Tianqing Town is overseen by several white-clad enforcers. Judging by the badges on their chests, they are from Yuehua City. The law enforcement department of Yuehua City is distinct from the half-hearted efforts of Tianqing Town. Each member possesses formidable strength. The former law enforcement department of Tianqing Town included a significant number of ordinary citizens. In contrast, the recruitment standards for white-clad enforcers in Yuehua City require at least a first-rank strength. Moreover, the Guard Battalion of Yuehua City is also formally organized within the Xingyue Federation. Formal organization only extends to the city level. Thus, the Guard Battalion and Law Enforcement Department of Tianqing Town are rather rudimentary. At this moment, the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Department of Yuehua City has personally arrived. This is a significant figure. Typically, the director of a city-level law enforcement department is at least a 5th-rank expert. Even if the Deputy Director is not at the 5th rank, He is certainly at the pinnacle of the fourth rank. The deputy director gestures for the young man to step back, then glances at Su Xingshan, who is meditating nearby. He remarks with a smile, I did not expect the Su family to deploy two super strong individuals. This is indeed remarkable. Su Xingshan nods, indicating that he must be cautious in escorting the young lady back. Oh, could it be that Qing Cheng is truly in Tianqing Town due to the arranged marriage? The deputy director's face lights up with curiosity. Su Xingshan helplessly nods. Ah, this is truly captivating. The young lady of the Su family elopes for love. It is not an elopement. She has merely come to Tianqing Town to study. After this, I will take Qing Cheng back to Yuehua City. Su Xingshan corrects him. Yes, you are impressive. Whatever you say goes. The deputy director seems to have a good rapport with Su Xingshan. Otherwise, who would dare jest with a legendary spirit master? One could die without even realizing how. Once Qing Cheng returns, Long Hao will surely be at ease. However, it is said that Long Hao is also preparing to come. This revelation causes not only Su Xingshan, but also the others to furrow their brows. The Dragon Temple is coming? Long Hao is not merely Long Hao. He is also a genius of the Dragon Temple. He is a dragon tamer cultivated through immense resources by the Dragon Temple. Among the younger generation of Yuehua City, he possesses formidable strength. The deputy director sighs and strokes his mustache. Indeed, the Dragon Temple has always had a keen interest in anything related to dragons. Given that a dragon's nest has seemingly emerged in Tianqing Town, how could they refrain from coming? Another individual interjects. Currently, the Dragon Temple's stance remains unclear. They may not necessarily align with us. Indeed, if the Dragon Temple supports the Xingyue Federation, the deputy director shakes his head. This is not something we need to concern ourselves with. I have just received news that the Xingyue Federation will also be dispatching a genius beast master to our aid. Even Su Xingshan, with his cultured demeanor, cannot help but frown at this moment. Does the Xingyue Federation have such audacity? The deputy director chuckles, a somewhat cold smile gracing his lips. As of now, we have not definitively severed ties with the Federation, so they seem convinced that we would not dare oppose them. Furthermore, the matter of the dragon's nest is of great significance. They will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. The genius beast master they are sending is reportedly a natural beast master, and his beast imprint level is quite high, making it highly likely that he will become a dragon tamer. A heavy silence falls over the assembly. Exploring the dragon's nest will undoubtedly yield the greatest rewards for the beast masters. Beast masters with high-level beast imprints have a certain probability of becoming dragon tamers. It is said that the dragon egg was taken away by that so-called black-robed beast master. The deputy director suddenly states. Everyone is taken aback. Even Su Xingshan cannot comprehend. What dragon egg? It appears that you are still unaware of the evil sect, or rather the beast god temple, which has created such a commotion for that dragon egg. Although it is an egg that has yet to awaken, and its chances of revival are uncertain, they have incited Gao Yu, presumably promising him possession of that dragon egg in exchange for his becoming a dragon tamer. The deputy director is indeed worthy of his position. Although he arrived later, his intelligence is already remarkably astute. It seems that he has long established informants in Tianqing Town, but previously, the evil sect had blocked communication. What a pity it is. Had that dragon egg been brought into the dragon's nest, the chances of its revival would have been quite substantial. Suddenly, the gazes of the crowd burn with fervor. Compared to the dragon's nest, the dragon egg is, after all, a tangible reality. Su Xingshan shakes his head. That black-robed beast master is currently unaccounted for. I have sent Xing Wu to search for him, but he has yet to return. Just then, a tall, muscular man with dark skin and defined muscles appears at the entrance. It is Su Xingwu, the legendary warrior of the Su clan. Among the two fifth-tier warriors who have arrived in Tianqing Town, have you found them? In truth, Su Xingshan, without needing to inquire, could surmise the answer. Su Xingwu shook his head, his voice heavy with foreboding. A horde of vicious spider beasts has emerged from the wastelands outside Tianqing Town, led by a fifth-tier beast king. What? Immediately, someone sprang to their feet. A fifth-tier beast king? What jest is this? A beast king is a being capable of razing cities to the ground. They may have arrived, but who can guarantee they can vanquish the beast king? The beast king, in many respects, is invincible. Chapter 86, Exploring in Darkness. Even the vice director wore a grave expression. It appears we must fortify our defenses, otherwise. When the beast king descends from the mountains, driven by hunger, it is highly likely it will come to pillage our city. Yet Su Xingshan remained the most composed. Waving his hand dismissively as he continued, Su Xingwu held a dark brown stone in his hands, casting it before the gathered crowd. Perplexed, the crowd wondered why he had thrown the stone. Su Xingshan discerned it at a glance, his mystical eyes shimmering with a violet hue as he exclaimed, "Is this the remains of the fifth-tier beast king?" Indeed, the beast king is dead, though the cause remains unknown. Despite his somber demeanor, Su Xingwu was deeply shocked when he beheld the immense Spider King's dismembered body scattered across the mountains. Was it Wu Deyang's doing? The vice director inquired. Su Xingwu shook his head. He lacked such capabilities. Though both were legendary warriors, they had never crossed paths. Yet Su Xingwu understood that Wu Deyang could not possess such strength unless he transcended into a master. Huh. It seems this exploration will be far more thrilling than we anticipated, Su Xingshan chuckled. The expressions of the crowd were decidedly odd. How could one still find amusement in such dire circumstances? They were gripped by terror, their hair standing on end. What of Zhang Ma? Su Xingshan asked once more. With a downcast expression, Su Xingwu shook his head. Is that so? Su Xingshan sighed. Qing Cheng will surely be heartbroken, having already lost her mother. Now she faces the loss of Zhang Ma. In the pitch-black expanse, Jiang Fan had ventured far. The surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the faint sound of dripping water, likely the sound of groundwater seeping down. Jiang Fan sought to console himself, recognizing that the lush vegetation of this wasteland signified an abundance of water resources. Furthermore, a large lake could be seen in the distance. It was entirely natural for groundwater to exist here. If only he could follow the flow of the subterranean water and emerge from that vast lake. Quickly, Jiang Fan shook his head, dismissing this impractical notion, setting aside the fact that he had no sense of direction and was unaware of the lake's location. Even if the groundwater did form an underground river, it would inevitably branch out in many directions. Moreover, this was a man-made structure. There should be a way to locate an exit. Suddenly, the radar in his mind indicated that ants were being led away by dragonfly scouts from this lengthy corridor, which appeared to stretch for several dozen kilometers. The corridor connected to an even more expansive space, akin to stepping into the courtyard of a grand architectural complex. Jiang Fan was further astonished. Whose handiwork was this? Based on the structure he had traversed, it seemed he had passed through a long corridor to the main hall of a palace. A shiver ran down his spine, if his conjecture proved accurate. This architectural complex was terrifyingly vast, potentially rivaling a small city. Who could inhabit such a place? Even more alarming was the realization that if he had approached from the direction of the main entrance, that entrance had already been buried. With no choice but to press deeper into the unknown, he found himself engulfed in complete darkness, an unsettling state that left Jiang Fan feeling quite uncomfortable. Perhaps I should make use of some beast blood as makeshift candle oil. He had a mere 20 milliliters of first-tier beast blood remaining. Having given away the second and third tiers to that scoundrel, Old Gua, beast blood was inherently high-energy material, easily ignitable. Utilizing Wu Deyang's sword, he struck the ground lightly, producing a few sparks that ignited the beast blood. Placing a milliliter of the blood upon the sword's tip, it instantly erupted into a flame half a meter high. Although the temperature was not particularly high, the brightness was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings, casting light several dozen meters away. For the first time, Jiang Fan beheld the subterranean space, which resembled his earlier estimations. Constructed from smooth black bricks, the underground chamber was vast. Even the radius of light could not reveal the walls. The ground, however, was remarkably clean, devoid of even a hint of moss, as though it had been regularly maintained over the countless ages. Cleaning. Jiang Fan suddenly felt a chill creep over him. Lowering his gaze, he ran his fingers across the surface, finding not a speck of dust. How could this be? Was there really someone here? Jiang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a cold wind had swept past him. He could not believe that anyone could inhabit such a place. Surely, there could be no living souls here. Could this truly be a tomb? No, that was absurd. Jiang Fan forced a stiff smile, attempting to laugh off the notion. Suddenly, whether due to psychological suggestion or not, he thought he heard some strange noises. A cold sensation enveloped him. Quickly, he raised his sword, eyes wide as he scanned the area for an extended period. Finding nothing amiss, he reassured himself. If there were any fluctuations in spiritual energy, they would not go unnoticed by the legion of ants. Wait, living beings possess spiritual energy fluctuations. What of the inanimate? No, he must not let his imagination run wild. He was merely scaring himself. Jiang Fan steeled himself, reminding himself that there could be no living creatures here. And even if there were, what of it? He had 2 4th-tier spirit beasts and 2 3rd-tier spirit beasts. Whether they were human or ghost, he was prepared to fight. Deep within the architectural complex, another eerie sound echoed. Jiang Fan's scalp prickled with alarm. Something was amiss. Such sounds had not been present earlier. It seemed that the deeper he ventured, the louder and more frequent these sounds became. Suddenly, at the edge of the radar map of the ant army, a red dot flickered. Something was approaching. Chapter 87, The Dragon's Grave. Beasts of the Underground. This is troublesome. I have yet to comprehend the murderer above ground. And now something is emerging from below. I must find a place to hide. Jiang Fan hastily scanned his surroundings and discovered a cracked brick in the wall. It was not so much shattered as it was fissured, and such cracks were rather numerous, given the age of this architectural complex. The gap was just large enough for a person to conceal themselves within. Jiang Fan could only hoist Zhang Ma onto his back, gathering all living beings into the spirit beast space, including the ants and dragonfly scouts. In this realm, insects were expendable, just as he squeezed into the fissure. That eerie sound erupted once more, accompanied by a rustling noise. It seemed the creature moving through the corridor was immensely large, requiring its body to scrape against the walls to pass through. Dear heavens, how enormous must this beast be? Jiang Fan was drenched in sweat, terror nearly consuming him. The Spider King was not nearly this large. What manner of underground beast was this? The eerie sounds drew ever closer. Only by listening intently could one discern that this cacophony was not a singular entity, but rather a tumultuous amalgamation of anguished wails, layered upon one another. The nearer one ventured, the more distinct the individual cries became. Was it a tribe? Jiang Fan held his breath, forcing himself to remain composed. If the source were a colony of malevolent beasts dwelling underground, it was conceivable that, while their vision had deteriorated, their other senses had sharpened. He endeavored to blend into the wall. There was no need for Zhang Ma to worry. Her presence was already faint and nearly imperceptible. The mournful sounds, as they approached, transformed into a shrill, piercing noise, reminiscent of bird calls, yet more desiccated and unsettling. It was no wonder Jiang Fan had likened it to the cries of the damned. The sound seemed utterly alien to the realm of the living. It felt as if countless birds were converging. The rumbling crescendo, a symphony of rustling noises, coalesced into a roar akin to a raging river. The corridor trembled. Cramped within the narrow fissure, Jiang Fan held his breath throughout, without the flames of beast blood igniting. His vision was engulfed in darkness, yet he could sense that numerous entities were darting past the crevices of the black bricks, some even colliding with the bricks and tumbling to his feet. Jiang Fan, quick to react, swiftly pinned down one disoriented creature. It appeared diminutive, roughly the size of a rat. It seemed not to be a ferocious beast. Through the touch of his foot, it felt akin to a bat with robust bones. Creatures that favored such shadowy environments. Just as he pondered this, a colossal entity suddenly surged past the crack. Jiang Fan felt a fierce gust of wind, as if it might pull him from the fissure. It was undoubtedly a beast of formidable caliber. This tribe appeared akin to that of spiders, comprised of both vile and ordinary creatures. The oppressive presence suggested it was of the fourth tier. Fourth-tier beast tamers were not commonplace, were they? Fourth-tier spirit beasts were indeed formidable. How could it seem as if fourth-tier ferocious beasts roamed the wastelands unimpeded? Jiang Fan dared not breathe or move. Bats possessed an extraordinary ability to navigate using echolocation, releasing ultrasonic waves that would rebound upon striking an object. Humanity had harnessed this capability, often exploring perilous caverns in the wastelands. The moment Jiang Fan stirred, he had no doubt that a multitude of bats would detect his presence and converge upon the fissure, tearing him apart. His cheeks puffed as he struggled to contain his breath, even with the vitality of blood energy bestowing him superior oxygenation. He had not consciously inhaled deeply before holding his breath. A full 10 minutes elapsed before the swarm departed. At last, once he was certain those creatures would not return, Jiang Fan exhaled a long, relieved breath. He felt as though he had been reborn. The creature beneath his foot was nearly crushed. Igniting his beast blood once more, he finally discerned the truth. Indeed, it was a bat, albeit a peculiar one. A single horn protruded from its diminutive head, with two long tufts resembling whiskers flanking its mouth. Its skeletal structure was significantly sturdier than that of a common bat. After observing the creature for a moment, a few lines of information materialized beside its head. Dragon bat. Level, 0. Talent, mediocre 3100. Race, flying type. Stamina, 20. Strength, 30. Speed, 40. Combat power, 5. Special bloodline, 110000 Dragon, Bat, King bloodline. Other description, a ferocious beast tribe guarding the Dragon Corpse pit, frequently wandering in cycles around its vicinity. Dragon Bat. How formidable it sounded. Wait, a Dragon Corpse pit? Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Was this place a repository for dragon carcasses? Accursed ground. Jiang Fan felt a surge of bewilderment. How could this place be a Dragon Corpse pit? Could it be connected to the dragon nest near Tianqing Town? Or perhaps, beneath the Gulf Mountain at Tianqing Town, it was not a dragon nest at all, but a Dragon Corpse pit. Although Jiang Fan had never heard of the Dragon Corpse pit, its name alone suggested ominous connotations. If the inhabitants of Tianqing Town intended to explore that dragon nest, they would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic losses. Furthermore, if the Dragon Bat tribe were to emerge from the mountains and invade Tianqing Town, the town could be washed in blood. His parents were still in Tianqing Town. Chapter 88. the great horror. He needed to hasten back. As he departed, he casually summoned the blood bat to become his spirit beast. Fortuitously, there was no need to ignite beast blood. He discovered that the dragon bat possessed superior echolocation abilities. It directly constructed a virtual space within his mind. This space was formed by the dragon bat's ultrasonic waves, continuously rebounding, ultimately creating a model. He could discern the shapes of all entities within a certain radius, even the corpses of dragon bats lying on the ground or hanging from the walls. However, it required the dragon bat to continuously emit ultrasonic waves to shape the spatial construct. This dragon bat appeared nearly lifeless, originally a mere ordinary beast. Jiang Fan spent a mere 10,000 coins to directly evolve the dragon bat to the second tier. The second-tier dragon bat grew to a size several times larger, approximately half Jiang Fan's height. Its vitality surged significantly. The range of its echolocation expanded dramatically, covering nearly a kilometer. In an instant, he could ascertain everything surrounding his body. What a boon! In a certain sense, within this pitch-black environment, it proved even more effective than the Dragonfly Scout. As he journeyed, the second-tier dragon bat continuously emitted ultrasonic waves, enabling Jiang Fan to maintain a state of visibility. As long as he ensured that there were no enemies within a kilometer radius, he could run unabashedly. He was determined to uncover the true extent of this dragon corpse pit and see if following its path would lead him back to Tianqing Town. Riding the bald-headed husky, he sprinted for several minutes, covering nearly tens of kilometers. Suddenly, he commanded the husky to halt. Ahead lay an anomaly. It was deemed an anomaly due to its stillness and peculiar shape, resembling a massive pile of decayed timber, haphazardly strewn together. What could it be? Jiang Fan paused, searching for a crevice in the wall to slip through. He then instructed the Dragonfly Scout to accompany some ants to investigate the energy fluctuations there. The Dragonfly Scout flew at a leisurely pace. Over 1,000 meters would take at least a few minutes. Yet, barely a minute into its flight, Jiang Fan's heart nearly stopped. The surge of spiritual energy was colossal. It exceeded any fluctuations he had encountered before. It surpassed even the 5th-tier Beast Kings. Could it be 6th tier? This was utterly absurd. This was a dead end. The size of that object was terrifyingly immense. It indeed resembled a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Although he had never encountered a true 6th-tier beast, the oppressive aura was palpably real. A different route was imperative. It wasn't that there were no alternative paths. Jiang Fan, adhering to the notion that even if he took a wrong turn, he could retreat, pressed on. Always proceed straight ahead, disregarding any forks in the road. Yet, the time has come when a turn must be taken. Upon veering right into an intersection, Jiang Fan had scarcely begun his journey when he suddenly perceived the faint echoes of anguished wails. His complexion shifted dramatically. They were back. From which direction did they arise? Standing at the crossroads, he was utterly unable to discern the source of the sound. It felt as though danger lurked in every direction. However, a misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. The ominous rumbling grew increasingly nearer. Yet still, the origin remained a mystery. This was a predicament. Which path should he take? A glance at the bald-headed canine carrying Zhang Ma revealed that she remained in a deep slumber. No counsel was forthcoming. Suddenly, the second-grade dragon bat emitted a series of sharp chirps, its wings gesturing towards a specific direction, indicating that this route was safe. Jiang Fan hesitated, his expression shifting slightly. Squinting at the second-grade dragon bat, he acknowledged that it was now his spirit beast, whose loyalty was absolute. Logically, it could not lead him astray. However, the direction the dragon bat indicated was precisely the path he had just forsaken, and ahead lay a significant surge of spiritual energy. How could the dragon bat claim it was safe? What was truly happening? As Jiang Fan lingered in uncertainty, a flock of dragon bats had already begun to approach. Their wings scraped against the walls, producing a sound akin to the grating of metal, jarring to the ears. Moreover, behind them, a more dense cacophony was swiftly advancing. There was no time to delay. Jiang Fan had no choice but to trust the second-grade dragon bat. Gritting his teeth, he urged the bald-headed canine to sprint with all its might through the darkness. Having set off slightly later, they were soon pursued by a multitude of dragon bats. The incessant buzzing of their wings merged into a singular, overwhelming sound, resembling a torrential hailstorm, mercilessly pounding against the narrow valley. The din was deafening, sending shivers down his spine. Hurry! Jiang Fan urged the bald-headed dog, fully convinced that should they be caught, a gruesome fate awaited him. Yet, more terrifying entities loomed ahead. He felt that without the need for an ant's perception, a formidable surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by the acrid scent of blood, rushed towards him. In that moment, he contemplated slaying the second-grade dragon bat. The terror that lay ahead far surpassed the threat of the pursuing bats. But it was too late to retreat now. Though the dragon bat trembled in fear, It persisted in urging its master onward. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and charged forward. The bald-headed canine was terrified, sensing the atmosphere of death, an overwhelming dread. Yet it had no choice but to obey its master's command. With all its might, it propelled its forelegs forward, fighting against the tremors as they raced ahead. According to the spatial mapping constructed by the Dragon Bat's echolocation, they were perilously close to the source of horror. It felt as though they were engulfed in a dense miasma of blood energy. Breathing became laborious, each inhalation igniting a fiery sensation throughout his body. The spiritual energy was terrifying. He sealed all his pores, reversing the flow of his foundational techniques to block the influx of this energy, but still, a minuscule trickle slipped through. It was this very trickle that caused excruciating pain, as if flames were coursing through his meridians. What a violent surge of spiritual energy. Had he absorbed any earlier, he would have likely faced utter devastation, at the very least, rendered incapacitated. Jiang Fan felt a wave of dread wash over him. What manner of place was this? The blood energy resembled that extracted from Beast's blood. Suddenly, he turned around and discovered that the once advancing dragon bats had vanished without a trace. It was as if they were deterred by the terrifying aura of this place. The bald-headed dog and the second-grade dragon bat cowered, pressing their heads to the ground, too frightened to lift them. Jiang Fan wished to command the dragon bat to use echolocation for a reconnaissance, but it was paralyzed with fear, unable to move, let alone utilize its abilities. He had no choice but to retrieve them into his spirit beast space. With determination, he ignited the remnants of beast blood on the tip of his sword. The flames radiated for dozens of meters, yet even that distance was insufficient to reveal the entirety of what lay ahead. However, he did not need to see it all to recognize what it was. Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he beheld a massive mound of bones. The terrifying spiritual energy emanated from this heap of skeletal remains. Though the bones appeared haphazardly strewn, they were in fact structured and complete. Within the intricate lattice of bones, a dragon head was discernible, as if forcefully embedded into the body. It was exceedingly bizarre. There truly were remnants of the dragon race. Zhang Ma awoke for the first time, startled by the scene before her. She had been roused by the overwhelming blood energy. The immense body emanated an unmatched aura of power. The dragon's formidable fangs and the potent blood energy surrounding them served as a testament to its supremacy as the ruler of the wilderness. The dragon race had long remained hidden in the depths of the wild, an indomitable presence. To command such beings was the highest honor for a beastmaster. Who could have anticipated discovering the remains of a dragon? Zhang Ma seemed to ignite with fervor, her excitement palpable as she teetered forward, eager to approach the dragon bones. Zhang Ma, what is wrong with you? Jiang Fan questioned, observing her peculiar state as if she were on the brink of collapse. I'm fine, she replied. But with every word, her coughing intensified, blood and fragments of lung tissue escaping her lips. Was she truly okay? Or did warriors too experience a fleeting surge of vitality before their demise? Jiang Fan found it difficult to ascertain and could only allow Zhang Ma to proceed. She muttered to herself, such treasures, all treasures. Jiang Fan felt a pang of embarrassment. She was on the verge of the afterlife, yet still fixated on treasures? He watched as she scrambled onto one of the bones, channeling some unknown technique, her form radiating an ethereal azure light. It resembled foundational techniques, but seemed more advanced. Zhang Ma absorbed the blood energy clinging to the dragon bones. The ferocity of that energy was more terrifying than flames. Yet Zhang Ma, being a fourth-grade warrior, possessed the resilience and physical prowess to withstand it. Suddenly, a miracle unfolded. Her battered body began to mend. Once on the brink of death, her vitality surged. Her frail form swelling as wounds emitted wisps of white smoke, healing at an astonishing rate. It was evident that the air had grown somewhat thin with the blood energy. Zhang Ma feasted like a ravenous beast. The sight was nothing short of monumental, accompanied by sounds that sent chills down Jiang Fan's spine. If a younger girl were to take the stage, perhaps Jiang Fan would be more inclined to listen. Zhang Ma, being of considerable age, should at least endure a bit, regardless of the comfort she finds. At present, Jiang Fan yearns to close his ears, for the torment is unbearable. Once she regained some vitality, Zhang Ma turned her gaze to Jiang Fan. Unexpectedly, it is you who has saved me, she spoke with a hint of guilt, for initially, she had looked down upon Jiang Fan, suspecting he had employed some strange means to prevent the young lady from returning to Yuehua City. Yet, he had risked his life to rescue her. Although they remained uncertain of their whereabouts, she was at least free from immediate peril. Noticing Jiang Fan's puzzled expression, she elaborated. The spiritual energy of the Dragon Clan possesses remarkable healing abilities, linked to their innate talents. The Dragon Clan is renowned as an immortal race, endowed with boundless self-healing prowess. Thus, by absorbing some of their spiritual energy, I can mend my injuries and replenish my vitality. Jiang Ma was exhilarated. Fortune indeed favored her. Or rather, Jiang Fan's luck was extraordinary. Chapter 90. A Realm Untouched. Little did I anticipate encountering such a treasure. Even the exploration of the Shisha wilderness might not yield such rewards. Jiang Fan comprehended that, to him, the spiritual energy resembled flames, while for Jiang Ma, it was akin to a remarkable remedy. Did this dragon exist when it was of the 6th rank? Jiang Fan inquired. Jiang Ma pondered for a moment and shook her head. I am uncertain, but at the very least, it was of the 6th rank. And it is highly probable it surpassed that. Surpassed the 6th rank? Jiang Fan was taken aback, observing the state of the dragon's remains. It was evident that its demise was not of natural causes. It felt as though an unimaginably massive force had brutally torn this dragon beast apart. Furthermore, the dragon grave pit appeared to be artificially constructed. Who possesses such power? Can the human race triumph over beasts of the 6th rank and above? Jiang Fan was genuinely perplexed. Jiang Ma paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. Even if you ask me, I do not know. The sky in Yuehua City is higher than that of Tianqing Town, yet not to such an extreme. In Yuehua City, a legend is already regarded as a top-tier powerhouse, with the 6th rank representing a master. There is only one master martial artist in the entirety of Yuehua City, and as for those above the 6th rank, they likely exist within the Xingyue Federation, but I cannot specify their names. Jiang Fan was initially startled, then found solace. The 5th rank is already formidable. In Tianqing Town, the strongest is merely of the 4th rank. However, in the eyes of Yuehua City's warriors, Chao Jingguang's strength should be deemed insignificant. Moreover, Yuehua City is one of the 28 major cities within the Xingyue Federation. Thus, the sky of the Xingyue Federation is even loftier. In this light, he felt exceedingly small, as minuscule as a speck of dust, with countless beings more powerful than himself. However, a pressing concern arose, as Jiang Ma absorbed increasingly more blood and spiritual energy. The essence attached to the dragon's bones began to dwindle. Outside, the dragon bat swarm turned back, their hunger apparent, with eyes glinting like those of ravenous wolves. Fixating on Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma heard the rustling sounds from outside, yet she could not see. The flames of the beast's blood only illuminated a few dozen meters, leaving the areas beyond shrouded in darkness. What is that noise? Jiang Ma queried, perplexed. It is nothing. Merely a swarm of dragon bats, Jiang Fan replied nonchalantly. Jiang Ma's expression shifted dramatically, her movements to absorb the blood and spiritual energy momentarily stalling. Her mind raced as she recalled the name of this fearsome beast. The categories of beasts documented by the human race are limited, yet there is information pertaining to dragon bats, often mentioned alongside the details of dragon nests. Is this a dragon grave pit? Jiang Ma rasped. You know? Yes. Dragon bats frequently inhabit both dragon nests and dragon grave pits, but they are most commonly found in the latter. What connection does the dragon grave pit have with the dragon nest? Jiang Fan asked. The dragon nest is an ancient breeding ground for dragons, serving as their dwelling. Thus, exploring a dragon nest carries a chance of obtaining dragon eggs, whereas the dragon grave pit is the burial ground for dragons, a place of great peril. Being affiliated with the Su family, Jiang Ma possessed some knowledge on the matter, and her assertions were largely accurate. The dragon grave pit is man-made. Could it be that these dragons were hunted down by humans? It is highly probable. The glory of ancient humanity is beyond our imagination, and it is not surprising to have dragon-slaying warriors. One might even speculate that in ancient times, there existed a clan dedicated to dragon slaying. Hiss! Jiang Fan inhaled sharply. How terrifying. The dragon clan, which modern humans regard as their nemesis, was once hunted in ancient times? The rustling grew louder, transforming into a spine-chilling cacophony akin to wailing spirits. A horde of dragon bats was approaching. We must flee swiftly. Although the blood and spiritual energy here has not been fully absorbed, there is no time to waste. Jiang Ma prepared to drag Jiang Fan away in a frantic escape. Get on. Jiang Fan extinguished the flames. For the dragon bats, the presence of light matters not. He merely sought to conserve resources, as the beast's blood was limited. Earlier, he had attempted to extract some blood and spiritual energy from the dragon's remains, but had failed. The energy could only be absorbed, not refined. What a waste. Jiang Ma mounted the bald-headed blue cat, while Jiang Fan rode the 4th-rank iron-eating ant. The speed of the 4th-rank iron-eating ant far surpassed that of the 2nd-rank dragon bat, allowing him to scout ahead while flying. Behind, Jiang Ma found herself enveloped in darkness, gripping the fur of the bald-headed blue cat tightly. The sounds of wailing growing fainter as they sped away, indicating that the 4th-rank spirit beast had reached its full velocity. The question remained, how was this accomplished? Chapter 91. Hard-earned soft living? In this abyss of darkness, How does one discern direction? It was simply unfathomable. Jiang Fan navigated this realm as if he were in an uninhabited land. Just as Zhang Ma pondered this, the bald-headed blue cat suddenly came to a sharp halt and made a turn, causing her to cling on even tighter. It could actually turn, and so fluidly. Jiang Fan truly perplexed her. Though seemingly lowly in spirit beast quality, even somewhat unsightly, they were abundant in number and appeared to possess unique abilities. If one possessed the abilities of Jiang Fan, the peril associated with exploring the wasteland would diminish significantly. This lad, to some extent, exhibits a level of innate talent that rivals that of Long Hao. Has the young lady already recognized Jiang Fan's exceptional capabilities? We must act swiftly. Ahead lies a vast chasm that we must leap over. A calm voice from Jiang Fan resonates ahead. He has always maintained such a serene demeanor, exhibiting not the slightest hint of panic, as if he has everything under control. With such composure, how many seasoned warriors could maintain such poise? Meanwhile, she is exceedingly anxious. In the oppressive darkness, frequently harried by dragon bats, how does someone so young maintain such tranquility? Up ahead, Jiang Fan, seated atop a fourth-grade iron-eating ant, appears frozen in place. His hands grip the ant tightly, as if wishing for a rope to tether himself securely. Panic sets in. Below lies an unfathomable abyss. This immense fissure, had it not been for the footholds provided by the adjacent wall, the bald blue cat would have been unable to leap across. Furthermore, the path ahead becomes increasingly treacherous, with pits emerging sporadically or sensing a multitude of dragon bats lingering ahead. How on earth are we to escape? Although Zhang Ma is no longer in a dire state, the ominous feeling in Jiang Fan's heart intensifies. He cannot discern whether it is merely an illusion, but it feels as though they are alternately descending and ascending. Moreover, there are certain geological structures nearby, suggesting that many areas are connected to the mountains. Such connections to the mountain range are no trifling matter. The beasts that inhabit the wasteland-esque mountains are notorious. The larger the mountain range, the more ferocious creatures it harbors. The dragon bat population is already sizable. Encountering other feral beasts would spell disaster. Suddenly, a second-grade dragon bat trembles, extending its head and opening its mouth to emit a silent shriek, followed by a terrified, hissing call. What is happening? The second-grade dragon bat shares a telepathic bond with him, so Jiang Fan immediately comprehends the situation. A terrifying entity lurks ahead. It is not the remains of a dragon, but a dragon bat of formidable prowess. How powerful! The second-grade dragon bat conveys that it is at least fifth grade. Damn! Run! He shouts backward, shifting direction, grip tight. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant swiftly carries the bald blue cat into a side passage, yet they are still a step too slow. A dreadful aura suddenly surges forth. The piercing shrieks reverberate through the corridor unimpeded, akin to a sonic cannon. The fourth-grade iron-eating ant and the bald blue cat stagger in unison. Jiang Fan feels as though his eardrums might burst. What is this? How terrifying! Zhang Ma, though somewhat more resilient, wears a pained expression. She is oblivious to the unfolding chaos and dares not inquire. Presently, her only hope rests with Jiang Fan. He was the first to sense the presence of this monstrous beast, yet whether he can conjure another miracle remains uncertain. A fifth-grade dragon bat is unlike the ordinary variety. Its speed is unparalleled. Once caught, there is no escape. Left turn. Jiang Fan modifies their escape route at the behest of the feedback from the second-grade dragon bat. In terms of speed, they cannot hope to match the dragon bat king. However, they possess greater agility. The fifth-grade dragon bat, being of substantial size, finds maneuvering through this corridor rather constricted. By employing more turns, they can diminish its pursuit speed. Jiang Fan's thoughts are clear, primarily due to the adept navigation provided by the second-grade dragon bat. Behind them, the fifth-grade dragon bat continues to roar. Jiang Fan's expression grows grave. This indicates that the fifth-grade dragon bat is utilizing sound waves to locate their presence. This escape route may prove exceedingly arduous. Jiang Fan now regrets not bringing a piece of dragon bone earlier. Had he possessed a bone, the fifth-grade dragon bat might have hesitated in its relentless pursuit. Suddenly, that roar emanates from a side passage. Jiang Fan's countenance pales. Trouble looms. He has underestimated the fifth-grade dragon bat. While the fifth-grade dragon bat is indeed large and struggles to turn in the corridor, its intelligence is equally commendable, and it is quite familiar with the terrain. Thus, it can take shortcuts to corner them. Cold sweat pours down him. He has witnessed the relentless pursuit capabilities of fifth-grade feral beasts before. It is like a tidal wave, nearly impossible to evade. Jiang Fan. Suddenly, Zhang Ma calls out from behind. I will stay back to hold it off. You must flee this place at once. Jiang Fan is taken aback for a moment, then instantaneously filled with rage. Be silent. Do not disturb my thoughts. After I have gone to such lengths to save your life, are you now willing to sacrifice yourself? What is the purpose of my efforts if I place myself in danger? He has surmised the reason for Zhang Ma's presence in the wasteland. It is highly likely that Su Qingqing had sent her. If he does not bring Zhang Ma back, it would be tantamount to incurring a significant debt to Su Qingqing. Jiang Fan may indulge in soft living, but he will never accept such demeaning favors. Chapter 92, Blood of Beasts. Zhang Ma immediately falls silent. At this moment, she realizes she cannot muster any anger. Why? Because Jiang Fan saved her life. Moreover, Jiang Fan has repeatedly demonstrated extraordinary abilities. To put it simply, in Jiang Fan's presence, she cannot uphold any facade of seniority. Suddenly, Jiang Fan smiles. For ahead, he has discovered a pile of dragon bones. This is their salvation. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan rushes toward the pile of dragon bones. This time, the vitality within the dragon bones is even more potent. Merely approaching them causes his skin to feel as though it is ablaze. He quickly seals his pores and adjusts his breathing to the lowest frequency. With each breath, it feels as if his lungs may explode. It is as though a searing sword has been plunged into his lungs, stirring chaos. It seems that these dragon bones were even more formidable when alive. At approximately 100 meters away, Jiang Fan begins to struggle. The blood energy permeating the air is as oppressive as a mountain. Yet, the fifth-grade dragon bat is pursuing relentlessly, halting not far from them. It appears to harbor a certain wariness of this pile of dragon bones. Zhang Ma notices Jiang Fan's distress and hesitates slightly. It seems you have only cultivated the basic incantations. Jiang Fan remains silent, or rather, he lacks the energy to respond. I cannot share the Su family's cultivation incantations with you, even if you saved my life. Apologies. Zhang Ma feels a pang of guilt. The Su family's incantations are not to be divulged to anyone. They are more valuable than life itself to her. Jiang Fan nods, understanding completely. Thus, when he witnessed Zhang Ma's extraordinary technique, he had no intention of requesting it. However, I possess a set of profound tier techniques. Though they may not rival those of the Su family, they are certainly superior to the basic incantations. Zhang Ma presents it to Jiang Fan. He raises an eyebrow in skepticism. Profound tier techniques? Techniques are classified by levels? This is knowledge he is unaware of. The school teachers never taught such things, let alone techniques. Even the basic incantations are unattainable for students. Discussing these matters proves futile. At what level is the foundational mantra? It barely qualifies as even the yellow rank. Provide it to me. A valuable resource. Jiang Fan never turns down such offers. He has witnessed the profound effects of the foundational mantra, which enabled him to break through to the first rank within mere days, though this was also due to his reckless consumption of beast blood. He eagerly anticipates the Xian rank techniques. If these techniques allow him to absorb even a modicum of blood essence and spiritual energy, his martial arts prowess could ascend to new heights. The fifth-rank dragon bat quietly lingered at a distance, unseen by Jiang Fan, yet ever present. In fact, several other dragon bats had also arrived. This technique, known as the beast blood decision, is not particularly rare. The foundational mantra is merely a simplified version derived from it. Aunt Zhang clarified for Jiang Fan that the conversion efficiency of beast blood into spiritual energy is significantly higher. How much is the beast blood decision worth? Jiang Fan inquired, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the scroll. Yet, upon merely glancing at it, his eyes were assaulted by a piercing pain. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if his mental energy had been drained, a wave of fatigue washing over him, causing his body to sway. Aunt Zhang was taken aback. How could this be? This scroll of the beast blood decision was inscribed with high-grade beast blood, and thus, reading it would deplete mental energy. Conversely, engaging with high-grade beast blood characters could enhance one's mental acuity. This scroll differs from ordinary printed versions. It can be read using mental energy, allowing for a quicker grasp of the technique. However, your mental fortitude should be formidable, shouldn't it? Aunt Zhang was genuinely puzzled. In her view, Jiang Fan's mental prowess should be extraordinarily formidable. The ability to control numerous spirit beasts, especially with such a high level of command, was evident when he adeptly directed the fourth-rank iron-eating ants to maneuver skillfully, eluding the fifth-rank dragon bats. She firmly believed that Jiang Fan's mental capacity surpassed that of an ordinary beast master. Having encountered many fourth-rank beast masters, she knew that controlling a single fourth-rank spirit beast was often their limit, and sustaining that control was even more challenging. Yet Jiang Fan seemed to have ample energy left over. Jiang Fan was at a loss for how to respond. He wished to confess that his mental strength was, in fact, quite weak. But would Aunt Zhang believe him? Who among the fourth-rank beast masters possesses mental power as feeble as an ordinary person has? Could it be that prolonged control over spirit beasts had drained his mental energy excessively? Aunt Zhang speculated. Jiang Fan quickly nodded in agreement, affirming her assumption. Fortunately, she had provided him with a rationale. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. So that is how it is. No worries. I shall keep this technique for now and learn it once my mental energy is restored. Jiang Fan hastily tucked away the beast blood decision. This was indeed a treasure. Not only could he master a technique, but it also had the potential to enhance his mental energy. Methods to bolster mental acuity are quite scarce. A technique scroll capable of augmenting mental power must be exceedingly precious. Truly, one cannot underestimate the generosity of someone hailing from a grand city. Aunt Jiang was both amused and exasperated by Jiang Fan's demeanor. If one were to deem Jiang Fan impoverished, one must consider that he possesses two fourth-rank spirit beasts. Each of them is a veritable gold eater. Yet to assert that he is wealthy would contradict the shabby appearance he presents. The enigma surrounding him deepens. Aunt Jiang, possessing a robust physique, could thus draw nearer. She intended to harness the blood essence and spiritual energy for her own physical refinement, simultaneously completing her recovery from residual injuries. Perhaps this would even facilitate her advancement. Having lingered at the mid-fourth rank for an extended period, this moment of breaking and rebuilding might present a genuine opportunity. Jiang Fan, however, found himself bored. Must he simply engage in a staring contest with the distant fifth-rank dragon bat? Suddenly, he recalled the dragon egg he had pilfered from the guard brigade's storeroom. That dragon egg required a substantial infusion of life force to awaken. Yet it might not even succeed in reviving. Wouldn't the blood essence and spiritual energy from the dragon's remains yield a higher revival efficiency? Chapter 93. He produced the dragon egg, an object of profound darkness, resembling a lump of coal. Were it not for Jiang Fan having witnessed its extraordinary luminescence before, he would scarcely believe this to be a dragon egg. The moment he brought forth the egg, its dark surface made contact with the blood essence and spiritual energy. Buzz. Suddenly, it vibrated violently, as if imbued with vitality. A faint red glow flickered beneath the shell. It truly works. Moreover, the efficacy surpasses that of utilizing a warrior's blood sacrifice. The frequency of its glow surged, seemingly filled with exuberance. Concurrently, as the dragon egg appeared, some blood essence and spiritual energy began to flow toward it, swirling around for a time. Upon gently touching the egg, it quivered softly, reminiscent of an infant being soothed into contentment. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. This dragon egg is on the verge of awakening, yet it has yet to be born. Soon, a torrent of blood essence and spiritual energy converged rapidly into the dragon egg. Aunt Jiang opened her eyes, casting a curious glance at him. Jiang Fan, with his back to Aunt Jiang, was not overly cautious but rather compelled to exercise discretion. Some individuals who are friends now may become adversaries upon future encounters. Thus, Jiang Fan could not afford to reveal all his secrets to others. He kicked the nearby bald blue cat, muttering in frustration. I told you not to absorb it so quickly. Do you not fear bursting from excess? Meow. The bald blue cat looked perplexed. What is it absorbing? This blood essence and spiritual energy, it would rather avoid than pursue. Why would it dare to absorb it? Absorb less. Jiang Fan disregarded the disdainful gaze of the bald blue cat. Aunt Jiang felt at ease. Now it made sense. No wonder she sensed a substantial wave of blood essence and spiritual energy being drawn away. It turned out spirit beasts can cultivate, and the commotion they generate is quite significant. She found herself lacking knowledge on this subject. As the saying goes, one who is not in the field knows not the trade. Although she was acquainted with several beast masters, they would not divulge such secrets to her. Seeing that Aunt Jiang did not press further, it seemed she harbored no suspicions. Did she know about the dragon egg he possessed? Perhaps she did. Or perhaps she did not. However, it mattered little. He had no need to disclose anything unprompted. The dragon egg continued to absorb the blood essence and spiritual energy. The patterns on its surface faintly illuminated by the red glow emanating from within. The blood essence and spiritual energy derived from the dragon's remains is undoubtedly far purer than that obtained through a warrior's sacrifice. Yet despite this, the dragon egg's revival showed no groundbreaking changes, indicating that its state of revival was not as advanced as Jiang Fan had envisioned. It is possible that they acquired this dragon egg long ago and have been secretly attempting to revive it. There is even the likelihood that when they discovered this dragon egg, it was already in its current condition. The reality of whether this dragon egg can be revived remains an uncertain variable. Jiang Fan seemed to grasp this. Regardless, he decided to proceed with an attempt. After all, the dragon grave should house ample blood essence and spiritual energy from dragons. Even if he were to abstain from its use, it would likely dissipate over the ages. If it truly cannot be revived, he could always sell it to someone else. He is confident that many would be willing to pay a handsome sum for a dragon egg that appeared poised for revival. He truly is a genius. Jiang Fan couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Regardless, he would incur no loss. It was all a windfall for him. With a thunderous sound, Zhang Ma's body had completely recovered. emitting a noise akin to the shattering of some barrier. A formidable surge of spiritual energy was unleashed. Had she truly broken through? It felt overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing even Qiao Jingguang. If Qiao Jingguang claimed to be at the mid-stage of the 4th rank, then Zhang Ma must now be at the late stage of the 4th rank. Zhang Ma was elated. She had indeed achieved a breakthrough. Her gains in the Dragon Corpse pit were monumental. Not only had she healed all her injuries, but her strength had ascended to new heights. This was entirely a delightful surprise. The Dragon Corpse pit was regarded as a place of utter desolation by everyone, yet she had reaped considerable benefits by following Jiang Fan. This sensation was simply exquisite. Zhang Ma cast a grateful glance, while Jiang Fan merely nodded in acknowledgement, offering no claims to credit. This was entirely Zhang Ma's own prowess. Had another person taken her place, they would have found themselves helplessly gazing at the vital spiritual energy. Zhang Ma's breakthrough was indeed a boon for them all. Jiang Fan glanced at the dragon egg, which continued to absorb the blood energy. Its radiance remained largely unchanged from before. This dragon egg was like an insatiable abyss, seemingly forever stuck in this state. Suddenly, Jiang Fan heard a faint heartbeat emanating from within the dragon egg. He crouched down, squinting at the eggshell. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he seemed to perceive a faint image through the red glow of the shell. How to describe it? In the center lay an object, surrounded by countless connecting lines. Could it be that this dragon egg had not fully developed, remaining in an embryonic stage? Jiang Fan was astounded. This was a significant discovery. If his conjecture were true, it would imply that the dragon egg still had a chance of survival. Its endless absorption of blood energy was therefore quite understandable. Good heavens! The vitality of the dragon race was indeed formidable. A half-developed dragon egg could survive for such an extended period. Chapter 94, Long Hao arrives. Moreover, it could autonomously continue to develop through external spiritual energy. This was simply incredible. Such vitality was inconceivable in either the human race or any other species. Absorb. Strive to absorb, for the blood energy is abundant. The dragon egg seemed to understand, working even harder to absorb the energy. Jiang Fan was astonished. Was this dragon egg defying the heavens, exhibiting intelligence even in its embryonic state? No wonder dragon tamers were regarded as exceptional beings. Zhang Ma was taken aback. While consolidating her cultivation, she frequently glanced at the bald blue cat. Was this spiritual beast so ruthless? Absorbing so much blood energy, was it not afraid of bursting? In the distance, a 5th-rank dragon bat was stirring restlessly. It had sensed that the terrifying might of the dragon race was gradually diminishing. Soon, it would be able to charge forth and tear apart the intruders. Another day passed. The citizens of Tianqing town had all evacuated. The streets were now sparsely populated, with only formidable individuals remaining. Numerous white-clad law enforcers and armored troops were present. This was a genuine army, distinct from self-organized groups like the guards. They were equipped with highly standardized gear, each appearing formidable and not to be trifled with. However, they were not the main focus in Tianqing town this time. The true protagonists were the influential figures and members of prominent families and powers. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the sky, capturing everyone's attention. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded in dense clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Amidst the thick, ominous clouds, a particularly robust silver lightning bolt could be seen writhing within the layers of clouds. Some were terrified while others were envious. Standing atop that silver lightning was a tall, striking young man. A few talented young women could not contain their excitement and screamed, "Ah, Long Hao! Long Hao has truly arrived, and I am fortunate enough to explore the dragon's lair with him. How could such a perfect person exist in this world, possessing both looks and strength?" The male prodigies, on the other hand, were left with only envy and a sense of inadequacy. With Long Hao's arrival, they could only play supporting roles. Long Hao was a top-tier genius, with a beast imprint of a remarkably high level, and he was a rare dragon tamer. The combination of these multiple identities positioned Long Hao at the pinnacle of genius. Yet, he remained aloof, his chiseled, handsome face devoid of any smile. Only upon seeing one person did he reveal a rare, faint smile. That person was Su Qingqing. The talented young women were consumed by envy and jealousy. It was said that Long Hao pursued Su Qingqing in vain, even going so far as to enlist the Dragon God Hall's assistance. The Dragon God Hall was willing to bestow a dragon egg upon Su Qingqing, not to mention other lavish gifts. Such sincerity would surely captivate any girl in the world. Yet, it was rumored that Su Qingqing still did not accept Long Hao. It was utterly incomprehensible. Could there truly be a more exceptional genius than Long Hao in this world? However, Su Qingqing herself was quite remarkable. She possessed numerous innate beast imprints, each of high quality. Being the prospective bride recognized by the Dragon God Hall, she was undoubtedly a top-tier genius as well. She certainly had the right to be proud. Moreover, The Su family's influence was vast. There was no question of who was climbing higher. Yet, everyone believed they were a match made in heaven, unable to fathom Su Qingqing's thoughts. Su Qingqing stood alone, not joining her family members, but rather poised atop a high building, coldly gazing at Long Hao. Her stature was elegant, her demeanor captivating. Male prodigies were captivated. Indeed, she was a rare beauty. Regardless of how many beautiful women one had seen, upon encountering Su Qingqing, all others faded from memory. Beside her stood a majestic dragon mastiff, glowing with golden light, exuding an imposing aura. The dragon mastiff fixated on the lightning dragon in the sky, revealing its fierce demeanor. It understood that its master despised the master of the lightning dragon, hence it too harbored animosity towards it. A low growl emanated from its throat, seemingly threatening the lightning dragon. Meanwhile, the lightning dragon looked down with a sense of schadenfreude at the dragon mastiff, having chosen the wrong master. It was now merely at the third rank. What was there to be arrogant about? Were it not for its master's reputation, it would have devoured you outright. The two spiritual beasts exchanged disdainful glances. Yet, the lightning dragon was of the fourth rank and possessed S-grade qualifications, far surpassing the dragon mastiff in strength. Qingqing, I have arrived late. Long Hao gently patted the lightning dragon and spoke tenderly. Such tenderness caused a flurry of blushes and heartbeats among the gathered young women, their excitement palpable. Alas, this gentleness was reserved solely for Su Qingqing. One must ask, which woman would not desire such overt affection from Long Hao? Su Qingqing remained silent, as if she were unaware that Long Hao was speaking to her. I have heard about Zhang Ma's situation, and I am truly sorry for not being by your side when you needed me the most. Long Hao expressed his remorse and then spoke earnestly. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to help you find Zhang Ma. Upon mentioning Zhang Ma, Su Qingqing's expression shifted slightly as she promptly inquired, Do you have any leads? Not at the moment, came the reply, but according to my investigations, it appears that Zhang Ma may still be alive. She might have entered the dragon's nest. What? Chapter 95, Exploring Preliminary Matters. Our team has discovered extensive collapses in the wasteland outside Tianqing town. It's possible that Zhang Ma fell underground during that time, and there is a strong likelihood that it leads to another entrance of the dragon's nest. Su Qingqing nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. I will set off immediately to prepare for entering the dragon's nest. Long Hao interjected, No? The entrance to the dragon's nest is not yet stable. A collapse could occur at any moment. Su Qingqing furrowed her brow. Recently, some individuals from Yuehua City have been excavating beneath Mount Gulf to secure the entrance. If everyone enters and a collapse occurs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Within the lofty chambers of the Law Enforcement Division, several individuals stood by the window, observing the unfolding events. Su Xingshan sighed in relief, realizing that it would indeed require Long Hao's intervention. Behind him, an elder clad in a purple robe adorned with dragon patterns chuckled, shaking his head. The whereabouts of Zhang Ma are what you have uncovered, yet it is Long Hao who must announce it. What does this signify? Su Xingshan, feeling helpless, explained. Ever since Qingqing's mother went missing, her family has forbidden her from searching the Xisha wasteland, leading her to lose faith in the Su family and in us. It remains the same now. The elder from the Dragon Temple nodded in understanding. It is understandable. Qingqing is a girl of deep emotions and loyalty. Su Xingshan, appearing somewhat weary, smiled. As long as you understand, Qingqing carries a heavy burden. Indeed, Long Hao understands as well. They are bound to grow together, whether as companions in their development or as allies in their exploration of the Xisha wasteland. Long Hao is indeed the most suitable match for Qingqing. Su Xingshan frowned slightly at the term ally. However, such is the nature of the Dragon Temple. As a transcendent organization known for cultivating dragon riders, it is one of the few that can rival the sinister sects in the Temple of Fierce Beasts, aside from the official authorities. Their pride is undeniable. Regardless of how much the Dragon Temple values Qingqing, they fundamentally perceive this union as her reaching beyond her grasp. Su Xingshan remained silent, betraying no emotional fluctuations. Accompanying Long Hao was a steward named Long Chong, a formidable legendary spirit master with profound knowledge of the dragon lineage. Thus, much reliance would be placed on him during this exploration of the dragon's nest. Numerous factions had gathered in Tianqing town, and Long Chong was likely the most knowledgeable about the dragon's nest. Cultivating a rapport with him now would afford the Su family greater advantages during their exploration compared to others. When shall we enter the dragon's nest? Suddenly inquired another. Su Xingshan and Long Chong turned to the speaker. It was Old Gua. They were unfamiliar with him. Yet his status was quite sensitive, a powerful figure from the Dark Division. The Dark Division is an organization parallel to the Law Enforcement Division, established by the Xingyue Federation. Though few in number, each member is a formidable force, and their identities remain shrouded in secrecy, cultivated in obscurity. Most crucially, the Dark Division represents the interests of the Xingyue Federation. Others from the Xingyue Federation had yet to arrive. They were still en route. Indeed, Old Lin is taking his time. Another middle-aged man clad in armor boomed. Old Lin refers to the deputy chief. This middle-aged man is Yang Jiang, the deputy commander of the city guards of Yuehua City, holding a rank equivalent to Old Lin. Unfamiliar with Su Xingshan, Yang Jiang, as a legendary warrior, preferred straightforwardness over the enigmatic and verbose language of spirit masters. Thus, he directly addressed the deputy chief. The deputy chief pondered, "There's no rush. Not everyone has arrived yet. It would be better to wait until everyone is here before entering. Why wait for them? We should enter first and seize all the benefits. If they arrive later, they will only find an empty shell left behind." Yang Jiang asserted boldly, perhaps revealing a hint of greed. The deputy chief sighed, "Brother Yang, I am aware that your city guards are in need of resources, but you must understand the dangers of hoarding treasure. Why must you speak so intricately? Can't you just say it plainly?" Yang Jiang retorted, somewhat incensed. The deputy chief then opted for a more straightforward approach. Setting aside whether the dragon's nest contains treasures, exploring it is inherently perilous. We must consolidate the strengths of all parties. Moreover, should we enter first, even if we acquire treasures, we will undoubtedly emerge battered and bruised, potentially serving as mere garments for those who follow. Bah, do they dare? Yang Jiang's eyes widened. If they truly dare to seize what is ours, it would be as if they disregard the city guards entirely. The deputy chief, feeling disinclined to engage further, found conversing with this brash individual exhausting. Su Xingshan chuckled. Old Lin is correct. It is best to clarify matters in advance. Even if disagreements arise later, we will have a justified stance, will we not? Yang Jiang's eyes, resembling large copper bells, darted around before he finally grasped the meaning, exclaiming loudly, "I understand. We should agree in advance. If anyone breaches the agreement, I will deal with them directly, and I will be justified in doing so, right?" "Precisely," Su Xingshan affirmed with a nod. "Old Lin, take a page from him." Though he speaks in a similar manner, he manages to convey his point succinctly. Yang Jiang praised Su Xingshan. The deputy chief covered his face, realizing he would need to discuss with the city guard commander upon returning, emphasizing the need to recruit individuals with some level of education. Otherwise, communication would be excessively taxing. Chapter 96, Taking a Breather. Old Guo observed the gathering individuals, all of whom he was not well acquainted with, estimating that the head of the Dark Division from Yuehua City would soon arrive. Who was it again? He had forgotten. Gazing out the window at the vast wasteland beyond Tianqing Town, he pondered the current situation of Jiang Fan. "You must return alive, or else Lu Huan will continue to grieve." More arrivals. The deputy chief suddenly announced. A ferocious roar echoed, extinguishing the beast blood flames, plunging the corridor into darkness once more. Jiang Fan frowned. The dragon egg had absorbed an excessive amount of blood energy, resulting in a significant reduction in the dragon aura emanating from the dragon corpse. A fifth-tier dragon bat was slowly approaching, continuously using its roar to disperse the remaining blood energy. "We cannot linger any longer. We must depart from here." He could not allow the dragon egg to continue absorbing the blood energy. With a swift pat on the bald blue cat and the iron-eating ant, he led Zhang Ma in a frantic dash. Just as they were about to move, the fifth-tier dragon bat let out a furious screech. Those loathsome creatures had intentionally left some blood energy behind. It was not that they could not endure it. Rather, as fierce beasts, they were reluctant to engage with such an aura. This fear stemmed from their bloodline and soul. Even if these dragons were dead, their might could linger for millennia. They had no choice but to find an alternate route to continue their pursuit. Jiang Fan, still riding the fourth-tier iron-eating ant, took the lead. In truth, after running for such a long time, and through the second-tier dragon bats, he had begun to establish a spatial awareness, uncovering some clues. In this dragon carcass pit, an average of every few dozen corridors revealed a dragon corpse. The expanse of this architectural complex was astonishing. However, overall, it is a rectangular edifice. He has roughly gauged its width, which should span several kilometers. The length, however, remains unknown, contingent upon the extent to which this dragon carcass pit extends. If the direction is correct, perhaps it might indeed lead to Tianqing Town. Along the way, they encountered a multitude of dragon bats. These creatures seemed to inhabit the spaces between the clusters of buildings, each group possibly unfamiliar with the others. If his conjecture holds true, there may be more than one dragon bat lurking within this dragon carcass pit. Soon, he validated his hypothesis. Just as the dragon bat behind him had not yet given up, another fifth-tier dragon bat appeared ahead. Fear seized Jiang Fan, rendering his face rigid. This place truly is ominous. A place of great peril. If the people from Tianqing Town descend recklessly, they might as well await their demise. The number of dragon bats in this pit has already surpassed that of the spider clan outside. The count of 5th-tier dragon bats may exceed expectations. This is indeed terrifying. 2 5th-tier dragon bats relentlessly pursued from behind. Jiang Ma contemplated several times to stay back and confront them, thus providing Jiang Fan ample time to escape. Yet, time and again, Jiang Fan skillfully maneuvered and deftly eluded them. Jiang Ma now found herself somewhat in awe of Jiang Fan. This is true skill. Such talent may not appear imposing, yet it is uniquely possessed by Jiang Fan. This probing ability is perhaps beyond the reach of even soul masters. Jiang Fan felt a surge of tension. He was not afraid of being caught by the 5th-tier dragon bats. It was merely that the bald blue cat and the 4th-tier iron-eating ant were only 4th-tier spirit beasts. Their energy and stamina were limited. They were already considerably fatigued. Unfortunately, they could not absorb blood energy to restore their spirit energy. The environment here was relatively enclosed, thus impeding their recovery. What to do? After some contemplation, Jiang Fan decided to send one of them back to the spirit beast space to recuperate as much as possible. He instructed the 4th-tier iron-eating ant to slow down and told Jiang Ma to leap onto its back. Subsequently, the bald blue cat returned to the spirit beast space. However, recovery might prove exceedingly difficult. It could only linger near the next dragon carcass for a while. Ahead, without surprise, another dragon carcass emerged. This time, he refrained from allowing Jiang Ma and the dragon egg to absorb it. He decided to proceed cautiously. Jiang Ma acquiesced, having nearly fortified herself. There had been no combat, so her spirit energy was saturated. Even if she were to absorb it, she would gain little. Although the blood energy of the dragon carcass possessed excellent body-refining properties, Jiang Fan's decision took precedence. If he forbade her from absorbing it, then she would comply. Soon, the 4th-tier iron-eating ant also returned to the spirit beast space. Yet, Jiang Fan quickly sensed something amiss. Originally, there had been 2 5th-tier dragon bats behind him, but now only one remained. Had it ceased its pursuit? Absolutely not. It was likely positioned ahead to intercept him, to trap them within this corridor. How insidious. We shall take the dragon carcass with us, Jiang Fan declared. What? Jiang Ma was taken aback, glancing up at the enormous dragon carcass. Its shape was even more peculiar, indicative of a more tragic demise, seemingly twisted into a helix. Yet, this did not imply that the carcass was small. It was immense, larger than the 5th-tier dragon bats. How to carry it? Jiang Fan summoned the 4th-tier iron-eating ant in advance. They mounted it together. Jiang Ma regarded Jiang Fan with confusion, sensing an unusual gravity in his demeanor. Even if they took the dragon carcass, it was improbable that they could carry it all. Although she possessed storage artifacts, they were limited to a few dozen cubic feet, sufficient only for a few fragments of bone. This place would still retain a multitude of dragon carcasses, and the remaining 5th-tier dragon bats should still hesitate to pursue. Let us move, Jiang Fan urged rapidly. The 4th-tier iron-eating ant immediately flapped its wings, springing into action. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, the massive dragon carcass vanished in an instant. The entire corridor became astonishingly vacant. Jiang Ma was bewildered. Where had the dragon carcass gone? Had Jiang Fan stored it away? What manner of storage space could accommodate such a vast item? At least several hundred cubic feet? Even the 5th-tier dragon bats trailing behind were left dumbfounded. What was happening? This dragon carcass had been here for countless ages. How could it simply vanish? By the time they regained their wits, Jiang Fan had already sprinted far ahead. Feeling mocked, their mood soured. With a furious roar, they launched into a frenzied pursuit. Cunning human, you shall pay. As Jiang Fan ran, he remained attuned to the movements within his storage space. His storage area boasted a complimentary allocation of 10,000 cubic feet, let alone one dragon carcass. Even 100 could be effortlessly contained. He instructed the dragon egg to continue absorbing blood energy within the storage space, developing into a complete embryo. With no competition from Jiang Ma, the dragon egg absorbed at a considerably faster rate. Absorb away. Perhaps it could even become a dragon master. Not for any other reason, but simply for the prestige it connotes. With a system at his disposal, he found little envy for the so-called dragon masters. What of the dragon race? Are they truly invincible? If so, why were they driven back into the depths of the wasteland, too fearful to emerge? The tyrants of the wasteland sound formidable. Yet he truly doubted that other, even more powerful beasts did not exist within. Hold on, there's another abyss ahead. Jiang Fan warned Jiang Ma. Without a moment's hesitation, she complied. Her obedience to Jiang Fan's directives now rivaled her loyalty to Su Qingqing. Her deference to Su Qingqing stemmed largely from her status. However, her respect for Jiang Fan was born from his extraordinary prowess. The 4th-tier iron-eating ant quickened its wing beats, soaring to a certain point. Suddenly, a chilling breeze surged from below as they approached the abyss. Jiang Fan produced a drop of beast blood, igniting it before casting it into the depths. The fiery glow of the beast blood served as a beacon, gradually descending into the unfathomable abyss. Until the light extinguished, he saw no sign of anything. So profound, Jiang Fan marveled. Who could have constructed this subterranean palace? It is truly a marvel. Jiang Fan increasingly felt the terrifying strength of the ancient human race. Yet, why did the present human race appear somewhat diminished? Nowadays, reports of the wastelands expanding territory and the slaughter of towns by savage beasts abound. Next to the Xinhua Federation, the most notorious is the Xisha Wasteland. A few years ago, a metropolis rivaling Moonlight City, seemingly called Lin City, was engulfed by the Xisha Wasteland, taking with it over 20 towns. Hundreds of millions fell prey to the beasts. From antiquity to the present, why has the strength of the human race declined so drastically? What transpired in between? Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from a fork in the path ahead. This was not the end. Another aura arose from the opposite fork. Jiang Fan's face turned pale. It seemed that these subterranean beasts had never tasted flesh before, including the ones behind. There were a total of 3 fifth-grade dragon bats relentlessly pursuing him. As for what? They wouldn't even be sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Jiang Ma's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Jiang Fan was there. Otherwise, she would have completely broken down. Being hunted by 5th-grade spirit beasts was already a rare occurrence, and to be chased by 3 5th-grade ferocious beasts was something only she, apart from the family head of the Su family, had ever experienced. Jiang Ma felt an overwhelming sense of panic, yet she sensed that Jiang Fan remained remarkably composed. As if he had a plan, so she casually remarked, "Shake them off." Jiang Fan's expression darkened. It's easy to speak boldly when you're not in the thick of it. If you have the capability, why don't you take charge? However, even without Jiang Ma's urging, Jiang Fan knew he had to devise a strategy. He did not allow the 4th-grade iron-eating ants to halt their advance. Stopping would mean certain death. Even though the iron-eating ants were exceedingly fatigued, they could only persevere for a bit longer. Approaching a fork in the path where 5th-grade dragon bats were about to appear, Jiang Fan instinctively tossed out a massive bone. This bone was extraordinarily large and heavy. Jiang Fan could only rely on the inertia of the 4th-grade iron-eating ants to propel the bone away. This bone was one he had seen, nearly absorbed by the dragon egg, but it still contained some residual dragon blood energy that would likely have some effect on the ferocious beasts, at least enough to momentarily stall them. In fact, Jiang Fan's gamble paid off. The imminent 5th-grade dragon bat was instantly frightened back by the sight of the bone. Meanwhile, the 4th-grade iron-eating ants sprinted at full speed, successfully navigating the fork in the path. As they passed through, neither Jiang Fan nor Jiang Ma had a clear view, yet they could distinctly feel a bone-chilling coldness, as if they had brushed perilously close to the 5th-grade dragon bats. That was a close call. Jiang Ma felt an overwhelming sense of danger. If Jiang Fan had hesitated for even a moment, failing to throw the dragon bone, the 5th-grade dragon bats would have blocked their path, and even Jiang Fan, capable of performing miracles, could not have saved them from certain death. Chapter 98, The Dragon Armored Legion. Upon arriving at another straight corridor, Jiang Fan immediately ordered the bald-headed blue cat to replace the iron-eating ants. The speed of the bald-headed blue cat was somewhat inferior to that of the iron-eating ants. As it sprinted with full effort, it stumbled significantly. Behind them, the 3 5th-grade dragon bats regrouped and continued their relentless pursuit. Jiang Fan felt a headache coming on. He wondered just how far they had traveled within this underground palace. Time seemed to lose all meaning here, but it felt like at least a day had passed, right? The 4th-grade spirit beasts could cover several hundred kilometers in a day with their winding routes, yet they still hadn't reached Tianqing Town? Or was it possible that this dragon carcass pit did not even lead to Tianqing Town? That would be the most terrifying outcome. If they could reach Tianqing Town, there might still be hope for survival. If they could not, their fate would be grim. Suddenly, Jiang Fan sensed something small flickering past within the ultrasonic feedback from the 2nd-grade dragon bats. It appeared minuscule in comparison to the 5th-grade dragon bats, likely resembling the size of a human. The speed at which it darted by was so swift that he could barely discern what it was. The ultrasonic exploration of the 2nd-grade dragon bats had its limitations. While the detection range extended for a kilometer, the shapes outlined at greater distances were sometimes not entirely accurate. Perhaps it had merely been an illusion? Jiang Fan felt a tinge of doubt. Could there be humans or humanoid creatures lurking underground? Impossible, right? Jiang Ma replied. If there were, that would be truly terrifying. Indeed, it seemed unlikely, Jiang Fan reassured himself. No sooner had he voiced his thoughts than another shadow zipped past the boundary of the 2nd-grade dragon bat's detection. It was not an illusion. It was real. And in the next moment, 2 figures emerged, rapidly approaching them. Jiang Fan's scalp tingled with fear. What were those things? Not just one. Jump. Jiang Fan suddenly commanded the bald-headed blue cat. For reasons unknown, It leaped instantly. At the same time, Jiang Fan ignited another beast's blood and tossed it behind him. Through the flames of the beast's blood, he saw them. Two individuals clad in black armor. Members of the Beast God Temple? He had only seen individuals dressed in black armor from the Beast God Temple. No. A look of terror spread across Zhang Ma's face. This was the Dragon Armored Legion. It truly existed. What was the Dragon Armored Legion? Jiang Fan urged the bald-headed blue cat to continue its frantic dash. Glancing back, he saw that the two figures in black armor seemed to engage with the pursuing fifth-grade dragon bats. The sounds reverberated throughout the corridor. They were formidable. Those two in black armor were actually pushing the fifth-grade dragon bats back. Each appeared to possess fifth-grade strength. Zhang Ma gathered her composure and, with a grave expression, recounted, "Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed an invincible army, each member clad in armor made from dragon scales, known as the Dragon Armored Legion." Jiang Fan's eyes widened. Armor made from dragon scales, and they formed an entire legion? Just how many dragons had this legion slain? It was simply unimaginable. Boom. An explosive sound erupted. One fifth-grade dragon bat was obliterated. However, following two successive explosions, the two members of the Dragon Armored Legion were also destroyed. Jiang Fan exhaled in relief. It seemed the Dragon Armored Legion was not invincible. At least they could be killed, as long as they could be defeated. The panic subsided somewhat, but in the next moment, a cacophony of clattering sounds erupted. Jiang Fan felt an ominous premonition. Yet at that moment, he had already been led far away by the bald-headed blue cat. The sound he heard just now resembled scattered armor pieces reassembling. Logically, the Dragon Armored Legion was an ancient creation. Even if they had survived to the present, they should have been quite aged. Thankfully, it seemed the Dragon Armored Legion had been dealt with. Zhang Ma sighed in relief. She was no fool and never believed the Dragon Armored Legion to be allies. Even if they were both human, the ancient humans and the modern ones could not necessarily be of the same faction. Relations between humans were not impervious. Who could say how many years had passed? Jiang Fan remained silent. Had they perished? He sensed that matters were not so simple. The clattering sounds reemerged. This time from the side. He had not noticed before, but two members of the Dragon Armored Legion were standing against the wall. It seemed they had sensed their presence and revived. They could truly rise from the dead. How could this be? This shattered Jiang Fan's worldview. There could not be living beings in this place. How many years had it been sealed? The two members of the Dragon Armored Legion stomped on the ground, causing a tremendous noise. They moved swiftly, and the clattering sounds echoed in succession, nearly causing Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma's hearts to stop. It was not the fear of the enemy's strength that terrified them, but rather the sheer unknown of it all, which sent shivers down their spines. If the other party were to proclaim themselves as a Grand Elder of the Beast God Temple or a high-ranking officer of the evil sect, they would hardly evoke such fear. However, the true identity of the opponent remains shrouded in mystery, be it human or specter. Consider the ambience within the dark, ancient catacombs, which have lain undisturbed for countless years, housing the formidable remains of powerful dragon corpses. Suddenly, an ancient figure emerges, possessing the strength to contend with a fifth-tier dragon bat. What an unsettling sensation that would be. Chapter 99. They have stopped pursuing. Where are the dragon bats? Jiang Fan turned to see that those dragon bats had indeed ceased their pursuit. What the devil? They had relentlessly pressed on, forcing them into a corner. And now they simply abandon the chase? Such fortune seems too good to be true. He resolved to return and seek them out. Jiang Fan was nearly beside himself with rage. Why? Why could they decide to halt their pursuit just like that? Zhang Ma was left dumbfounded. After finally shaking off the dragon bats, he intended to return to confront them? Such audacity was astounding. Jiang Fan understood all too well that, without the fifth-tier dragon bats, they would not withstand the onslaught of the dragon-armored army. Upon reaching the previous location, he suddenly discovered two fifth-tier dragon bat corpses lying on the ground, with numerous dragon bat remains scattered along the path. Yet, there was no sign of those two dragon-armored soldiers. Jiang Fan's expression darkened instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he instructed the bald-headed blue cat to turn around and leave. They had been careless. He never anticipated that three fifth-tier dragon bats could prove no match for two dragon-armored soldiers. Zhang Ma had not witnessed the events unfold. Thus, she was completely unaware of what Jiang Fan had encountered. She could only perceive the overwhelming scent of blood. What was happening? She dared not inquire. Sensing that Jiang Fan appeared unusually tense, far from his earlier composure, Jiang Fan entered a frenzy of sharp turns, veering at every fork in the road, leaving Zhang Ma dizzy and disoriented. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Where are we headed?" "To find." Find what?" "Find the critical point." In truth, it was only after they reached a certain area that they encountered the dragon-armored soldiers. Moreover, since the dragon-armored soldiers had appeared, they had not seen any dragon bats, indicating that the latter dared not venture into that territory. With approximately 10 dragon-armored soldiers trailing behind, should they be caught, they would be obliterated in an instant. Jiang Fan's curiosity piqued. He wished to ascertain where these dragon-armored soldiers would venture next. On the path to the critical point, he stumbled upon yet another dragon corpse, which he casually stowed away in his storage space. At that moment, the dragon egg absorbed several dragon bones. Jiang Fan utilized it as an obstruction, only for the following dragon-armored soldiers to pass unhindered, obliterating it with ease. It seemed the pressure the clan exerted over the dragon race did not instill as much fear in him. Elders, why do you pursue your junior? We have merely trespassed into this realm, Jiang Fan pleaded. The dragon-armored soldiers remained utterly unresponsive. As Jiang Fan turned a corner, just as he was about to proceed, a furious roar echoed from another corridor. It was the voice of a dragon bat. Upon hearing this, the pursuing dragon-armored soldiers inexplicably ceased their chase and redirected their focus towards that sound. At that moment, Jiang Fan suddenly grasped that the dragon-armored soldiers relied on auditory cues to navigate. As long as they remained silent, they might evade detection. With this realization, Jiang Fan audaciously commanded the bald-headed blue cat to return to the spirit beast space. Zhang Ma's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Jiang Fan. What do you mean? Why have we stopped running? Shoo! Jiang Fan hushed her gently, straining to listen to the sounds of battle emanating from the other corridors. The roars of dragon bats mingled with the clangor of armor clashing, painting a picture of fierce conflict. It appeared that not merely one, but several fifth-tier dragon bats were engaged, the scale of the confrontation seemingly vast. He could not ascertain who would emerge victorious. In truth, he harbored doubts about the invincibility of the dragon-armored soldiers. There must be some mechanism at play. He had also deduced that the range within which the dragon-armored soldiers could operate was rather limited, susceptible to distance-based constraints. Jiang Fan pondered. Once a certain level of strength was attained, the vitality of blood could be manipulated from afar, as could mental energy. What could it be? If it were mental energy manipulation, the dragon-armored soldiers could not unleash such formidable blood-spirited energy. Yet, if it were the force of blood, how could they be so animated? Surely, there couldn't truly be living beings within those armors. Lost in thought, the sounds of battle from the other corridor abruptly ceased. Jiang Fan held his breath, his heart racing. Who had achieved victory? After what felt like an eternity, the unmistakable sounds of clanging metal reverberated through the air, causing Jiang Fan's heart to sink. The dragon-armored soldiers had triumphed. The dragon bats were but mere underlings in the dragon corpse pit, while the dragon-armored soldiers reigned supreme. The more he contemplated, the more his scalp prickled in apprehension. The prowess of the dragon bats was understandable. They had lingered in the dragon corpse pit for generations, long influenced by the blood-spirited energy of the dragon race. Even if they were fearful, they recognized the value of such power, unwilling to depart. Over time, they had evolved into dragon bats. Thus, like them, they were outsiders who had reaped the benefits of this power. Yet the dragon-armored soldiers had existed for countless years, perpetually in a state of decline. Even at their peak, they still effortlessly dominated the dragon bats. If the dragon-armored soldiers were at their zenith, who could possibly contend with them? After a prolonged silence, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma remained frozen, too fearful to make a move. They had hoped that the absence of sound would bring them some comfort. Yet the opposite occurred. The absence of footsteps only heightened their anxiety, leaving them in dread of the unknown. Jiang Fan waited in this tense stillness, estimating at least half an hour had passed. Suddenly, the clanging of footsteps echoed once more. In that instant, Jiang Fan sensed through the dragon bat that a solitary dragon-armored soldier was approaching, moving at a sluggish pace, each step heavy with the weight of exhaustion. Chapter 100, Eliminate 1. It was as though this warrior was burning the very essence of their life, fighting until their final moment. The previous dragon-armored soldiers had not exhibited such fragility. Had this one sustained injuries? Jiang Fan felt a surge of opportunity, an opportunity to slay a dragon-armored soldier. Zhang Ma, do you truly believe the dragon-armored soldiers are immortal? Jiang Fan suddenly inquired, his voice slightly elevated. Zhang Ma was instantly taken aback. What are you doing? Have you not heard those footsteps? I cannot say if the dragon-armored soldiers can die, but if you attract their attention, we are both doomed. Suddenly, it seemed Zhang Ma grasped Jiang Fan's intent. With a penetrating gaze, she regarded him and whispered, you possess quite the audacity, daring to provoke the intentions of the dragon-armored soldiers. Are you coveting that dragon-armored soldier? Then, with a light-hearted chuckle, she declared loudly, it is said that the dragon-armored soldiers are the slayers of dragons, legendary in their prowess, with masters aplenty, an invincible army. Wow, how impressive. Jiang Fan feigned astonishment. Can that dragon-armored soldier truly endure for thousands of years without succumbing? Their voices rang out, loud enough to be heard by anyone with functional hearing. Jiang Fan intended for them to be heard. He was eager to discover whether the beings within those armors were human or specter. Indeed, the once heavy-footed dragon-armored army, upon overhearing the conversation of two individuals, suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of their footsteps intensified once more. Jiang Fan furrowed his brow. Was his speculation mistaken? Did the dragon-armored army only act swiftly upon encountering an enemy? Was it possible that the adversary had not been entirely vanquished? A wave of dread washed over him as he realized he had inadvertently dug a grave for himself. How perilous this pit was. Zhang Ma, however, appeared unperturbed. Positioned in front of Jiang Fan, she declared, "I shall engage it in battle." "Wait, you are no match for it," Jiang Fan cautioned. The dragon-armored army could easily slay even the fifth-tier ferocious beasts. Yet Zhang Ma seemed resolute, smiling as she replied, "Do not underestimate me, young man. Having been protected by you all this way, it is my turn to showcase my abilities." Instantly, Zhang Ma's aura surged dramatically. "Huh!" She let out a fierce shout, unleashing a potent surge of spiritual energy. Unlike Wu Dayang's fiery energy, Zhang Ma's possessed a hint of chill. It appeared she had begun to master elemental spiritual energy, specifically aligned with ice. Previously unnoticed, Zhang Ma's fist struck out, sending forth a wave of icy crystals that extended for several meters ahead. As these crystals congealed on the ground, they formed a layer of icy vines. When the dragon-armored army stepped onto them, its speed perceptibly diminished. Jiang Fan was taken aback. These icy vines had a decelerating effect. Yet the dragon-armored army continued to charge forward, undeterred, brandishing a sword that appeared quite sharp, likely the standard weapon issued to the dragon-armored army. This weapon, however, looked far from ordinary, surpassing Wu Dayang's in quality. Truly befitting the elite troops. Zhang Ma drew a sword of her own and charged towards the dragon-armored army. Jiang Fan would not remain idle. He swiftly summoned the bald blue cat to provide support. The bald blue cat was his most formidable spirit beast, likely even stronger than Zhang Ma. Together, they rushed towards the dragon-armored army, which exhibited unparalleled bravery. Without hesitation, it swung its sword with remarkable might. Clang! Zhang Ma met its strike, but was forced back several steps. The wind generated by their clash extinguished the beast blood flame, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. Jiang Fan thought to himself, "This is dire." Without light, Zhang Ma lost her visibility. How could she fight like this? Just as he was about to reignite the beast blood flame, a series of metallic clashing sounds echoed throughout the corridor. Could Zhang Ma still see? Perhaps she was discerning the dragon-armored army's moves through the sounds of its footsteps and sword strikes. This was a skill only seasoned warriors could possess. Affirming Zhang Ma's status as a true powerhouse, the Su family was indeed formidable. Such a powerful individual was relegated to a caretaker role. By the time Jiang Fan reignited the beast blood flame, Zhang Ma had already exchanged hundreds of blows with the dragon-armored army. A deep gash appeared on Zhang Ma's shoulder, revealing her bone beneath, a wound that, if deepened by a few more centimeters, would have severed her arm. Yet the dragon-armored army's armor bore no marks of damage. What excellent armor! Jiang Fan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Ma was on the verge of spitting blood. "I am nearly cut to death, and you stand there watching." Jiang Fan chuckled, exchanging a glance with the bald blue cat, who understood the cue. From behind, the bald blue cat launched itself forward. Meow! It emitted a sharp cry, knocking the dragon-armored army aside. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ma lunged forward with her sword. Clang! The blade met the black armor, but merely slid off. The bald blue cat viciously raked at the armor as well, but it remained unmoved. Beneath the helmet, a pair of deep purple eyes glimmered with fury. Yet, the creature's struggles grew feebler until, with a final flicker, the light in its eyes extinguished completely. Clang! The black armor seemed to lose all vitality, collapsing to the ground. From within, a pale purple crystal fell out. Zhang Ma grasped her bleeding shoulder and inhaled deeply. It was a dragon crystal. Chapter 101, Donning the Dragon Armor. The pale purple dragon crystal shattered upon hitting the ground. It broke so easily. Jiang Fan felt a pang of sorrow. Though he knew not the true value of the dragon crystal, he still mourned its loss. Observing Jiang Fan's distraught expression, Zhang Ma couldn't help but explain, "The dragon crystal is the essence core of the dragon race, birthed only by high-tier ferocious beasts. However, a depleted essence core is virtually worthless. It is inherently fragile and shatters upon the slightest touch." Yet this did little to alleviate Jiang Fan's grief. Even if it was deemed worthless, it was still a dragon crystal, something that the wealthy would pay handsomely to collect. "Is that so?" Zhang Ma replied, genuinely unaware. The Su family was not affluent. They were a clan that would never invest in such trivialities. However, those on the outskirts of the Su family might indeed resemble what Jiang Fan described. Jiang Fan knelt down, preparing to collect the shattered pieces of the dragon crystal. Jiang Ma sighed. Shouldn't you take a look at the dragon armor first? Her words jolted Jiang Fan into realization. He turned to the scattered pieces of armor nearby, immediately discarding the crystal fragments. Picking up a piece of the dragon armor, he found it was not as heavy as he had anticipated. Each piece weighed about several pounds. Yet, the armor's construction was incredibly intricate. A complete set comprised nearly 100 fragments, including even finger joints. It resembled a highly sophisticated mechanical exosuit. Altogether, it would weigh several hundred pounds. This weight was manageable. Jiang Fan could certainly bear it with some effort. Jiang Ma also held a piece of the dragon armor, examining it closely, unable to suppress her admiration. I once saw a set of dragon armor in the Su family, but it was in a dilapidated state, far inferior to this one's quality. How much could it sell for? Jiang Fan inquired immediately. Jiang Ma stared at him in disbelief. Are you serious? Such a magnificent treasure. And you're thinking of selling it? Although it was worth a fortune, an object of desire for countless warriors, she hesitated to say that no one would sell it. Each piece diminished the overall count. Encountering even one was a monumental opportunity. The Su family's damaged dragon armor had attracted multiple offers from the city guard's commander, who sought to obtain it at a high price, but the family head had always declined. Jiang Fan smiled knowingly, understanding Jiang Ma's implications. However, there was more than just this set of armor. The second-tier dragon bats had already scouted thoroughly, amidst the chaos of their prior battle in the corridor. Several pieces of dragon armor and several fifth-tier dragon bats had fallen. That battle had ended with the dragon-armored army narrowly victorious. Yet they had managed to scavenge the spoils. What was this? A classic case of while the clam fights, the fisherman profits? When Jiang Fan and Jiang Ma beheld the scene of devastation before them, Jiang Ma lost her composure entirely. What the hell? There must be 5 or 6 sets of dragon armor here. With the dragon crystals depleted, they were now unclaimed treasures. However, Jiang Ma did not step forward. These were the spoils of Jiang Fan. It dawned on her that Jiang Fan had just navigated through the darkness, making frantic turns while leading the Dragon Armor Legion in a wild dash. He had orchestrated a confrontation between the Dragon Armor Legion and the Dragon Bats. In essence, it was as if Jiang Fan had done nothing, yet he had caused the demise of many. The audacity and ingenuity of Jiang Fan sent chills down her spine. Those who offended him might ultimately meet a grim fate. It was likely that everyone in the Su family had underestimated this seemingly humble grandson-in-law appointed by the elder. This grandson-in-law was rather formidable. Jiang Fan had collected 4 sets of armor. There were still 2 sets outside, and pointing to one of them, he commanded, "Put it on." Huh, for me? Jiang Ma was taken aback. It was worth noting that the set of dragon armor collected by the family head was far inferior to this one. Wouldn't that mean she was the only one in the Su family to possess such a treasure? What was she thinking? I merely want you to wear it to see if this dragon armor can help us conceal ourselves. Surely, these dragon armor soldiers are not the entirety of their forces. Jiang Fan was not generous to that extent. These spoils were earned through his strength. Want it? You can obtain it yourself. Jiang Ma felt awkward, realizing she had contributed nothing and had merely been a burden throughout. All right. Jiang Ma began to don the dragon armor. The process of putting on the armor was rather intricate. There were too many separate components, each requiring careful fitting. Moreover, this armor possessed an extraordinary quality. It felt incredibly hard to the touch, impervious even to the sharpest blades, yet inside, it was remarkably supple. The two of them struggled for a while, as they had never worn armor of such precision before. Jiang Ma couldn't help but marvel at the ancient crafting techniques. How could they have produced something so exquisite? Although Jiang Fan appeared unperturbed, he too was profoundly impressed. The materials and craftsmanship of this dragon armor were not merely on par, but exuded a sense of transcendence. Once they donned the dragon armor and affixed their masks, Jiang Fan found that he could no longer detect Jiang Ma's presence. This armor truly could mask one's aura. Jiang Ma was equally astonished. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would not have believed it. No wonder those dragon armor soldiers were so enigmatic, appearing and vanishing without a trace. They exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Jiang Fan extinguished the beast blood flame, plunging their surroundings into utter darkness once more. Clang! Jiang Fan took a step forward. His footfalls were heavy, echoing through the empty corridor. He was taken aback by the volume of the sound. Chapter 102, The Power to Annihilate a City. Listening to the dragon armors, their movements were rhythmic and resonant. However, the practical execution proved quite challenging for him. Although the armor was not excessively heavy, it still posed some difficulty for Jiang Fan. Consequently, he struggled to control his strength. In contrast, Jiang Ma seemed to navigate effortlessly, brimming with excitement as she bounded and leaped as if gliding on air. The armor appeared to impose no burden on her. All right, let us proceed, Jiang Fan declared. We must have entered a certain area, one guarded by a contingent of dragon armor soldiers. Indeed, it must be the dragon nest. It is said that the dragon armor soldiers only manifest within such nests. I never anticipated this dragon nest would be connected to a dragon corpse pit. Jiang Fan's eyes widened. He could almost envision the scene. At some ancient juncture, these dragon armor soldiers had arrived at this dragon nest and launched an assault. The entire dragon nest had mobilized, yet they were extinguished. These soldiers subsequently constructed a dragon corpse pit beside the nest. What a display of dominance. After collecting several dragon bat corpses, Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma slowly traversed the corridor. What should have been a short distance took an inordinate amount of time, primarily due to Jiang Fan's slow pace. He had already begun to channel his blood qi. In this place, they encountered 2 dragon corpses, which Jiang Fan casually collected. Zhang Ma had grown accustomed to such occurrences. She no longer cared to ponder the extent of Jiang Fan's storage capacity. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Jiang Fan peered ahead. In that instant, his scalp tingled. His body stiffened. Sensing Jiang Fan's rigidity, Zhang Ma leaned in to take a look. Goodness! My scalp is truly tingling. Neither dared to make a move. Ahead, a faint light flickered, a dim illumination from the corridor lamps, seemingly powered by dragon crystals. Their glow diminished after countless years. In that muted light, they discerned numerous dark silhouettes. These figures were clad in black dragon armor, vague and indistinct. There were many. A quick estimation revealed at least dozens. Hush! Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma withdrew their heads, their hearts racing. One dragon armor soldier could contend with a 5th-tier ferocious beast. With so many of them, they could easily obliterate Yuehua City, perhaps even the entire Star Moon Federation. How many 5th-tier powerhouses did the Star Moon Federation possess? A few dozen, perhaps? Even if they did, could they rival these dragon armor soldiers? They were not of the same caliber. Just then, a series of footsteps approached, echoing in unison. Clang, 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 clang. The rhythmic sound of footsteps revealed the soldiers' rigorous training. Even the 2 of them could form a unit. Jiang Fan wished to retreat, but Zhang Ma grasped his shoulder, gently shaking her head. Let us take a gamble. Let us wager whether their armor can help us blend in. If they could successfully mislead them, they might survive. If not, it would be too late to flee, as they had already ventured deep into this domain without a single avenue for escape. Given the speed of the dragon armor soldiers, catching up to them would be trivial. Jiang Fan cast a deep glance at Zhang Ma, who seemed emboldened by the armor. Clang, 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 clang. The dragon armor soldiers drew closer. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma stood against the wall, his heart racing with anxiety. Would they succeed? This was an exceptionally wide thoroughfare, and the soldiers appeared to be patrolling with military precision. As the contingent passed by, their steps halted abruptly. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma's hearts lurched. Their hearts raced even faster. He attempted to calm himself, yet it was impossible. The pace of his heartbeat only intensified. The leading dragon armor soldier turned to face them, eyes shimmering with a purplish light, more intense than that of the other soldiers. From this gaze, one could almost sense an inkling of intelligence. Jiang Fan's heart sank. They were about to be exposed. Just as he prepared to summon his spirit beast and fight for their lives, the leader signaled and departed with several soldiers. After a moment, Jiang Fan let out a sigh of relief. They had survived. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. Yet, to his delight, the dragon armor had indeed concealed their presence. At the very least, it led the dragon armor soldiers to believe they were one of their own. This hinted at a crucial truth. The intelligence of these dragon armor soldiers was not particularly high. They likely resembled a programmed entity. The directive of this program is to identify the dragon armor. Anyone, be it a ferocious beast or a member of the human race, who does not don the dragon armor must be eradicated. Jiang Fan and Zhang Ma exchanged glances, and then Jiang Fan boldly took a step forward. Clang. The sound was resounding. Yet, the dragon armor soldiers in the distance seemed oblivious to it. Those who should slumber did so, and those tasked with patrolling continued their rounds. Not a single dragon armor soldier paid heed to Jiang Fan. A surge of elation swelled within him. Could it truly be possible? With this set of dragon armor, would he not traverse this dragon's lair with impunity? His heart raced with excitement, and his hands trembled. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Fan felt as if he were about to dance with exuberance. Zhang Ma covered her face, utterly unable to bear the sight. It appeared that the dragon armor soldiers sensed only the aura, not the sound. Jiang Fan nodded, realizing that his previous assessment had been flawed. The mechanisms of the dragon armor soldiers were surprisingly simplistic. However, to decipher them proved as daunting as reaching the heavens.